Xiao Yan's body gradually ascended into the air. We bid farewell to the Flame Emperor. We bid farewell to the Alliance leader. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying in the familiar confines of his bedroom. His mother banged on the door, shouting in exasperation, "If you don't get up soon, the soy milk will be cold." He clutched a flame in his fingertips, potent enough to incinerate a city, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the acceptance letter in his hand. In the academic affairs office, the teacher was searching through the list of new students. The innate pressure of the Dou Emperor from the depths of Xiao Yan's soul surged forth. The air instantly thickened, and the fluorescent lights buzzed mournfully. The teacher, startled, looked up, his pen clattering to the floor. "Student, which department are you from?" Xiao Yan gazed at his youthful face reflected in the nameplate, and suddenly realized. This return was no mere coincidence. Chapter 1. The Emperor's Awakening. My mother calls me for Jianbing Guozi. Within the vast and boundless expanse of the spatial tunnel, chaotic energies of the heavens and earth enveloped every inch of his skin. Vibrant flames of extraordinary origin floated around Xiao Yan, who stood resolutely at the eye of this tempest, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of fighting spirit. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, and within the depths of his profound eyes danced two flickering flames. Raising his right hand, he casually traced a line with his fingertip, yet an imperceptible radiance coalesced, emanating a pressure that caused even the celestial bodies to tremble. The extraordinary fire, the embryonic form of the imperial flame, fused with the essence of all extraordinary fires in existence. With a flick of his fingers, he casually tossed it into the endless abyss of the void. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the soft glow of the imperial flame silently seeped into the emptiness. In the next moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. A blinding light silently spread across that region, and anything chaotic that came into contact with this illumination vanished, as if melting away like snow. Where the white line passed, disorder was thoroughly smoothed out, revealing the deep, boundless darkness that seemed to have existed since time immemorial. A slight smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. It was the disdain of an emperor, a manifestation of absolute confidence forged through traversing numerous hardships and breaking free from the shackles of the universe. He no longer gazed upon the crumbling remnants of the old world behind him, taking a bold step forward. His figure melded into the imperial path he had forged with his own hands, advancing towards the unknown horizon. The sensation of tearing within the spatial passage and the excruciating pain of his soul being forcibly stripped away felt as though countless searing steel needles were simultaneously piercing deep into his consciousness. This was the price to be paid for achieving the rank of emperor and forcibly tearing through the barriers of dimensions. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, his awareness rising and falling amidst the tide of agony, while the soul power of the imperial realm instinctively constructed a resilient barrier to withstand the backlash from a dimension capable of pulverizing even the pinnacle of Doshan. The pain abruptly dissipated like a receding tide. What is this scent? Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes. Dazzling white light cascaded down from above. He instinctively squinted, adjusting to the brightness. Before him lay a clean and somewhat unfamiliar white ceiling, with a minimalist, slightly technological ceiling lamp quietly suspended. This was neither the endless void, nor an energy storm, nor the anticipated peculiar sights of another dimension. He turned his somewhat stiff neck. Light blue curtains were half drawn, and morning light seeped through the gap, casting warm patches upon the floor. Outside the window, faint, melodious birdsong could be heard, accompanied by the deep, rhythmic hum characteristic of the distant city. Where is this? An almost forgotten sense of familiarity surged from the depths of his soul, akin to a warm current surging beneath a frozen surface, unexpectedly crashing against his steadfast, imperial heart. The layout of the room, the scent of the air, the warmth of the light, so distant, like fragments of memories from a past life, yet now imbued with an undeniable sense of reality, enveloping him tightly. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent, muffled, and palpably impatient knocking erupted beside him, like thunder on a clear day, violently tearing apart the fragile veil of tranquility within the room. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. What time is it? Still lying there. The sun has already risen. Get up now. The high-pitched, penetrating voice of a middle-aged woman, infused with an undeniable command and a hint of fiery impatience, pierced through the door, crashing into Xiao Yan's eardrums and resonating deep within his soul. This voice. Xiao Yan's body felt as though it had been struck by a celestial thunderbolt, instantly tautening, every muscle rigid as iron. His blood seemed to congeal in an instant, only to surge wildly to the crown of his head the next moment, bringing a dizzying tumult. He abruptly sat up from the soft bed, his movement so swift that it left but a fleeting shadow in the air. His fingertips instinctively tightened. Sizzle. A faintly visible azure spark flickered unexpectedly at his fingertips, small as a firefly. Yet at its appearance, the surrounding light warped disturbingly, and a subtle ripple emerged in the air, as if the very fabric of space quaked in fear of this insignificant spark, emitting a silent lament. The imperial flame's primal power, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, and instilling dread in even the mightiest of fighters, was now drawn forth by an unconscious, instinctive gesture. "Did you hear me?" The voice outside escalated, laced with a menacing threat. "I'll count to 3. If you don't open the door, I'll feed your pancake to the dogs." 1. Pancake? These 4 syllables struck like a rusty key, forcefully jabbing into a dusty lock deep within Xiao Yan's memory. With a click, a long steel gate was pried open, just a crack. Countless fragmented images and sounds surged forth. A greasy breakfast stall, the vendor skillfully scraping batter, cracking eggs, sprinkling green onions and thin crisps, slathering on sauces. The steamy aroma. And that figure, hands on hips, always bustling with energy. The roar from outside halted abruptly, as if someone had grasped its throat. Then came a more furious, visceral bellow. "What the hell? Are you calling for your soul? If you're awake, hurry up and get out. The pancakes are cold. The fried dough sticks are no longer crisp. Today is the start of school. Have you forgotten your own surname? Start of school. Registration?" Xiao Yan lowered his gaze, falling upon his own attire. It was not the battle-worn, dark robe etched with countless scars of combat. Instead, he wore a faded light blue cotton t-shirt with a once vibrant cartoon design and loose gray sweatpants. The fabric was soft, yet bore a nostalgic, almost mundane touch. The imperial soul power surged like an invisible tide, sweeping across the entire room, then silently expanding into the broader world outside. There was no fighting spirit, not a trace. The air was permeated with a pure, thin, inert gas devoid of any energy. Outside the window, the bustling world was filled with a cacophony of vibrations, the grinding of steel, the roar of engines, and the myriad trivial sounds of frail beings. Not a hint of energy wave belonging to the continent of fighting spirits could be felt. Here was a tangible space, a reality composed purely of matter, governed by laws so rigid they are suffocating, devoid of any supernatural forces. "Xiao Yan!" The furious shout of his mother from outside the door struck him like a battering ram once more. "It's 9:30. Do you wish to experience the taste of stir-fried meat with a broom?" He tossed aside the covers, his feet meeting the cold floor. The sensation was solid, yet devoid of the weight that once felt capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Approaching the door, he placed his fingers upon the frigid doorknob, the metallic texture resonating through his skin that he inhaled deeply. The air filled his lungs, imbued with a blend of laundry detergent and pancakes. The vast emotions belonging to the Emperor of Flames were forcefully suppressed, while fragments of memories, sealed for 2 decades and belonging to college student Xiao Yan, surged into his mind, fervently filling the immense chasm of understanding. Chapter 2. The soul remains, but the mysterious flame is elusive. He twisted the doorknob. With a sudden crash, the door swung open. A figure clad in an apron, clutching a spatula, obstructed the entrance. Her slightly curled short hair was disheveled, and fine lines of toil adorned the corners of her eyes. Yet her gaze was sharp as a knife, scanning Xiao Yan from head to toe, as if appraising a newly unearthed artifact of dubious quality. "Look at you," his mother exclaimed, her brows furrowed in disapproval, the spatula nearly poking Xiao Yan's nose. "Your hair is a mess, and you've got sleep in your eyes. Did you stay up all night gaming again? Hurry up, wash up. I want to see you at the dining table in 10 minutes. If you're late by even a minute, your allowance for next month will be halved." The rapid-fire scolding rained down upon him, the spittle nearly splattering his face. Instinctively, Xiao Yan wanted to step back. The innate pride and authority of the Emperor's soul within him stirred a ripple of displeasure. Who dared speak to him in such a manner? Not even the old medicinal sage would dare. However, his body betrayed his soul's intent. Muscle memory, or perhaps the remnants of 20 years of instinct, caused him not to retreat, but to slightly retract his neck, forcing a smile that felt rigid and almost ingratiating. "Understood. Mom, I'll be ready shortly," he replied, his voice dry. "Humph." His mother huffed heavily, brandishing the spatula threateningly in the air before turning and bustling into the kitchen, her apron strings fluttering behind her. "Pancakes on the table. Serve your own soy milk. The fried dough sticks are in the bag. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Immediately." The kitchen was filled with the clattering of pots and pans in a chaotic symphony. Xiao Yan stood frozen for a full 3 seconds. The Emperor's soul silently enveloped the modest 3-room apartment. He could see his mother frantically adjusting the heat in the kitchen, her lips moving in a continuous murmur. He could hear the precise ticking of the old wall clock in the living room. He could sense a sparrow outside, preening its feathers on a branch, the subtle tremors of its wings stirring the air. Yet, there was no trace of fighting spirit. He walked into the narrow bathroom and turned on the tap. Chilly water gushed forth. He cupped his hands to splash his face, the icy sensation jolting him awake, clearing the chaos in his mind somewhat. Lifting his head, he gazed into the mirror at the face reflected back, young, even bearing a hint of lingering youthfulness. The contours of his brows and eyes faintly echoed the memories of the past. Yet they lacked the sharp edges honed through battles in another realm and the bone-deep coldness that had once defined him. His skin was unblemished, free from the ravages of time and scars. Although his hair was tousled, it was thick and healthy. Deep within his eyes lingered a trace of confusion and trepidation, remnants of a peak warrior, rapidly being washed away, overridden by the strangeness of this youthful form. The figure in the mirror was both familiar and foreign. It was the 18-year-old Xiao Yan, on the brink of stepping into university life. It was the boy who had yet to embark on his journey across the Douchi continent. He raised his hand, his fingertips moving slowly through the air. There were no rifts in space, no fluctuations of energy, only the faint currents stirred by the disturbance of the air. The Emperor Flame Combat Technique, the Elder Medicinal Master, Nalan Yinran, the Yunlan Sect, the Gamma Empire, the Central State, the Ancient Soul Clan. All of these elements culminated in a climactic battle that tore the heavens asunder and incinerated the Soul Emperor, resembling an extravagant yet absurd dream. Yet, the profound power, vast as the starry sea, resonated deep within his soul, alongside an ingrained instinct for battle, coldly reminding him, this was no mere dream. He abruptly lowered his gaze, scrutinizing his hands, attempting to coalesce a fragment of the Emperor Flame, enough to instantaneously reduce the residential building before him, along with the surrounding area, to ashes. However, after a considerable pause, not even a wisp of blue smoke materialized in his grasp. Xiao Yan, have you fallen into the toilet? His mother's thunderous voice pierced through the door, laden with an ultimatum. In the cramped living room, a familiar trio of dishes lay upon a small folding table, a thick, savory pancake, generously smeared with sauce, still releasing faint warmth from its plastic bag, a cup of pale soy milk in a transparent plastic cup, and several golden, crispy fried dough sticks nestled in a flimsy plastic bag marked with wholesome breakfast. His mother emerged from the kitchen, setting down a bowl of soy milk with a heavy thud, glaring at him with irritation. Stop dawdling. Eat up. The fried dough sticks are nearly cold. They won't be crispy once they cool down. Xiao Yan pulled out a plastic stool and sat down. The enticing aroma of the pancake mingled with the bean scent of the soy milk and the faint oiliness of the fried dough sticks, creating an authentic olfactory symphony. He grasped the cup of soy milk, its plastic walls pleasantly warm. Inserting a straw, he took a sip, slightly sweet, imbued with the distinctive taste of beans. The texture far from delicate, even possessing a slight graininess. It was quite ordinary, perhaps even somewhat cheap. Yet, his stomach stirred with a long-forgotten, genuine hunger, as this young body faithfully expressed its needs. He tore open the plastic bag containing the pancake and took a bite. The thin, crisp layer shattered between his teeth, producing a delightful crunch, while the resilience of the dough, the rich flavor of the egg, the salty sweet sauce, and the slight spiciness of the scallions all exploded in a lang of commonplace taste within his mouth. That rain yesterday was truly torrential. His mother prattled on while slurping her porridge. The thunder sounded like firecrackers, shaking the window panes. I even got up twice in the middle of the night, fearing your window wasn't shut tight enough and that rain would seep in. The noise was as if the sky were collapsing. You slept like a log and didn't hear a thing? Rain? Thunder? The sky collapsing? Xiao Yan's chewing momentarily paused. What would the cataclysmic energy surge from achieving the title of Dou Emperor, which tore open the dimensional passage, appear as to the eyes of ordinary people in this world? Thunder that shook the earth? Lightning that split the sky? A torrential downpour? He nonchalantly bit into the pancake again, mumbling, I slept deeply and didn't hear anything. Yet, his soul power functioned like the most precise radar, silently scanning the world outside. The damp earth in the corner. The small puddle in the low-lying area that had yet to dry completely. And the uniquely fresh scent of the grass and trees cleansed by the rain, all pointed to the undeniable reality of a recent downpour. Was it merely coincidence? Or was it a manifestation of the celestial phenomena triggered by his arrival in this realm when he tore through dimensions? What a carefree existence. His mother shot him a glance, continuing her incessant chatter about whether he had gathered all necessary documents, the admission notice, ID card, bank card, And that other form. Check once more. Don't be caught off guard when you arrive at the school. I placed everything in that blue folder last night. It's in your desk drawer. Oh. Xiao Yan replied, his thoughts drifting further away. Fragments of memories from this body rapidly coalesced. High school graduation, the end of summer vacation. And today marked the day of registration for the new semester. He vaguely recalled stuffing the blue folder haphazardly into his desk. He hastily consumed the remaining pancakes and fried dough sticks, downing the soybean milk in one go. With nimble movements, he rose and walked into the bedroom. Sure enough, nestled in the desk drawer lay a bulging blue hard folder. He took it out, feeling its weight in his hands. Inside was a thick stack of papers along with stiff cards. Opening the first page, the black text on white paper was clearly printed. Admission notice from Yinqing University. Name, Xiao Yan. Student ID, 2025. Department, School of Computer Science and Technology. Major, Computer Science. Grade, Class of 2025. Chapter 3. It's her. Yun. His mother's boisterous voice echoed through the door, filled with urgency. High-speed trains wait for no one. Yinqing is quite far. Don't dawdle. I packed your new shirts at the top of your suitcase. Remember to hang them up when you arrive at school. Don't go out looking wrinkled and embarrassed. Got it, Mom, Xiao Yan called back, his tone betraying little emotion. He meticulously organized the admission notice and all the documents, along with several bank cards, and tucked them into a brand new black leather portfolio. A gift from his mother upon hearing that he would study finance at Yinqing. She had deemed it a symbol of professionalism, she said. After zipping up his backpack, he cast one last glance at the bedroom that held 2 decades of this body's memories. Dusty old books on the shelf, faded posters of sports stars on the walls, and the half-dead potholes on the windowsill, all remnants of the ordinary life of college student Xiao Yan, seemed to abruptly conclude with the arrival of the unexpected admission notice from Yinqing University. At the north station of Rongqing High-Speed Rail, Xiao Yan stood in the bustling waiting hall, his tall figure marked by an unmistakable sense of disconnection. The soul of the imperial realm silently unfurled around him like an invisible giant umbrella, gently yet firmly shielding him from the oppressive noise and throngs of people within a radius of several meters. He felt as though he were encased in a transparent bubble, with the surrounding clamor filtered and muted, leaving only a blurred backdrop of sound. His gaze swept across the massive electronic display board, searching for information on the high-speed train to Yinqing. 227, Rongqing North to Yinqing South, departing at 7:45, Gate 12. The clock read 7:20. A queue had already formed at the ticket gate. Xiao Yan silently blended into the end of the line, dragging his suitcase behind him. Most people around were hurriedly moving about, some engrossed in their phones, others whispering to companions. No one paid any attention to this unusually quiet young man, nor did anyone sense the invisible barrier that insulated him from all noise and crowding. Ticket check, through the turnstile. The escalator descended slowly, ushering a stream of people into the spacious and brightly lit platform. A sleek, silvery high-speed train rested like a dormant steel dragon beside the tracks. The 3 blue characters spelling Fuxing gleamed with an icy luster under the lights of the platform. Its fluid lines exuded the beauty and strength of industrial design. Xiao Yan checked his ticket information for car 06, seat 08. Upon finding the corresponding carriage number, the door slid open silently. He stepped into the carriage, pulling along his suitcase. A blend of cool air and a faint scent of leather cleaner engulfed him. The lighting was gentle, the seats spacious, and the aisle so clean it could reflect a silhouette. Everything radiated the precision and efficiency of modern transportation. He located his window seat, 08, and placed his suitcase in the overhead compartment with a motion as effortless as setting down a feather. The high-speed train raced through the darkness, the roar of the wheels on the tracks amplified by the tunnel, creating a continuous, deep, and powerful undertone. Outside, streaks of yellow light flashed by. Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes. The power of his soul, once radiating outward, now sank inward like the profound depths of the ocean, allowing him to introspect. Vast energies flowed silently through his meridians, gentle yet formidable. A barely perceptible flicker of azure sparks danced at his fingertips, carrying the essence of annihilating all things, only to vanish moments later. The train's smooth velocity offered Xiao Yan a unique experience. The rapidly passing scenery was far less exhilarating than soaring through the skies with wings of fighting spirit. Leaning against the window, his soul perception acted like an invisible net, filtering out the cacophony within the carriage, the cries of infants, the loud videos, the hushed whispers of businessmen, until they reached Yin City. At this moment, he stood outside the makeshift sunshade erected for new students at the computer science department. In contrast to the lively clamor of other faculties, there was a sense of restrained order here. Dressed simply in a black hoodie and sweatpants, his backpack casually slung over one shoulder, Xiao Yan blended discreetly into the crowd. Habitually, he scanned the process for completing the registration with a faint touch of his soul power, attempting to grasp the rules of this world's enrollment ceremony, merely verifying identity, collecting items, and binding electronic devices. Just then, a wave of familiar yet disorientingly temporal soul energy surged into his perception, akin to a boulder plunging into an ancient well. This wave was cool and restrained, imbued with a deep-rooted nobility and composure. Though it was deliberately subdued, like a pearl covered in dust, the essence at its core was unmistakable to Xiao Yan. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the crowd to pinpoint the figure seated at the new student registration computer beneath the sunshade. It was her, Yun. In stark contrast to the moon-white gown and ethereal demeanor of the Yunlan sect's matriarch from his memories, the woman before him wore a well-tailored cream-colored professional suit. Her long hair was neatly styled into a simple yet elegant bun, revealing her graceful neck, framed by a pair of rimless glasses. Her eyes remained as clear as those of Yunji from days gone by, yet now they carried a tranquility and subtle weariness characteristic of a modern, knowledgeable woman. She was intently gazing at the computer screen, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Occasionally, she would glance up and offer a formulaic smile to the new student before her, maintaining an air of detachment as she addressed their inquiries. Xiao Yan's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a tempest surged within the depths of his soul. Yun, how could she be here? Had she traversed through dimensions as well? Moreover, she appeared to have seamlessly integrated into this world. Taking on the role of a senior in the computer science department at Yen City University, he moved forward with the cue, each step burdened with an unusual gravity. His soul's perception, akin to the most delicate probe, cautiously and discreetly wove its way toward Yun, attempting to ascertain her state. The line was shortening. Only two individuals remained before Xiao Yan. Yun was focused on entering information for a new student, her fingertips leaping over the keyboard. Suddenly, her fingers hesitated for the briefest moment. A powerful, familiar force, imbued with a searing intensity yet forcibly suppressed, brushed against the fringes of her perception like intangible tendrils. This potent force was domineering and fierce, bearing the indelible mark that was etched into her very being, even across the expanse of time and space. Even under the heavy constraints of the world's rules, she would never forget. In an instant, Yun's body tensed as if struck by an invisible current. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her cold, clear eyes reflecting a hint of surprise and sharpness, locking onto the young man at the forefront of the queue. He stood at the edge of the sunshade, clad in a black hoodie, his stature upright, his features somewhat obscured by shadows, yet emanating an aura that stirred her very soul. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Xiao Yan stood silently. Yet his soul's perception functioned like the most acute radar, capturing every subtle shift in Yun, the quickening of her heartbeat, the slight turbulence in her breath, and the soul waves that, despite her efforts to suppress them, surged beneath the surface like hidden currents beneath ice. She was also observing him, carefully probing with the remnants of her own soul's power. At last, Yun completed her task, her voice returning to its usual coolness. Though a discerning ear might detect the cracks beneath the icy facade, she picked up a brand new campus card and extended it towards him, her fingertips trembling ever so slightly at the moment of offering. Your campus card requires binding to a mobile device for activation. Your dormitory is in the boys' apartment building. Room 415. The dorm key is included in the new student package. She fixed her gaze firmly on Xiao Yan, seemingly awaiting his reaction, an explanation, or perhaps a greeting. Xiao Yan reached out to accept the card. For the briefest instant, their fingertips brushed against one another in the air, a fleeting contact that was nearly imperceptible. It felt cold, bearing the touch of modern technology, yet also infused with an undeniable tremor unique to Yun. At the moment their fingertips touched, Xiao Yan's soul power surged forth like the faintest current, transmitting a silent wave of thought that only the two of them could perceive, imbued with indelible memories and affirmations. Yunji. Xiao Yan, with a stoic expression, carefully stored the card away, as if that silent exchange of souls had never transpired. He inclined his head slightly, his voice devoid of emotion. Thank you, senior sister. The address of senior sister rang with unusual clarity, carrying an intentional sense of distance and a hint of defiance, discernible only to Yun, a remnant of the Emperor of Flames. Yun felt her breath catch. She watched as Xiao Yan turned and walked towards the area where new students received their welcome packages, his tall figure exuding an innate aloofness and resolve that she recognized all too well. Even in this unfamiliar world, even after losing his cataclysmic powers, the indelible mark of a strong soul remained vivid. She stood rooted to the spot, observing his retreating silhouette merge into the crowd, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around the signature pin, nearly crushing it. A tempest of emotion surged within her, How could he be here? What had he experienced? Did he recognize me? He called me Yunji. What does he intend to do? After collecting his package, Xiao Yan did not glance back at Yun Yun's direction, but proceeded directly towards the Meiyuan dormitory area. His steps were steady, yet deep within his soul. A tumult brewed like boiling water. Yun Yun was here too. Beneath the sunshade, she forced herself to refocus on her work. But her thoughts had already wandered far from the task at hand. She picked up the already cold thermos beside her, her fingertips icy. The lid bore a faint imprint, slightly deformed from her tightening grip. She gazed in the direction where Xiao Yan had vanished, and behind her lenses, her eyes, filled with shock and confusion, gradually hardened into a cold vigilance and resolve befitting the leader of the Yunlong sect. The gears of fate, in this strange university campus, engaged once more in an absurd yet weighty manner. When the figure clad in a black hoodie finally disappeared at the end of the tree-lined path in the Meiyuan dormitory area, a subtle relaxation coursed through Yun Yun's taut spine. She maintained a formulaic expression, continuing to process the paperwork for the next new student. Her fingers striking the keyboard with precision, inputting student IDs, verifying information, and issuing cards, each motion executed with the accuracy of a programmed routine. Yet, only she knew the seismic turmoil churning within her. How could Xiao Yan be here? This thought spiraled through her consciousness like a haunting incantation. The lingering warmth of his touch on the card was almost imperceptible, yet unmistakably his. No, it felt more like an illusion. What truly seared her was that silent call that transcended time and space, reaching deep into her soul, Yunji. She even forced herself to believe that everything from the Douqi continent, including the boy who had etched himself into her memory, was merely a bizarre dream in the long expanse of her life. She removed her glasses, rubbed her brow, and pressed her fingertips against her temples, attempting to dispel the subtle pain that accompanied the intense fluctuations of her soul. The lenses no longer obscured her vision, revealing the clarity of exhaustion, confusion, and the unshakable coldness that lay deep within her, an indelible essence of the Yunlong sect's leader. Her gaze subconsciously drifted once more towards the direction of the May Garden dormitory area. Towering buildings stood amidst verdant trees, and that figure had long since vanished from sight. For 15, she murmured softly, recalling Xiao Yan's dormitory number, an inconsequential digit that, at this moment, seared into her mind like a brand. She retrieved her mobile phone and unlocked it. The screen displayed a minimalist pattern of codes. Her finger hovered over the contacts for a brief moment, yet she refrained from dialing any number. Opening a memo, her fingers danced swiftly across the screen. Ultimately, I cannot evade this little fellow. I must confront it. Xiao Yan pushed open the door adorned with the list of new students, and laying of scents, fresh furniture, newly painted walls, and a faint trace of disinfectant enveloped him. Clutching a simple welcome package, he stood at the threshold, his gaze calmly surveying the space he was about to inhabit. A typical four-person room, with upper and lower bunks. On either side of the door, a pair of beds. By the window, another pair. The area was not particularly spacious, yet it was clean and bright. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting slanted beams upon the floor. Two roommates had already arrived, each engaged in their own tasks. Upon Xiao Yan's entrance, both paused momentarily. The bespectacled young man halted his poster affixing, readjusting his glasses to reveal a handsome but somewhat reserved visage. Hi, new roommate? You must be from 415 as well? I'm Lin Xiao, from the computer science department. His voice carried a scholarly tone. The muscular young man straightened up, grinning broadly to reveal a set of white teeth. Hey, brother, I'm Fang Shijun, a sports scholarship student specializing in athletics. For any physical tasks in the dorm, you can count on me. He thumped his robust chest, exuding an open and enthusiastic spirit. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered briefly on their faces, his perceptive awareness scanning them with the precision of a sophisticated instrument. Lin Xiao? Possessing a frail physique, his vitality lacking vigor, with an active mental wave yet devoid of profound refinement. A quintessential scholarly template. Fang Shijun. With strong bones and an abundance of vitality, by this world's standards, yet his internal energy, not combat energy, flowed roughly, a brute force lacking refinement. Akin to a low-tier magical beast without awakened intelligence. Xiao Yan. Computer science, he stated succinctly, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. He gestured towards the upper bunk on the left by the window, which remained unoccupied, its bedding and basin still stacked. Is this my spot? Yes, indeed. That's yours. A great location by the window. Fang Shijun cheerfully indicated. The brother for that spot hasn't arrived yet, but he should be here soon, Lin Xiao added, pointing to another empty bed near the door on the right. Xiao Yan nodded and approached his designated bunk. He placed down his package and looked up at the edge of the upper bed. At this height, on the continent of combat energy, he could effortlessly float up with a mere thought. Yet at this moment, He felt the stagnant combat energy within him and the heaviness of his mortal form, compelling him to ascend the ladder in the most rudimentary manner. His movements were slightly awkward, imbued with a subtle stiffness that belonged to a strong individual. He could even sense the curious glances from Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun directed at him. This clumsiness evoked a fleeting discomfort within him, swiftly suppressed. Making the bed and arranging the simple bedding issued by the school felt more foreign and mentally taxing to him than concocting a fifth-grade elixir. His soul energy instinctively radiated outward, meticulously controlling the angles of the bed corners and the placement of the pillows, striving for perfection, as if performing a ritual to combat his inner disdain for such mundane tasks. Chapter 5. Snack Street. The lingering rays of the setting sun gilded the ancient walls of Yanqing University. Three figures, having only recently become acquainted, traversed the school gates and merged into the vibrant student street outside. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of various snacks, the blaring announcements of shop promotions, and the lively chatter of youth. We new students must possess a spirit of exploration. The outside world is a culinary paradise, Fang Shijun declared, leading the way with his muscular arms parting the crowd effortlessly, purposefully heading towards a well-known Sichuan restaurant adorned with red lanterns, from which a rich, spicy fragrance wafted. His soul vibrated with a primal craving for meat and the thrill of adventure. Lin Xiao adjusted his black-framed glasses, keeping pace with Fang Shijun while swiftly scrolling through his phone, his words spilling forth rapidly. This place has a food rating of 46. Their signature dishes are boiled fish and spicy chicken, offering good value at around 50 per person. His soul resonated with a typical data-driven pragmatism, arming himself with information to navigate this unfamiliar environment. Xiao Yan trailed half a step behind the two, silently observing, though he appeared to walk casually. His soul perception unfurled like an invisible web, filtering through the torrent of information surrounding him, the sizzling of street-side grilled squid, the mingling of grease and sauce in the air, the animated discussions of girls queuing at the milk tea shop over new flavors, the wafting scent of smoke and the clattering of keyboards outside the internet CAF. The air was a cacophony of automotive exhaust, cheap perfume, food aromas, and faint emotional vibrations of fatigue, excitement, and anxiety emanating from passers-by. All of it felt vividly alive yet remarkably foreign, in stark contrast to the law of the jungle and the Duki continent, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are preyed upon. This place was imbued with the trivialities of life and a sense of order defined by rules. The Duki within him remained dormant, yet amidst the clamor, his soul seemed to capture subtler flows of energy belonging to this world, less like Duki and more akin to a vibrant life force and stream of information. Upon entering the restaurant, the noise enveloped them. It was mealtime, and the establishment was nearly at full capacity, teeming with voices and suffused with the potent aroma of Sichuan pepper, chili, and grease. This scent was an invisible shockwave to Xiao Yan's sensitive soul perception. "Boss, is there a table available?" "For 3. Fang Shijun boomed. "A corner table just opened up. This way, please." The proprietress warmly beckoned. The three squeezed into a small table against the wall, adorned with plastic chairs and a gleaming tabletop, complete with disposable utensils. Everything felt grounded and unpretentious. Xiao Yan sat down discreetly, his soul energy instinctively scanning the table for cleanliness, which barely passed, simultaneously filtering out the overwhelming noise and pungent aromas. Lin Xiao took the menu, studying it intently. Boiled fish sounds good, and spicy chicken is also nice. Perhaps something lighter, like garlic water spinach? Or mapo tofu. Perfect for rice. He turned to Xiao Yan and inquired, "Xiao Yan, do you have any dietary restrictions or particular cravings?" Xiao Yan's gaze traversed the menu, adorned with vibrant images of various dishes. In the Douqi continent, he had savored the flesh of magical beasts infused with the essence of the world, delicacies crafted from spiritual herbs, and even consumed pills that directly replenished his energy. The dishes before him, however, were merely mundane foods intended to satiate one's appetite. He extended his spiritual perception towards the kitchen, capturing the intricate processes of flames rising, ingredients being stir-fried, and various seasonings being blended. "Anything is fine," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. After placing their orders, an air of tranquility enveloped the table. Lin Xiao took out his phone and began fiddling with it. "I'm ordering from the shop. What's the password?" "Ah, I've got it." His spiritual resonance reflected a natural inclination for connectivity. Fang Shijun, curious, scrutinized Xiao Yan and remarked, "Xiao Yan, you're rather quiet, aren't you? Is it because you're not accustomed to this place?" "No worries. Stick with me and I'll ensure you stride confidently through Yin University. I have plenty of acquaintances in the sports department." He slapped his chest, exuding a sense of boldness and confidence. Xiao Yan glanced at him, but did not seize the opportunity to respond about striding confidently. Instead, he calmly inquired, "What sport are you focusing on for the athletic recruitment?" "Primarily sprinting." The 100 meters and 200 meters. Fang Shijun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Do you understand explosive power? It's that exhilarating sensation of unleashing all your strength in an instant. Absolutely thrilling. Next semester's sports meet. Watch me secure a place. As he spoke, he assumed a starting position, drawing the attention of those at the neighboring table. His spiritual energy was pure and brimming with vigor, though to Xiao Yan, it appeared rather crude. Ah, explosive power, Xiao Yan nodded, refraining from commentary, though internally he mused, without the enhancement of Dou Qi. Achieving such speed through sheer physical strength suggests that the art of body refinement in this world possesses its own unique attributes, albeit with inefficiencies. I haven't quite decided yet. Xiao Yan admitted candidly. Take your time. University is all about exploration. Lin Xiao expressed understanding. Dig in. Fang Shijun eagerly picked up a large piece of fish, blew on it, and stuffed it into his mouth, only to puff out air from the heat, yet wore a satisfied expression, exclaiming, "Wow, it's flavorful. Delightful." In contrast, Lin Xiao gracefully scooped a piece of tofu with his spoon, carefully blew on it to cool it down before placing it in his mouth, nodding in approval. Indeed. The taste is quite good. The spiciness and numbing sensation in the mapo tofu are well balanced. Xiao Yan observed the steaming, vividly colored dishes before him and grasped his chopsticks. His movements retained an air of restraint and precision characteristic of a formidable individual. He picked up a small piece of spicy chicken and placed it in his mouth. How is it? Is it strong enough for you? Fang Shijun watched Xiao Yan with anticipation for his reaction. Xiao Yan slowly swallowed, his expression remaining stoic, and merely nodded slightly. Quite unique. This assessment was genuine. He continued to eat quietly, at a measured pace, his actions imbued with a peculiar rhythm, as if he were both savoring and analyzing. His spiritual energy adapted to the intense assault of flavors, while subtly observing the eating habits and conversations of his two new roommates, collecting more samples about this world. Once the meal concluded and the bill arrived, Lin Xiao skillfully pulled out his phone. Let me handle this. I'll calculate the average including drinks, 58. 5 yuan per person. I'll pay via scan, and you can transfer me through WeChat. Fang Shijun readily took out his phone. Sounds good. Thanks, Lin Xiao. It was now Xiao Yan's turn. He gazed at the payment interface that had abruptly emerged on Lin Xiao's phone screen, his movements momentarily halted. He possessed only the campus card he had just received, which contained a meager amount of funds deposited by the school for living expenses. The rules of transaction in this mobile payment world were still foreign to him. A faint flicker of his soul instinctively reached towards the phone nestled in his pocket, attempting to comprehend its operational logic. However, the screen instantly erupted with a blinding blue light, and the device began to emit a slight warmth. Both Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun noticed Xiao Yan's lack of action and the unusual blue glow emanating from his pocket. Xiao Yan, you haven't linked a payment app? Lin Xiao inquired tentatively. Lin Xiao promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, it's no big deal. Welcome to 415. Xiao Yan observed the two of them, particularly Fang Shijun's unreserved smile and Lin Xiao's understanding gaze. In this unfamiliar world, such pure goodwill, rooted in their identity as roommates, represented an entirely new experience for him. Though seemingly trivial, it carried the warmth of this world. Stepping out of the bustling restaurant, the evening breeze brought a refreshing chill. The neon lights of Yin City flickered to life, and the streets were abuzz with traffic. Chapter 6. The New Student Assembly. The morning sunlight, imbued with the crispness of early autumn, streamed through the glass windows of the dormitory corridor, casting slanted squares on the frosted floor. In room 415, Fang Shijun's characteristic booming voice resonated like a human alarm clock, sounding promptly. Get up, brothers. The computer science freshman assembly is on. Whoever is late buys breakfast for a week. With an exaggerated leap, he tumbled down from the upper bunk, the iron bed groaning under the strain. Lin Xiao had long since dressed neatly, meticulously adjusting the collar of his shirt in front of a small mirror behind the door. Upon hearing Fang's announcement, he pushed up the thin-framed glasses resting on his nose and spoke with calm composure. Assembly time is 8:30 a.m. Location, Information College Auditorium. Estimated walking time is 7 minutes. Considering peak pedestrian flow, I suggest departing at 7:40. Cold water splashed onto his face, bringing a fleeting sense of clarity. His perceptive awareness, akin to an invisible stream of data, instinctively expanded outward, instantly enveloping half the campus. A torrent of information flooded his mind, the clamor at the cafeteria breakfast window, the English words being recited on the tree-lined path, the soft hum of server fans in the laboratory, and in the direction of the information college, that familiar yet subtly aloof essence of a soul he recognized. She was there. As a teaching assistant, she would undoubtedly be present at the freshman assembly. In the information college auditorium, a massive screen flickered with welcoming messages for the new students. The air was infused with the scent of new computers, the aroma of ink from books, and the vibrant energy of youthful bodies. Freshmen clad in various departmental attire chattered excitedly, a blend of exhilaration and apprehension. Xiao Yan followed Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun, taking a seat in the computer science section. His gaze, sharp as a precision scanner, immediately fixed on the busy figure at the side of the podium. Yun. Today, she wore a light gray cashmere sweater paired with a black pencil skirt, topped with a beige collegiate-style blazer. Her long hair was still meticulously tied back, exposing her smooth forehead and graceful neck. She was quietly conferring with a senior student responsible for the sign-in, her head bowed, holding a tablet and a list. Her demeanor focused and professional, exuding an aura of coolness and competence that marked her as an elite. Well, Yunshu Edre, Fang Shijun exclaimed in an excited whisper, jabbing Xiao Yan with his elbow. Look over there. The one handling the sign-in. That charisma is extraordinary. Truly the belle and academic prodigy of the computer science department. Lin Xiao adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. Their eyes briefly met. Hey, did she just look at you, Xiao Yan? She definitely did. Fang Shijun continued to bubble with enthusiasm, his eyes wide as if he had witnessed something remarkable. Old Lin, do you think she recognized Xiao Yan? With that question, it's certain she did, Lin Xiao replied, his gaze sweeping between Xiao Yan's calm profile and Yun Yun's somewhat stiff silhouette in the distance. The freshman orientation proceeded methodically. The college leaders and representatives delivered their speeches, discussing the prospects of their disciplines, course structures, and laboratory resources with rigorous and logical content. Xiao Yan leaned back in his chair, appearing to listen attentively, yet his soul's perceptive abilities operated like a background monitoring program, sending out a thread that subtly intertwined with Yun Yun's presence. He could hear her clear, steady instructions to the new students as she addressed their queries. Her voice calm and professional, imbued with algorithmic precision. However, whenever she occasionally turned, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the area where Xiao Yan sat. That thread of perception would invariably catch the barely detectable quickening of her heartbeat and a hint of suppressed emotional turbulence. She was avoiding him, quite deliberately. This realization stirred the tranquil waters of Xiao Yan's heart with the faintest ripple. Why? Was it fear or confusion from recognizing his identity as a Dou Di? Or perhaps, in this world devoid of Dou Qi and governed by different rules, she wished to sever all ties to the past? Greetings to all new students. I'm Yun Yun, a second-year graduate student in the computer science department and one of the assistant counselors for this year's freshmen. Her voice flowed through the microphone, clear and steady, carrying a persuasive logical force akin to a well-functioning algorithm. The next 4 years will mark your journey into the realm of coding and the construction of a logical kingdom. I will assist the counselors in providing you with the necessary support for your studies and life. After the meeting, the crowd surged toward the exit like a tide. Fang Shijun grabbed Xiao Yan and Lin Xiao, chattering excitedly about heading to the cafeteria for food. Yet, Xiao Yan's gaze pierced through the throng, precisely capturing Yun Yun as she hurriedly clutched her tablet and materials, making her way toward the side door of the auditorium, clearly eager to leave. You guys go ahead. I need to use the restroom, Xiao Yan stated, deftly maneuvering through the crowd as he pursued her toward the side door. In the dimly lit stairwell of the Information Science Building's fire escape, where few ventured, Yun Yun had just pushed open the heavy fire door when a warm, strong hand gently grasped her wrist. Yun Yun, a deep voice resonated behind her, carrying an undeniable note of recognition. Official channels? Xiao Yan chuckled softly, not only refusing to release her, but stepping closer to confine her between himself and the cold fire door. A faint, refreshing scent of sunshine and laundry detergent enveloped her in an instant, yet it bore an invisible, oppressive weight that stemmed from his imposing presence, rendering her breathless. Yun Yun abruptly turned around, finally locking eyes with Xiao Yan, whose gaze was as profound as the night sky. His expression was serene, yet it seemed capable of piercing through all the carefully constructed facades she had erected. The immense pressure sent her heart racing, almost threatening to burst from her chest. She strained to maintain her composure, striving to make her voice sound cold and official. Xiao Yan, please be mindful of your words and actions, and do not harass the assistant counselor. She deliberately emphasized the titles of classmate and assistant counselor, making her intent to establish boundaries glaringly obvious. Harass? Xiao Yan leaned in slightly, close enough to discern the slight tremor of her eyelashes caused by her anxiety. You recognize me, don't you, Yunji? Or should I address you as the esteemed leader Yun Yun? Silence. Yun Yun reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice suddenly rising with a mix of indignation and surprise. Realizing her breach of decorum, she quickly lowered her tone, her eyes filled with defiance and a hint of fear. I do not know you at all, and I have no idea who Yunji is. This is a school. There is only the senior sister Yun Yun from the computer science department, And the freshman Xiao Yan. Please recognize reality. Do not bring your strange fantasies into the real world. She shoved Xiao Yan forcefully, attempting to break free from his grasp. But her strength felt as insignificant as that of an ant against a tree before the robust young man. Suddenly, he extended his hand. His fingertips brushing lightly against a stray strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead due to her struggle, the motion swift like a phantom, carrying a hint of teasing gentleness. As a freshman, I have numerous inquiries regarding my major and am eager to seek guidance from an exceptional senior sister, he said. Leaning in closer, his warm breath almost grazed her ear, his voice lowered to a magnetic timbre that felt both beguiling and dangerous, akin to deciphering a perilous code. Senior sister, I often confuse pointers and references. Could you perhaps give me some private tutoring? Or discuss more foundational concepts? Yun Yun's pupils constricted abruptly. She stumbled back a step, her back colliding heavily against the fire door, producing a dull thud. She gazed at Xiao Yan, her expression filled with shock, anger, and a sense of being unmasked. This scoundrel, he was merely toying with her, utilizing her expertise, one she could not refute, as a guise to blatantly unearth her disguise. Xiao Yan remained rooted in place, his fingertips seemingly still holding the soft sensation of her hair. He observed her hasty retreat, a faint, playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 7. The Resource Room. And teasing the senior sister in the resource room of the computer science department, the afternoon sun lazily filtered through the blinds, casting slender bands of golden light across the dust-laden shelves and yellowed documents. The air was filled only with the soft hum of the central air conditioning and the comforting, antiquated scent of paper. Yun Yun stood at the top of the movable ladder, her fingertips carefully placing a hefty volume titled A Comprehensive Analysis of Computer Network Protocols back onto the top shelf. She stood on tiptoe, focused and serene. The sleeves of her beige knit sweater rolled up to her elbows, revealing a slender, fair forearm. Below the ladder, all was quiet. Yun Yun silently exhaled, relieved that the troublesome individual seemed absent today. As she was about to descend, a clear and familiar male voice, imbued with just the right amount of curiosity, unexpectedly resonated in the quiet room, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Yun Yun's body stiffened imperceptibly, and the book in her fingertips nearly slipped from her grasp. Taking a deep breath, she gradually turned around, her gaze lowered. Xiao Yan had, unbeknownst to her, already positioned himself beside the ladder, casually holding a hefty professional tome. He tilted his head slightly, a harmless, sunny smile gracing his face, his eyes bright and sincere, as if he were merely an eager freshman thirsting for knowledge. A warning bell rang in Yun Yun's mind. Caution against Xiao Yan, swiftly donning her scholarly guise. She spoke in a flat, unruffled tone, deliberately avoiding his intensely deep eyes. The third shelf on the left, area 3097. Oh, thank you, senior, Xiao Yan replied amiably, turning towards the indicated location. However, after taking just 2 steps, he inadvertently tripped over a seemingly inconspicuous power cord lying on the floor. Ouch! With a perfectly timed exclamation, he stumbled, the heavy book slipping from his hands and hurtling towards Yun Yun. The incident transpired so suddenly. Her pupils dilated. Instinctively, her body reacted faster than her mind. She lightly tapped her toes on the ladder's rung, her waist twisting with an astonishing flexibility, akin to a willow swaying in the wind, narrowly evading the perilous projectile. While her delicate hand reached out and deftly caught the spine of the book midair, her movements flowed seamlessly, exuding a grace that transcended the ordinary. While she successfully caught the book, the abrupt motion caused her to lose her balance, and the ladder beneath her emitted a sharp groan, swaying violently. Be careful, a startled voice called out. Yun Yun felt herself suddenly weightless, an irresistible force firmly supporting her waist, lifting her completely off the swaying ladder. As her feet touched the ground, she looked up in a daze, only to find herself locked in Xiao Yan's concerned gaze, his eyes filled with worry. Mere inches away from hers, his arms remained securely around her waist, their bodies pressed closely together, breaths audible in the charged air. The study room fell silent, save for the hum of the air conditioning and the rapid beating of their hearts. Senior, are you all right? Xiao Yan's voice carried a hint of fear, yet his eyes sparkled with concern, fixating on her slightly flustered face. It's all my fault. I was too careless while walking. Did I hurt you? His concern sounded genuine, and he showed no intention of loosening his embrace. Yun Yun's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. She could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from his body and the strength of his arm around her. This position felt far too intimate. It's fine, she stammered. Xiao Yan patted his chest, visibly relieved, then bent down to retrieve the offending book, brushing off non-existent dust while a sunny, yet slightly apologetic smile returned to his face. Senior, that was truly impressive. Your agility surpasses even that of our physical education teacher. Have you trained before? He inquired seemingly without intent. Yet his gaze bore an inquisitive spark, as if the elegant figure he had glimpsed moments ago was merely an offhand compliment. A warning bell rang again in Yunyun's heart. Oh no. In her moment of urgency, she had instinctively reacted with her body. She feigned composure, adopting a stern expression. Striving to make her voice sound grave, classmate Xiao Yan, please maintain silence and caution in the resource room. This is a place of learning, not a circus. Watch where you walk. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the book still clutched in his hands, her tone laced with a barely perceptible irritation. Do you intend to borrow this book or not? Yes, of course. Xiao Yan nodded eagerly, cradling the book in his arms, his smile radiating sincerity. Thank you, senior, for saving my life and for guiding me. He deliberately emphasized the phrase saving my life, his eyes glinting mischievously. Yunyun felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. Desperate to rid herself of this troublemaker, take the book to the entrance and register. Leave immediately after that. I need to organize the materials. This revelation struck Yunyun with the force of a dagger. She stared at Xiao Yan's handsome face, brimming with curiosity, then at the hefty professional tome in his hands. Her molars grinding together in frustration. This guy. He was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. From tripping her to tossing books and now asking for WeChat. A relentless series of tricks. There was a problem. Yunyun took a deep breath, striving to uphold her authority as a senior, resolutely declaring, ask the teacher during class. Or consult the library for information. Her refusal was clear and decisive, and she turned to ascend the ladder once more. Her demeanor exuding an aura that discouraged any further approach. Oh, Xiao Yan lamented with a drawn-out tone, resembling a large dog rejected by its master. He slowly inscribed his name and student number in the registration book, his gaze fixated on Yunyun. He watched her feigned nonchalance as she climbed the ladder, observing her slender waist sway before him, and the blush at her ears glimmering subtly in the light. Once registered, Xiao Yan carried the book to the entrance. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned casually against the doorframe, watching the cool yet slightly awkward figure on the ladder, suddenly letting out a low chuckle. The sound, though soft, pierced through Yunyun's ears with an unmistakable clarity, imbued with a sense of insight and delight. Yunyun's fingers, which had been organizing the book spines, paused abruptly. Senior, Xiao Yan's voice, laced with humor, reached her clearly. The way you accepted the book just now was truly lovely. Also, your ears are flushed. They are even more beautiful than the evening glow outside. Without waiting for her response, he embraced the thick professional book and, with a light step, vanished down the corridor outside the resource room, leaving behind a charming yet infuriating silhouette. Xiao Yan. Yunyun stood atop the tall ladder, her fingers gripping the book spine so tightly they turned pale, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. She gazed at the empty doorway, her teeth grinding in vexation, yet feeling utterly helpless. That scoundrel. He was clearly doing this on purpose. He knew everything. He was merely toying with her. In a fit of frustration, she kicked the innocent mobile ladder, which emitted a plaintive clang in response. However, in a corner unseen by others, the corners of her tightly pressed lips subtly curled upwards, forming a minuscule arc that even she was unaware of. The gentle glow of the setting sun filtered through the blinds, softly illuminating her slightly flushed profile. In the study room, dust danced quietly in the beams of light, as if it too had been touched by an elusive, vexing sweetness. Chapter 8. The Emperor delivers takeout. Following that one-sided confrontation, Yunyun upgraded Xiao Yan's defense system to the highest alert. She meticulously adhered to a policy of 3 abstentions. No looking, no listening, and no contact. Within the campus, she maneuvered as if equipped with an advanced radar to detect Xiao Yan, skillfully evading all possible routes. Even when she inevitably caught a distant glimpse of that figure in the cafeteria or classroom building, she would immediately activate her frost shield. Her gaze indifferent as she turned away, as if the other was merely a roadside tree. Yet, Xiao Yan, the former emperor of fighting, was well versed in the art of strategic encirclement and undermining the foundation of his adversaries. He patiently observed and calculated, akin to the most cunning of hunters, waiting for the moment when his prey would let down their guard. The opportunity arose one drizzly Friday evening, just as she produced her access card. Preparing to swipe open the glass door, a clear yet slightly anxious voice pierced through the curtain of rain. Yunyun, senior. Her body instinctively stiffened at the sound. The fingers gripping the access card tightened abruptly, and she almost reflexively attempted to pretend she hadn't heard, hastening her pace to swipe the card and enter. Senior, wait, your takeout. Xiao Yan's voice grew closer, accompanied by the hurried sound of footsteps splashing through puddles. Takeout. Yunyun paused in surprise, her steps halting. She had been too exhausted today to even consider ordering takeout. Puzzled, she turned around. Through the rain, Xiao Yan approached, holding a long black umbrella. He wore no coat, only a dark gray hoodie, his shoulders and tousled hair dampened by the rain, creating a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to stars in the dark night. Indeed, he held a thermal bag emblazoned with the logo of a well-known porridge shop. Finally caught up, Xiao Yan reached her. Slightly out of breath, wearing a smile that blended relief and apology, droplets of rain cascading down his chiseled jawline. The delivery guy seemed to have mixed up the building, delivering it to the boys' dormitory. I saw the address was yours, senior, and fearing the porridge would turn cold and unappetizing, I hurried over to deliver it to you. His explanation was reasonable and his gaze was sincere. Yun regarded him with suspicion, then glanced at the thermal bag in his hand. The address was indeed her apartment number, and the name was also Ms. Yun. Could it truly be a mistake? She often ordered from this establishment for its nutritious porridge. Thank you. Yun suppressed her doubts, reaching out to accept the thermal bag. However, just as her fingertips brushed the cold handle, Xiao Yan seemed to lose his grip, the bag slipping from his hold. Oh no. The thermal bag was on the verge of falling onto the wet ground. Instinctively, Yun gasped and leaned forward to catch it. In that split second, Xiao Yan's other hand fortuitously steadied her arm. Simultaneously, his grasp on the bag tightened once more, securely positioning the thermal bag safely between them. Yun's arm was firmly held by his warm and powerful palm, her body leaning almost entirely against his chest due to the forward momentum. The distance between them shrank to a mere breath, and through the thin fabric of their clothes, she could distinctly feel the youthful warmth radiating from his chest, mingled with the refreshing scent of rain-soaked soap pods and the faint aroma of rice porridge. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. The rain pattered against the umbrella, creating a soft rustling sound, the only backdrop to their encounter. Yun's mind went blank as she suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Xiao Yan, who was mere inches away. Instead of the anticipated smugness or mischief, his gaze reflected a pure tension and remorse, born from the near mishap, as well as a hint of bashfulness typical of a young man, stemming from their excessive proximity. Senior, I'm so sorry. I slipped. I didn't frighten you, did I? Xiao Yan's voice trembled with genuine concern. Yet he did not immediately release his grip on her arm. Instead, he tightened it slightly, as if to ensure she was steady. The warmth of his palm seared through the delicate fabric of her sweater, and as he gazed down at her, his eyes were focused and unmasked with care. The damp strands of hair framing his forehead reflected the depth of his concern, capturing the image of her startled expression, her cheeks flushed with color. The distance was too close. So close that she could discern the individual lashes framing his eyes, could feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her forehead. A rush of heat surged from her toes to the crown of her head. Her cheeks felt as if they might ignite, and her heart raced wildly in her chest, the thumping echoing in her ears. She wished to push him away, to escape the suffocating ambiguity of the moment, but her body felt as if it had been ensnared, rigid and immobile, leaving her to endure the steady, searing strength of his hold. Thank goodness, it's all right. Xiao Yan seemed to exhale in relief, finally, albeit reluctantly, loosening his grip on her. He carefully offered the insulated bag to her, a sunny yet apologetic smile returning to his face. Senior, your porridge. Eat it while it's warm. The seafood porridge is quite delightful. Yun nearly snatched the insulated bag from him, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his fingers once more. That slight contact sent another shiver through her. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her face burning with embarrassment, longing to flee into the safety of her apartment. Thank you, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, eager to conclude this bewildering incident that had left her flustered. Boom. The string of rationality in Yun's mind snapped completely. Borrowing an umbrella? Seeking the restroom? Could the excuses be any more absurd? He was clearly intentional about this. From the mistaken delivery to the slip-up, and now this brazen advance. Each tactic seamlessly intertwined. He was aiming to enter her apartment. A wave of shame and the helplessness of being seen through overwhelmed her. She whirled around, disregarding any semblance of her senior image, her cheeks aflame, her eyes glistening with indignation and tears from the tumult of emotions. She glared at the seemingly innocent yet scheming figure before her, her voice nearly breaking as she exclaimed, Xiao Yan, you scoundrel, what do you truly want? The question, laden with grievance and accusation, resonated distinctly at the entrance of the quiet apartment building. Raindrops dripped from the edge of the umbrella, splashing softly upon the pavement. Xiao Yan's smile faltered slightly as he beheld Yun. Her eyes reddened and resembling a ruffled kitten, the playful glint in his gaze replaced by a palpable mix of confusion and heartache. He had not anticipated such an intense reaction from her. He opened his mouth, as if to offer an explanation, but the sight of Yun's tear-filled eyes, brimming with the unspoken words of mistreatment, rendered his prepared remarks stuck in his throat. The rain continued to fall. The two stood just a step apart, one filled with indignation, the other in a state of stunned helplessness. The aroma of seafood congee wafted from the insulated bag, intertwining with the cool scent of rain, creating an atmosphere that was both painfully awkward and inexplicably intimate. The glass door of the apartment building silently began to close behind Yun Yun. Chapter 9. Is your umbrella large enough? Xiao Yan. You scoundrel. What do you want from me? Yun Yun's voice, tinged with tears, struck like a frosty dagger, piercing through the thick tension that enveloped them and stabbing directly into Xiao Yan's heart. The smile vanished from his face entirely, and the mischievous glint that usually danced in his eyes was replaced by stark astonishment and a flicker of unmasked sorrow. The rain continued to patter, drumming against the umbrella, echoing the sudden chill of their silence. Yun Yun's chest heaved violently, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes felt unbearably sore. She felt like a complete fool, ensnared step by step by his carefully orchestrated coincidences. The scent of that damned seafood congee now seemed to reek of conspiracy. All she wished for was to vanish, to escape the scene that left her utterly defenseless and in disarray. The glass door of the apartment building emitted a soft click behind her, slowly closing as if urging her to flee. Driven almost by instinct, Yun Yun abruptly turned, one hand clutching the scalding hot insulated bag while her other hand almost violently swiped at the card reader, desperate to enter and shut out this irritating individual along with the door itself. However, just as the door was about to close completely, it encountered resistance, emitting a faint alarm as it slid back open. Xiao Yan stood outside, rainwater trickling down from his damp hair, cascading along the line of his resolute jaw. He made no attempt to push his way in. Instead, he firmly propped his arm against the doorframe, halting its closure. Bowing his head slightly, he locked his gaze onto her, his deep-set eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions, the embarrassment of being reprimanded, the frustration of a failed ploy, but above all, an undeniable stubbornness accompanied by a hint of hurt. "I'm sorry." The words emerged from him with an extraordinary clarity and weight, resonating amidst the rain and striking against the taut strings of Yun Yun's heart. Her heart skipped a beat, fingers tightening unconsciously around the insulated bag, the tips digging into the soft packaging. She pressed her lips together, defiantly turning her head away, refusing to meet his soul-piercing gaze. "Sorry?" He echoed the word that Yun Yun had hurled at him, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. His voice dropped lower, imbued with a rare, almost clumsy candor, as he confessed that he simply could not find another way to approach her. She resembled a wary hedgehog, retracting tightly within herself, avoiding him at every turn. He had attempted numerous times to engage her in conversation, even if it was merely a greeting, yet she would not grant him so much as a glance. Raindrops trickled down the sleeves of his hoodie, splattering onto the polished floor tiles and creating a small pool of dark water. His gaze bore both frustration and a desperate seriousness. Yun Yun felt as though her heart had been violently struck by something. His unabashed remorse and guilt, coupled with the unmistakable pain reflected in his eyes, deflated her simmering anger like a punctured balloon, leaving her with a feeling of emptiness. Although her face remained taut, her eyes could no longer evade his with the same icy sharpness as before. She could even feel the corners of her tightly pressed lips trembling slightly. "Go ahead," he urged, looking at Yun Yun with a calmness that bordered on resolute finality, as if the person who had just been insulted was someone else entirely. "The porridge is best enjoyed while it's hot. This place does indeed have a delightful flavor." He tugged at the corners of his mouth, attempting to muster a casual smile, but the expression appeared particularly pale and forced under the relentless rain. After speaking, he no longer awaited her response, abruptly turning away, the black canopy of his umbrella carving a clean arc through the downpour, seemingly intent on plunging into the increasingly heavy rain. Escaping the scene that had left him so flustered, the anticipated advance did not occur. Instead, he executed a swift and decisive retreat, accompanied by a word of caution. The hurt reflected in his eyes, masked under a facade of composure, lingered in the air. The sensor doors of the apartment building lost their resistance, beginning to silently close towards the center. Just as the door was about to shut completely, isolating the solitary, drenched figure outside, she blurted out, "Wait." Her voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, yet amidst the sound of the rain and the quiet rustle of the closing door, it rang distinctly clear. Xiao Yan's departing footsteps abruptly halted, his silhouette stiffening in an instant. Slowly, he turned around with an air of incredulity. Through the narrowing gap of the door, Yun Yun could see a sudden spark of light in his eyes, as if shining through the rain curtain, filled with cautious inquiry and immense hope. Her heart raced wildly within her chest, nearly leaping into her throat. She could not comprehend why she had called out to him. Her rational mind screamed for her to close the door and flee, yet her body felt as though it were anchored in place. Observing the raindrops cascading down his shoulders, witnessing the faint yet searing light in his eyes, the words, "May I borrow your umbrella?" rolled around on her tongue, but she could not bring herself to utter them. How utterly lacking in backbone. She chastised herself. Just moments ago, he had been insufferable. How could she? Yun Yun's voice was dry, her cheeks once again betraying her with a flush of warmth. She averted her gaze from his intense stare, her eyes frantic as they settled on the thermal bag in her hands, as if it were her sole lifeline. Is your umbrella large enough? She inquired, and immediately regretted the question, wishing she could retract her words. What a foolish thing to ask. It was as if she was unwittingly revealing her own secrets. Her face instantly flushed. Even the delicate earlobes were tinged with crimson. Xiao Yan, clearly taken aback by her question, momentarily froze. Then, a genuine smile, infused with the warmth of sunshine and the freshness of rain, blossomed on his handsome visage, radiating an intensity that surpassed even the steam rising from the bowl of seafood porridge. He slightly shrugged, subtly showcasing his damp sweatshirt, with eyes glistening like a large dog that had finally received its owner's compassion. Boom. Yun Yun felt her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She must have been out of her mind to call out to him. That cunning fellow. He was merely putting on an act. The hint of desolation and hurt was undoubtedly feigned. How could she possibly soften her heart? A wave of immense indignation surged over her, even more intense than before. She could no longer bear to gaze upon that infuriating face. Bang! The glass door of the apartment building, under the gaze of Xiao Yan's delighted and triumphant expression, was forcefully shoved shut by Yun Yun in a fit of anger and humiliation, producing a dull thud that completely severed the two worlds within and outside the door. Inside, leaning against the cold metal door, her heart raced as if it might explode. Her face felt like it was on fire, and the heavy thermal bag in her hand felt like a scalding hot potato, a silent mockery. Outside, that guy must be smiling in triumph. Xiao Yan, observing the closed glass door reflecting blurred lights, felt his smile grow wider, eventually breaking into a silent grin that revealed a few gleaming teeth. Although he found himself on the outside, he sensed that something had shifted. She had called out to him. She had softened her heart. That once impenetrable door had been pried open just a crack, even if it was as thin as a hair. Chapter 10. A subtle sense of loss. Bang. Yun Yun pressed her back against the cold, hard metal door, as if seeking some semblance of support from it. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest, each beat infused with searing embarrassment that reverberated against her eardrums. Her cheeks burned fiercely, her ears and neck likewise aflame. Damn it! Scoundrel! Jerk! She cursed him silently, each word striking her chaotic thoughts like a hammer. How could she have been deceived by his feigned desolation and dampened shoulders? That question about the umbrella was undoubtedly the most foolish remark ever. Had she not just handed him a stepping stone? His sudden, triumphant smile was blinding, like a lightning bolt that shattered all her defenses, leaving her yearning to find a crevice to hide in. The handle of the thermal bag dug deeply into her palm, sending a sharp pain and the cold sensation of plastic coursing through her. Inside the bag, the bowl of seafood porridge still retained a trace of warmth, and through the packaging, a hint of its aroma stubbornly invaded her senses. This scent now felt like a voiceless mockery, reminding her of her earlier weakness and the success of the person outside. Outside, the sound of rain seemed to intensify. Would he leave? Or was he still standing there? Yun Yun held her breath, instinctively straining to listen. Apart from the relentless patter of raindrops against the umbrella and the rustling on the ground, there seemed to be a faint, suppressed chuckle. Boom. A surge of indignation rushed to her head. He was indeed laughing. That scoundrel. She could vividly envision the smug and cunning smile adorning his handsome face at that moment. Yun Yun. Oh Yun Yun, you are truly beyond redemption. Frustrated, she closed her eyes briefly, suddenly sitting upright as if to flee from this suffocatingly embarrassing space behind the door. She could not remain here. Not for a single second longer. Clutching the thermal bag tightly, she lowered her head and hurried towards the elevator like a startled rabbit. The sound of her high heels striking the polished tiles echoed sharply in the empty corridor, amplifying her sense of panic. Yun Yun faltered, nearly stumbling. It was Uncle Wang, who lived on the same floor and managed the daily affairs of the apartment building. He peered out from the small office, holding a newspaper, his face adorned with his customary amiable smile. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yun Yun managed to force a smile, her voice tight, the blush on her cheeks still vivid. Uncle Wang's gaze fell upon the thermal bag in her hand, then glanced toward the closed glass doors behind her, his smile deepening with an understanding and teasing glint. It was quite rainy outside just now, wasn't it? I saw a rather spirited young man standing at the door for quite a while, struggling with his umbrella, half of him getting soaked. TSK. The youth of today, he deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Was he delivering something to you? Boom. Yun Yun felt her previously cooled cheeks ignite once more. Uncle Wang had seen it. He had definitely seen it. No, it's just a delivery gone wrong, she hastily denied, her words tumbling out in a near stammer, instinctively concealing the thermal bag behind her as if it were a burning piece of evidence. I'll head upstairs now, Uncle Wang. With that, she nearly fled, her finger trembling as it pressed the elevator button. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the confined space momentarily shielded her from Uncle Wang's knowing gaze, yet it could not quell the turmoil raging within her. The mirrored walls of the elevator reflected her flushed cheeks and panicked eyes. Leaning against the cold metal of the cabin, she exhaled deeply and silently, attempting to calm her heart, which felt as if it might leap from her throat. The thermal bag in her grasp stubbornly radiated a faint warmth, like a small, comforting brand, searing her palm and her efforts to freeze her emotions. The elevator reached her floor. Yan practically dashed into her apartment, locking the door with a decisive click, as if that would completely sever her connection to the outside world and the person who had so disturbed her tranquil heart. Leaning against the door, the familiar, cool air of her solitary sanctuary enveloped her, finally granting her a semblance of safety. A solitary wall lamp illuminated the living room, casting a soft, tranquil glow. She looked down at the thermal bag in her hand. The white bag, emblazoned with the logo of the kanji shop, now appeared to her like a Pandora's box. Should she discard it? But the food was innocent. Moreover, she hadn't tea at dinner, and her stomach felt empty. Should she keep it? Would that not imply accepting his bride? Would it mean acknowledging her own softness? Reason and emotion waged a fierce tug-of-war within her mind. Ultimately, the pangs of hunger and the instinctive reverence for food prevailed. She bit her lip and approached the diminutive dining table, cautiously placing the thermos bag upon it as if handling hazardous materials. She untied the bag's knot and lifted the lid. A wave of rich, aromatic steam surged forth, infused with the unique sweetness of seafood and the depth of kanji. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cool. The porridge was thick and silky, adorned with vibrant red shrimp, plump scallops, and lush green scallions, an irresistible sight. Yan grasped the complimentary spoon, her fingertips icy. She gazed at the swirling steam rising from the bowl, her expression somewhat dazed. Before her eyes, the image of Xiao Yan standing in the rain resurfaced. Raindrops cascaded down his sleek black hair, splattering against his damp dark sweatshirt, creating a widening patch of dark moisture. He held an umbrella, yet half of him was exposed to the downpour, his eyes reflecting the embarrassment of being reprimanded, a fade of composure, and a fleeting glimpse of palpable heartache. I simply cannot find another way to draw near to you. You are like a vigilant hedgehog. Yan tightened her grip on the spoon. She scooped up a mouthful of kanji, bringing it to her lips. The warmth glided down her throat, instantly dispersing the last remnants of chill that the rain had bestowed upon her. The flavor was indeed exquisite, sweet and rich, perfectly cooked. With each spoonful, her stomach filled with the comforting food, yet the warmth strangely amplified the turmoil within her heart. She resented his unscrupulousness and scheming, despised how he shattered the tranquility and distance she endeavored to maintain. Yet, when he stood before her in the rain, bearing that clumsy sincerity and wounded gaze, when she beheld his half-soaked shoulder and heard his straightforward apology and the retreat from the wall she had erected, a wall named past entanglements and present vigilance, it seemed he had, through this almost petulant manner, pried open a narrow fissure. He was no longer the aloof, decisive Dodi, but rather a somewhat foolishly persistent suitor, a man who would ruminate over a bowl of kanji, whose eyes would light up at her softened words of weight, and who would silently chuckle at her flustered attempt to close the door. This realization sent Yan's heart racing once more. She irritably set down the spoon. The bowl still half full. She must not soften. Absolutely not. Yan sternly admonished herself. Who is Xiao Yan? His inherent arrogance and determination had never wavered. Once he seized an opportunity, he would undoubtedly press forward relentlessly, conquering all in his path. Was the lesson from the cave in Yaogu not sufficiently profound? Must she tread the same treacherous ground in this seemingly peaceful world devoid of fighting spirit? Suddenly, she rose and walked to the window. The rain continued to fall, the yellow glow of the streetlights diffusing into blurred patches on the wet ground. The entrance to the apartment below lay empty. He had left. Did this realization bring her an inexplicable sense of relief or a faint twinge of loss? Yan shook her head, casting aside this absurd thought. She drew the curtains, completely severing her connection to the disturbing rain-soaked night. Outside, the sound of rain persisted. Inside, her heart was tumultuous. The warmth of a bowl of kanji not only warmed her stomach but subtly melted the hardened ice at the edges of her heart's defenses. The narrow gap that had been pried open, though minuscule, could no longer be overlooked. The next time that door is rapped upon again, when that figure, imbued with the essence of sunlight and rain, reappears, how shall she respond? She is uncertain, only aware that this night is destined to be anything but tranquil. The aroma of kanji and the faint echoes of laughter, seemingly lingering amidst the sound of rain outside, will undoubtedly linger in her dreams. Chapter 11. Attempting to cultivate with a soft click, the door behind him closed, completely severing the connection to the corridor's motion sensor lights and the heated, chaotic atmosphere left in the wake of his confrontation with Yun Yun. The confines of the small graduate dormitory were swiftly enveloped in silence. As the patter of rain outside appeared muffled, veiled by an unseen fabric, rendering it distant and indistinct, Xiao Yan leaned against the door, exhaling a long, silent breath. The expressions that once danced across his face in response to Yun Yun, cunning, wounded, triumphant, vanished, leaving only a profound weariness and an ineffable complexity. Moments earlier, downstairs, Yun Yun's tear-laden inquiries, her flushed cheeks, and the exasperated slam of the door flashed through his mind like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples that were swiftly submerged by a weightier, more formidable train of thought. He settled at the modest desk, the cold surface jolting him into a semblance of awareness. The yellow glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the rain-streaked glass, casting a hazy illumination within the room. It was quiet in the dormitory, save for the sound of his somewhat labored breathing. A profound, piercing longing surged within him, akin to a beast long dormant, awakening with ferocious intensity after the fleeting emotional turbulence brought by Yun Yun had subsided, violently battering against the barriers of his heart. Medusa, that strikingly beautiful queen of the snake people, who stood as both foe and ally, ultimately bound to him by life and death. Her proud silhouette, those purple serpent eyes that surveyed the world with disdain, her exposed fragility and resilience during the act of creation, and the deep-seated yearning that accompanied their parting. And then there was Xiao Xiao, his blood-related daughter, that small child, inheritor of her parents' finest traits, sweet and endearing, the softest part of his heart. When he departed, she was so young, calling him daddy in her cherubic voice, extending her chubby little hands, seeking his embrace. Xiao Yan's fingers clenched unconsciously, his nails digging into his palms, bringing forth a sharp pain that could do nothing to alleviate the dull ache in his chest, as if a piece of his flesh had been brutally excised. An overwhelming sense of confusion and panic threatened to engulf him in its grasp. Countless questions coiled around his heart like cold serpents, tightening their grip to the point of suffocation. He abruptly rose, pacing restlessly within the confines of the small dormitory, akin to a caged beast. The might of a Dou Emperor felt rendered utterly useless in this realm devoid of any fighting spirit, as if his limbs had been severed. He could not sense even the faintest connection to the Dou Qi continent, akin to a soul exiled into boundless darkness. The sense of powerlessness, an unprecedented weight far heavier than when he was deemed a useless outcast in Wutan City, bore down on him 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Back then, he at least knew the path lay beneath his feet, that he could strive to alter his fate. But now, what remained? He is utterly lost, unable to discern the direction of his efforts. He knows not where he stands, or from whence he came. No, this cannot continue. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, a flicker of near-manic determination flashing in his eyes. He is Xiao Yan, a man who has endured countless trials of life and death, rising from obscurity to ultimately step into the realm of the Dou Emperor. He refuses to succumb to this feeling of helplessness, unwilling to wander aimlessly like a headless fly in this world. A thought struck him like lightning, cleaving through the chaos of his mind. Though this world lacks Dou Qi, the blood of a Dou Emperor flows within him. His soul is that of a Dou Emperor. His meridians, forged through innumerable trials, are extraordinary pathways capable of bearing the essence of an emperor. Perhaps there exists another form of energy in this world? Perhaps he can, by channeling his cultivation techniques, once again sense the fluctuations of the natural energies. Even the faintest hint might serve as a clue on his path home. An overwhelming desire to survive and a deep yearning for his loved ones instantly eclipsed all distractions. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened with focus and intensity. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion, and moved to the center of the room, where space was relatively open. He closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, allowing his consciousness to delve into his being. In that moment, the instincts that had long since merged with his very essence were awakened. He sat cross-legged, palms facing upward, adopting the most proper posture for cultivation. The burning technique commenced. He silently commanded within his mind. His intent sank into the location of his dantian, where once there had been an expansive golden ocean, the surging power of the Dou Emperor capable of upheaving rivers and tearing apart the heavens. Yet now, as his mind descended, he was met with an eerie silence. There was no golden sea, no torrent of Dou Qi, not even the slightest ripple of energy. Only a void, an utterly desolate expanse. It was as if the proud essence of the Dou Emperor, along with the vast Dou Qi, had been completely stripped away and sealed by this world. Impossible. Xiao Yan's spirit jolted, a chilling sensation coursing from his spine to the crown of his head. He refused to yield to despair, desperately urging his intent, attempting to invoke the trajectory of the burning technique that had long since intertwined with his soul. He could vividly perceive his intent navigating through the familiar, intricate pathways of his meridians, striving to commune with the heavens and draw energy into his being. However, no matter how ardently he tried, how fervently he sought to activate the techniques imprinted deep within his soul, his body remained an arid desert of silence. Not a trace of energy was attracted, refined, or absorbed into his meridians. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil post-rain and the distant murmur of the city, devoid of any trace of energy fit for cultivation. The forced activation of the technique did not yield a surge of power, but rather a profound emptiness that felt like a backlash. Xiao Yan let out a muffled groan. Beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. A wave of intense dizziness and nausea surged in his throat. This was not a physical injury, but rather a tremendous spiritual shock stemming from the stark disparity at the soul level and the complete ineffectiveness of his cultivation methods. He abruptly opened his eyes, which were now laced with ghastly red veins, filled with disbelief, frustration, and a hint of fear. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Sweat trickling down his temples and splattering onto the cold floor. Futile. Utterly futile. In this world, not only was there a lack of contention, but it seemed to completely reject any energy suitable for his cultivation system. The very foundation upon which he survived and took pride in was wholly denied in this realm. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Xiao Yan stared vacantly at his slightly trembling hands, hands that once wielded the otherworldly flames capable of incinerating all, yet now could not even ignite a flicker. An unprecedented sense of confusion and panic enveloped him like a frigid tide, drowning him completely. Outside the window, the sound of rain had mysteriously ceased. In the deathly silence of the dormitory, only his heavy, oppressive breaths remained, accompanied by the meager warmth from a bowl of seafood porridge that still seemed to carry Yunyun's essence, appearing so ironic amidst the cold despair. The pride of a Dou Emperor shattered against the barriers of this alien world. The return path seemed bleak, and the road ahead uncertain. For the first time, Xiao Yan felt a profound chill and loneliness deep within his bones in this seemingly tranquil world. The door unlocked, and Lin Xiu looked at Xiao Yan, who sat like a monk in meditation, with a bewildered expression, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Old Xiao, have you lost your mind?" On the contrary, Fang Shijun appeared pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiao Yan, look at those muscle lines. Have you trained at Shaolin Temple?" No. I just saw a video and tried to mimic it," Xiao Yan replied, awkwardly scratching his head. Chapter 12, The Mortal Frame? The thunder on the sports field time slipped away quietly amidst Xiao Yan's dual struggles. His subtle strategies towards Yun seemed to bear fruit. At least she no longer bolted from the library upon seeing him as if he were a plague, and occasionally, when he encountered academic challenges, she would offer a few succinct pointers, though her gaze remained as distant as ice. Meanwhile, his attempts to condense Dou Qi were met with the resistance of an impenetrable wall, each endeavor concluding with a jarring sense of soul-shaking impotence. The frigid and solid barriers of the world's rules firmly confined him within the shell of a mere mortal. Amidst this delicate balance, an unforeseen disturbance arose. His roommate, Fang Shijun. Fang Shijun was a quintessential sunny and cheerful athlete, tall and robust, overflowing with energy, a key member of the school's track and field team. His greatest worry was the insufficient number of participants for this year's inter-college sports meet, particularly in the men's events, as it appeared they would become the laughingstock of the neighboring colleges. Xiao Yan, attempting to delve once more into the silence of his dantian while gazing out the window, did not even lift his eyelids at the interruption, not interested. "Come on," Fang Shijun exclaimed, seizing Xiao Yan's arm and shaking it. "I know you're low-key. I know you're concealing your talents. I noticed your moves on the basketball court last time. Your base is incredibly stable. Your physical condition is absolutely exceptional. Look at your physique, those lines. It would be a waste not to shine on the sports field." He pointed at Xiao Yan's well-proportioned, yet explosively powerful form. A perfect foundation sculpted from countless trials and the essence of a Dou Emperor, standing out remarkably in this world. His last words pricked Xiao Yan like a fine needle. Yun as the referee? In an instant, a vivid image flashed through his mind. Yun clad in athletic attire, intently focused with a stopwatch in hand. This vision weakened his resolve just slightly. Fang Shijun, astutely sensing this crack in his defenses, seized the moment, passionately recounting how the department's honor teetered on the brink, how he had boasted before the sports minister, and how, should they fail to gather enough participants, he would be left utterly humiliated. His relentless persuasion, akin to a tempest, left Xiao Yan, accustomed to the straightforward and combative style of the battlefield, utterly astounded. Ultimately, under Fang Shijun's ultimate threat of kneeling and weeping while clinging to his legs, combined with the potential allure of encountering Yun, Xiao Yan, massaging his throbbing temples, helplessly uttered a single word. "Fine. Hooray. Long live Yin Gu." Fang Shijun erupted in joy, swiftly retrieving his phone to snap a picture and upload the registration form, terrified that Xiao Yan might reconsider. On the day of the sports meet, the sun shone brilliantly. The sports field was adorned with fluttering flags and resounded with the clamor of excited voices. Xiao Yan stood amidst a group of vigorously warming-up boys, clad in the ill-fitting vest and shorts that Fang Shijun had thrust upon him, his expression inscrutable and out of place. He merely wished to expedite this tedious task and retreat to a corner to continue his futile training. The preliminary round of the 100 meters commenced swiftly. At the sound of the starting gun, the other competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. As for Xiao Yan, instinctively he controlled his movements, attempting to mimic the posture and technique of those beside him, resembling a clumsy novice, even deliberately lagging behind by half a stride. Yet, his physique, remade by the essence of the Dou Emperor, had long surpassed the limits of human capability in terms of fundamental muscle explosiveness, neural response speed, and coordination. Even as he intentionally suppressed and contained 99% of his strength, merely relying on the most primal, instinctual muscular drive, whoosh. The moment he took his first step, the synthetic track beneath his feet seemed to emit a faint groan under the weight of his prowess. Just a few strides later, he resembled a cheetah unbound, his figure creating an illusion of tearing through the air, instantly surpassing all his rivals. A tremendous gasp erupted from the stands. Who is that? So fast. Like a bolt of lightning. He was just lagging behind. Yun, stationed at the finish line with an electronic timer, maintained a calm gaze upon the track. As the figure clad in the ill-fitting vest crossed the finish line at a speed that defied her understanding, her finger instinctively pressed the timing button. Looking down at the numbers on the screen, her pupils dilated in shock. 10.01 seconds. A result far exceeding the standard for national-level athletes, nearly brushing against the threshold of elite status. Moreover, he had clearly started off slowly. Yun abruptly lifted her head, gazing at the figure that had come to a halt beyond the finish line, slightly panting. Xiao Yan appeared surprised at his own swiftness. Frowning as he glanced at his legs, a hint of barely perceptible frustration etched on his face, feeling he had not fully contained his speed. His gaze fortuitously met Yun's astonished eyes. Her expression, previously aloof, now brimmed with incredulous inquiry and a deeper vigilance. His recent sprinting form, characterized by a terrifying explosion of pure physical strength, instantly reminded her of certain formidable practitioners of physical prowess from the continent of combat chi. Such prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary university student. A chill ran through Xiao Yan's heart. He promptly averted his gaze and pretended to walk away nonchalantly. The 100-meter final unfolded without suspense. Xiao Yan continued to moderate his pace, effortlessly clinching the championship with a time of 10.3 seconds. Once again causing an uproar among the spectators. Fang Shijun, standing at the sidelines, was so exhilarated he nearly crushed the pole of his banner. Next was the long jump. Upon reaching the takeoff board, he mimicked the motion, forcefully propelling himself off his left foot. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated as if the entire jump area trembled. The takeoff board shattered beneath him, sending rubber fragments flying. Xiao Yan's body soared as if propelled by an invisible cannon, tracing a breathtakingly near-linear and terrifying trajectory through the air. His landing point far exceeded the end of the sandpit, with his feet even touching the thick grass mat behind it, designed for cushioning. The crowd fell into silence. Even the judges forgot to measure the results, all staring in astonishment at Xiao Yan, who landed on the grass mat, his expression one of bewilderment, and the visible spiderweb-like cracks on the takeoff board behind him. The student judge responsible for measuring the long jump results, a member of Union S Group, trembled as he held the measuring tape. After repeated measurements, he almost screamed the result. 88.95 meters. Boom. The entire stadium erupted. This achievement shattered a long-standing world record, and in such a brazen, unreasonable manner. A monster. A superhuman. Did he just crush the takeoff board? Am I seeing things? Yun stood near the finish line, exuding a sense of helplessness at his penchant for stealing the spotlight. She watched as a throng of ecstatic boys surged forward, lifting Xiao Yan and tossing him into the air. He wore a somewhat awkward and embarrassed smile, seemingly unaccustomed to such overwhelming attention. Chapter 13. The Dragon Emperor is hungry. Yesterday's wretched sports meet felt like a grand irony, sending the entire playground into a frenzy. The screams, the flashes of cameras, and countless piercing gazes that could penetrate his very soul overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. The dignity befitting a Dou Emperor was ruthlessly trampled, and he had become a spectacle, a rare curiosity. In that moment, the feeling of being observed returned. Several girls in vibrant athletic attire, their faces flushed with excitement, chattered animatedly around his little table in the corner. Their eyes sparkled with astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Yan, Senior Xiao Yan, you were so impressive yesterday, exclaimed a girl with a high ponytail, her voice the loudest, thrusting her phone screen almost into his face. The glaring QR code dazzling his vision. Let us add each other on WeChat. Just to get to know you. Yes, yes. Senior, how do you train for that sprinting? Please teach me. Another girl with short hair squeezed closer, her body nearly pressing against the edge of the table. Which department are you in? I've never seen you before. A third girl's voice was overly sweet, tinged with deliberate curiosity. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended. As if a colossal stone were cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, the atmosphere instantly thickened and grew heavy. The clamor in the corner of the cafeteria was abruptly severed by an invisible hand. The girls surrounding Xiao Yan's table felt their excitement ebb away like a receding tide, replaced by a profound reverence and trepidation rooted in the primal instincts of life. Their bodies involuntarily froze, throats constricted as if stifled, rendering them voiceless, wide-eyed in terror. Akin to herbivores ensnared under the gaze of a top predator. Instinctively, they staggered backward, crowding to clear a broad path. At the end of this passage, a figure materialized silently. She was tall and graceful, her flowing, lustrous purple hair cascading like a river of stars, unbound and draping naturally over her shoulders and back, with the tips gently curling. Under the dim light of the cafeteria, her hair shimmered with an enigmatic and regal sheen. Her visage was exquisite, resembling the most flawless of artworks. Her skin was whiter than snow, her features deep and three-dimensional, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with the pure, translucent hue of amethyst, radiating an undeniable brilliance. She donned a uniquely textured purple dress, its ancient style tailored to fit impeccably, accentuating her delicate curves. The fabric bore faint, scale-like patterns that shimmered subtly in the light, exuding a barely perceptible yet undeniable splendor as she moved, eschewing any superfluous adornments. Her innate nobility and strength rendered the surrounding commonplace individuals utterly overshadowed. Her presence seemed to radiate an aura that starkly contrasted with the cheap atmosphere of the cafeteria. Walking with an unhurried grace upon the greasy tiles, she seemed to traverse clouds, each step imbued with a dragon's inherent command over space. The students in her path were not forcibly displaced, rather, they instinctively yielded to her unspoken authority and presence as she approached. From the moment she appeared, her gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon Xiao Yan's astonished face. In her violet eyes, there was no hint of doubt, testing, or scrutiny. Only a near-certain recognition and a pure joy that resonated with the revelation of having finally found her target. Beneath this joy, however, surged a more potent, undeniable hunger of emotion. She strode directly to Xiao Yan's table. The bland bowl of congee, the limp buns, and everything surrounding them failed to stir the slightest flicker of her interest. Her focus was solely on Xiao Yan. Then, a command, both astonishing and yet laced with an air of inevitability, flowed from her beautifully shaped, unadorned lips, clear and melodious, yet imbued with the unmistakable will of a dragon queen. Xiao Yan. She pronounced his name with perfect enunciation, infused with the warmth of familiarity from a long-anticipated reunion, and an unwavering certainty that echoed, "At last, I have found you." As Xiao Yan's mind momentarily blanked, under the suffocating gaze of the onlookers, she gently lifted her delicate chin. Her violet, crystal-like eyes locked onto Xiao Yan's, and in a tone both assertive and demanding, reminiscent of a child requesting their well-deserved treat, she issued her command. "I am hungry. I want to consume medicinal pills. Right now." Boom. Xiao Yan felt an invisible thunderbolt explode within his mind. All his frustration, the suffocating discomfort, and his disdain for the spectators were obliterated in the presence of that familiar visage, those iconic violet hair and eyes, and the extraordinarily classic tone of someone demanding repayment. It was her. Indeed, it was her. Xian, the immensely powerful, drug-obsessed dragon emperor of the ancient void. She had somehow arrived in this world. And how did she find me? What about her attire? Time seemed to freeze. Xiao Yan stood frozen, his chopsticks clattering into the dish before him, his pupils dilated in sheer shock, his mouth agape yet devoid of sound. Should he explain? Inform her that this world lacked fighting energy, that there was no celestial energy nourishing spiritual herbs, and certainly no 7th-grade medicinal pills? Should he tell her that he, the mighty Flame Emperor, was reduced to subsisting on plain porridge and steamed buns? A sense of suffocating frustration, more intense than the embarrassment he felt during yesterday's sports meet, mingled with an absurdity that was almost comical, flooding his heart in an instant. He gazed at Xian's exquisite, flawless face, which now bore an expression that clearly communicated her hunger and her demand for medicinal pills. He then glanced down at his own chest, where the invisible pressure she exerted had caused the table to tremble, leading to the bowl of porridge, already precariously balanced, toppling over, the viscous, cool liquid slowly trickling down his cheap shirt, drenching his trousers in the process. While he appeared somewhat presentable, albeit in cheap attire, she descended with an air of authority. In his disheveled state, she reached out, demanding her pills. This scene was more absurd than even the most ludicrous of dramas. Seeing Xiao Yan staring blankly, utterly unresponsive, Xian's beautiful violet eyes ignited with dissatisfaction. Her lovely brows furrowed slightly, and the regal aura belonging to the Dragon Emperor emanated more distinctly, causing a few students nearby to feel their legs weaken, nearly bowing under her presence. "Hey, Xiao Yan." Her melodious voice rose a few octaves, tinged with a hint of playful impatience as she leaned forward slightly, as if to emphasize her demand. "Did you hear me? I am hungry, very hungry. I need medicinal pills. They must be no less than 7th grade. Ideally, 8th grade." Instinctively, she recited the standards from her time in the fighting spirit continent, her tone resolute and entirely self-evident. Xiao Yan thought to himself, Chapter 14, "You are deceiving me." He gazed at Xian's face, which was filled with an unmistakable hunger and irritation still stunningly familiar. He felt the palpable pressure in the air that belonged to the ancient void dragon, and then glanced down at his own sticky, porridge-soaked attire, as well as the few buns in the dish, now rendered unrecognizable by the murky liquid. An indescribable weariness and profound sense of helplessness washed over him like a cold tide, instantly engulfing him. Slowly, he raised his hand, not to retrieve a medicinal pill, for there were none, but to wipe the grains of rice that had splashed onto his chin. Then, with a voice that was a peculiar amalgamation of profound absurdity, helplessness, and a hint of complex emotions stemming from a reunion he himself had not fully grasped, he spoke dryly, articulating each word with painstaking effort. "The world has constrained my fighting spirit, so there are no elixirs for you." He struggled to utter this harsh reality. Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept over the disheveled table and the few pitiful buns, a grimace more grotesque than a cry of despair twisting his lips. His tone imbued with a weariness of resignation. Even this was purchased with money. He gestured towards the buns submerged in kanji, adding, "with something called money." Upon hearing the words "no fighting spirit and no elixirs," the violet eyes of Xian, filled with anticipation and authority, widened in shock. The flames of hope within her were extinguished as if doused by a bucket of absolute zero, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of disbelief and profound disappointment. Following Xiao Yan's gesture, she finally discerned the contents on the table: a viscous, bland paste exuding the aroma of common grains, accompanied by several limp, energy-devoid dumplings. Her expression transformed from one of assertive demand for elixirs to shock and confusion upon receiving the dreadful news, ultimately settling into a volatile mixture of extreme disdain, immense disappointment, and the brink of incredulous outrage. For the first time, a flicker of vulnerability, befitting her youthful spirit, appeared in the lofty demeanor of the Dragon Empress. Xian glanced at the disheveled Xiao Yan, then at the unappetizing food, and finally at his face, which bore the unmistakable mark of despair. A surge of betrayal, neglect, and the indignation wrought by hunger erupted within her chest. Without any deliberate force, the instinctual wrath of the Dragon Empress compelled her to slam her palm onto the metallic dining table before Xiao Yan. A low, thunderous hum resonated as the solid metal surface, centered around the seemingly delicate and pale point of her hand, unexpectedly and dramatically caved in. The edges twisted and curled, forming a stark outline of her palm. The entire table groaned under the strain, its 4 legs visibly bending. The remnants of bowls and plates on the table leaped and then settled again. This terrifying display of strength sent the already frightened students nearby into a frenzy, screaming as they scrambled away, clearing the corner of the cafeteria entirely. Xian appeared utterly oblivious to the chaos she had wrought. She leaned forward, her exquisite yet indignant visage drawing closer to Xiao Yan, her violet eyes ablaze with furious hunger, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Her petite nose sniffed the air. And then, in a fit of indignation, she accused, "Xiao Yan, you are deceiving me." Her voice carried a subtle hint of grievance, but predominantly radiated the domineering essence of the Dragon Empress. "I can smell it. That familiar scent of medicinal residue still lingers on you. Though faint, it undeniably exists. Speak. Have you hidden the delectable food away?" Clearly, she interpreted the faintest trace of the exotic fire or the alchemist's spirit that might linger on Xiao Yan as irrefutable evidence of concealed delicacies. Xiao Yan gazed upon the enraged countenance of the Dragon Emperor, whose unique fragrance wafted from her presence, mere inches away. He felt the table beneath him, now indented and on the verge of complete ruin, a tremendous predicament that struck him in an utterly unforeseen, yet hauntingly familiar manner, akin to being doused in porridge. This time, even the table seemed unable to withstand the turmoil, as he beheld her violet eyes, ablaze with fury and profound disappointment. He sensed the table beneath him groaning in agony, a testament to the uncontrollable power she inadvertently unleashed, an overwhelming instinct for survival, coupled with a sense of responsibility towards public property, eclipsed the absurdity that filled his heart. "Stop," Xian, calm down, Xiao Yan exclaimed. Raising his hand in a gesture of restraint, his voice laced with an unprecedented urgency and a hint of persuasion, an unfamiliar feeling indeed. I'm not deceiving you. Look around. His fingers swept across the disarrayed tabletop, the terrified students nearby, and the ordinary food in the cafeteria window, steaming yet devoid of any energy fluctuations. Everything here was entirely distinct from the world we knew. Xian's gaze instinctively followed his pointing finger. She witnessed the quaking mortals clad in peculiar attire. The vibrant yet lifeless fruits and pastries displayed at the window, and inhaled the mundane aroma of oil and cheap spices that permeated the air, all silently affirming Xiao Yan's words. A profound sense of confusion and despair washed over her like a chilling tide, extinguishing the fierce, impending pressure of the Dragon Emperor, which visibly deflated like a punctured balloon. In its place arose a deep-rooted, instinctual bewilderment. Her exquisite visage, once adorned with regal superiority, now bore the childlike helplessness and immense grievance of a lost girl. Her violet eyes dimmed, replaced by a shimmering haze of uncertainty. What shall we do? Her voice softened, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The once indomitable arrogance vanished without a trace. I am so hungry, truly starving. She tenderly caressed her flat abdomen. This gesture rendering her more akin to a famished little girl lost and desperate rather than the formidable ancient Dragon Emperor. At that moment, hurried footsteps and stern rebukes echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria. What is happening? Who is causing a ruckus? A group of burly men clad in security uniforms parted the crowd, storming in with an imposing presence. Their gaze swiftly fixed upon the center of the chaos, the deformed metallic table, the spilled porridge, and the disheveled boy standing beside a stunning girl with an otherworldly presence and an unsettling aura. Get out of the way. A cold command, imbued with the innate pressure of the dragon clan, erupted from Xian's lips, not intentionally aimed at anyone, yet reverberating like a tangible sonic wave amidst her extreme frustration. For she was starving and irritated by the incessant noise of these insignificant mortals. Although her power was significantly suppressed in this world, the sole pressure emanating from her bloodline, a mark of her existence at the pinnacle of the food chain, remained an unbearable weight for ordinary mortals. Chapter 15. I want that sparkling one. The few security guards who stormed in were struck by an invisible force at the moment they heard her low hiss, as if an unseen hammer had struck them in the chest. Their fierce expressions froze instantaneously, replaced by overwhelming terror. Their hearts felt as though gripped by a chilling hand, and a suffocating sensation enveloped them. The captain, at the forefront, let out a muffled groan, his face as pale as parchment, his outstretched hand hung limply in midair, and he stumbled backward uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. The other guards, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, stood frozen in place. Cold sweat saturating the backs of their uniforms, their gazes toward Xian filled with an incomprehensible, soul-deep dread. They dared not meet her icy violet eyes any longer. The cafeteria fell into an utter silence, broken only by heavy breathing and distant, stifled sobs. Xiao Yan inwardly cursed the situation. Though Xian's actions were unintentional, the effect was astonishing. He knew he had to remove her from this place of turmoil immediately. Without hesitation, he grasped her wrist, feeling its cool delicacy, yet sensing the unimaginable terror it harbored. Lowering his voice, he spoke quickly. Xian, forget them. I know where we can find food. Follow me. Food? A flicker of understanding ignited in Xian's eyes, the immense hunger overshadowing her annoyance at the surrounding ants. Almost instinctively, she allowed herself to be pulled by Xiao Yan. Her steps reflecting the poise of her dragon lineage, yet the speed was astonishing. Xiao Yan was half-dragged, swept past the rigid guards, and burst through the cafeteria doors, leaving behind a scene of silence and chaos. The early summer afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, casting dappled shadows under the verdant trees of the campus, where students ambled in small groups along the paths. Xiao Yan led Xian, choosing the less crowded trails to hasten their escape. He could feel the multitude of astonished, curious, and awestruck glances directed at them. Xian's otherworldly beauty and peculiar attire, adorned with dragon scale patterns, combined with Xiao Yan's recent notoriety from the sports meet, made it nearly impossible for them to go unnoticed, especially in their rather disheveled and imposing state. Xiao Yan, where is the food? Having been pulled from the cafeteria, Xian regained some composure, yet her hunger intensified her agitation. She tugged at her wrist, nearly crushing Xiao Yan's hand, her violet eyes fixated on him, filled with urgency and skepticism. Xiao Yan halted, leaning against the sturdy trunk of a phoenix tree, catching his breath. He glanced at the remnants of porridge staining his chest, then looked at the ethereal yet ravenous expression of the dragon queen before him, letting out a deep sigh. Xian, listen to me, he implored, striving to imbue his tone with sincerity. In this world, there truly is no fighting spirit, no elixirs. The medicinal residue you speak of may merely be the lingering soul imprint from my past alchemical endeavors. As for food, he bitterly smiled and gestured towards a distant roadside stall selling grilled sausages and oden. Such fare is merely sustenance, capable of filling one's stomach. Yet it bears no resemblance to the delectable delicacies he yearned for, those imbued with immense energy, such as medicinal pills and spiritual fruits. Xian followed his pointed finger and beheld the modest cart exuding smoke and warmth, inhaling the greasy aroma of sauces wafting through the air. Her delicate brows furrowed once more, her eyes openly expressing disdain and disappointment. That sort of thing? Lacking in energy, muddy with impurities, what use is it? It merely prevents starvation. Xiao Yan shrugged in resignation, acknowledging its necessity, at least for the time being. He retrieved several crumpled bills and a thin plastic card from his pocket, currency, as it were. In this world, without it, even such insipid sustenance would be unattainable. He revealed his meager balance, the numbers pitifully low. Xian regarded the colorful notes and the slender card with a mix of confusion and contempt. Exchanging this for such food? To her, this notion was incomprehensible, even more so than the most inferior barter system. In the Duki continent, strength, medicinal pills, and rare treasures constituted true currency. Indeed, Xiao Yan nodded. Observing Xian's exquisite face marred by the harsh realities of this world, his heart a tumult of emotions. Moreover, we must devise a means to acquire more money to sustain ourselves. The term survival uttered from the lips of a former Dou Emperor carried an ironic weight. Xian fell silent. She surveyed her surroundings, noting the peculiar garb of the energy-less mortals, the bizarre concrete structures towering above, and the almost negligible energy in the atmosphere. A profound sense of isolation and insignificance enveloped her, even as the ancient dragon empress. Her formidable power seemed rendered meaningless in this realm of disparate laws and depleted energy, where even the most basic need for sustenance became a matter of careful calculation. How did we end up here? She finally posed the pivotal question, her voice tinged with confusion as she turned to Xiao Yan. I recall being on Dragon Island, when suddenly the space trembled violently, and then she strained to remember, a flicker of pain and chaos crossing her violet eyes. Frowning, Xian pondered. It felt chaotic, like a shattered mirror with a powerful pull, and there seemed to be other faint energies, but she shook her head, her memory shrouded in a thick fog, eluding clarity. I awoke in a place I cannot identify, yet sensed the primal dragon and phoenix energy within you, which led me through the void. Xiao Yan's heart sank. Could it be that Xian had retained her strength from the Duki continent upon arriving here? He resolved to inquire further later, just as the two fell into silence, each grappling with the weight of their newfound reality and survival pressure. A sweet breeze carrying a hint of fruitiness swept past. With a cheerful jingle, an elderly man riding a modified tricycle ambled by on a nearby path. At the rear of the tricycle, a large, round straw target was adorned with countless glistening, golden-coated candied hawthorns. The vibrant crimson of hawthorn, the delicate splendor of strawberries, and the deep purple of grape shimmer enticingly under the sun, their sugary coatings reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. The rich, pure sweetness instantly penetrated Xian's nostrils. She abruptly turned her head, her amethyst-like eyes captivated by a glimmering, ruby-red object. In that moment, all her confusion, disappointment, and dissatisfaction with the world seemed to dissipate in the presence of this pure, vivid entity exuding a sweet aroma. Her eyes gradually brightened, akin to a young dragon discovering a rare treasure. Xiao Yan. Xian's voice resonated with an unprecedented, unadulterated yearning and excitement. She tugged forcefully at Xiao Yan's sleeve, nearly causing him to stumble, while pointing emphatically at the retreating target, a candy-coated hawthorn skewer. Her tone was resolute and indisputable. That shiny, red one. I want to eat that. Right now? Her voice was crisp and powerful, brimming with unassailable determination, as if she were proclaiming a significant decree from the Dragon Emperor. The confusion and sorrow born from the upheaval of the world and the scarcity of energy were instantly washed away by this sudden, sweet temptation. Xiao Yan followed her finger, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Candied hawthorn? This ancient Dragon Emperor of the Void, who consumed seventh-grade elixirs as if they were mere jelly beans, was now exhibiting such fervor for a street-side treat costing only a few coins? The contrast was almost enough to make him sigh in disbelief. That is candied hawthorn, wrapped in sugar, Xiao Yan attempted to explain, but Xian interrupted him with urgency. I don't care what it's called. Hurry. It's going to run away. Xian's gaze fixed on the tricycle rounding the corner, about to vanish from sight, and she grew anxious. She even forgot the immense power she possessed, albeit suppressed, instinctively wanting to rush forward and seize her target in the most primal manner. Xiao Yan, quick on his feet, grasped her wrist, having learned his lesson this time. He didn't pull too hard, merely guiding her gently. Wait. Xian, you can't do that here. You need to use this. He hastily produced a few crumpled bills and a meal card from his pocket, waving them before her. Money. You buy with money. Buy? Xian remained unfamiliar and impatient with this concept, Yet upon seeing Xiao Yan's serious expression and the imminent disappearance of the shimmering red object, she begrudgingly stifled her impulse to act. Then hurry. Use your money. Go buy it. All right. You wait here. Don't run off. Don't cause trouble. Xiao Yan hurriedly admonished her, disregarding his disheveled appearance stained with porridge, and dashed after the direction the tricycle had vanished. He ran with remarkable speed, reminiscent of his record-breaking pace from the previous day's sports meet, drawing the attention of passers-by. Xian stood rooted in place, watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure and glancing at her empty hands, pouting in dissatisfaction. She refrained from moving, yet her amethyst-like eyes acted like the most precise radar, firmly locked onto the corner where Xiao Yan had disappeared. Her body leaned slightly forward, akin to a poised cheetah, ready to spring into action at any moment. Not long after, Xiao Yan reappeared, holding aloft 2 strings of the largest and most succulent candied hawthorns. The vibrant red fruit was enveloped in a thick, crystalline sugar coating, reflecting a golden radiance under the sunlight, with a sprinkle of white sesame seeds adorning the top, creating an undeniably tempting sight. Xian's eyes instantly sparkled. She almost seemed to teleport, though to her, it was merely a swift dash, to Xiao Yan's side, snatching one string from his grasp. Her eager action made Xiao Yan worry she might inadvertently swallow the bamboo skewer as well. Is this the dazzling red treat? Xian held the candied hawthorn aloft, curiously leaning closer, her petite nose inhaling deeply. A pure, rich sweetness mingled with the slight tartness of the hawthorn fruit wafted into her nostrils. This aroma was an entirely new experience for her. In the Duki continent, her pursuit revolved around the potent fragrances of elixirs, yet this simple sweetness, crafted solely to satiate one's cravings, felt remarkably novel. No longer hesitant, she parted her elegantly shaped lips, approaching with a serious curiosity akin to that of a scientist exploring a new phenomenon. Tentatively, she extended her delicate pink tongue and gently licked the smooth, cool sugar shell. Xian's beautiful purple eyes widened in astonishment. Her long eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings. An unprecedented, explosive sweetness surged through her taste buds like a jolt of electricity. That pure, untainted sweetness, free from any energetic impurities, struck at the very essence of her soul. The cool, crisp sugar shell melted on her tongue, delivering an extraordinary texture and an even more intense sweetness. How delightfully sweet! She emitted a short, awestruck gasp, her voice brimming with incredulous joy. For the Dragon Emperor, who was accustomed to the ferocious energy contained within elixirs, this simple yet intense sweetness was an utterly transformative experience. Soon after, she no longer wished for mere sampling. She opened her mouth, revealing her pristine, orderly teeth, embodying the unique dominance and impatience of her dragon lineage. And with a decisive crunch, bit down into an entire hawthorn ball encased in its thick sugar shell. This reaction was even more pronounced. Her eyes widened in shock, her body leaning slightly back. The sweet sugar shell shattered between her teeth with a crisp sound, followed closely by the rich, juicy fruit flesh of the hawthorn, which bore a distinct tartness. The ultimate sweetness clashed violently with the sharp acidity, 2 starkly contrasting flavors colliding and merging in her mouth, creating an extraordinarily complex and stimulating flavor storm. This sensation was both foreign and exhilarating. It surpassed any auxiliary medicine she had ever tasted. At first, Xian's lovely brows furrowed tightly, clearly impacted by the sudden assault of tartness. Yet soon, her knitted brow unfurled, and her purple eyes sparkled with even greater brilliance. She resembled an explorer who had just discovered a new land, her face alight with wonder and excitement. Sweet, then sour, as she diligently chewed, savoring the wondrous transformation of flavors in her mouth, she babbled incoherently to Xiao Yan, like a child eager to share a newfound discovery. Crisp. Inside it's soft. Strangely enough, she diligently sought out adjectives, and finally her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Delicious." Upon uttering this, she fell silent, wholly engrossed in the magnificent endeavor of tackling the candied hawthorn skewers before her. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds rang continuously as she devoured one sugar-coated hawthorn ball after another with astonishing speed. She savored each bite with utmost seriousness, almost reverently, as if indulging in a culinary masterpiece. Occasionally, the bright red sugar residue would cling to the corners of her pearly lips and dainty chin. Yet she paid it no mind, deftly extending her rosy tongue to lick it away, and resumed her battle. Xiao Yan stood nearby, holding another untouched skewer of candied hawthorn. Observing the astonishing scene before him, the once formidable and fearsome ancient Dragon Emperor, Xian, renowned across the Duki continent, now resembled a carefree little girl, blissfully gnawing on a few yuan's worth of candied hawthorn, with sugar residue adorning her face. His sense of absurdity and helplessness reached an apex, yet concurrently, an inexplicable warmth and familiarity blossomed within him. Regardless of how the world evolved, her pure obsession with food remained unchanged. Before long, a skewer of 7 or 8 hawthorn balls was annihilated by Xian with the swiftness of a tempest, savoring the remnants of sugar on the bamboo stick. She then cast her sparkling purple eyes, brimming with unabashed desire, toward the untouched candied hawthorn in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan silently extended the skewer toward her. Xian accepted it without hesitation and plunged back into battle. As the final hawthorn ball vanished into her mouth, she exhaled contentedly, the sweet fragrance of fruit lingering in the air. She glanced at the 2 barren bamboo sticks in her hand, a hint of regret flickering across her face, and then fixed her piercing gaze on Xiao Yan, inquiring, "Is there more?" "None left," Xiao Yan replied, displaying his empty palm and shaking his equally empty wallet. The 2 skewers had consumed a significant portion of his remaining cash, leaving only a meager balance on his meal card, sufficient for just a couple of bowls of plain porridge in the cafeteria. Out of money, Xian seemed to take this term at face value, responding with an air of nonchalance. "Then let us go earn some." She spoke as if acquiring funds were as simple as foraging for wild fruits in the mountains. Chapter 17, 7-Star Dou Saint. Out of money, Xian's beautiful brows furrowed, her purple eyes glimmering with the primal instincts of the dragon clan. "Then let us trade for something with spiritual essence." Her assertion came with the confidence of a commander directing her subordinates in search of rare treasures across the Duki continent. In this realm, where the energy was so thin that it left her feeling uneasy, her sensitivity to spiritual energy was ironically heightened, akin to catching faint sounds in silence. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Indeed, how could he forget this ancient dragon emperor's unique prowess? Although the spiritual energy in this world was pitifully sparse, it was still better than none. "Can you sense it?" he asked eagerly. Xian lifted her chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority. "Humph. Though like a firefly against the bright moon, it cannot escape my perception. This way." Her delicate nose twitched slightly, akin to a predator locking onto its prey. Without hesitation, she turned and strolled toward a somewhat secluded alley leading to the outskirts, away from the bustling street. Her steps carried an innate rhythm, as if the very earth itself were guiding her path. Xiao Yan hurried to keep up. They wound through several dilapidated residential areas slated for demolition, arriving at a forsaken railway overgrown with wild grass. The air was thick with the scent of rust and dust. There, Xian extended her slender fingers, gesturing toward a cluster of stones near the damp railway foundation. This one, Xiao Yan picked up a stone, feeling its cold, heavy weight, its texture unlike any ordinary rock. Something within it glimmered. Xian spoke succinctly, her violet eyes flickering with understanding, an amalgamation of energy, laden with stagnation, yet marginally promising. Xiao Yan comprehended her meaning, carefully stowing the stone away. Guided by memory, he led Xian through a labyrinthine path to an alley specializing in antiques and curiosities, a mingling of the genuine and the counterfeit. Ultimately, they halted before a shop adorned with a sign proclaiming Yunyu Zhai, its faade exuding an air of understated elegance. Inside, the decor was exquisite. Soft lighting illuminated various jade and stone artifacts within glass display cases. The proprietor, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a refined tank suit, exuded an elegant demeanor as he savored his tea. Xiao Yan placed the dust-laden stone upon the dark velvet-lined counter. "Sir, might you lend your discerning eye?" The shopkeeper lifted his gaze, initially scrutinizing the stone with professional detachment. "Is this a rough stone?" The surface is coarse. Before he could finish, he instinctively picked it up, weighing it in his hand before directing a spotlight at it. Suddenly, he froze. He swiftly set down his teacup, grabbing a high-intensity flashlight and a professional magnifying glass, focusing intently on a slightly weathered facet of the stone. A vivid, dripping hue burst forth as if it concealed a pool of verdant waters. Pure, profound, and teeming with vitality, the radiance shimmered with an ethereal quality. Excavated from the foundation of an ancestral home, they say it was a stone used to suppress the dwelling. Xiao Yan remarked, his demeanor unruffled as he indicated Xian, wishing to expose her to the world and perhaps earn a little pocket money in the process. The shopkeeper's skepticism deepened, yet as his gaze met Xian's tranquil yet commanding violet eyes, an inexplicable shiver coursed through him, as if brushed by an ancient, colossal beast. Suppressing his excitement and greed, he feigned calmness, musing, "This is indeed extraordinary. However, the exterior is disappointingly poor, and the risk is quite substantial. How about this? Seeing you are a forthright young person, I shall offer a sincere price of 50,000. He quoted a figure significantly higher than the previous offers from lesser shops. "Hold on." The shopkeeper, noticing Xiao Yan's intent to leave, grew anxious, quickly pressing down on the stone. "Please wait. The price is negotiable. 65,000. This risk is truly considerable. 65,000 is already the limit. Xiao Yan calculated that this price was quite generous under the current circumstances, and considering the shop's relative legitimacy, prolonged negotiations would be unwise. He glanced at Xian, who appeared increasingly impatient, her fingertips unconsciously gliding across the hard rosewood counter, leaving behind a subtle yet deep scratch. The shopkeeper, catching this movement in his peripheral vision, felt his heart race and his back dampen with cold sweat. Agreed, let us finalize the deal, Xiao Yan replied decisively. When 6 stacks of thick red bills and a gold-embossed business card were firmly placed into Xiao Yan's hands, a genuine sense of relief washed over him. Ziyan gazed at the colorful currency, her violet eyes flickering with a hint of understanding and a barely perceptible disdain for the fragile equivalent of this world. With this substantial sum of money, Xiao Yan's choices became significantly more relaxed. He opted not for the crowded, cacophonous student apartments near the school, but instead took Ziyan to a mid-range residential community named Maple Grove, located 3 subway stops away from campus, where they rented a 2-bedroom apartment. The apartment, approximately 80 square meters, featured a well-proportioned and airy layout. The living room was adorned with light, warm-toned laminate flooring, while the walls were covered in soft beige wallpaper, complemented by a minimalist Scandinavian-style chandelier. The furnishings, including the sofa, coffee table, TV cabinet, and dining set, were all present, boasting a simple yet refined design. The open-concept kitchen was equipped with essential utensils and a built-in refrigerator. Each of the 2 bedrooms contained a comfortable king-size bed and a floor-to-ceiling custom wardrobe. The independent bathroom was designed for wet and dry separation, fitted with high-quality sanitary ware. The standout feature was the expansive balcony that connected the living room and bedrooms, with floor-to-ceiling glass doors offering a sweeping view of part of the central garden and the distant city skyline. The property management was well organized, featuring access control, surveillance, and regular cleaning services. The monthly rent was 4,200, with a deposit of 1 month and payment for 3, leaving Xiao Yan with less than half of the 65,000 he had initially possessed after accounting for the agency fee. The landlord, a well-dressed and eloquent lady, could not hide her surprise upon seeing Ziyan, yet her refined upbringing prompted her to merely smile while confirming the contract, thoroughly explaining the utilities, passwords, property manager's contact details, and the use of the smart lock before leaving the keys and departing. As the door closed, the smart lock emitted a faint click. The evening's gentle light flooded the living room through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the polished floor, creating a tranquil ambience. The room was infused with a subtle scent of freshly polished wood and cleaning agents. Though the space was not overly large, it was comfortable and inviting, far exceeding their previous expectations. Ziyan, with her delicate, pale feet, stepped onto the slightly cool floor, surveying this unfamiliar yet respectable dwelling like a queen surveying her new realm. She approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the twinkling lights of distant homes and the blurred skyline beyond. A slight frown crossed her brow, as if instinctively feeling constrained by this framed view. Yet at least it was clean, bright, and quiet, devoid of the cramped and musty atmosphere of cheap rentals. Xiao Yan set down their modest belongings and joined her. The last golden rays of the setting sun outlined her perfect profile, yet failed to illuminate the shadow of turmoil lurking deep within her eyes. A shadow born from the transformative essence of power. The moment had arrived. Ziyan, Xiao Yan's voice resonated with unusual gravity in the quiet room. We are now settled. What is the true state of your Dou Qi? The fragments of power she had displayed in the ruins and the jade shop hung like a sword over his heart. Yet, suddenly, an indescribable, cosmic pressure descended upon them, not intentionally released, but an absolute oppression stemming from the very existence of power. A crushing force at the level of life itself. The air within the room thickened instantaneously, becoming as dense as lead or mercury. The glass water cup on the table shattered with a crisp sound, its surface marred by a web of cracks. The window frame trembled violently, emitting a mournful groan, while the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass windows instantly became enshrouded in an intricate network of fine fissures resembling the delicate patterns of cracked porcelain. Xiao Yan felt akin to a solitary boat amidst a raging sea, every bone in his body crying out under the unbearable strain, his blood surging in reverse, as if his very soul were on the verge of being crushed by this overwhelming force. This was the formidable might belonging to the 7-star Dou Saint. A power potent enough to shake the very fabric of dimensions and compel the laws themselves to retreat. Chapter 18. The disappearance of Dragon Island opened for me. A delicate yet commanding voice called out as Ziyan's arm sliced through the void with fervor. With a resounding sh, a profound rift emerged, seemingly capable of devouring all light, its edges entwined with tumultuous silver-purple spatial turbulence. However, this rift scarcely extended beyond 10 feet before it collided with an invisible wall of despair, a barrier that could not be transcended. Buzz. A shrill, metallic screech echoed forth. The edges of the rift trembled violently as myriad fine blue grids abruptly materialized, extending from the surrounding void and firmly welding themselves to the rift as periphery. Instead of expanding further, the rift groaned under the weight of those blue grids, visibly beginning to seal itself. What? Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, her initial fury morphing into a profound shock. As a member of the ancient celestial dragon clan, she was naturally attuned to the fabric of space, tearing through dimensions as effortlessly as breathing. Yet, the spatial barriers of this realm were inexplicably resilient and strange, far exceeding her comprehension. That encompassing blue grid could forcibly mend the spatial passage she had torn open using the power of her celestial dragon bloodline? Yet, when she had traversed here in search of Xiao Yan, such an occurrence had not transpired. Impossible. Dragon Island. Hold fast. Xiao Yan clenched her silver teeth, fervently channeling the power of her bloodline. Her eyes transformed into the regal purple gold of a dragon, intricate patterns of purple scales faintly emerging upon her brow. Her vast spatial perception surged forth like invisible tendrils, penetrating layer upon layer of spatial barriers, racing toward the infinite depths of the void. However, as her perception broke through the invisible membrane surrounding Earth and entered the cold, desolate expanses of the cosmos, it immediately collided with an even more immense and despair-inducing void. No coordinates, no familiar star maps, none of the Dragon Island aura that could be distinctly sensed through the innate spatial talents of the celestial dragon. Reliant upon the realm of Dochi, nothing existed. What lay within her perception was only an icy, lifeless, and boundlessly dark abyss that chilled her very soul. It was as if the entire universe had been reduced to this suffocating island, ensnared within a colossal blue web. How could this be? Xiao Yan's petite form trembled violently, the purple gold light within her dragon eyes flickering unpredictably, filled with confusion and a bone-deep terror. Dragon Island, her home, the source of her bloodline. The foundation of her identity as the Dragon Empress, had it vanished? Or were she and Xiao Yan cast into an unimaginable abyss, utterly severed from their original world? A profound sense of loss and an overwhelming solitude, akin to a frigid tide, instantly engulfed the typically unrestrained little Dragon Empress. Loss? Confusion? A terror of being abandoned by the world? Bah! With a hint of pride, a sly laughter whispered near Xiao Yan's ear. The warmth of her breath brushing against his earlobe, causing him to momentarily freeze. A shiver ran down his spine. He was all too familiar with that laugh. Every time Xiao Yan was about to embark on a grand scheme or enlist him as her laborer, this was the tone she adopted. It sent a shiver down his spine, even more so than the pulsating signal that had torn through the fabric of space moments ago. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan's voice elongated, dripping with a faint sweetness as her delicate face nuzzled into his shoulder like a playful kitten. Yet, the luminous purple-gold dragon pupils sparkled with mischief. The Dragon Island is gone. This sovereign cannot return. She exaggeratedly proclaimed this disheartening news, her tone rising playfully at the end. Xiao Yan felt the vines around his neck tighten a little more, forcing him to lean back slightly. With a resigned sigh, he attempted to pry the exuberant little dragon queen off them. Xiao Yan, stop it. Get down. No. Xiao Yan responded defiantly, tightening her grip, her small form clinging resolutely like a piece of adhesive plaster. Resting her chin on his shoulder, she turned her face to blow gently into his ear, her voice brimming with unabashed joy. It's better this way. You have no idea how those ancient dragon elders pester me all day long. The majesty of the dragon sovereign, the legacy of our bloodline, the intricacies of spatial mastery required diligent practice. It was utterly exhausting. My ears were on the verge of callousing. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, as if shedding an enormous burden. Her dangling legs swung triumphantly. How wonderful it is now. Dragon Island? Gone. Elders? Nowhere to be seen. Ha ha. She laughed heartily, her previous worry over being lost forgotten in an instant. So, Xiao Yan suddenly raised her voice, vigorously shaking Xiao Yan's shoulders, nearly toppling him. Her tone was infused with undeniable excitement and anticipation. Xiao Yan, here, this peculiar world. You shall take the sovereign to play. Her small hand pointed towards the vividly illuminated, fantastical cityscape outside the window, her dragon eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brighter than the neon lights. This sovereign wants to see those self-moving iron boxes, to play with those glowing, beeping panels, to taste those fragrant, colorful stones. Referring to candies, and that one, her finger directed towards a towering structure, its pinnacle continuously shifting in a kaleidoscope of colors. That color-changing spire. This sovereign wants to ascend and see it. Each request detonated in Xiao Yan's mind like a small bomb, leaving his thoughts buzzing. To take an insatiably curious, potentially chaotic, and completely rule-defying ancient dragon queen out for a day of adventure? The difficulty of this task surpassed even his daring escapade to rescue Yao Lao from the Soul Hall, by a staggering margin. Before Xiao Yan's eyes, a vivid scene seemed to materialize. Ziyin, with her curiosity, poked at a moving vehicle, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. She casually picked up a phone. Inadvertently reducing it to dust with her grip, she raided a candy shop as if it were a mine, and in her disdain for the taste, she set ablaze an entire street of shop windows. Finally, with great enthusiasm, she climbed a television tower, finding the view insufficiently expansive. And with a mere flick of her hand, half of the tower vanished. Absolutely not, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his tone resolute and unwavering. He inhaled deeply, attempting to dissuade her from this terrifying scheme with the most compelling arguments. This world operates under its own fragile and intricate rules. Should even a hint of your power be revealed, the repercussions would be unimaginable. You've just arrived and have yet to grasp the situation. I don't care. Ziyin interrupted him, her lips pursed defiantly, capable of balancing an oil bottle. Rules? I am the rule. Moreover, her eyes sparkled with a cunning glint as she released one hand and poked at Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fist. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. I will try my best. She elongated her tone, blinking her large eyes innocently, to avoid causing too much destruction. That assurance sounded more like a death warrant to Xiao Yan, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He observed Ziyin's face, which radiated a mischievous determination, and then glanced outside at the alluring steel jungle shimmering in the night, an enticing spectacle for Ziyin. What difference was there between this and tossing a human-shaped nuclear bomb into a porcelain shop? Chapter 19. This life is unbearable. Xiao Yan sensed a bleak future ahead, yet the rules must be upheld. He straightened himself, his gaze fierce and filled with undeniable resolve. First, seal your powers. Not a shred of fighting spirit, not a hint of spatial energy. You are forbidden to use any of it. Ziyin pouted, clearly displeased with this demand. However, glancing at the fragile surroundings, contemplating the tempting food, and observing Xiao Yan's expression that screamed consequences for any dissent, she reluctantly acquiesced with a heavy snort. Second, listen to me. No running off. No causing trouble. And that outfit of yours, Xiao Yan grimaced at her ostentatiously radiant dragon-patterned ancient dress and amethyst hair, needs to change. Third, I will provide further instructions when I think of them. Ziyin, little friend. Xiao Yan uttered the term little friend through gritted teeth. Humph. Understood. How tedious. Ziyin waved her hand impatiently. I'm hungry. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze to his two roommates, with whom he had spent the past few months. Lin Xiu's gossip and Fang Shijun's incessant chatter brought him a fleeting sense of normalcy. He opened his mouth, the words on the tip of his tongue, yet found them difficult to articulate. How could he convey this? Should he admit to harboring a powerful ancestor capable of devouring half a city outside of campus? Taking a deep breath, he ultimately decided to be vague. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Yan's voice carried fatigue and a hint of unnoticeable hesitation. I might be living outside from now on and want to be returning to the dormitory frequently. As his words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the room. Lin Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment, his gossip radar fully activated. He abruptly sat up in bed, his swift movement almost causing a strain in his back. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, Wow, Xiaogu, impressive. You go about making such a significant move without a word. Hurry, tell us. Have you finally captured the heart of that icy beauty, Senior Yunyun from the second year? I suspected something was up with you not returning to the dormitory with us lately. Amazing work, Xiaogu. She is the renowned flower of the campus. So many seniors and juniors have faltered in their pursuit. Fang Shijun adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with surprise and a fervent curiosity, leaning in closer. He lowered his voice, adopting an inquisitive tone that only men would understand. Xiao Yan, really? Did you actually land her? It has been long since the semester began. Come on, spill the details. Have you held hands? Embraced? Or something more intimate? His raised eyebrows conveyed an unspoken understanding, given the formidable aura of that senior. She seemed quite a challenge to pursue. What tricks did you employ? Share your wisdom, brother. Xiao Yan gazed at the two eager faces brimming with anticipation, then recalled the chaotic situation in his shabby rented room, where a certain formidable creature, his ancestral dragon, could erupt in fury due to insufficient sustenance. An overwhelming tide of absurdity, fatigue, and existential despair surged within him. His lips twitched slightly, but ultimately he released a heavy sigh, laden with resignation and a myriad of emotions, as he sank deeper into his chair, summoning all his strength to utter three words. Don't ask. The flames of gossip burned brightly in Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun, their eyes fixed on Xiao Yan like searchlights, creating an atmosphere thick with urgency. As if they would not relent until he divulged the truth. Xiaogu, this is quite ungrateful of you. Lin Xiu leaned precariously from the bed, his expression one of dramatic dismay. As brothers, how could you hide such monumental news from us? Senior Yun Yun. She is a legendary figure in our school. Quickly, tell us how you managed to melt this iceberg. Was it a heroic rescue? Or are you perhaps a hidden, domineering CEO? The absurdity of the situation nearly took Xiao Yan's breath away, aggravating the injury inflicted by Ziyuan. He stared at the two eager faces, feeling a headache far worse than facing the annihilating assault of the Soul Emperor. How could he explain? Should he confess that it was Yun Yun? But rather a dragon he was supporting outside the school, one capable of devouring their entire campus without a second thought? If he uttered such words, he would likely find himself promptly dispatched to the psychiatric ward of the campus hospital. A profound sense of helplessness and absurdity enveloped him. Once the Emperor of Flames, he now found himself ensnared in the entanglements of his roommate's romantic gossip, while also needing to worry about the ancient dragon at home, which could demolish his dwelling at any moment due to inadequate provisions. Weary, he rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling as though his very soul was lamenting. It's not what you think. Xiao Yan's voice was dry, tinged with a weariness that spoke of despair. It has nothing to do with Senior Yun Yun. I have some family matters that require me to handle things off campus. The excuse was so feeble that even he himself could hardly believe it. Family matters? Lin Xiao scrutinized him with suspicion. Xiao Ge, doesn't your file state that your parents are both back in your hometown? What pressing issue could possibly require you to rent a place off campus? Enshrouded in mystery, could it be that you have a child bride? Have you brought her from your hometown? Afraid of being discovered by senior sister Yun, so you hide her away? Fang Shijun's expression instantly transformed into one of enlightenment. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder you've been so secretive lately, always looking drained and exhausted. Xiao Yan, treading on two boats, is perilous, especially when one of them is a colossal aircraft carrier like senior sister Yun. Be careful not to capsize, my brother. Xiao Yan felt a surge of frustration choking him, nearly causing him to faint. A child bride? Hiding her away? Treading on two boats? One of them being Yun Yun, the other, that little tyrant Xian? The imagery was too exquisite for him to bear. He sensed that if he remained there any longer, he would either succumb to their absurd fantasies or be unable to resist pinning them both to the ground in a fit of rage. This was no place to linger. Shut up, he growled in a low voice, not loud yet imbued with the remnants of his former authority, instantly silencing Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun, who instinctively shrank back. Under the dim corridor lights, Xiao Yan leaned against the cold wall and took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the urge to dismantle the dormitory building, though he lacked the strength to do so at present. He glanced at his slightly trembling hands. A mixture of anger and the after-effects of being shaken by Xian, and a profound sense of desolation washed over him as he recalled the true ticking time bomb back in his rented apartment. This life was becoming unbearable. Chapter 20. The Fortune Teller. Chicken wings, ribs, beef brisket, pork belly. As Xiao Yan tossed large boxes of meat into the car, he rapidly calculated his expenses in his mind. He even picked up a box of what appeared to be high-quality snowflake beef rolls, ideal for hot pot, sure to swiftly satisfy Xian's cravings for warm meat. The shopping cart grew heavier, the quantity of meat sufficient to feed an average family of 4 for several meals. When the cashier announced the total, Xiao Yan's heart jolted. He emerged from the store, burdened by several hefty eco-friendly bags emblazoned with the supermarket's logo, the plastic handles digging painfully into his fingers. The night had deepened, and the pedestrian street was considerably less crowded, populated only by a few returning students and dog walkers. As he approached a relatively secluded street corner, preparing to turn onto the path leading to his community, a melodic voice, thick with local dialect, floated into his ears. Heavenly flames descend, burning the 8 desolations. The earth erupts, icy rivers subduing the chaos. 3,000 flames refine the stars. A single blue lotus blooms in the heart's concealment. Esteemed guest, your fate is remarkable. TSK, indeed extraordinary. There are faint signs of burning heaven and boiling seas, yet locked away in deep frost, a pearl covered in dust. Come, let this old man calculate for you, guiding you through the maze and alleviating this trial of ice and fire. These words struck Xiao Yan like thunder, reverberating through the stillness of his heart. This was no ordinary poetry. It was unmistakably a description of extraordinary flames. Moreover, it precisely articulated several characteristics of renowned exotic flames from the Duki continent. The ominous omen of burning heavens and boiling seas, does this not reflect his past mastery over diverse mystical flames? Particularly the formidable power he wielded upon merging into the destructive fire lotus? Bound by icy chains and obscured like a pearl covered in dust, this mirrors his current predicament, where he possesses only the sole imprint of a Dou Emperor yet has lost all strength, ensnared within this mundane vessel. A surge of electricity coursed through him, causing his hair to stand on end. Xiao Yan abruptly halted, turning sharply, his gaze as piercing as that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the source of the sound. Beneath a dimly lit street lamp at the corner, a humble fortune-telling stall was propped up. A faded blue cloth sprawled across the ground, adorned with a rudimentary bagua diagram. Behind the cloth sat a frail old man, garbed in a worn, gray robe that had been washed to a pale hue. Topped with a similarly antiquated cap that obscured much of his face, revealing only a wrinkled chin and sparse, yellowing goat-like whiskers. Clutched in his hand were several polished copper coins as he regaled a young girl seated opposite him with an animated discourse. She appeared to be a university student from the vicinity, her expression a blend of skepticism and curiosity. The earlier verses regarding the mystical flames were evidently recited by this old man to the girl, albeit with a forced connection to her fate. Xiao Yan's heart thundered violently within his chest, as though it might burst through his ribs. He fixated intently on the gaunt fortune-teller. There was not a trace of energy emanating from him. He was merely an ordinary, albeit somewhat disheveled, street soothsayer, with murky eyes, gnarled fingers, and a frail frame that could easily collapse in the wind. He appeared nothing more than a common mortal. Was this mere coincidence? Is there truly such a thing as coincidence in this world? A street fortune-teller casually uttering a rhymed verse that precisely identified the name of the mystical flame and his own plight? Was it a test? Or was there some incomprehensible force lurking in the shadows of this world that had begun to take notice? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Yan's mind like lightning. He yearned to rush forward, seize the old man's collar, and demand the origins of those lines. He needed to unravel the mystery concealed within. A mystery that pertained to the loss of power shared with Yun Yun, and perhaps even the reason why Zi Yin had managed to traverse into this realm. Yet, just as he was about to take that fateful step, reason washed over him like a cold tide, extinguishing his tumultuous impulse. No, absolutely not. Who was he at this moment? Merely an ordinary freshman, Xiao Yan, a student renting a room off campus due to family matters. What justification did he have to question a street fortune-teller about a few ambiguous rhymes? Such an action would be exceedingly abrupt and suspicious. More critically, within the nearby mid-range residential complex lay a Taishu ancient dragon Dou saint, poised to erupt at any moment due to hunger and dissatisfaction. The existence of Zi Yin was the greatest destabilizing factor in this fragile world. Any action that might expose her or attract unwarranted attention could lead to catastrophic consequences. The fortune-telling old man seemed utterly oblivious to Xiao Yan, who stood nearby, holding several large bags of meat, his gaze sharp as a blade. He continued to babble at the female student, spouting cliché phrases about the auspiciousness of the Red Lawn Star and academic success, his voice muddled and indistinct. As if the breathtaking lines of poetry he had just uttered were mere hallucinations brought on by his overwhelming anxiety. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumult of suspicion and curiosity surging within him. He cast a final, scrutinizing glance at the fortune-teller, as if to etch the old man's figure into his memory. Then, he abruptly turned, hefting the heavy shopping bag. His footsteps quicker and more forceful as he ventured down the tranquil path leading to the community. This seemingly calm and ordinary modern world concealed complexities and peculiarities far beyond his imagination. The verification was successful. The smart lock emitted a gentle electronic chime, and the heavy security door slid open silently. Inside, the warm glow of the lights and the faint scent of orange blossom enveloped him once more, yet could not dispel the sudden cloud of gloom that had settled over his heart. In the living room, Ziyin sat cross-legged on the battered carpet, idly pressing buttons on the remote control, her attention flitting erratically among the myriad of variety shows, news, and shopping channels displayed on the enormous LCD screen. The shifting light casting rapid flashes across her delicate yet impatient face. A broken leg of the solid wood coffee table lay forlornly in the corner. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she abruptly tossed aside the remote, darting to the entrance like a shark sensing blood. Her golden vertical pupils locking onto the bulging shopping bags in Xiao Yan's hand, which exuded the aroma of food. Instinctively, Xiao Yan hid the bags behind him, his movements tinged with a subtle wariness and tension that he himself was unaware of, his mind still swirling with thoughts of the fortune-teller and his peculiar verses. Ziyan's expression fell as she realized her prey had slipped away, her face contorting with frustration, her pupils flashing with a fierce light. Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Meat. My meat. The oppressive aura of the Dou Sheng enveloped the living room like a tangible force, rendering the air thick and heavy, causing the crystal chandelier above to sway slightly, producing a delicate clinking sound. The expensive matte tiles beneath her feet began to manifest spiderweb-like microcracks, centered around her. Seal. Power. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Yan's mind, and he instantly barked in a low, authoritative tone. He could not afford to dwell on his rising doubts. The imminent danger demanded his full attention. He thrust the shopping bag into Ziyan's arms, the weighty meat instantly diverting her focus. Here. It's all yours. Fresh, delicious meat. His words spilled forth rapidly, infused with reassurance yet underscored by firm boundaries. No using your powers. Otherwise, I will feed this meat to the dogs immediately. He pointed at the newly formed microcracks beneath her feet. Indeed, Ziyan's attention was completely captivated by the heavy bag emitting the scent of raw meat. She glanced down, her golden pupils brightening with satisfaction as the impending wave of terrifying pressure receded like a tide, clutching the bag protectively, akin to a small creature guarding its food. She shot Xiao Yan a wary glare. Humph, at least you know your place. Then, she turned and dashed towards the kitchen, exclaiming, hurry up. I'm starving. Use that pot that bubbles to cook the meat. Chapter 21. Interrupted spell. Casting. The night was gentle, with moonlight filtering through the slats of the blinds, casting silver stripes upon the floor. The community lay in tranquil silence, occasionally punctuated by the distant sound of passing cars, enhancing the stillness of the room. Xiao Yan refrained from turning on the lights, leaning back against the broad, comfortable headboard of his bed, unconsciously caressing the screen of his phone, the glow illuminating his somewhat distracted visage. On the screen was a snapshot from the campus forum, slightly blurred, depicting an evening scene along the tree-lined path behind the library. Yun, cradling several hefty textbooks, walked briskly with her head slightly bowed, a few strands of hair lifted by the evening breeze. Her profile exuding a sense of cool focus. She appeared utterly oblivious to the camera, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to ignoring all gazes around her. Xiao Yan set his phone aside and exhaled softly. He gradually closed his eyes, choosing to dismiss the emptiness in his dantian and the elusive powers that haunted his thoughts. Instead, he sought to relax his mind, akin to his days in the Dochi continent, concentrating on the distant essence of the mountains and forests in the stillness of the night. It was a state of pure mental focus, a vague sensitivity to a particular aura that arose from an instinctual connection of the soul, akin to seeking a familiar light in the darkness. He concentrated fully, envisioning the crispness of Yun's aura intertwined with a unique thread of resilience. His thoughts extended like invisible tendrils towards the memory of the graduate dormitory. Cautiously reaching out, there were no energy fluctuations, no soul impacts, just an exceedingly faint, almost telepathic indication. The distance began to close. The outline of the apartment building materialized hazily within his perception. The familiar door number at the corner of the third floor came into view. Xiao Yan's mind was serene and focused, intent on capturing that familiar essence, as if discerning a specific star in the night sky. He even imagined he might sense the warmth of the light within, or the subtle sound of her turning pages. Any confirmation of that tranquil existence would suffice. Just as his perception, like the softest feather, was about to brush against that door, a crisp sound echoed in the silence, a digital chime announcing the unlocking of the smart lock, jarringly abrupt. In an instant, the door swung open with a bang. Not stealthily, but with an air of bold declaration. A figure clad in a brand-new, fluffy nightgown burst in like a fuzzy cannonball. Ziyan, barefoot and with her purple hair tousled from sleep, sported a few rebellious strands sticking up defiantly. She clutched a massive snack bucket emblazoned with cartoon characters, overflowing with various chips, shrimp crackers, and jellies, nearly spilling over. Her little face was devoid of sleepiness, radiating the excitement of a newfound discovery. Xiao Yan, wake up. Don't pretend to be asleep. Ziyan, entirely unaware of Xiao Yan's tranquil demeanor, dashed to the bedside, yanked away the light blanket covering his legs. Her voice ringing clear and bright, infused with an undeniable eagerness to share. Look what I found. A treasure. A super big treasure. With that, she triumphantly plopped the hefty snack bucket onto Xiao Yan's lap, the contents rattling within as several bags of chips nearly jumped out. Xiao Yan was startled by the sudden blow and the loud voice of Ziyan, causing his body to shudder. The highly concentrated, vague sense of perception, which had extended like spider silk in the wind, instantly shattered under the intense reality and noise, dispersing without a trace. He opened his eyes wide, filled with astonishment at the interruption, a hint of helplessness at the disturbance, and a deep frustration at the futility of his efforts. He glanced at the enormous snack bucket on his lap, then at Ziyan standing by the bed, her eyes gleaming like searchlights, wearing an expression that beckoned for praise. Look, it's in that big box on top of the cabinet. Ziyan excitedly pointed outside, completely oblivious to Xiao Yan's displeased expression. I found it full of delicious treats. So many, even more than in the supermarket. She proudly puffed out her small chest, her fluffy nightgown swaying with her movements. Aren't I amazing? Did I make a great contribution? Xiao Yan observed Ziyan's excited little face and then the bucket of treasures on his lap, which clearly consisted of the supplies he had previously hoarded as a strategic reserve to deal with this little tyrant. Now they were all exposed. He could feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, attempting to suppress his irritation at the interruption. In the middle of the night, climbing high and rummaging through boxes just to find this? His voice was thick with resignation. Of course, Ziyin retorted confidently. Her vertical purple pupils filled with the question, what else could it be? I woke up hungry. Plus, it was so boring. I needed something to do. As she spoke, her small hand eagerly reached into the snack bucket, deftly extracting a bag of barbecue-flavored chips, which she tore open with a satisfying rip, releasing a rich aroma of seasonings. She grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her mouth, crunching happily, her little face radiating satisfaction. Delicious. This flavor is amazing, she mumbled in delight. Effortlessly pulling out a jelly, skillfully tearing it open, and slurping up half in one go, her movements fluid and graceful. Xiao Yan watched as Ziyin resembled a famished spirit, full of energy, and noticed her nightgown, slightly dusty from rummaging through boxes, making her appear like a vibrant troublemaker. The fleeting annoyance and worry that had been interrupted dissipated like mist under the sun, swept away by the sounds of her crunching and satisfied sighs. He resignedly sighed, reaching out to ruffle Ziyan's fluffy head, which bobbed slightly in excitement. Slow down. No one is competing with you. His voice carried an unrecognized indulgence. Mindful of her potential to choke, with her cheeks stuffed with chips, Ziyin mumbled a few incoherent sounds, her purple pupils narrowing in satisfaction, resembling a cat being petted. While eating, she didn't forget to push the snack bucket toward Xiao Yan, mumbling, you eat too. Don't be shy. I found it. There's plenty. Xiao Yan gazed at the colorful snack bucket pushed in front of him, then turned to look at the little tyrant beside him. Her cheeks plump and devoid of any semblance of decorum. He couldn't help but glance out the window at the night sky, tinted by the city's lights. The apartment of Yun Yun was shrouded in darkness. Although interrupted, he at least confirmed that this little darling beside him was brimming with vitality and had an excellent appetite. Thus he need not worry about her fainting from hunger in the middle of the night. Life was truly filled with unexpected delights. He shook his head in resignation and casually retrieved a package of seaweed-flavored biscuits from the barrel, tearing open the wrapper. Chapter 22. The Resort. By the sea, the biting cold wind replaced the clamor of the campus, and the heating in the mid-range community was ample, inducing a drowsy haze. The past half-month had become a monotonous routine for Xiao Yan. School, rented apartment, catering to Ziyin's endless snack cravings, and her occasional destructive impulses, though they had diminished considerably. She would still unconsciously leave fingerprints on jars of nuts she couldn't open, while quietly and distantly observing that cool figure, watching her attend classes, visit the library, and discuss with classmates, all the while maintaining an invisible barrier. It was tranquil, yet tinged with an inescapable sense of oppression. The tranquility was shattered by an electronic invitation adorned with images of azure seas and blue skies, showcasing a luxurious resort. The sender was the notorious wealthy heir from the computer science department, Lin Lang. Bored during winter break? I'll take you all to the Azure Coast for some fun. 5-star resort, private beach, hot spring pool, seafood barbecue party. All expenses covered by me. Limited spots available. Sign up quickly. All members of the computer science department. Along with senior sister Yun Yun. Thank you for your hard work as the assistant counselor. Do join us. The group chat erupted in excitement. A complimentary luxury vacation? Lin Lang's generosity instantly ignited enthusiasm among the group, with registration messages flooding the chat. Xiao Yan glanced at his phone, feeling indifferent. He had always kept his distance from the ostentatious displays of wealth typical of rich heirs. Moreover, taking Ziyin, this little darling, to such a place? He could almost envision her ravaging the buffet or unintentionally causing a stir in the hot spring pool, creating ripples of panic. He declined outright. However, Lin Lang clearly would not easily relent. Come on, senior sister. The assistant counselor has worked hard for us all semester. This is everyone's sentiment. ISNT that right. Everyone? Let us give her a chance to relax. Exactly. Senior sister, you should come along. It wouldn't be fun without you. Voices of agreement quickly filled the chat. Half sincere and half playful. The identity of the assistant counselor had now become Lin Lang's best tool for moral persuasion. Xiao Yan's heart sank. He could almost picture Yun Yun's slightly furrowed brow and the deeper layer of detachment in her eyes. She clearly did not wish to go, yet found herself in this predicament. A flicker of coldness crossed Xiao Yan's mind as he thought of Lin Lang. Hey, Xiao Yan. A fluffy head suddenly leaned in from the side. Ziyin curiously stared at the image of the azure sea on his phone screen, her amethyst-colored vertical pupils gleaming like searchlights. What place is this? So much water. So shiny. And a beach. I've never seen such a large pool on Long Island. Her little hand pointed unabashedly at the expanse of blue water in the picture. The resort, by the sea. Xiao Yan replied succinctly, attempting to put his phone away. By the sea? As Ziyuan's tail began to perk up in excitement, she seized Xiao Yan's wrist with astonishing strength. I want to go. Take me. I want to swim in that big pool. And I want to eat that big red bug from the picture. Her eyes glistened as she pointed at the seafood barbecue. nearly drooling. No way, Xiao Yan responded without a moment's hesitation. It's too crowded and troublesome. I don't care. Ziyuan pouted, instantly switching to her mischievous mode. She clung to Xiao Yan's arm, shaking it playfully, her fluffy nightgown brushing against him. I want to go. If you don't take me, I'll eat the last box of imported chocolates you've hidden, not leaving a single piece for you. And I'll tell that old garbage collector that you secretly stuffed my broken lamp into his car. Xiao Yan thought to himself. This little troublemaker not only possesses destructive power, but has also learned to wield leverage. After weighing his options, a thought crystallized in his mind. All right, I will take you, he said, observing the sparkle in Ziyuan's eyes. He raised 3 fingers solemnly. But we must establish some ground rules. First, you are not to use any supernatural abilities in front of outsiders. Not even a hint. You must appear as a little girl. Second, no causing trouble. No running off. You must stay close to me at all times. Third, he emphasized, keep your distance from that sister in the blue dress with long hair, who is stunning yet seems rather aloof. He retrieved a candid shot of Yun from his phone. Do not disturb her. And absolutely do not mention me in her presence. Can you manage that? Ziyuan glanced at the picture of Yun and then at Xiao Yan's serious expression. Although she did not understand the reason behind it, the allure of the pool and the red bug outweighed everything else. She nodded vigorously, her small face set with determination. Yes, I promise. No powers. No trouble. I'll stick by you. I'll keep my distance from that cold, beautiful sister. I won't mention you at all. Seeing Ziyuan's earnestness, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet it appeared there were no better alternatives at the moment. He sighed, picked up his phone, and added his name to the lively sign-up thread in the group, appending a note in parentheses. 1. Bringing my cousin. A few days later, at the Azure Coast Resort. Sunshine, sandy beaches, palm trees, and the briny sea breeze. Outside the luxurious sea view suite balcony, the vast azure ocean shimmered under the sun. Xiao Yan leaned against the balcony railing, gazing down at the expansive, sapphire-hued circular pool nestled amidst greenery. Numerous students were already frolicking in the water, their laughter echoing from afar. However, his gaze drifted past the bustling crowd to a relatively secluded spot beneath a sunshade at the far end of the pool. There sat Yun. Just as he had suspected, she had not entered the water, nor had she changed into a swimsuit. Instead, she wore a simple cream-colored linen dress, layered with a loose, light blue sunshade cardigan. Her long hair was loosely held up with an elegant wooden pin, a few strands cascading down her cheeks. Calmly seated on a lounge chair, she held a thick hardcover book in her hands, with an open notebook resting on her lap as she concentrated on writing. Sunlight bathed her, yet it seemed to be separated by an invisible aura of coolness, rendering her a stark contrast to the surrounding vibrant and joyful vacation atmosphere. Much like a still life painting framed in solitude, she has indeed arrived, and in this manner, she isolates herself from the revelry. A twinge of melancholy gripped Xiao Yan's heart. Wow, what a huge swimming pool. So many people. A voice, filled with wonder and unabashed enthusiasm, rang out behind him. Xian burst forth from the lavish suite like a gust of wind, already clad in the cartoon shark-patterned swimsuit Xiao Yan had purchased for her. She leaned over the balcony railing, her golden vertical pupils gleaming with excitement as they scanned the expansive pool and the frolicking crowd below. Her small face radiating unrestrained curiosity and eagerness. Xiao Yan, hurry down. I want to swim. I want that mushroom fountain. She tugged at the hem of Xiao Yan's shirt. Her strength still considerable. I know. Just keep your distance from that cold, beautiful lady. Xian waved her hand impatiently, her gaze fixated on the pool below. Let's go. Xiao Yan was half-dragged, half-pulled out of the room by Xian. As they approached the garden path leading to the pool area, a figure in a flamboyant patterned shirt and sunglasses blocked their way. It was Lin Lang, flanked by a few boys he usually hung out with. Hey, Xiao Yan. What a rare guest. I thought you looked down on our humble gathering. Lin Lang removed his sunglasses, his exaggerated smile betraying a scrutinizing glimmer and a hint of barely concealed disdain as he surveyed Xiao Yan, who was dressed in simple shorts and a shirt. His attention, however, was swiftly captured by Xian, adorned in her shark swimsuit. Wow, is this your little cousin? So adorable. Lin Lang's face broke into a wide grin as he crouched down, attempting to exude warmth. What's her name? How old is she? Does she enjoy swimming? Would you like to join me in the deep end, little one? As he spoke, he reached out to pat Xian's head. In an instant, Xian recoiled like a startled creature, retreating behind Xiao Yan, her golden vertical pupils warily fixated on Lin Lang's outstretched hand. Her small face was a canvas of unambiguous disdain. No, your hands are all greasy. Stay away from me. She recalled Xiao Yan's rules. She could not resort to force and could only express her refusal in the most primal way. Lin Lang's hand hung awkwardly in midair, his smile faltering. A few snickers escaped from the boys behind him. Children can be shy, Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly, shielding Xian completely behind him. His tone even yet laced with a hint of coldness as he cast a glance at Lin Lang. The remark carried unmistakable provocation. As everyone knew, Xiao Yan was pursuing Yun Yun, who barely acknowledged him. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, ready to respond, but before he could speak, Xian peeked out from behind him. Her golden vertical pupils precisely locked onto the serene figure clad in white across the pool, and with a slight pout. She declared in a voice loud enough for all to hear, her tone tinged with a hint of pride, "Humph. I won't go over there." Xiao Yan said to keep my distance from that cold, beautiful lady. She doesn't smile, so she must not be fun. The air fell into an abrupt silence. Lin Lang and the boys behind him suddenly exhibited a remarkable range of expressions, beginning with astonishment, swiftly followed by a suppressed urge to burst into laughter. Their gazes toward Xiao Yan were filled with mockery and a sense of understanding. Xiao Yan felt a throbbing in his temples, despite countless precautions. The most treacherous intruders are often those within the household. This little ancestor. They had barely stepped out for half an hour, and the third rule of their agreement had been precisely violated. He could almost sense that, across the pool, a cold gaze had been disturbed by the commotion. Casting a fleeting glance in their direction, "It's over," Xiao Yan lamented inwardly as he hastily scooped up the curious Xian, who was oblivious to the unfolding situation and was intently observing the strange expressions of those around her. He made a swift retreat to a corner of the pool that was distant from both Yun Yun and Lin Lang. "Hey, Xiao Yan, what are you doing?" "I want to go to that mushroom that sprays water." Xian squirmed in his embrace, clearly dissatisfied. "Be quiet. First, let us enjoy the slide." Xiao Yan's voice was laced with a hint of frustration. He deliberately avoided the direction where Yun Yun was situated, striving to ignore the occasionally mischievous glances from Lin Lang and his entourage. If social demise was inevitable, the priority now was to keep a close watch on this little ancestor and prevent her from making any shocking remarks or causing physical mayhem. As evening approached, Lin Lang's sidekick, Zhang Ming, energetically called out, "Come on, everyone, line up and take your room cards. Double rooms, 2 people per room. Feel free to pair up." Xiao Yan and Xian stood slightly off to the side. Xian was clad in a brand new outfit featuring cartoonish little sharks, her purple hair styled into 2 playful pigtails. Her amethyst eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed the opulent surroundings, her small face radiating wonder. She clutched a gigantic plush toy that nearly obstructed her view. "Xiao Gu, over here." Lin Xiao, Xiao Yan's roommate, spotted him and hurried over, dragging Fang Shijun along. Lin Xiao was as gossipy as ever, while Fang Shijun adjusted his glasses, briefly glancing at Xian. With a cheerful grin, Lin Xiao attempted to ruffle Xian's hair, but she nimbly dodged, scrunching her little nose in protest. "No touching. You're all greasy." Lin Xiao's hand awkwardly hovered in the air. Fang Shijun adjusted his glasses, contemplatively remarking, "Xiao Yan, are you sharing a room with your cousin?" "Indeed." Xiao Yan replied succinctly, pulling Xian closer. Given her young age, he felt uneasy about her staying alone. He certainly could not disclose that his intention was to supervise this formidable little creature. "Oh, understood." Lin Xiao immediately donned a knowing smirk, winking playfully. "Then Fang and I will share a room, right, Fang?" Fang Shijun nodded, saying little more, yet his gaze drifted once again towards Yun Yun, who stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, seemingly exuding an aura of isolation. At that moment, the front desk called out their names. Lin Xiao, Fang Shijun. Room 309. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian. Room 311. Yun Yun. Room 313. Zheng Qing, Li Na. Room 317. As Xiao Yan received the room card for 311, he felt a sense of reassurance. At least their rooms were adjacent. He instinctively glanced at Yun Yun, who had just obtained her card for room 313. She merely cast a fleeting, indifferent glance in his direction, her expression devoid of any particular emotion, as if it mattered little where she stayed. Her room is diagonally opposite to Xiao Yan's. Lin Lang, Wang Hao, room 315, Mingzi declared. Room 315 is directly across from Yun Yun's room. Lin Lang accepted the room card, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept across Yun Yun's cold profile, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Beside him, Wang Pengzi and Li Xiaochuan exchanged an unspoken glance. Once the room assignments were complete, Lin Lang clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "All right, the rooms are sorted. Let us drop our luggage and gather in half an hour at the second-floor seafood buffet. It's on me, so eat to your heart's content." The crowd erupted in cheers, surging towards the elevator. Beneath the grand crystal chandelier, the long dining tables were adorned with a plethora of international delicacies, wafting enticing aromas. Students clustered in groups, fetching food and laughing, the atmosphere vibrant. The moment Ziyin stepped into the dining hall, her eyes transformed into two shimmering purple spotlights. The towering heaps of lobsters, king crab legs, and sizzling steaks, along with the colorful dessert towers, appeared to her, an otherworldly being, utterly enchanted by modern cuisine, as a veritable paradise. Wow! A gasp erupted from Xiao, piercing through the din of the restaurant. She broke free from Xiao Yan's grasp, darting towards the seafood section like a purple projectile, with her sights set on the mountainous pile of plump, crimson lobsters, each thicker than her own arms. What followed left every onlooker, including the seasoned waitstaff, utterly astounded. The little girl, clad in a shark-patterned swimsuit and a cartoonish sun protection jacket hastily draped over her by Xiao Yan, employed both hands with such speed that she appeared to leave afterimages. She hardly needed tongs, grabbing a lobster larger than her face directly with her hands, and with swift, decisive motions, crack, crack. The incredibly hard shell shattered under her tiny white teeth like brittle wafers. The succulent lobster meat was expertly stripped and stuffed into her mouth, her cheeks swelling like two little balloons. 1, 2, 3. She moved like a whirlwind, tearing into her feast while gliding along the seafood table. With each step, the mountain of lobsters visibly diminished. King crab legs, snatched up and cracked like sugarcane. Slurp. Large shrimp, tossed whole into her mouth, shell and all. Chewed with a satisfying crunch. Oysters, prized open, tilted back. Slurp. Her movements were fluid, her efficiency astonishing. Even more remarkable was her plate. The large plate Xiao Yan had given her quickly became a towering heap of lobster shells and crab remnants. She showed no hesitation, piling fresh seafood atop the shell mountain. Continuing her feast. Good heavens, this little girl. Does she not peel the shells? Her teeth are incredible. How much has she eaten? At least 10 lobsters, right? The murmurs around her shifted from astonishment to awe, ultimately culminating in an almost monstrous fascination. The sound of camera shutters clicked incessantly. Lin Lang and his companions were doubled over in laughter, pointing at Xiao Yan, their expressions nearly screaming that his cousin was the reincarnation of a famished spirit. With her mouth stuffed full of lobster meat, Xiao mumbled in protest, the shells are crunchy and delicious. As the conversation flowed, another large lobster was dispatched, its shell carelessly tossed onto the precarious pile of shells on the table. No, you cannot eat the shell. Spit it out. Xiao Yan was on the verge of losing his composure, forcibly pulling her aside, prying her mouth open in an attempt to retrieve the half-chewed crab leg shell. The scene was momentarily chaotic. Chapter 24. Administering medicine while Xiao Yan assisted her with the tough crab shell. His gaze scanned the crowd. Soon, he spotted Yun Yun. Lang Gu, look over there. Wang Pengzi leaned toward Lin Lang, who sat at the head of the table with a rather displeased expression, subtly indicating Yun Yun's direction with his chin while lowering his voice. She's impervious to both pleas and pressure. Surely, our visit won't be in vain. Li Xiaochuan also leaned in, his eyes glimmering with a mixture of flattery and lewdness. Lang Gu, dealing with this ice queen requires more than mere flattery. Something special is in order. Lin Lang took a sip of red wine, his piercing gaze fixated on Yun Yun's cold profile, though he remained silent. It was clear that Li Xiaochuan had struck a chord with him. Observe this, Li Xiaochuan said, as if performing a magic trick, producing a small, unlabeled transparent glass vial from his pocket, containing several inconspicuous white tablets. Lowering his voice even further, he added enticingly, a good product, imported, colorless, and tasteless. One will ensure that this iceberg transforms into a volcano, ready for your command. By then, with your family background, she will be utterly submissive. Lin Lang's attention was instantly captured by the vial of tablets. A flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed his face, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of possessiveness and resentment. As he contemplated Yun Yun's aloof demeanor and the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of a mere girl in front of others these past few days, a surge of wickedness ignited within him. Very well, tonight it shall be. Find an opportunity to slip it into her drink. Remember, be discreet. Ensure no one sees. Especially that Xiao fellow and his wild girl. Understood. Rest assured, Lang Gu. It's on me, Li Xiaochuan assured, a smug smile gracing his face. Yun Yun seemed to sense Xiao Yan's excessive scrutiny. Her cool gaze occasionally flitted in his direction, tinged with a subtle hint of inquiry and a fleeting distance. After finishing her simple salad, she rose and departed the dining hall, her demeanor still radiating an air of solitude. Lang Gu, the target is exiting, Li Xiaochuan promptly whispered. Lin Lang observed Yun Yun vanish through the doorway of the dining hall, then cast a glance at Xiao Yan, who was entangled with Xiao, peeling shrimp not far away. A glint of malice and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He raised his wine glass and drained the last drop of red wine. Murmuring to Li Xiaochuan, proceed as planned. Be cautious. Do not let that Xiao fellow and his wild girl catch you. Understood. Li Xiaochuan's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and lewdness, stealthily reaching into his pocket to grip the vial of white tablets tightly. "Oh, I still want that pink pudding," Xiao lamented, gazing longingly at the dessert section. The corridor leading from the dining hall to the accommodation area was softly illuminated. As Xiao Yan hastened with Xiao by his side, the unease stemming from Lin Lang and the other's furtive actions lingering in his heart, though he could not yet ascertain the specifics of what was unfolding. The solitary departure of Yun cast a shadow of concern upon him. Yet he was at a loss for evidence or justification to intrude. At last, a sigh of relief escaped. Xiao jubilantly exclaimed, racing into the room and diving onto the soft bed, ready to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. At the corridor's end, Yun swiped her room card, entering her sanctuary. Just as the door was about to close, a furtive figure, none other than Li Xiaochuan, darted out like an eel from the shadows of the adjacent fire escape. It appeared that Yun remained oblivious to the unusual presence outside, and with a soft click, the door sealed shut. Inside the room, the light was bright. As Yun set her bag down and approached the small bar, she picked up the seemingly unblemished bottle of mineral water that Li Xiaochuan had recently handled. However, it was evident that the cap had been meticulously twisted open and then securely fastened once more. She unscrewed the cap, perhaps feeling parched from the salad at dinner, and tilted her head back for a sip. Suddenly, her body stiffened. The bottle slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the carpet with a thud, and the liquid rapidly spread outwards. Staggering back a step, she braced herself against the edge of the bar, one hand pressed agonizingly to her forehead. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her once cool complexion flushed an alarming crimson, her eyes clouded with confusion and pain, her breath quickening. The sound of the impact caught Xiao Yan's attention. Through layers of spiritual barriers, he perceived the faint beep of the electronic door lock being disengaged. A twisted, triumphant grin appeared at the doorway, none other than Lin Lang. Clutching what was evidently a universal magnetic card, he strode in like a victorious hunter, casually closing the door behind him with a soft click, even locking it securely. "Yun, are you feeling unwell all alone?" Lin Lang's voice dripped with nauseating faint concern. His gaze greedily roving over Yun's precarious state, her cheeks flushed, exuding an undeniable allure, filled with raw possessiveness. "Fear not. I'm here to assist you," he leered, extending his hand towards her arm. "Beast." Xiao Yan's soul erupted in a silent roar within his mind. A fury so intense it threatened to tear his very essence asunder surged through him in an instant. He snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and wild. "Oh, I know. Enough already. It's so irritating," Xiao grumbled, pulling the blanket over her head in annoyance. Xiao Yan's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, driven by a singular thought, to thwart that beast. The wrath of the Flame Emperor surged through his mortal veins, granting him speed and strength beyond mortal limits. With a powerful kick, the sturdy wooden door flew inward. Lin Lang, taken aback by Xiao Yan's sudden entrance, was momentarily stunned before fury consumed him. "Xiao Yan? It's you again! Are you seeking death?" He swung his fist towards Xiao Yan's face, his movements brutal and evidently practiced. Yet, in the perception of Xiao Yan's imperial soul, Lin Lang's seemingly fierce actions unfolded in slow motion. Xiao Yan's footwork faltered for a moment, his body narrowly sidestepping the incoming fist. With his right hand poised like a blade, he channeled the inertia of his full-body sprint and struck fiercely and precisely at Lin Lang's carotid artery. A shroud of darkness enveloped Lin Lang's vision, a piercing pain accompanied by a sensation of suffocation washed over him. He let out a muffled groan, his body sagging, on the verge of collapsing. Yet, Xiao Yan's movements were swifter. As he struck Lin Lang, his left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Lin Lang's luxurious hair and forcefully yanking it downward. Simultaneously, his right knee, akin to a battering ram, slammed with the weight and momentum of his entire being into Lin Lang's face. The resounding thud echoed ominously. Lin Lang's scream was abruptly stifled in his throat, his nasal bones collapsing instantaneously, blood mingling with snot, and tears gushed forth uncontrollably. He was hurled away like a discarded sack, crashing heavily against the wall before crumpling onto the carpet, curling into a ball and emitting pained groans, utterly devoid of combat capability. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Chapter 25. This time, I shall yield to you, little one. Langgu. Outside the door, startled exclamations erupted. Li Xiaochuan, Wang Pengzi, and another of Lin Lang's lackeys, Zhang Ming, rushed in from the fire escape. Witnessing the grim sight of Lin Lang being felled by Xiao Yan in a single encounter, the three were a mixture of shock and fury, raising their fists as they charged towards Xiao Yan. "Damn it, take him down." Xiao Yan panted heavily. The explosive burst of energy had nearly exhausted the stamina of his mortal body. Yet, his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. The insight imparted by his imperial soul allowed him to discern the trajectories and vulnerabilities of the three assailants with clarity. Faced with Wang Pengzi's fist, which resembled a large cooking pot, Xiao Yan did not retreat but advanced instead, lowering his stance and narrowly slipping beneath the punch into Wang Pengzi's embrace. His shoulder collided like a bull against Wang Pengzi's ample belly. Ugh! Wang Pengzi felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, his stomach churning violently. His massive frame staggering backward. Li Xiaochuan, without uttering a sound, rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The last to charge, Zhang Meng, hesitated momentarily, daunted by Xiao Yan's ruthless efficiency in dispatching the other two. Xiao Yan would not grant him the luxury of time. He seized a heavy glass ashtray from the small bar and, without a hint of hesitation, struck with all his strength against Zhang Meng's raised arm. Crack! The chilling sound of breaking bone reverberated through the air. Zhang Meng, cradling his contorted arm, let out a harrowing scream as he knelt to the ground. In a mere span of seconds, 4 adult men were incapacitated by Xiao Yan, who, devoid of fighting spirit, relied on the inside of his imperial soul. An explosive surge of power and the brutality of street combat. The room was left filled with agonized groans and wails. Xiao Yan gasped for breath, sweat instantly soaking his shirt, his heart racing as if it might burst. The mortal frame struggled to contain the fury and combat will of the imperial soul, causing every muscle in his body to ache as he unceremoniously tossed the 4 men into the hallway and closed the door, ignoring the fatigue and soreness coursing through him. Xiao Yan swiftly turned to Yun. Yun, wake up, look at me. He urgently slapped her cheeks, feeling an astonishing heat radiating from her. Her skin glowed with an enticing crimson hue, long eyelashes gently closed and quivering slightly, while her crimson lips parted unconsciously, releasing delicate and unbearable moans. The countenance, usually as frosty as winter's breath, was now suffused with the passionate blush of desire, presenting a breathtaking allure capable of shattering any man's reason. The dim yellow light outlined the contours of his anxious profile, sweat dampening the strands of hair on his forehead, while the worry and fear reflected in his deep dark eyes were strikingly familiar, awakening within her a long-buried memory, almost forgotten, rippling forth like stones cast into a still pond. Xiao Yan? A name, almost imperceptible, trembled forth from her heated lips, muddied like a dream's whisper. It is I? Yun, it is I? He nearly shouted, his voice tinged with indescribable excitement and sorrow. Yun's hazy eyes fixated greedily upon his, as if striving to penetrate the veil of reality and discern the imprint of his soul. The heat and emptiness wrought by the drug surged upon her once more like a tsunami, threatening to engulf her remaining awareness entirely. Instinctively, her body cried out, yearning for the most primal solace. Is it truly you? She murmured again, her voice fractured and laden with a desperate plea for confirmation. Suddenly, hot tears streamed from her eyes, cascading down her flushed cheeks and falling upon the back of Xiao Yan's hand as he supported her shoulder, sending a tremor through his heart. At that intersection of blurred vision and chaotic consciousness, an impulse originating from the depths of her soul, transcending the drug's control and bordering on instinct, compelled her to act. The last vestiges of her rationality crumbled under the overwhelming force of the drug coursing through her veins. Yun's breath became fervent and rapid, her chest heaving violently. The gaze that had previously appeared unfocused from pain now sharpened with intensity, the depths of her eyes swirling with chaotic and fiery light. This illumination set off alarm bells in Xiao Yan's mind. Before Xiao Yan could utter even a word, the familiar softness brushed against his lips, reminiscent of their past encounters in the Beast Mountain range. Their agile tongues entwined within Xiao Yan's mouth, rekindling sentiments of yore that inundated his mind, while his strong hands unknowingly roamed over the peaks of her delicate form. I thought I had left this world behind, only to encounter you once more. Yun mumbled incoherently. This time, I will yield to you, little one. Morning sunlight lazily flowed through the pristine floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the beige floor. The air was filled with minute particles of dust, dancing silently within the beams of light. Outside, the unique low hum of the concrete forest resonated, distant yet rhythmic, like an unfamiliar background score. Xiao Yan sank into the expansive softness of the spring mattress, his back comfortably resting against the cushions. Yun, resembling a weary cat, nestled entirely within his embrace. Her long hair cascaded like dark silk over his arms and chest, with a few strands playfully brushing against his chin. Her head rested against his chest, and through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, thumping like the most reassuring of drums. Her fingers unconsciously circled a button on Xiao Yan's shirt, her gaze imbued with a hint of post-slumber haze and innocent curiosity as she slightly tilted her head to behold the chiseled contours of his jaw. Xiao Yan. Her voice emerged softly, tinged with the raspy quality of someone just waking, akin to a feather brushing against the heart's core. Xiao Yan responded, lowering his gaze, his chin gently grazing the soft crown of her hair. His arm, encircling her waist, tightened slightly, drawing her closer into his embrace. As if affirming the recovery of a long-lost treasure, Yun adjusted her position within his arms, seeking a more comfortable repose. Yet her eyes remained steadfastly locked onto his face. "I've always wanted to ask you." She paused, seemingly weighing her words. "That initial promise we made about always being together." Xiao Yan's voice deepened, imbued with a sense of profound nostalgia that transcended the passage of time. Chapter 26. Queen Medusa. Meanwhile, Linya sat despondently at the edge of the bed, gazing at his underling, who bore the bruises of Xiao Yan's wrath. Resembling a battered pig, Linya's teeth chattered as he reluctantly spat out the name, laden with visceral hatred and bone-deep terror. What kind of gaze was that? Lin. The young master had never encountered such an indifferent and frigid stare, one that resembled the observation of inanimate objects. It was not the ferocity of a street thug. It was the true essence of someone who had witnessed bloodshed and commanded life and death. A profound sense of humiliation swiftly overwhelmed his fear, igniting a flush on his cheeks. "Get out. All of you, get out." Linya bellowed, his voice a cacophony of hysteria. Trembling, he fished out his phone and dialed his father's number, his voice quivering with a suppressed sob. "Dad, I'm in trouble at the resort. A madman injured my underling and nearly killed me. He took the woman I had my eye on. His name is Xiao Yan. He's a vagrant." From the other end, Lin Jintian's voice emanated with a calm yet barely concealed fury. "Calm down. Are you injured? Have you called the police?" I'm fine." Linya glanced down at his soaked trousers, mortified with rage. "Call the police? No, I can't. Dad, there is something off about him. He is terrifying. I'm afraid if I call the police, that lunatic named Xiao Yan will come for me first, with that inhuman speed and strength. It makes me doubt the very rules of modern society. Useless." Lin Jintian scolded on the line, then composed himself. "First, secure the scene. Ensure the injured are taken care of, and keep it quiet. The resort is our Lin family's territory. This matter must not escalate. I will send someone to handle it, and I will investigate this Xiao Yan. Stay put and do not cause any more trouble." As the sun rose as usual, restoring the resort's tranquil leisure, Linya made his appearance. He adorned himself in a brand new, expensive outfit, his hair meticulously styled and fragrant with costly cologne, attempting to mask the turmoil within. Yet, his pallid complexion, the heavy shadows beneath his eyes, and the lingering tremor of apprehension betrayed him. Linya's heart clenched violently, as if grasped by a cold hand, and beads of cold sweat immediately formed on his back. He compelled himself to conjure a nonchalant smile, tinged with a hint of impatience, as he lifted the glass from the server's tray and took a substantial sip, the spicy liquid coursing down his throat, offering a fleeting sense of false calm. "Oh, don't even mention it. 2 of my friends got a bit too tipsy and ended up bickering in the hallway. I tried to mediate for ages. What an embarrassment." Linya's tone was deliberately casual, laced with her usual arrogance and disdain, which resulted in my newly acquired limited edition shoes getting sullied. "What bad luck." "Really? I heard it got quite loud. Wasn't it related to that beautiful senior in the teal dress?" Lina inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. In the ensuing days, Linya became the most vibrant and seemingly normal feature of the resort. She continued to gather friends, embracing a hedonistic lifestyle at pool parties, laughing boisterously, speaking flamboyantly, ordering the most expensive drinks, and engaging in the most exhilarating activities, as if she sought to drown out the terror and humiliation of that day in an ocean of indulgence. Yet, only she knew the tension that gripped her in every corner. Each time she spotted a figure in a simple long dress, her pupils would constrict sharply. Every louder noise would cause her body to instinctively stiffen. Solitude, especially in the stillness of night, would envelop her in a tide of fear, cloaked in invisible shadows. In contrast, Xiao Yan found himself daily devising various strategies to coax Yun into refraining from causing havoc. He lowered his gaze, meeting Yun's gentle, smiling eyes, tightening the grip of their intertwined fingers before turning to Ziyan. On the 7th day, the vacation came to an end. Linya could hardly wait to escape the place that had stripped her of dignity and robbed her of sleep. She slipped into a luxurious sports car, the engine growling ominously. As the vehicle departed from the resort's gates, the tension she had sustained for a full week finally began to ease. Rolling down the window, she cast one last glance at this lavish land that had brought her endless nightmares, her expression a complex tapestry of relief, trepidation, and, most profoundly, a repressed, twisted resentment. As the neon lights flickered to life, the city bustled with activity. An ordinary yellow taxi merged into the steel torrent of the metropolis, its engine emitting a low hum. The window shielded the interior from the cacophony outside, leaving behind a brief moment of tranquility within the cab. Ziyan sat alone in the passenger seat, her arms crossed, the deep purple of her attire appearing even more enigmatic in the dim light. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the shifting shadows outside the window. The dazzling neon reflecting in her profound violet eyes like stars illuminating a distant realm. Inside the vehicle, only the sound of the engine and the muffled music from the radio filled the air. She remained silent, her formidable presence rendering the atmosphere somewhat stagnant, causing the driver to instinctively soften his breath, hesitant to steal even a glance in the rearview mirror. This silence persisted for an extended period until the car ascended a relatively quiet overpass, beneath which a wide river flowed, glimmering with lights. Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself and broke the weighty tranquility. He leaned slightly forward, addressing the silhouette in the passenger seat, which seemed to merge with the interplay of light and shadow outside. His voice carried a note of curiosity and concern. "Xian, what are you thinking about?" "I am thinking of Sister Kailin." The name resonated like a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples across the hearts of Xiao Yan and Yun Yun. The Queen Medusa, Yun Yun, murmured softly, her cold eyes momentarily veiled by a sheen of moisture. As if through the shifting urban shadows before her, she beheld the vast expanse of the searing, arid Tagore Desert, where the golden sands stretched endlessly. She envisioned a stunning beauty clad in opulent robes, exuding an air of aloof nobility, whose serpentine tail swayed with a grace that could dim the splendor of mountains and rivers. Xiao Yan instinctively tightened his grip on Yun Yun's hand, his heart seized by an invisible force, a dull ache spreading through him. Kailin, the woman with whom he shared the deepest entanglement, evoking both guilt and longing within him. Her stubborn gaze, enchanting figure, and the complex, inexpressible look they exchanged at their parting surged forth in his mind like a vivid imprint. Was she well? Chapter 27. The ancient ring. The taxi finally halted at the entrance of an old street, incongruous amidst the city's neon glow. The cobblestone path was damp, reflecting the warm halo of the streetlights, while the air was infused with the musty scent of old houses, the tantalizing aroma of street food, and the faint whiff of incense. This place represented the city's wrinkles, where time seemed to flow with an unusual slowness. Xiao Yan paid the fare and led Yun Yun and Ziyin deeper into the alley. His destination was clear, the old fortune-teller's stall that had revealed his otherworldly identity when he first arrived in this realm, lost and bewildered. The stall remained in its original location, a bare incandescent bulb flickering overhead, casting a half-light on the tattered fabric that proclaimed its purpose. The fortune-teller still wore his faded gray robe, eyes closed, fingers deftly manipulating a string of dark beads of indiscernible material. His withered face bore deep wrinkles, as if he were a part of the ancient street itself, exuding an ineffable quietude and age. "Old sir," Xiao Yan stepped forward, his tone tinged with subtle respect. Yun Yun stood quietly beside him, her cold gaze scrutinizing the fortune-teller with curiosity. Ziyin, arms crossed, nonchalantly surveyed the humble stall and its enigmatic proprietor, a hint of bemusement and impatience gracing her lips. Upon hearing the voice, the fortune-teller's fingers paused momentarily. He slowly opened his eyes. Those orbs, clouded as if shrouded in years of dust, suddenly sharpened as they swept over Xiao Yan and Yun Yun, finally resting on Ziyin. In an instant, the murkiness dissipated. It was as if the layers of sediment built over millennia had been swept away, revealing an unfathomable, chilling abyss. His gaze was piercing, as though it could penetrate the soul, imbued with an ancient authority that conveyed both insight and indifference, transforming him from a frail old man into a figure of formidable presence. Ziyin instinctively felt a chill emanating from the depths of her bloodline, a primal warning of the utmost danger from the ancient void dragon. Her pupils constricted to a perilous pinprick, the dormant royal dragon blood within her surged to life, and an invisible pressure, potent enough to warp space, threatened to burst forth. Yet it was too late. The fortune-teller's gaze lingered on her for but a moment, and with a hand as gnarled as a withered branch, he casually raised it towards her direction, making a gentle gesture. There was no cataclysmic surge of energy, no dazzling brilliance. There exists but a singular, irrefutable erasure at the level of rules, akin to the gentle brushing away of an inconsequential speck of dust. A faint hum resonates, as if echoing deep within the very essence of the soul. The ethereal aura, emblematic of a peak combat sage, surrounding Ziyin dissipates like wisps of smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. The terrifying might of the dragon, which she had so meticulously cultivated, bursts like a punctured bubble, instantly dissolving into the void. The vast and formidable fighting spirit within her, akin to a celestial sea capable of shaking the very continent, is abruptly sealed by an unseen, colossal lock, as if siphoned away by an invisible hand. An unprecedented, profound sense of weakness washes over her like a chilling tide, engulfing every single cell in an instant. Ziyin lets out a muted groan. Her complexion pales to the hue of parchment, and she stumbles backward, her body trembling uncontrollably. For the first time, her violet eyes, usually filled with disdain and amusement, reflect a palpable terror and disbelief. She can distinctly sense that her connection to the energies of the cosmos has been irrevocably severed. The power that once allowed her to traverse the realms has vanished. It is neither a seal nor suppression. It is an utter dissolution, as if it had never existed at all. Xian, Xiao Yan, and Yun Yun exclaim in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically. They could not grasp what had transpired. All they witnessed was the fortune-teller's casual gesture, followed by Xian seemingly struck by an invisible force, her aura plummeting to an extreme low. What unnerved them further was the clear realization that the unique presence of a peak powerhouse emanating from Xian had completely vanished. The figure standing before them now appeared merely as a robust, ordinary girl. What have you done? Xiao Yan steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xian. His gaze transforms, akin to that of a ferocious beast, as a fierce killing intent, mingled with the searing heat of his resolve, erupts, locking onto the emaciated figure with unwavering intensity. The power of another realm, forcibly retained here, is an affront, inviting calamity. Its dissolution brings liberation, both for her and this realm. His murky gaze sweeps over the enraged Xiao Yan and Yun Yun before finally resting on the pale-faced girl behind Xiao Yan, whose violet eyes churn with tumultuous waves yet resolutely bite her lip to remain upright. His tone remains placid, devoid of any ripple. Little girl, your roots do not lie here. To forcibly seek power that does not belong to this world ultimately leads to self-retribution. Shedding all shackles may well signify a new beginning. The fortune-teller's gaze lingers momentarily on the trio, brimming with tension, before finally settling on Xiao Yan, who stands fiercely protectively before Xian, that appears remarkably fragile. In the depths of his murky eyes, a fleeting, indescribably complex emotion flickers, akin to a ripple arising from the depths of an ancient well, only to be consumed by an ocean of indifference. This time, his withered fingers reach for the worn and somewhat tattered gray robe beneath his collar. The movement imbued with an ineffable sense of delay, as if each minute motion tugged at the weighty threads of time's inexorable fate. Xiao Yan's muscles tighten further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Time seems to stretch endlessly. At last, the emaciated fingers emerged from the inner folds, delicately pinching an object. It was diminutive, reflecting a subdued glow under the dim, swaying streetlight, as if it could absorb light itself. It was unmistakably a ring, a piece of jewelry so archaic in design that it could be deemed primal. The fortune-teller's murky gaze fell upon the ancient ring resting in his palm, lingering for a fleeting moment, as if the depths of his eyes held the transient dance of countless starry galaxies. Then, he lifted his gaze, penetrating through Xiao Yan's fierce defensive posture with newfound clarity. Reaching into the depths of his very soul, a hoarse voice emerged, devoid of previous indifference, now imbued with an indescribable weight. As if it had traversed through countless timelines, the responsibility henceforth lies with you. These 4 words resonated like celestial thunder, carrying an unimaginable antiquity and a fateful gravity, echoing within the innermost recesses of Xiao Yan's soul. His consciousness momentarily blanked, quaking with intensity, as a multitude of fragmented images and cries of joy and sorrow flashed through his spirit, elusive and intangible. With that, the fortune-teller's gnarled fingers flicked gently. The exquisitely archaic obsidian ring transformed into a shadowy stream of light, silently, yet irresistibly shooting towards Xiao Yan. His pupils contracted in shock. He had no time to react. The ring's speed surpassed the limits of mortal reflexes. In a blink, it securely adorned his left ring finger. The sensation was frigid, emanating a chill reminiscent of the universe's infancy, before chaos had taken form. This icy touch surged up his finger, enveloping his entire arm and sweeping through his body. Without the protection of fighting energy, Xiao Yan felt as though struck by lightning, letting out a muffled groan, his complexion turning ashen. This chilling sensation penetrated not just his flesh, but directly invaded his soul, plunging him into an abyss of eternal frost. Xiao Yan. Both Yun Yun and Xian gasped in alarm. Yun Yun's sword was nearly unleashed, while Xian's eyes widened in horror. Yet, at the moment the ring clasped around his finger, a peculiar connection was forged instantaneously, deep within Xiao Yan's soul. It felt as if something had been stirred by the ring. An exceedingly faint yet unmistakably clear sensation resonated with the ring's ancient, frigid aura. Simultaneously, the intricate patterns on the ring's surface flickered faintly, as swift as an illusion, while an indescribable tranquility began to blossom amidst the cold, forcefully assuaging Xiao Yan's soul's turmoil and physical discomfort. Go, the hoarse voice intoned, imbued with a detached finality, as if the preceding events were merely a fleeting dream. You, Xian exclaimed, witnessing Xiao Yan's agonized tremors, a mixture of shock and fury surging within her as she yearned to rush forward. yet was held back by her overwhelming frailty. Yun, sword in hand, trembled slightly. Glancing between the fortune teller's now indifferent demeanor and the ancient ring radiating an aura of antiquity on Xiao Yan's finger. Utterly at a loss as to what to do next. In the end, Xiao Yan tightly clenched his left hand adorned with the ring, the bone-chilling coldness keeping him alert. He gazed deeply at the emaciated figure, as if to etch this moment into his very marrow, no longer casting a glance at the fortune-telling booth. He grasped Yun's hand and glanced once more at the angered yet feeble Ziyin before turning away, step by step, carrying with him the heavy, ancient ring on his finger and the profound enigma of 4 words echoing in his soul. He departed from the damp, musty old street, merging back into the city's dazzling yet frigid neon lights. It was only after walking a considerable distance, at a secluded alleyway, that Xiao Yan paused. Leaning against the cold wall, gasping for breath, he raised his left hand, the obsidian ring on his ring finger glimmering under the neon glow. Its intricate patterns seemingly coming to life, slowly flowing with an ancient luster. The icy sensation remained vivid, akin to wearing a core from a primeval glacier. Yet it appeared to be melding with his flesh and soul at an incomprehensibly slow pace. The tremor stemming from his soul persisted, resonating with the aura of the ring. Xiao Yan. Ziyin broke free from Yun's support, stumbling towards him, her pale face etched with fury and terror, her violet eyes fixated on the ring. Take it off. Quickly. How dare you wear something given by that old wretch? He has drained my powers. This ring must be cursed. Yun, filled with concern, watched Xiao Yan and the ring on his finger, the aura emanating from it causing her heart to race with an indescribable ancient pressure. Xiao Yan, how do you feel? Xiao Yan lowered his gaze to the ring, feeling the relentless coldness and the soul's tremor. He slowly shook his head. His voice still hoarse but imbued with an unprecedented weight and determination. I cannot remove it. It feels as though it is fused with my very bones. He attempted to pull it off with force, but the ring remained immovable, instead sending a stronger chill coursing through him, causing pain in his fingers. He raised his head, looking at Ziyin and Yun, his expression complex, ultimately transforming into a deep, resolute light, infused with infinite fatigue yet unwavering resolve. Ziyin bit her lip fiercely, blood seeping forth. She observed the undeniable determination in Xiao Yan's eyes while feeling the emptiness within herself. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness and fear of the unknown brought her to the brink of collapse. She abruptly turned away, no longer gazing at the ring, nor uttering a word, her body trembling even more violently. Yun sighed softly, holding Ziyin tightly, then extended her hand to gently grasp Xiao Yan's left hand adorned with the ring. The icy chill that met her palm made her shiver slightly. She looked at Xiao Yan, her gaze filled with complex emotions, ultimately tightening her grip on his hand, conveying silent support. The obsidian ring, its surface adorned with ancient flowing patterns, suddenly glimmered with an exceedingly faint yet supremely dignified dark radiance. An invisible force, emanating from the very fabric of rules, erupted violently. Ziyin's violet eyes fixated on Xiao Yan's face, contorted in pain and cold, resting on the ominous ring upon his left hand's ring finger. A faint yet distinctly clear ripple emerged from the depths of her soul, originating from the primal imprint of the ancient void dragon monarch. This ripple was not a manifestation of power, but rather a natural resonance with entities of the same caliber, rooted in the deepest recesses of her bloodline. The lingering aura of the rules upon the ring was so subtle that it could almost be disregarded. However, it ignited the dormant bloodline imprint of Ziyin like a spark catching fire. A barely audible sound escaped Ziyin's throat, akin to the whimper of a young beast. Within her hollow violet eyes, a flicker of movement arose, reminiscent of pebbles cast into still waters, stirring up a ripple of emotions. It was no longer pure despair and silence. Instead, it was a tumultuous blend of profound shock, disbelief, and an ineffable sense of reverence and fear. Instinctively stemming from her very soul, she fixated on the ring, her small frame trembling violently from the intense shockwaves of her bloodline instincts, more fervently than ever before, as though she were beholding an incomprehensible and irresistible taboo from the realms of myth and legend. Yun noted Ziyin's extraordinary reaction, witnessing the complex glimmer in her eyes, which stirred a tempest within her heart. Could it be that Ziyin's bloodline responded so vehemently? What was the true origin of this ring? Chapter 29. The seal is broken. The frigid night breeze was kept at bay outside the window, yet within the modest 2-bedroom apartment, the atmosphere was even more stifling. In the living room, Yun cautiously assisted Ziyin to sit on the sofa. She, too, felt an emptiness within. As if the once surging wind attribute fighting spirit had never existed, all that remained was a resilient physique tempered by time and a cold will. At that moment, she was merely an ordinary woman with slightly greater strength and sharper senses. Ziyin, however, still bore an empty gaze, her body occasionally trembling involuntarily, as if her soul had been largely extracted, leaving behind a delicate yet fragile shell. Observing Xian in such a state caused Yun Yun's heart to ache, yet she felt utterly powerless. Xiao Yan's condition weighed heavily on Yun Yun's mind. He had rejected her offer of support. At this moment, she could only provide a modicum of physical assistance. He stumbled into his designated room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, even locking it from the inside. Through the flimsy door, Yun Yun could distinctly hear the heavy gasps emanating from within, akin to the wheezing of a windbag, coupled with the violent clattering of teeth. A visible chill seeped through the crack beneath the door, coating the floor near the entrance with a thin layer of frost. He leaned against the cold door, sliding down to the floor, his body curling into a ball, unable to cease the violent trembling. Upon his left ring finger rested the ancient obsidian ring, resembling the core of a living ice cavern, perpetually infusing his mortal form with an unrelenting, primordial chill. His blood seemed to congeal into icy granules, laboring to flow through rigid veins. His muscles felt as if they had turned to stone, each minute tremor eliciting excruciating pain. Every breath felt like inhaling countless searing ice needles, scorching through his nasal passages and throat, piercing deep into the fragile alveoli of his lungs. The heart, ensnared in an icy embrace reminiscent of a colossal frozen hand, pulsated with a dull, shattering ache, each beat stretching longer than the last, as if it were on the verge of eternal stillness. Despite the overwhelming urge to succumb, Xiao Yan's teeth chattered violently, each word forcing its way from a throat encased in frost, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. In a moment of desperation, he forcefully struck his head against the door behind him. The resounding thud echoed harshly in the oppressive silence of the room, sending a tremor through Yun Yun, who stood outside. A fleeting agony sparked a flicker of clarity within him. With great difficulty, as if he were a rusted machine, Xiao Yan raised his left hand. The ring, illuminated by the city's ceaseless neon glow filtering through the window, appeared dark as an abyss, its intricate patterns resembling the celestial trajectories of stars, seemingly harboring the universe's ultimate mysteries, while mockingly highlighting the fragility and insignificance of his mortal form. The notion of comprehending these mysteries flitted through Xiao Yan's mind, only to be swiftly engulfed by a deeper despair. He possessed not even a shred of fighting spirit, his soul eroded by the cold. Teetering on the brink of collapse, what could he use to comprehend? What could he wield to resist? Just as the depths of his anguish and despair threatened to obliterate his consciousness, in that pivotal moment before his heart's heavy rhythm was to cease forever, a faint yet resilient tremor emanated from the very core of his being, once a vessel of the Emperor's might. It surged defiantly from the primordial imprint that had once scorched the heavens. This tremor, as delicate as a flickering candle in the wind, carried an imperial might capable of igniting the heavens and boiling the seas, a resolute and indomitable spirit that refused to yield. Buzz. At the instant that this heartbeat from the depths of his soul reverberated, the ring on his left hand's fourth finger, a jet-black artifact, exuding an aura of profound coldness and gravitas, shuddered violently. The ring's surface, adorned with patterns reminiscent of ancient runes, erupted in a dazzling brilliance previously unseen. No longer was it shrouded in darkness. Instead, it radiated a deep, restrained glow that seemed to embody the power of creation itself, a dark golden luminescence. The light, though not blinding, bore an indescribable ancient majesty, instantly illuminating the dim confines of the room. An unimaginable torrent of information, vast as the starry sea, surged forth, accompanied by a warm, monumental force, akin to a celestial river breaking its dam, rushing through the point of contact between the ring and his finger, flooding into Xiao Yan's mind and every sinew of his being. A guttural, inhuman howl escaped Xiao Yan, his body arching upwards like an arrow released from its bow. No longer was it a struggle against pain, but rather an overwhelming sensation of expansion, as endless energy and knowledge surged into him. The bone-chilling cold that had nearly frozen him solid melted away with the sudden influx of warmth and power, akin to the spring sun thawing snow. Stiff muscles regained their elasticity, congealed blood surged once more, and his heart throbbed vigorously, infused with boundless vitality. The penetrating chill that had seeped into his very marrow and soul dissipated, replaced by an indescribable warmth, as though he were submerged in a spring of life's essence, enveloping him in comfort and rejuvenation. The information was overwhelmingly vast and ancient, far exceeding the capacity of his mortal mind. Xiao Yan felt as though his head might explode. His eyes bloodshot from the immense pressure within his skull, almost bulging from their sockets. He clutched his head tightly, emitting a cry of anguish. Yet, the warm and formidable power emanating from the ring steadfastly shielded his soul's essence, akin to a stabilizing needle in turbulent seas, preventing him from collapsing amidst the onslaught of information. Simultaneously, the heartbeat of the Dou Emperor's heart, originating from the depths of his soul, seemed to awaken a long-dormant resonance under the influence of this power and the flow of information, becoming unprecedentedly clear and potent. It transformed from a mere flicker into a golden sun, ablaze in the ocean of consciousness, radiating imperial might, fervently absorbing, comprehending, and organizing the deluge of ancient knowledge pouring in. The radiance of the ring gradually retracted, ultimately vanishing entirely and reverting to its archaic, obsidian form, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. However, the lingering warmth in the room, the steam rising from Xiao Yan's body, and his temporarily unfocused, yet fiery golden eyes bore testament to the monumental change that had indeed occurred. The seal had been broken. Chapter 30. The primordial celestial transformation. The cold door panel still pressed against Yunyan's palm, but the extreme chill that nearly froze her soul collided with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting and dissipating. Immediately, an indescribable warmth and vitality surged forth, akin to a slumbering volcano awakening, bursting forth with an irresistible force from the crack of the door. Inside, the dying breaths that resembled a deflating bellows ceased abruptly. In their place arose a grand hum, as if the universe itself had just begun, and all things were sprouting anew. This sound did not resonate in her ears, but vibrated directly within the depths of her soul. A suppressed yet euphoric howl pierced through the door panel. Yun was astonished to see that the chill seeping from beneath the door was no longer frigid, but instead a dazzling cascade of colors beyond description. Fiery red like molten lava, vibrant green like fresh sprouts, deep blue like the ocean, earthy gold like the ground, blinding white like thunder, and even indescribable traces of wind. With space rippling and time distorting, a myriad of elemental glories intertwined, swirling, and merging, ultimately transforming into an all-encompassing and pure chaotic primordial hue, illuminating the doorframe as if it were a portal to a divine realm. Inside, the cries of agony transformed into a grand symphony that resonated with the soul. No longer mere destruction, but a magnificent reformation following obliteration. With a creak, the door lock clicked softly, and the door was pulled open from within. A rich essence of life mingled with the sin of sweat rushed forth. Yunyan's gaze was instantly fixed upon the deep grooves in the floor, their edges glimmering like molten glass, silently narrating the terror of the power unleashed during the Reformation. Then, she beheld Xiao Yan. He remained leaning against the doorframe. Drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, lips cracked and bloodied, his body trembling slightly, revealing the immense toll it had taken. However, the essence of his being had undergone a profound transformation. The most astonishing change remained in his eyes. As those orbs opened, the depths of his pupils were no longer marred by the threads of pain, but instead, two fierce flames of chaotic golden light blazed with unparalleled intensity. This flame transcended mere will. It seemed to encapsulate the birth and demise of stars, the ceaseless evolution of all things, exuding an awe-inspiring insight into the very essence of energy, reaching towards the cosmic source with majestic grandeur. When this gaze fell upon Yun, she felt as though her soul and the very core of her power had been laid bare before him, giving rise to an instinctive reverence that stemmed from the depths of her life force. Xiao Yan. Yun's voice trembled with disbelief. Xiao Yan's focus sharpened, the chaotic golden flame flickering slightly as it recognized her. He slowly raised his right hand, his left hand still languidly resting on his knee. The movement accompanied by subtle yet powerful cracking sounds of his bones, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His hoarse voice resonated with an uncanny sense of stability. Yun is safe now. His gaze then shifted to his outstretched left hand. The ancient obsidian ring appeared even more profound and reserved, the starry patterns upon it seemingly coming to life, gently swirling with imperceptible hues of 10 colors. Just as Yun thought all had settled, a humming sound erupted. The starry patterns upon the ring suddenly accelerated. A spectral scroll of light, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet seemingly burdened with the weight of the universe, projected forth without warning from above the ring, quietly hovering before Xiao Yan. The scroll was neither gold nor jade, its material indiscernible, suffused with a chaotic radiance. On the cover, several ancient, vigorous characters, seemingly outlined by the trajectories of stars, emanated an imperial might, imprinted deep within the souls of Xiao Yan and Yun, the supreme transformation of the primordial firmament. Xiao Yan's chaotic golden flame surged fiercely. An eruption of profound resonance and excitement sprung forth from the depths of his soul. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, which had just regained some strength, and his trembling fingertips brushed against the luminous cover of the scroll. The moment his fingertip made contact with the cover, crackling sounds erupted. The scroll of light awakened as if it were an ancient divine artifact, opening automatically. The pages were not made of paper, but composed of countless flowing runes and star maps, each embodying the profound essence of various attributes. They flipped rapidly, finally settling upon one particular page. The radiance of this page suddenly intensified, becoming overwhelmingly fierce and domineering. The crimson golden runes danced like fiery spirits, forming two slightly smaller, yet equally brimming with the essence of annihilation and rebirth ancient characters. Burning Decision. Beneath the title of Burning Decision, a smaller yet crystal-clear annotation emerged. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted to their utmost. The chaotic golden flame surged violently. An indescribable absurdity, shock, and ecstasy cascaded through his mind in an instant. Burning Decision. The supreme cultivation technique upon which he had relied to rise and ascend to the throne turned out to be merely one volume dedicated to the fire attribute within this supreme transformation of the primordial firmament. This realization struck his soul like the first thunderbolt of the universe's dawn. All past cognitions, the pursuit of power, and the reliance on the burning secret seem utterly trivial and one-dimensional at this moment. A grand vision, encompassing all attributes and evolving from the very essence of the universe, unfolds before him with the manifestation of the Taichu Sanqian Wanhuaju. As Xiao Yan's spirit trembles, immersed in the overwhelming information and cognitive upheaval brought forth by the Taichu Sanqian Wanhuaju, a resonant buzzing emanates from the dark ring on his left ring finger, pulsating 3 distinct times with an enigmatic rhythm. This time, the vibrations do not stem from power. Instead, they resemble a resonance, a calling. Xiao Yan's chaotic golden gaze instinctively, as if drawn by an invisible force, turns toward the depths of that ring. Through the swirling celestial trajectories on the ring's surface, penetrating the vast chaos of primal energy, his vision seemingly transcends certain boundaries, peering into the ring's most core and profound essence. There, it is not an absolute void but rather an indistinct and dim silhouette, poised to dissipate into the dust of ancient time, quietly floating in the endless chaos. The features are obscured, the attire indiscernible, and no clear aura can be sensed. It resembles a remnant on the verge of total obliteration, a specter from an unimaginably distant epoch, a mark forgotten in the corners of the universe. However, at the very moment Xiao Yan's gaze touches this ethereal figure, it appears to move ever so slightly. No sound, no fluctuation of energy, only an ineffable sorrow and anticipation. Pure to the extreme, emanating from the depths of the soul, transcending the infinite expanse of time and space, akin to a drowning soul finally glimpsing a faint, nearly non-existent starshine amidst eternal darkness. This indescribable torrent of emotion disregards the barriers of space, bypasses the ring's defenses, and surges forth like a frigid tide, instantly engulfing Xiao Yan's heart and mind. Ugh! Xiao Yan lets out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently as his left hand clenches tightly. The suspended Taichu Sanqian Wanhuaju light scroll also quivers intensely, as if on the brink of disintegration. Xiao Yan! Yun Yun exclaims in alarm. She cannot see the scroll, nor can she perceive the figure within the depths of the ring, yet she distinctly observes Xiao Yan's sudden pain and tightly clenched left fist, alongside the chaotic golden flame in his eyes flickering with terror. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan forcefully severs his gaze into the depths of the ring. The sorrow and anticipation brought by the ethereal figure weigh down upon his soul like a parasitic burden, more suffocating than the torrent of information he previously endured. He raises his head, the chaotic golden flame reigniting in his eyes, yet now imbued with an unprecedented gravity, confusion, and a heavy sense of responsibility, as if bearing the weight of eternity. Chapter 31. Marketplace, Gunfire. Nourished by Xiao Yan's feeble, yet miraculous primal energy, coupled with Yun Yun's meticulous care, Ziyan's recovery progresses far more swiftly than anticipated. Within a week, the delicate pallor of her once worried face has completely faded, revealing the healthy, rosy glow characteristic of a young girl. Although her body remained devoid of any fighting spirit, the once formidable power that could move mountains and fill seas had long dissipated. Yet the indomitable vitality, rooted in the bloodline of the ancient dragon of the void, flourished under the nurturing embrace of chaotic primal energy, akin to a parched land rejoicing in the rain. The desiccated meridians became supple and resilient once more, and the flickering flame of her life essence stabilized. Though it lacked fervor, it no longer wavered precariously. Awakening alongside this resurgence was the mischievous spirit of Xian, deeply ingrained within her being, which had long been suppressed. With a renewed vigor, her petite hand tugged at Xiao Yan, causing him to stagger, gazing into her eyes. Now vibrant and cunning, shimmering with familiar amethyst radiance, filled with yearning and discontent towards the outside world, Xiao Yan exchanged a glance with Yun Yun, both recognizing a shared sense of helplessness, along with an ineffable comfort and relaxation. At last, they beheld the lively little ancestor once more. All right, let us go out. Xiao Yan sighed, rubbing his sore arm where she had tugged. The chaotic golden flame within his gaze flowed gently, allowing him to clearly perceive the stable burn of Xian's life essence, vibrant and overflowing with energy, albeit somewhat excessive. However, they had agreed, no running amok, no causing trouble, and to heed Yun Yun's guidance. I know. Stop nagging. Xian exclaimed, immediately releasing her grip and fluttering to Yunyun's side like a little butterfly, wrapping her arms around her. You're the best, Sister Yunyun. Let us hurry. A rare smile of indulgence graced Yunyun's usually composed face as she gently tapped Xian's forehead. You, indeed. The trio quickly tidied up and departed from the cramped dwelling they had inhabited for so long. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and the cacophony of bustling traffic assaulted their senses. Xian, akin to a bird freed from its cage, excitedly glanced around, filled with wonder at everything, chattering incessantly while holding Yunyun's hand. Xiao Yan lagged half a step behind, the chaotic golden flame subtly swirling in his gaze, silently surveying the surrounding environment and throngs of people. Though his power was diminished, the vigilance and instinct for danger stemming from his status as a Dou Emperor had not waned with the loss of his fighting spirit. The taut nerves of both Xiao Yan and Yunyun began to relax amidst this pure joy. Xiao Yan even found himself being forcefully presented with a cloyingly sweet ice cream by Xian, frowning as he took a lick, prompting peals of laughter from her. However, this fleeting warmth and relaxation was abruptly shattered by a pair of eyes filled with malice and twisted delight. Lurking behind a luxury goods counter on the second floor of the shopping mall, Linya, who had initially accompanied a newly enamored celebrity for shopping, found himself aimlessly surveying the surroundings when he unexpectedly caught sight of the two figures in the crowd below that he loathed with every fiber of his being, Xiao Yan, and that coolly elegant woman, along with a delicately crafted little girl. After a moment of stunned disbelief, an indescribable ecstasy and malice surged through Linya's mind. You stray from the path to heaven, yet dare to enter the gates of hell. In this bustling mall, no matter how skilled you are, Xiao Yan, can you outrun a bullet? A twisted smile spread across his face, his gaze dark and venomous as that of a serpent. He swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed an encrypted number, his voice trembling with excitement yet kept at a low volume. Brother who? The target is in the dessert area on the first floor of Jinding Square. 3 individuals. The man. Yes, that one. Get it done for me. Make it clean and quick. Double the reward. Right now? Immediately. He emphasized the need for cleanliness and promptness, the madness in his eyes nearly spilling over. He could almost envision Xiao Yan sprawled in a pool of blood, while that cold woman panicked, a scene that greatly satisfied his twisted vanity. After hanging up, Linya leaned against the cold glass railing, gazing down at the 3 unsuspecting individuals who were oblivious to the impending danger. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were savoring a splendid performance about to unfold. On the first floor of the mall, in the dessert area, Xian was holding a gigantic rainbow cotton candy, tiptoeing to feed Yunyun a taste, while Yunyun, with a mix of exasperation and affection, slightly bent down. Xiao Yan stood nearby, one hand carrying several shopping bags and the other holding an ice cream he had only taken a lick from. His chaotic golden flames swirling in his gaze as it casually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his brow twitched violently, a chilling, bone-deep, lethal intent erupted without warning from the crowd behind him, akin to a venomous serpent locking onto its prey. This murderous aura was sharp and direct, imbued with a metallic coldness, aimed unerringly at him. Get down. Xiao Yan's roar resonated like thunder on a clear day. The chaotic golden flames instantly discerned the source of danger, a man clad in an ordinary jacket and a baseball cap, suddenly raising his hand from behind a potted plant. The dark muzzle of the gun grinned like the Grim Reaper amidst the crowd. In a split second, there was no time for thought. The instincts honed through countless life-and-death battles surged within him, transcending all else. The chaotic source of power surged into his nerves and muscles in response to the extreme peril, propelling his reaction speed to the limits of mortal capability. With all his strength, he hurled the heavy shopping bags and the bothersome ice cream towards the gunman, not aiming to injure, but merely to create an instant obstruction and distraction. At the same time, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, unleashing astonishing power. Charging forward like a predatory tiger, not retreating, but lunging with utmost speed and determination towards his targets, Yunyun and Xian. He intended to tackle them to the ground, using his own body as the final barrier. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled gunshots, enough to tear through the cacophony of the mall, erupted almost simultaneously. Pff. The first bullet grazed past Xiao Yan's right arm, which he had thrust out while lunging, spraying a burst of blinding blood. A searing pain shot through him instantly. Bang, bang. The second and third bullets whizzed through the trajectory he had just taken. One narrowly missed his back, embedding itself into the ground where they had just stood, sparks flying. The other bullet, disrupted by the shopping bag he had thrown, veered off course and shattered the glass display of the nearby dessert shop. Ah, someone's been shot. A scream instantly shattered the tranquility of the dessert area. The crowd erupted in panic, scattering like a disturbed hive of hornets. Xiao Yan, Yun Yun was forcefully thrown to the ground by Xiao Yan, who shielded her beneath him. She could even feel the searing airflow caused by the bullet slicing through the air. In horror, she gazed at Xiao Yan's right arm, now stained with blood, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. The overwhelming sensation of helplessness, stripped of Dou Qi, engulfed her once more like a tidal wave. Instinctively, she clung tightly to the equally toppled and frightened Ziyan, whose small face had turned pale, utterly bewildered by the chaos. Damn it! The gunman known as Brother, who had evidently not anticipated such a ferocious response from his target, able to disrupt and topple his comrade amidst the crowd in an instant. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he unhesitatingly raised his weapon again, his finger poised on the trigger. This time, the gun's muzzle was directly aimed at Xiao Yan, who lay exposed on the ground, his back fully vulnerable, along with the two women he shielded beneath him. No. Yun Yun's eyes widened in desperation as she attempted to roll over and protect Xiao Yan, but time was not on her side. Ziyan, terrified, tightly shut her eyes, her small frame trembling in Yun Yun's embrace, just an ordinary girl enveloped by immense fear, stripped of all her strength. On the second floor, Linya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body leaning forward as if she were about to shout, "Kill him! Quickly, kill him!" At that critical moment of life and death, Xiao Yan, in excruciating pain and under immense pressure, felt the chaotic golden flames igniting within his eyes. He sensed the chilling intent to kill locking onto him from behind once more. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his right arm, he forcefully pushed against the ground with his left hand, rolling his body sideways with all his might. Bang! The fourth bullet grazed past the outer side of his left shoulder blade, tearing through flesh and fabric, leaving a trail of blood that instantly stained his back. Ugh! Xiao Yan stifled a groan of pain, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. Yet, he did not halt his rolling motion. Using the momentum, he grasped the arms of Yun Yun and Ziyan, unleashing the last vestiges of strength within him, dragging them forcefully towards a large, sturdy dessert display case nearby. Chapter 32. Kylie? The chaos within the shopping mall did not persist for long. The piercing sound of police sirens, growing ever closer, quickly drowned out the screams and cries of the crowd. Well-trained police officers arrived on the scene within 5 minutes of the gunfire, swiftly setting up a perimeter, controlling the situation, evacuating the public, and searching for witnesses and the wounded. The gunman known as Brother, who, experienced and cunning, blended seamlessly into the fleeing throng, vanishing like a drop of water into the sea. Enduring the fiery pain in his arms, Xiao Yan, with Yun Yun and Ziyin in tow, adeptly navigated through the chaotic crowd, leveraging his familiarity with the city's corners. Quickly distancing himself from the main thoroughfare of Jinding Square and veering into a relatively secluded alley. Leaning against the cold, rough brick wall, he finally dared to take deep breaths, cold sweat mingling with blood trickling down from his temples, each breath pulling at his wounds, causing darkness to dance at the edges of his vision. "Xiao Yan, are you all right?" Yun Yun's voice trembled uncontrollably as she gazed at the deep, gaping abrasion on the outer side of Xiao Yan's right arm and the bullet wound near his left shoulder blade, her heart twisted in anguish. Devoid of her fighting spirit, she could scarcely perform the most rudimentary techniques for staunching blood flow, resorting instead to pressing a torn yet relatively clean piece of fabric against the wound on Xiao Yan's left shoulder, desperately attempting to slow the torrent of blood. The crimson fluid rapidly stained the cloth, a sight both shocking and harrowing. "It's merely a flesh wound," Xiao Yan managed to utter through gritted teeth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Deep within his eyes, the chaotic golden flame struggled to endure. He was able to internally assess the injury, confirming that neither the bone nor major blood vessels were damaged. However, the excruciating pain and the debilitating weakness from blood loss were all too real. Within him, a faint source of chaotic energy began to spontaneously and agonizingly flow toward the injury, offering a modicum of cooling relief while subtly stimulating cellular activity in a feeble attempt to halt the bleeding and facilitate healing. Yet this meager pace was woefully inadequate against the relentless flow of blood. Ziyin clung tightly to Yun Yun's leg, her small face drained of color, large eyes brimming with tears of terror, her tiny frame trembling slightly. The deafening gunshot moments ago, the spurting blood, Xiao Yan's instantaneously stained sleeve, and his ashen visage had delivered a profound shock and fear to this little girl, who had only just begun to regain a semblance of vitality yet felt utterly powerless. She bit her lip fiercely, stifling her cries, her big eyes filled with helplessness and dread. "We must go to the hospital. You've lost too much blood," Yun Yun exclaimed, observing Xiao Yan's deteriorating condition, her tone resolute and laced with urgency. She was acutely aware that the police would soon scour this area. At that moment, A series of hurry yet steady footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance, accompanied by the beam of a flashlight. Inside, "We are the police. Do not move." A clear yet authoritative female voice rang out, imbued with an innate sense of command. The flashlight's beam illuminated the disheveled trio within the alley. Under the light, Xiao Yan's blood-soaked attire and pallid complexion, Yunyan's blood-stained hands, and Ziyan's terrified expression were laid bare. As the flashlight beam distinctly illuminated the face of Xia Kailin, the initially hazy consciousness of Xiao Yan, clouded by pain and blood loss, was struck as if by a bolt of heavenly thunder. The chaotic golden flame flared explosively in his eyes, nearly bursting forth from his pupils. This face, it bore a striking resemblance to that of the Serpent Clan Queen, Kailin, from the depths of his memory, possessing an ethereal beauty and an air of haughty disdain that seemed to look down upon the world. In that instant, the profound longing and overwhelming shock eclipsed the agony in his body. A name, instinctively, and with a fervor that transcended time and space, escaped his lips. Kailin? The hoarse voice resonated with an unsettling clarity in the stillness of the alley. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Xia Kailin's cold, deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a frigid abyss, locked onto Xiao Yan, her gaze sharp as a blade, momentarily revealing a palpable astonishment, swiftly replaced by a frosty indignation. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed sharply, forming a severe and authoritative curve. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice, akin to icy pearls striking a jade plate, carried an air of aloofness and an undeniable commanding tone. "Kailin?" She deliberately reiterated her words with piercing clarity, her tone frosty and laced with a hint of disdain. "Sir, we seem to be far from familiar enough for you to address me by my name. Please refer to me as Officer Xia." She emphasized the title officer, her gaze slicing through Xiao Yan's countenance like a chilling blade, clearly interpreting Xiao Yan's shocked and inexplicable address of Kailin as a frivolous or insidious attempt to foster intimacy. As the daughter of a department head and a rising star in the police force, she was well acquainted with various advances and ulterior motives, and harbored a profound aversion to such presumptuousness. Xiao Yan felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, jolting him into clarity. The excruciating pain and dizziness from blood loss surged anew. He gazed at the face before him, nearly identical to Kailin's, yet the cold, sharp, and vigilant gaze, coupled with the authoritative demeanor of her police uniform and the palpable misunderstanding and disdain, revealed that this was not the Kailin he knew. A colossal enigma, disappointment, and a flicker of indescribable excitement intertwined, rendering him momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Xia Kailin. "Report, Team Xia. 3 individuals suspected of involvement in the shooting incident have been located. 2 are injured." The voice of a young officer shattered the tense, charged stillness. Xia Kailin's gaze shifted from Xiao Yan's astonished and complex expression, regaining her professional composure, though a deeper scrutiny and vigilance, tinged with indignation, lingered in her eyes. She swiftly approached, crouching down to examine the wounds on Xiao Yan's arm and shoulder, her brow furrowed, her movements precise and unhesitating. "What is the condition of the injured?" Her voice regained its prior clarity and strength, yet grew colder still. After a quick assessment of Xiao Yan's injuries, she noted the gruesome bullet wounds and the steadily oozing blood, her expression turning grave. "Gunshot wounds. Significant blood loss. Officer Zhang, immediately call for an ambulance." Explain the situation. "Gunshot wounds. 2 locations. Considerable blood loss. Prioritize treatment." Her decisive orders showcased her resolute demeanor. "Understood, Team Xia." An officer behind her promptly retrieved the radio. "Name? What transpired just now? Did you see the assailant clearly?" As Xia Kailin gestured for Yun to continue applying pressure to staunch the bleeding, she rapidly inquired, her sharp gaze sweeping across Xiao Yan and Yun's faces. She noted that although Xiao Yan appeared pale and in pain, there was an unusual calmness and depth in his eyes. Yun, while anxious, exhibited an extraordinary composure and poise. The young girl was visibly shaken. Coupled with the earlier seemingly flippant reference to Kailin, the trio presented a plethora of suspicious elements. Chapter 33. Source of chaos energy. The shrill siren of the ambulance tore through the city's cacophony, racing toward the nearest municipal hospital. Inside the vehicle, the flickering lights cast an unsettling glow, the scent of disinfectant mingling with the metallic tang of blood, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Medical personnel worked swiftly to provide Xiao Yan with more meticulous care. The wound on his left shoulder was deeper than initially assessed, with the doctor suspecting the presence of minute fragments of shrapnel or bone, necessitating an X-ray for confirmation. The abrasion on his right arm underwent thorough debridement and suturing. The excruciating pain surged through Xiao Yan's nerves like relentless waves, causing him to clench his teeth tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The chaotic golden flame within him struggled to circulate, diligently aiding the medication in alleviating the pain and expediting the coagulation of blood. He could distinctly sense the faint chaotic source energy swirling at the wound, providing a slight, soothing coolness. The bleeding had indeed slowed compared to normal circumstances. Yet this subtle difference went unnoticed amidst the frantic efforts of the medical personnel. Yun tightly embraced Ziyin as they sat beside each other. Ziyin appeared to be terrified by the earlier chaos and the environment of the ambulance. Her small face buried in Yun's embrace, her body trembling slightly, while her tiny hands clutched desperately at Yun's clothing, as Yun gently patted her back to comfort her. Her heart was heavy with concern for Xiao Yan's pale visage and the bloodstained bandages. Her gaze swept over to Xiao Kailin, who sat across from them with an upright posture and an icy demeanor, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. That face, eerily similar to Kailin's, resembled a frigid mirror reflecting the corners of her heart she was reluctant to confront. Xiao Kailin's scrutinizing and distant gaze, coupled with her pointed inquiry regarding the special address, further chilled the atmosphere. As for the address, Xiao Yan hesitated, as if struggling to formulate his words. The chaotic golden flame flickered slightly as he stammered. I may have lost a bit of blood and confused you with someone I knew long ago. Her name was Kailin. He uttered the name with difficulty, fixating on Xiao Kailin's face, striving to capture even the slightest hint of her reaction. Xiao Kailin's brow furrowed even more, her eyes remaining cold and scrutinizing, now laced with a hint of mockery. Someone you knew long ago? Who resembles me? Clearly skeptical of this explanation, her tone dripped with disdain. Mr. Xiao, that reasoning sounds rather far-fetched. I hope you will cooperate with us in providing a more detailed account after your treatment at the hospital. She ceased her inquiries, but her gaze indicated that this matter was far from resolved. The ambulance finally arrived at the hospital. Following the jarring screech of the brakes, the doors swung open, and the waiting medical personnel swiftly lifted Xiao Yan's stretcher out, pushing it toward the emergency operating room. Yun followed closely, cradling the still, trembling Ziyin. Xiao Kailin also deftly exited the vehicle, exchanging a few words with the police at the hospital entrance before entering the emergency hall. Time dragged on in anxious anticipation. Approximately half an hour later, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. Who is the family member? I am his wife. Yun immediately rose. I am the officer in charge of this case. Xiao Kailin also approached. The doctor removed his mask, stating, the surgery went smoothly. The shrapnel from his left shoulder has been removed, and no major nerves or blood vessels were harmed. The wound on his right arm has also been sutured. He has lost a significant amount of blood and will require rest and infection treatment. The patient is still under anesthesia and needs to be observed. Visitation is not permitted at this time. Yun let out a long breath, her previously suspended heart finally easing a bit. Thank you, doctor. She glanced at the sleeping Ziyin in her arms and then at the closed surgical door, her expression troubled. Officer Xia, my sister is traumatized and needs care. My husband has yet to awaken. The child can be temporarily entrusted to the nurse's station. We have female officers available to assist, Xiao Kailin replied assertively. Cooperating with the police investigation is a civic duty. The nature of the attack was egregious, and we must swiftly identify the suspect. Just as Yun hesitated, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. At the end of the corridor, a man clad in a hospital cleaning uniform, donning a mask and hat, pushed a cart filled with medical waste, seemingly heading towards the operating room. He kept his head lowered, the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his face. However, as he passed by Yun and Xiao Kailin, mere meters away from the operating room door, he suddenly thrust the cart forcefully towards Xiao Kailin. Simultaneously, his right hand shot forth from beneath his oversized cleaning attire, brandishing a silenced pistol. The ominous barrel was instantly raised, aimed directly at the operating room door. It was evident that his target was not the individuals in the corridor but rather Xiao Yan, who had just completed surgery and was utterly defenseless. Be careful. Xiao Kailin's reaction was instantaneous. As the cart barreled towards her, she instinctively sidestepped. At the same time, she raised her voice in alarm. Her right hand instinctively reached for her sidearm. Yet, the assailant was swifter, more ruthless, and utterly resolute. He showed no concern for collateral damage. The moment the gun was raised, it unleashed a deadly fire. Bang, bang. Two muffled gunshots echoed. The first bullet whistled towards the lock of the operating room door, clearly intent on forcing entry. The second bullet, however, was aimed at Yun, who was closer and cradling Ziyin. This was a blatant act of silencing and sowing chaos. Yun, Xiao Kailin's eyes widened in horror. The delay in drawing her weapon due to evading the cart cost her precious seconds, rendering her unable to intervene. In that critical moment, Yun sensed the chilling intent to kill. Clutching Ziyin, she attempted to evade, but the act of holding the child hindered her response. As the bullet neared her and her precious Ziyin, just when life hung in the balance, the heavy door of the operating room, which should have been breached by bullets, was suddenly flung open from within with tremendous force. A figure shot out like a cannonball. It was Xiao Yan. His face was as pale as a ghost, still clad in a hospital gown, with his left shoulder and right arm wrapped in thick, blood-soaked bandages. The anesthesia clearly had not worn off completely, as his movements were marked by staggering and sluggishness. Yet, in his eyes burned an unprecedented, almost frenzied golden flame of chaos, as if his very soul were ablaze. The moment he burst forth, his chaotic golden vision locked onto the two lethal bullets. There was no time for thought. His body, honed through countless brushes with death, and the newfound chaotic source of power ignited by excruciating pain and peril, transcended all limits. He thrust his body across Yun and Ziyan, and with a left hand still racked with pain, yet moving with an extraordinary speed and angle, he unleashed a concentrated stream of chaotic energy towards the bullet aimed at Yun. Divert! Xiao Yan silently roared in his heart. The chaotic source force surged towards his left hand without hesitation. Chapter 34. Performing magic within the temporary isolation ward of the hospital. The air was so heavy it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint metallic odor of blood, permeating the confined space. Xiao Yan reclined on the hospital bed, his complexion still pallid, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The chaotic golden flames flickered deep within his eyes, suppressing both pain and the seething fury within. Fresh wounds on his left shoulder, right arm, and waist had been rebandaged, with thick bandages barely concealing the crimson hue beneath. He had also changed into a clean patient gown. The door swung open, and Xiao Yan entered. She closed the door with a swift, decisive motion, exuding an undeniable authority. Her cold, beautiful face bore no expression, her piercing gaze akin to a frozen probe, precisely landing on Xiao Yan. Instead of approaching the bed, she first walked to the door, addressing Yun and the two other officers waiting outside with a clear, icy tone that brooked no dissent. You are to wait at the end of the corridor. No one is to approach this room without my permission. Ms. Yun, please take care of the child. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Yun, who was cradling Ziyan and wore a worried expression, assessing her with scrutiny. Yet her tone was unyielding. Yun, holding the softly sobbing Ziyan, glanced at Xiao Yan's cold profile and the firmly shut door, a flicker of complexity passing through her clear eyes. Ultimately, she nodded, and with the officers accompanying her, she quietly departed. The hospital room door was gently locked from the inside by Xiao Yan. Click! The faint sound of the lock resonated sharply in the silent room, as if isolating them from the outside world. Now, only two individuals remained. Xiao Yan turned around, pulled up a chair, and sat a few steps away from the bed. With no backrest, she maintained a posture as straight as a pine, her legs together, and her hands resting naturally on her knees. This stance allowed her to react swiftly at any moment. Her gaze, like two beams of concentrated icy laser, was firmly fixed on Xiao Yan's face, unwavering. Xiao Yan, she called him by name, omitting the pleasantries of a title, her voice as cold as a scalpel slicing through metal. Now, there are no irrelevant parties, no distractions. Tell me the truth. The air pressure in the room seemed to plummet instantaneously, an invisible weight pressing down upon them. Her first inquiry came, not hurriedly, but each word fell like heavy lead. The assassin outside the operating room has a clear target. You. What deep-seated enmity exists between you that would drive him to such madness, even resorting to a second assassination attempt in a hospital? Her eyes, keen as a hawk, captured the slightest change in Xiao Yan's expression. Meeting her gaze, the chaotic golden flames in his eyes flickered slightly. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold, blood-stained smile. Deep-seated enmity? I am merely an ordinary university student at Yin City University. Where would such animosity come from, Officer Xia? His tone was flat, yet it carried an icy chill. Xiao Yan's fingertips twitched ever so slightly on her knee. Her second question came without dwelling on motive, swiftly cutting to the core. Leaning slightly forward, her gaze was like a tangible ice spike piercing toward Xiao Yan. How did you sense the assassin outside the door beforehand? Don't tell me it was some beastly intuition. Before you burst through the operating room door, there was no sound, no warning. How did you know? Her voice suddenly escalated, imbued with an almost aggressive sharpness, akin to a bullet aimed at the clouds. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Its trajectory, after your gesture, experienced an imperceptibly minute, yet critically significant deviation. It was neither the wind nor mere coincidence. Pray tell, what was it? This formed the crux of her greatest doubts, the true reason she distanced herself from everyone. It transcended her comprehension. She yearned for an explanation. The air within the hospital room seemed to congeal. Xiao Yan distinctly felt the palpable sense of oppression and intense curiosity emanating from Xiao Yan. The chaotic golden flame swirled slowly in the depths of his gaze, He fell silent for a few moments, seemingly organizing his thoughts, or perhaps weighing his words. Ultimately, he gently raised his bandaged left hand, still faintly aching, his gaze resting on his fingertips. Officer Xiao Yan's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a peculiar weariness and penetrating clarity. Do you believe that within this world, there exist phenomena that transcend the physical laws and investigative logic you have studied? Xia Kailin's brows furrowed tightly, her eyes becoming even colder and sharper. Do not speak to me of metaphysics. What I seek is an explanation. An explanation? Xiao Yan chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness and desolation lacing his laughter. Perhaps it is due to my experiences with things unimaginable the most. These experiences allow me, in certain critical moments of extreme crisis, to perceive fluctuations beyond the reach of ordinary perception, or perhaps the materialization of murderous intent. He deliberately obscured the insight of the chaotic golden flame, shrouding it in mystique. As for that bullet, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze from his fingertips, locking eyes once more with Xia Kailin's scrutinizing and oppressive icy stare. The chaotic golden flame flared suddenly within his gaze, dimming the light in the room momentarily. Perhaps you may interpret it as the emergence of a defiant and protective will from the depths of my soul at that moment. Invoking a force even I cannot fully control, he slightly raised his left hand, fingers splayed towards an empty paper cup on the bedside table. There was no wind, yet that paper cup trembled ever so slightly, almost indiscernibly. Just like this. Xiao Yan's voice held a peculiar magnetism, inexplicable and irreplicable, yet it undeniably existed. A wave of immense shock and the absurdity of a shattered worldview swept over her. Her hands, resting on her knees, instinctively clenched tightly. Are you performing magic? Xia Kailin. The tremor of uncertainty crept into her voice for the first time. He observed the tumult of astonishment, skepticism, and wavering in Xia Kailin's eyes, and continued to drop a heavier bombshell. Regarding the name Kailin I called out when I first met you, was it from a past life? A lover? Xia Kailin's voice shot up sharply, laced with an offended coldness and absurdity. Xiao Yan, do you think fabricating such nonsensical drivel can elucidate the mysteries surrounding you and your frivolous behavior? She abruptly rose, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. She felt her sanity being challenged by the man before her and his frenzied proclamations. However, deep within her heart, the visage resembling her own with its vibrant scales, along with the bizarre movement of the paper cup moments ago, entwined her thoughts like a venomous serpent, rendering her unable to completely dismiss it. Frivolous? Xiao Yan gazed at the agitated Xia Kailin, with chaotic golden flames swirling in his eyes. Officer Xia, I mean no offense. If you perceive this as fabricated nonsense, then consider it as such. Yet, this is the explanation I can offer you. Xia Kailin's chest heaved as her previously cold, strikingly beautiful face displayed a rare and pronounced fluctuation of emotions: shock, anger, the chill of being offended, and an indescribable turmoil brought on by the notion of a past lover and the uncanny abilities entwined with it. She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yan, as if striving to penetrate his very essence. Chapter 35. A clean resolution. The tense atmosphere within the hospital room seemed to seep through the door crack, only to be swiftly replaced by an even colder and more oppressive aura emanating from another room. The makeshift interrogation chamber, converted from an empty patient room, was illuminated by harsh, pale light, casting stark shadows that heightened the sense of emptiness and suffocation within. The aroma of disinfectant lingered heavily in the air, now mingled with the metallic scent of blood, sweat, and a palpable essence of despair. The assassin codenamed Tiger was firmly shackled to a specially designed interrogation chair, his wrists and ankles restrained with heavy straps. He hung his head low, disheveled hair obscuring much of his face, while the exposed skin bore the bruises and abrasions from a recent struggle. A gunshot wound on his right shoulder had been hastily treated, yet dark crimson seeped through the thick bandaging. He resembled a silent stone, exuding an aura of death. Xia Kailin stood across from him, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. She had discarded her outer coat, donning only a dark tactical shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing her elegantly toned forearms. The shock and uncertainty that had previously graced her features had vanished, replaced by an icy, unwavering calmness. Her gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, meticulously scanning Tiger's physique for any sign of weakness. Officer Wong stood by, tasked with documenting the proceedings, too intimidated to breathe. He could sense the almost tangible low pressure radiating from Captain Xia, more pure and menacing than during their time in Xiao Yan's hospital room, a pressure akin to a hunter locking onto its prey in the face of sheer malevolence. Name. Xia Kailin spoke, her voice low yet piercing, like an icicle plunging into the silence. Silence persisted, broken only by Tiger's heavy breaths. Identity. Xia Kailin advanced a step, the sound of her heels striking the floor resonating sharply in the vacant room. Still silence. Tiger did not even lift his head. Who instructed you to assassinate Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan's voice suddenly escalated, imbued with a penetrating force that struck at his eardrums. The audacity of a secondary assassination outside the surgical room. With a clear target and reckless action, who gave you the audacity? For a fleeting moment, Tiger's body tensed imperceptibly before reverting to its previous state of unyielding silence. As if Xiao Yan's voice was merely an inconsequential background noise, she halted directly in front of Tiger, leaning slightly forward. Close enough to sense the exhalation of his stale breath. Her gaze locked firmly onto his lowered brow and eyes. Each word delivered with crystal clarity. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your boss to send someone to rescue you? Or are you anticipating a bullet aimed at silencing you? Given your current predicament, which do you believe will arrive first? The body of Huzi trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but because Xiao Yan's words had precisely pierced the depths of his despair and dread. Having failed the mission and become a prisoner, he had indeed become a pawn that the organization could discard at any moment. His fate was all but certain. Cold sweat trickled down his hairline. Yet he gritted his teeth, emitting a stifled rasp from his throat, akin to a dying beast caught in a trap, ultimately refraining from uttering a single word. Years of a fugitive life and the organization's brutal rules had etched certain truths into his very marrow. Speaking out could lead to a swifter and more brutal demise. A flicker of severity crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. She recognized that his mental defenses had begun to crack, though not sufficiently to be shattered. He was a tough nut to crack. She required time, along with a more comprehensive chain of evidence to pry open his lips. Keep a close watch on him. Rotate shifts every 24 hours, and no one is allowed to approach him, including for medical examinations. We must be present. Xiao Yan commanded Xiao Wang, her voice resolute. His life was now of utmost importance. Yes, Captain Xia. Xiao Wang immediately stood at attention. Xiao Yan cast a final cold glance at the lifeless figure before striding out of the interrogation room. The door slammed shut behind her, sealing off the suffocating despair within. In the Lin family mansion, within the study, the heavy mahogany door was firmly shut, isolating the opulence and clamor outside. A solitary vintage desk lamp illuminated the room, casting a dim, warm glow over the massive mahogany desk and the somber visage behind it. Linya stood before the desk, pale and drenched in cold sweat. Stripped of his usual arrogance, he trembled slightly, too fearful to meet the gaze of his father, Lin Jintian, leaning against the high-backed chair. Lin Jintian held a cigar between his fingers, the ember flickering ominously in the dim light. He remained silent, his piercing, bottomless eyes scrutinizing his son with a chilling intensity. The air felt thick, and the oppressive atmosphere made it nearly impossible for Linya to breathe. After what seemed an eternity, Lin Jintian finally spoke. His voice low and gravelly, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against metal, imbued with the weight of authority. You took it upon yourself to mobilize covert forces, and in broad daylight. You gunned down a university student in a hospital. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, which swirled in the air as his gaze grew even colder. Linya, do you think the skies of Yin City bear the Lin surname? Or do you believe that your father wields such power that he can cover up this monumental blunder? Dad, I just wanted to eliminate future threats. That Xiao Yan, he made me lose face. And almost, Lin Ya's voice trembled with fear and desperation as he attempted to justify himself. He rose to his feet, his tall figure casting an enormous shadow under the light, completely enveloping Lin Ya. Approaching his son, Lin Jintian's icy gaze felt like a tangible blade, slicing across Lin Ya's face. Fool, you act without thinking. Do you even comprehend what a hospital signifies? It is a public space. How many eyes were upon you? And you dared to draw a weapon. The dispatched individual is a notorious outlaw of the kind that thrives in the shadows. And where is he now? He has fallen into the clutches of that deranged woman, Xiao Yan. Who is Xiao Yan, you ask? She is the iron-faced Yama, notorious even among the provincial authorities. Tell me, how do we resolve this situation now? Lin Yu felt utterly humiliated, unable to lift her head, cold sweat soaking her back. How dare you act with such recklessness without ascertaining the facts? What gave you the audacity? Lin Jintian's voice was laced with furious disappointment. Now the situation has escalated. The target is still alive, the assassin has been captured, and Xiao Yan has severed this thread. Do you comprehend the consequences if Tiger speaks? Or if Xiao Yan uncovers even the slightest clue? Lin Jintian stepped closer, almost whispering into Lin Ya's ear. His voice low yet imbued with a chilling intensity. How many dark secrets does our Lin family possess that can withstand the relentless scrutiny of a mad dog like Xiao Yan? Do you wish to drag the entire Lin family into your foolish demise? Lin Ya's legs buckled beneath her, nearly collapsing to the ground, her face drained of color, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Father, I was wrong. I truly was. What do we do now? Please help me. Observing his son's pitiful state, Lin Jintian's eyes flickered with profound disappointment and disdain. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of his rage. This was not the time for an exhaustive reckoning. The immediate priority was to mitigate the fallout. Lin Jintian's voice was as frigid as the Siberian winds, that Xiao Yan is not to be disturbed for the time being. Everything must wait until the storm passes. Remember this. If you dare to act rashly again, I will break your legs with my own hands and cast you out without the need for the police. Lin Yu felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, yet fear coursed through her veins, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, father, I understand. I shall never dare again. Lin Jintian wearily waved his hand, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly. Get out. Your presence vexes me. Lin Yu scuttled away from the study, nearly crawling in her haste, the heavy wooden door closing behind her, severing the suffocating pressure of her father's presence. Inside the study, Lin Jintian sat alone in the shadows, the smoke from his cigar swirling around him. He picked up the encrypted phone on the desk and dialed a number. His voice regaining its customary steadiness and authority. It is I. Tiger has fallen into Xiao Yan's hands. Ensure this is dealt with discreetly. Additionally, find out everything you can about someone named Xiao Yan. The more detailed, the better. I have a sense that this matter is far from simple. At the end of the hospital corridor, the cold light cast long shadows on the floor. Xiao Yan leaned against the frigid wall, retrieving her phone. The screen displaying a simple contact labeled Dad. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the call button. The phone was answered almost instantly, a steady, concerned, and gentle male voice resonating. Lin. What is the matter? Father, I have just taken on a new case. Xiao Yan's taut nerves seemed to relax slightly upon hearing her father's soothing voice. The target, Xiao Yan, is no longer in immediate danger, though his injuries are severe and warrant continued observation. The assassin, codenamed Tiger, has undergone professional training, possesses a strong counterinterrogation awareness, and is currently refusing to speak, held in a temporary interrogation room under strict 24-hour surveillance. She reported the situation, her tone remaining professional yet devoid of its earlier chill. The scene was complicated, and a second assassination attempt had occurred outside the operating room, with clear objectives and reckless actions. A preliminary investigation suggests a potential connection to the conflict that Xiao Yan was previously embroiled in at Yin City University. However, the specific instigator remains unclear, and efforts to trace the clues are ongoing. A faint sigh emanated from the other end of the line. Imbued with a father's concern for his daughter's perilous situation, it is utterly outrageous for such violence to erupt in a hospital. Lin, you must exercise utmost caution. The forces behind such individuals will not relent easily, especially now that Huzi has been captured. We must be vigilant against any attempts to silence him. I understand, Dad. I have already reinforced the security measures, Xiao Yan replied, her voice softening slightly as she felt her father's concern. After a brief pause, Xiao Yan lowered her voice, infusing it with a hint of confusion and gravity. Dad, there are some rather unusual aspects regarding Xiao Yan. Oh, do elaborate. Came the man's voice, filled with gentle encouragement and inquiry. A peculiar bullet flashed through Xiao Yan's mind, along with the paper cup that had inexplicably swayed before her eyes in the hospital room. She carefully chose her words. During the assassination attempt outside the operating room, Xiao Yan exhibited an extraordinary ability to sense impending danger. He anticipated the ambush of the assassins outside the door without any prior warning. More critically, she paused. A bullet aimed at an innocent soul changed its trajectory in a subtle yet decisive manner without any physical interference. I witnessed it firsthand. When I later questioned him in the hospital room, he seemed to trigger a phenomenon that current science cannot explain, causing a paper cup to move slightly when he became emotionally agitated. A moment of silence enveloped the phone line before her father's calm and gentle voice emerged. An inexplicable phenomenon. Lin, are you certain there were no other influencing factors? Lin, a striking resemblance to you? The father's tone carried a hint of surprise, yet predominantly conveyed gentle guidance. This child's experiences sound quite extraordinary. Lin. Regardless of how bizarre his explanations may seem, the uniqueness he exhibits is undeniably real, is it not? Yes, Dad. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Yan reaffirmed. She listened quietly, refraining from contradiction. I advise you, her father's voice took on an encouraging tone, to temporarily set aside certain constraints and attempt to engage with him from a different perspective. He is currently a victim, also in a state of danger. You might consider fostering a rapport with him. Fostering a rapport? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, engage more, observe more, her father patiently elucidated. Embodying both protector and investigator, naturally, prioritizing his safety is paramount. Only by being near him can you gain a more intuitive understanding of who he is and the essence of his abilities. How are they triggered? Are they controllable? What impact do they have on him? Is it a latent threat or a resource we have yet to comprehend? He mentioned that late acquaintance to you. Regardless of its truth, This is a natural point for you to delve into. Her father's voice grew even more earnest. Lin, this is not about compromising your principles. On the contrary, it is to more comprehensively and deeply assess the potential implications, both risks and values, of this exceptional individual, in a realm we do not yet fully understand. Comprehension and observation hold far greater significance than confrontation and exclusion. I believe you can navigate this delicately. As Xiao Yan listened to her father's gentle yet wise analysis and advice, the resistance within her gradually dissolved. He did not impose his will, but instead offered a more reasonable path. She glanced at the cold police badge on the cuff of her uniform, and then at the tightly shut door of Xiao Yan's hospital room in the distance. Finally, she exhaled softly, her voice softened. I understand, Dad. I will attempt to adjust my approach. All right, Lin, you've worked hard. Always keep in touch with your father and stay safe. Her father's voice brimmed with reassurance and concern. The call ended, and the cold, busy tone was replaced by the gentle echo of her father's words. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Yan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her father's words flowed through her like a warm current, alleviating some of the earlier feelings of oppression and absurdity. Although the nature of the task had become complex and subtle, the goal seemed clearer now, understanding rather than judgment, engagement rather than confrontation. She opened her eyes, her gaze fixed on the door of Xiao Yan's hospital room, her expression still complex, yet the icy scrutiny had considerably faded. Replaced by a calm inquiry and a sense of responsibility and curiosity she could no longer ignore, awakened by her father's insights. Xiao Yan nodded slightly to Officer Wang, her gaze sweeping once more over the closed door of Xiao Yan's room. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumultuous emotions stirred by her father's words and donned her composed and efficient facade once again. She approached the door, gently knocked, and then pushed it open. Inside the room, Xiao Yan had already awakened. His complexion remained pale, but his eyes were much clearer than before. Yunyan sat by the bed, carefully moistening his lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. Ziyan curled up in the companion chair beside him, deeply asleep. Officer Xia, Yunyan exclaimed upon seeing her enter, quickly standing up. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered on Xiao Yan's face for a moment, catching a fleeting glimpse of the complex emotions in his eyes, alertness, inquiry, and perhaps a hint of confusion stirred by her striking resemblance to Kai Lin. She swiftly averted her gaze and turned to Yunyan, her voice returning to its customary coolness, though it lacked the earlier intensity and bore a touch of formal steadiness. Chapter 37. The resurgence of rivalry. The scent of disinfectant lingered stubbornly in the air. Nurse Xiaoqing's movements were both professional and gentle as she carefully unwrapped the bandages covering Xiao Yan's right arm. When the final layer of dressing was removed, her actions noticeably paused upon seeing the condition beneath. A curious, portly man from the clinical team leaned in for a glance, his eyes widening in surprise as he whispered, "Wow, little brother, you've healed remarkably fast. Just a couple of days ago, it looked terrifying." Nurse Xiaoqing scrutinized Xiao Yan's right arm, her face reflecting disbelief and profound confusion. Where there should have been a shocking gunshot wound, the skin was now smooth and even. Only a scar approximately 2 fingers wide remained, a slightly darker pink hue resembling fresh healing skin, as if it had only recently been scratched by a branch. With the edges already beginning to fade, the left shoulder was obscured by the patient gown, but judging by Xiao Yan's ease of movement, the situation was evidently similar. Gazing at the nearly vanished scar, Xiao Yan felt a torrent of emotions within himself. He could distinctly sense a cool yet gentle force continuously flowing from the ring on the 4th finger of his left hand, akin to a trickling stream, silently nourishing and mending his wounded body. This power bore an ancient and profound will, gently yet undeniably accelerating his healing process. Xiao Yan lifted his head, a flicker of the frailty characteristic of a patient on his face, mingled with a hint of serendipitous relief. Perhaps my constitution is inherently robust, or perhaps luck is on my side. He attempted to move his right arm, finding the motion smooth and natural, devoid of any stiffness, regardless of his innate vitality. Such an injury could not possibly heal within 2 days. Nurse Xiaowang evidently found this explanation untenable. She shook her head in confusion, meticulously documenting the condition of the wound while stating, "This is exceedingly unusual. I must report this in detail to the attending physician. Xiao, please rest well, and ring for assistance should you feel any discomfort." With a mind full of questions, she tidied her belongings and hurriedly exited the ward. The stout man expressed his astonishment, saying, "Young brother, your recuperative ability is nothing short of miraculous." Xiao Yan offered a wry smile, his internal alarm bells still ringing. Such speed made it nearly impossible to maintain a low profile. Just then, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. Yunyan entered, carrying a steaming insulated lunchbox. She wore a soft, cream-colored wool sweater, her long hair casually gathered at the back, with a few stray strands framing her face, adding a touch of grace. Though faint shadows lingered under her eyes, and her brow bore the weight of fatigue. Her expression brightened with gentle warmth upon seeing Xiao Yan sitting up. "Xiao Yan, are you hungry? I've made some fish porridge, it's very light." "And the doctor said you can have it now," she said, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze, approaching the bedside. However, when her gaze instinctively swept over his freshly bandaged right arm, her words and movements seemed to hit a pause, freezing in an instant. The insulated lunchbox clattered softly as she unconsciously placed it heavily on the bedside table. The aroma of the porridge wafted through the air. She stood rigidly. Her eyes, usually filled with gentle concern, now stirred like a lake disturbed by thrown stones, unleashing a tempest of shock, elation, disbelief, and a distant memory from another realm buried deep within her heart, erupting like a volcano in her gaze. Her attention was riveted on the pink, faint scar on Xiao Yan's arm, where smooth, almost unblemished new skin had formed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Yunyun's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling slightly. She momentarily forgot everything around her, the clinical patients, and that she was in a modern hospital. A term that existed solely in the deepest recesses of her memory, nearly dismissed as a dream from a past life, surged forth with uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. Breaching the dam of her rationality, escaping her lips in a tremulous voice filled with overwhelming surprise. Imbued with a long-lost aura of nobility belonging to the master of Yulan's sect, "Why your Doqi is returned." Her voice, though soft, detonated like thunder in the quiet ward. She rushed to the bedside, her movements swift enough to stir a gentle breeze. The delicate, fair hands, at this moment, exuded an undeniable strength, tenderly yet urgently cradling Xiao Yan's right arm. Her fingertips trembled imperceptibly, gently tracing the newly formed scar, as if affirming the miraculous return of something lost. Her gaze was astonishingly fervent, akin to blazing stars, firmly locking onto Xiao Yan's eyes, brimming with immense anticipation. The clinically rotund man was utterly bewildered. Dueling? What is that? Filming a movie? He comprehended nothing, only perceiving that his beautiful girlfriend's reaction was excessively exaggerated. Yunyun's voice was parched, tinged with a painful reluctance to shatter her dreamlike reverie. He beheld her weary yet flushed cheeks, alive with excitement, and the profound expectation shimmering in her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Beneath the covers, the spatial ring firmly gripped in his left hand seemed to resonate with his tumultuous emotions and the faint, yet eerily familiar spiritual fluctuations emanating from Yunyun. Stirred by her excitement, it suddenly became animated. Like a tranquil pond disturbed by a mighty stone, the icy energy coursed through his meridians with renewed vigor, amplifying the clear sensation of pressure, while simultaneously intensifying the nascent yet palpable sense of strength. Deep within his consciousness, the ancient scroll of the primordial celestial transformation technique unfurled silently, its enigmatic runes circulating at an accelerated pace. Yunyun perceptively detected the flicker of pain and struggle on Xiao Yan's face, alongside the profound guilt in his eyes. The jubilant sparkle in her gaze, akin to a candle flame swayed by the wind, flickered momentarily before dimming, replaced by overwhelming disappointment and deeper concern. The hands cradling his arm slackened slightly. "Xiao Yan." Her voice softened, laced with an almost imperceptible quiver, the fervor characteristic of the Yun clan leader fading, leaving only the tender concern of a modern girl in love. "Are you in great pain? Has something else occurred?" she inquired cautiously. Her eyes filled with care and a sense of acceptance that even if it was not about recovering from the duel, as long as he was safe, it was enough. This unwavering gentleness amidst her disappointment pierced Xiao Yan's heart more than any inquiry could. He understood he must share something with her, even if not the entirety of the truth. He gently grasped her hand that held his arm. Her touch was cool and soft. Chapter 38. Discharged. The air outside the hospital was infused with the distinctive crispness of early autumn, mingling with the exhaust of vehicles and the scent of fallen leaves, dissipating the lingering odor of antiseptics. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, feeling revitalized. Although he had been discharged after merely 2 days of astonishing recovery, escaping the stifling confines of the white hospital room was ultimately a blessing. Yunyun held Xiao Yan's simple bag in one hand while gently linking her other arm with his, as if he were still the patient in need of support. The weariness on her face faded considerably under the sunlight, her eyes warm and gentle, glancing at him occasionally to reassure herself of his well-being. "Yunyun, I'm truly fine now, see?" Xiao Yan smiled helplessly, lightly shaking his right arm, the motion smooth and natural, the faint pink scar nearly imperceptible in the sunlight. "Yes, I know." With a gentle voice, Yunyun responded, yet the grip of her hand tightened rather than loosened, taking care to be cautious. The doctor had mentioned that although the wound had healed, her body still required time to regain its vitality. She deliberately avoided the chilling topic of miraculous recovery within 2 days, her tone imbued solely with genuine concern. She was aware that Xiao Yan harbored a secret, a significant enigma potentially intertwined with their past. She chose to wait, offering her tenderness and companionship until the day he would rise to his former glory once more. Hey, you too. Hurry up. This princess cannot wait any longer for her snacks. A clear, slightly impatient child's voice rang out ahead, stripped of her world-shattering powers. The once mighty dragon emperor of the ancient void now found her greatest dilemma to be insufficient pocket money for treats. At that moment, her once penetrating violet eyes were fixated on Xiao Yan and Yun, shimmering with an insatiable longing for snacks. Here we come, little glutton, Xiao Yan chuckled, the shadows within his heart dissipating significantly at the sight of Yan's antics. Both he and Yun were privy to Yan's true identity, which constituted the greatest secret among the three of them, all strangers in this realm. Yun smiled gently, releasing her hold on Xiao Yan's arm, and hurried forward to affectionately tousle Yan's disheveled hair. All right, little Yin, no need to rush. I promise I won't skimp on what I promised to buy you. Choose whatever you like, but not too many sweets. Watch out for cavities. Humph. This princess is not afraid of cavities, Yin declared defiantly. Yet her eyes sparkled as she began to scan the snack section at the supermarket entrance. Upon returning to their familiar rented apartment, Yin let out a cheer and immediately leaped onto the sofa, eagerly tearing open a bag of potato chips and munching away with delight. Her short legs swinging contentedly in the air as she mumbled indistinctly, tastes all right. Thank you for your hard work, Yaner. Xiao Yan accepted a cup of water, his gaze falling upon the ancient ring on his left hand's ring finger. During his time in the hospital, the chilling surge of power and Yun's inquiries had ignited within him an unprecedented curiosity regarding this ring. Now, he finally had the solitude he needed. He stepped into his room, closed the door, and isolated himself from the sounds of Yin enjoying her chips and Yun bustling in the kitchen. The room was modest, furnished with a bed, a desk, and a simple bookshelf cluttered with tomes on computer science. Sunlight filtered through the dust-laden window, casting mottled shadows upon the desk. Sitting before the desk, Xiao Yan spread his palm, his expression grave as he scrutinized the ring. Its surface was marred with verdigris and scratches, possessing an antiquated design, utterly unremarkable. One might not even bother picking it up if found discarded on the roadside. Yet, it was this very ring that had enabled his miraculous recovery from a life-threatening gunshot wound in just 2 days. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, striving to clear his mind of distractions. Soul power. This was the only force he could still wield, derived from the fundamental strength of the Dou Emperor realm. Although it had dwindled to an exceedingly feeble state post-transmigration, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, far less than a billionth of its former peak, it should suffice to probe the ring. With focused intent, a faint yet remarkably resilient strand of soul energy, akin to invisible tendrils, cautiously reached out towards the nameless ring upon his finger. As the soul force made contact with the surface of the ring, an exceedingly faint yet profoundly deep pull emerged. Subsequently, Xiao Yan felt as though his consciousness were drawn into a vortex. The familiar surroundings evaporated, replaced by an expansive, profound, and silent void of darkness. This void was not merely an empty expanse. Countless infinitesimal points of light, shimmering with an ethereal blue hue, floated within like cosmic dust, gently swirling around. They exuded a cold, pure essence, imbued with an unfathomable vitality, the very force that had nurtured and restored his body over the past days. Xiao Yan's soul power cautiously navigated this abyss. The spatial realm of the ring was far grander than he had anticipated, seemingly boundless. Those azure points of light, though appearing chaotic, subtly followed an arcane trajectory, forming a vast and enigmatic pattern. The name the primordial celestial transformation technique naturally surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. He instantly recognized that the trajectories of these light points were a manifestation of that mysterious art. They operated autonomously, slowly absorbing, transforming, and storing some unknown energy. His consciousness continued to delve deeper into this void. The further he ventured, the denser the azure points became, their emitted energy growing purer and more ancient. Suddenly, at the very core of the void, his soul perception collided with something. Just as Xiao Yan's soul force grazed the shadowy figure, an indescribable terror, akin to the awakening of a primordial beast that had slumbered for eons, erupted from that indistinct silhouette. This pressure was not a tangible force, but rather an overwhelming spiritual force, an absolute oppression stemming from the levels of life and existence. It bore a cold will that looked down upon the ages and disregarded all life, instantly engulfing all of Xiao Yan's soul power that had ventured into the ring. Ugh! Xiao Yan gasped, struck as if by a heavy blow, his body swaying violently as he nearly toppled from his chair. His complexion turned pale as parchment, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He felt as though his soul had been cast into a chasm of eternal ice or struck by an invisible hammer, leaving him reeling in intense dizziness and pain. The faint soul force that had dared to probe the ring was crushed to oblivion beneath this terrifying pressure. akin to thin ice exposed to the scorching sun. He abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his throat. His back was completely soaked in cold sweat. How terrifying. Merely the residual pressure emanating from an unconscious, indistinct outline had nearly obliterated this fragment of soul force. What manner of existence was that figure deep within the ring? Was it the creator of the technique? Chapter 39. The Empress within the ring. Just as Xiao Yan was on the verge of abandoning his exploration, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear tremor, akin to the heartbeat of an ancient beast that had slumbered for eons, surged forth from within the ring, crashing into his mind through his fingertips. Xiao Yan trembled violently. The sensation arrived with an abruptness and intensity, as if a silent thunderclap had detonated deep within his consciousness. He widened his eyes in disbelief, fixated upon the lifeless object resting in his palm. Was it an illusion? Before he could ponder further, an even more bizarre event transpired. The ring appeared to ignite as if touched by an invisible flame, a faint yet remarkably pure golden aura, reminiscent of the ebb and flow of galaxies in the dawn's first light, began to seep forth from within the ring's very essence without warning. The radiance was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a gentle warmth and an indescribable vitality. It slipped from Xiao Yan's grasp, as if drawn by an unseen thread, and began to hover slowly. Suspended in the air before him, less than a foot away, the pale golden light shimmered playfully like mischievous ripples on water, silently dispersing the heavy stench of mildew and chill that surrounded him. The sound of raindrops tapping against the window felt as though it had been muted to another realm, and the rented room fell into an extraordinary, vibrant tranquility. The air seemed to grow fresher. Even the floating dust appeared to dance lightly in harmony with the aura. Xiao Yan held his breath, his pupils reflecting that magical glow. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to quicken in response to this sudden warmth. A sense of kinship born from primal instinct replacing his initial trepidation. This sensation was both alien and achingly familiar, as if he had basked in such brilliance in some infinitely distant past. His muscles remained taut, yet it was no longer fear that gripped him, but an overwhelming astonishment and curiosity. At the center of the light, the air began to joyfully distort and ripple, akin to the surface of water disturbed by a stone. An ethereal figure emerged within that pale golden halo, formed by countless delicate, dew-like points of light, gracefully coalescing. It was a woman, her figure exquisitely elegant and remarkably agile. The phantom, not yet fully solidified, exuded an aura of enchanting vitality that seemed entirely otherworldly. She donned an intricately styled, ancient gown, vibrant in color, the hem appearing woven from dawn's glow and flowing silk, shimmering with a dreamlike sheen in the soft golden light. At the edges of her skirt, it seemed as if playful starlight danced mischievously. Her features were still shrouded in a veil of hazy radiance, yet her eyes, like portals traversing eons of time, were vividly etched into Xiao Yan's vision. What enchanting eyes they were! No longer the frigid depths of eternal ice, but two crystalline springs reflecting the universe's stars, lively, cunning, brimming with boundless curiosity and exuberance. As her gaze flickered, it seemed as if countless stars sparkled within, carrying a teasing glimmer that suggested a profound understanding of the world, yet retaining a childlike innocence. When those eyes, seemingly embodying all the spiritual essence of existence, pierced through the pale golden aura and finally landed upon Xiao Yan, who was curled up on the dilapidated bed, appearing somewhat dazed from astonishment, a sudden and unmistakable look of disdain erupted within those eyes. A sound, crisp as the clash of jade, imbued with an unmistakable mirth, resonated deep within the recesses of Xiao Yan's mind. The owner of that voice appeared to be utterly delighted, her ethereal silhouette swaying gently in the halo of light, even revealing a gesture of covering her mouth with her hand. "Hey, wake up." The voice, imbued with a distinct playfulness, was crisp and melodious. "After countless eons, is this the best you can manage? Looking like a drenched chicken? Or perhaps like someone fished out of a mud pit?" Countless eons? Drenched chicken? The dazed expression on Xiao Yan's face was instantly replaced by a mix of incredulity and an overwhelming sense of indignation. He straightened his back abruptly, almost forgetting the dull ache in his chest. "Who are you?" he blurted out, his voice trembling with shock. What was this woman's origin, manifesting out of thin air to mock him? Her gaze was filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and palpable disdain, as though she were observing a beautifully wrapped gift containing nothing but chaos within. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the ethereal voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind with an exaggerated sigh. As her illusory eyes swept across his room, her disdain evident. "Not even as good as my confinement chamber from years past." "You." Xiao Yan's face flushed with anger. How could the illustrious Flame Emperor have ever been subjected to such ridicule by an unknown specter? He instinctively wanted to retort, to scold her, but her form, composed purely of points of light, and her astonishing manner of appearance left him feeling deeply powerless. At that moment, he was indeed just an ordinary person, devoid of any fighting spirit. What do you mean? What? The Phantom Empress seemed to find amusement in his bewilderment, her voice laced with mischievous triumph. She suddenly leaned closer. Her face, shrouded in light, nearly touching the tip of Xiao Yan's nose. A wave of freshness, imbued with the sense of sunshine and blooming flowers, enveloped him. As his emotions surged tumultuously, the pale golden halo around her brightened abruptly. The floating ring trembled slightly, emitting a clear, resonant hum. The Empress's apparition also became somewhat more solid, revealing the faint outline of her slender neck and slightly raised chin. It seemed she had expended considerable energy. Her figure wavering gently, yet her bright, expressive eyes remained astonishingly vibrant. She extended a ghostly finger, composed of pure light, this time devoid of mockery. Instead infused with a curiosity that bordered on the tangible, slowly, tentatively, reaching toward Xiao Yan's cheek. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. But that ethereal finger seemed to possess a peculiar gravitational pull, rendering him immobile. A faint sound, akin to a bubble bursting, resonated softly. That finger, formed entirely of light, truly made contact with Xiao Yan's skin. There was no chilling sensation, no heat, only an exceedingly faint, gentle caress reminiscent of a feather brushed by the warmth of spring sunlight, accompanied by a whisper of comforting warmth that calmed his spirit. The moment of contact was fleeting. Time appeared to suspend in that instant. Xiao Yan was completely frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment, his face reflecting a blend of shock, indignation, and the peculiar sensation left in the wake of that touch. He could distinctly sense that the contact was no mere illusion. The ethereal figure of the Empress seemed momentarily taken aback. She gazed down at her own ephemeral fingertip, then lifted her eyes to behold the unmistakable mark upon Xiao Yan's face, where she had prodded him. An expression of sheer delight and exhilaration ignited in her eyes, a brilliance surpassing any she had exhibited before. "Ah, I touched it," she exclaimed in a brief, jubilant gasp, reminiscent of a child discovering a new toy. Her voice, bright and infused with pure joy, was like a melodious chime. A gentle sensation brushed against her forehead. "Aha, this is delightful." She appeared utterly captivated by this novel experience of tangible interaction, flitting about Xiao Yan like a young girl with a cherished plaything, her fingers playfully poking here and there. Thoroughly engrossed in her merriment, Xiao Yan stood there like a wooden post, feeling the subtle, tender sensations of her poking on his cheeks, nose, forehead, and arms. Initially stunned and embarrassed, he gradually succumbed to an overwhelming sense of absurdity and profound helplessness under this incessant, childlike teasing. Was this truly an ancient being? One who had lived for millennia? She was evidently a mischievous, exuberant little girl, just as Xiao Yan was on the verge of being driven mad by her relentless poking. Ready to shout in exasperation, the Empress's actions suddenly ceased. Hovering before him, her ethereal finger poised to poke his shoulder, the sparkle of mischief, curiosity, and excitement in her eyes ebbed away like a receding tide. In its place arose an intricate tapestry of emotions. The weight of this somber shift starkly contrasted with her earlier playful demeanor. A voice, no longer the light-hearted and sprightly tone from before, resonated in Xiao Yan's mind. Imbued with an ineffable weariness and a barely perceptible quiver, echoing as if traversing the vast expanse of time. "You have truly forgotten." Chapter 40. The method of cultivation. Xiao Yan found himself anchored in place by the Empress's sigh, steeped in ancient sorrow and disappointment. The weight of those 7 brief words far surpassed all previous mockery and disdain combined, pressing heavily upon his heart, rendering him nearly breathless. He opened his mouth, desperate to retort or inquire further, yet his throat felt parched, and no words emerged. The profound sadness seemed to emanate from a long-forgotten corner of his very soul, stirring an inexplicable tremor within him. However, the Empress's solitude lasted but a fleeting moment. The heaviness reflected in her starry eyes receded as swiftly as it had come, so quickly that Xiao Yan wondered if it had merely been an illusion. She gently flicked her ethereal sleeves, as if to cast away the millennia of dust and sorrow, her countenance once again adopting a playful, carefree expression, even tinged with a hint of mischievousness. All right. Why dwell on trivial matters from the past?" Her melodious voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, imbued with a deliberate lightness. "Since you have reduced yourself to this drenched chicken visage." She elongated her tone intentionally, her ethereal fingers instinctively reaching out, but upon recalling the previous heaviness, the glimmer at her fingertips momentarily hesitated, ultimately refraining from descending. "Well then, let this Empress reluctantly guide you down a new path." She floated before Xiao Yan, hands on her hips, though her waist was but a figment of imagination, exuding an air of condescension. "What a crude form of fighting spirit you possess. It is utterly ineffectual and should have long been consigned to the annals of history." Xiao Yan's facial muscles twitched slightly. The esteemed power system revered in the Dou continent was, in her words, mere refuse. He suppressed the absurdity and a hint of indignation in his heart, solemnly inquiring, "Without Dou, how does one cultivate spirit?" The ethereal figure of the Empress suddenly brightened. Her palm unfurling as countless delicate, more refined and vibrant golden particles converged within it, swirling like a miniature celestial orb. A surge of vitality and strength, far purer and more expansive than the ring's radiance, enveloped him, causing his blood to quicken and each cell to hum with yearning. All of heaven and earth possesses spirit. Every mountain and river, every blade of grass, the sun, the moon, the stars, even the very air we breathe and the falling dust, harbors the essence of the primordial spirit. The Empress's voice took on an ethereal and solemn tone, as if elucidating the profound truths of the universe. In this realm, although the spiritual energy is thin and tainted, nearly depleted, it is not entirely devoid of life. The Dou Qi you previously cultivated was merely a crude extraction, a violent refinement of an exceedingly minuscule and coarse fragment of the world's energy, with an inefficiency of near-total failure. With a delicate touch of her fingertip, the swirling celestial orb suddenly bifurcated. One portion became wild and chaotic, laden with impurities, mimicking the form of Dou Qi, while the other remained pure, gentle, and filled with spirituality, the essence in her palm. What I teach you is the way to summon spirit, transform spirit, and harness spirit. Directly connect, draw upon, and refine the most primordial and pure essence of all things in heaven and earth. It is gentler, vaster, and holds infinite potential, aiming directly at the source of the great Tao. When cultivated to profound depths, a mere thought can command the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And with a wave of the hand, the birth and demise of stars is not mere illusion, directly aiming at the source of the great Tao. With just a wave of the hand, the birth and demise of stars. Xiao Yan's heart raced violently, and his breath grew labored. This discourse had opened an unprecedented and fantastical door for him. The realm of the Dou Emperor, in the Empress's description, seemed merely a starting point. This entirely new power system, with its astonishing upper limits, far exceeded his lifetime's imagination. What should I do? Xiao Yan's voice bore an unrecognized urgency and yearning. The allure of power, especially one that pointed directly to the supreme realm, was irresistible to him, a once-peak powerhouse. Simple. The Empress snapped her fingers, though silent. Her gesture was striking. The first step is the sense. Use your heart, use your spirit, to feel the omnipresent essence surrounding you. Do not employ your crude methods of Dou Qi to observe or absorb. It should be as natural as breathing, as effortless as feeling the warmth of sunlight. To listen for their existence. She floated behind Xiao Yan, her ethereal hands gently hovering over his shoulders without actual contact. A peculiar sensation of coolness, not of the tangible realm, but rather a mental guidance, surged into Xiao Yan's mind in an instant. Close your eyes, calm your spirit. Forget your fighting spirit. Forget your meridians, forget everything you have known in the past. Imagine yourself as a parched sponge, a piece of land yearning for the rain. Relax, and relax further. Xiao Yan obeyed, shutting his eyes and forcing himself to cast aside all memories and pathways related to his fighting spirit. This task proved exceedingly difficult for him, akin to a right-handed individual suddenly being asked to write with their left hand. He endeavored to empty his thoughts, attempting to listen to his surroundings. The rental room remained silent, with only the soft patter of rain from outside. The musty odor seemed to have dissipated considerably thanks to the earlier light, and the air felt genuinely fresher. Following the Empress's guidance, he ceased to deliberately capture any energy fluctuations and instead aimed to merge with the environment. Seconds turned into moments. Yet at first, he felt nothing beyond the darkness and silence, which inevitably bred a sense of restlessness within him. Foolish. The Empress's disdainful voice echoed in his mind. Yet this time it carried a clear direction. Do not force it. Feel the air brushing against your skin. Perceive the dust particles floating in the air. Are they devoid of life? Everything possesses a spirit. Even the tiniest speck of dust embodies the essence of its own existence. Envision your consciousness as the gentlest breeze, caressing them. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and tried once more. This time, he relinquished the urge to force anything. His awareness truly spread like the softest zephyr, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Miraculously, astonishing occurrences began to unfold. In the darkness, there was no longer an absolute void. Some exceedingly faint, minuscule points of light appeared in his perceptual vision, akin to fireflies dancing in a summer night-esque grass, appearing sparsely. They were not visible beams of light to the naked eye, but rather a pure form of consciousness. They floated in the air, clinging to the walls, the bed, and even to himself. These points of light were dim, as if they could extinguish at any moment, yet they radiated an indescribable vitality and purity. Is this the spirit? Yes, indeed, it is. The Empress's voice carried a note of approval. Although as sparse as the moisture in a desert, it was no longer lifeless. The second step, inviting the spirit. With your intention, accompanied by your desire and goodwill, invite them as one would invite friends to visit. How to invite? Xiao Yan concentrated his thoughts, envisioning himself emitting an attractive aura. Incorrect. The Empress interrupted immediately. It is not about seizing. It is about resonance. It is attraction. Imagine yourself as a colossal magnet, yet your magnetism is warm and vibrant. Allow them to feel that being near you is a source of comfort and nourishment. This concept was even more abstract. Xiao Yan racked his brain, striving to visualize himself emanating warmth, tranquility, and vitality. For one accustomed to the predatory cultivation of fighting spirit, this was a revolutionary notion. Just as he felt his thoughts nearing exhaustion, a long-dormant power of the soul within him seemed to stir, touched by this entirely new approach. A faint, almost imperceptible affinity, emanating from the very essence of his soul, quietly radiated outward. A miracle unfolded. In the realm of perception, those faint glimmers that initially hovered in quietude, seemingly distant, appeared to respond to a gentle summons, gradually and hesitantly drawing closer to him. Though scant in number and slow in pace, this was undeniably an attraction rather than a forceful grasp. Success. The voice of the Empress resonated with a hint of excitement. The third step, spirit transformation. Guide these essences into your being, merging them with your flesh and blood, your very bones, every inch of you. Do not confine them within your meridians. Allow them to flow freely, like water permeating a sponge, nurturing the essence of your life. Xiao Yan carefully directed those few strands of nearly imperceptible spirit, integrating them into his body. Contrary to his expectations of a jarring impact or searing heat, he experienced an exquisitely subtle and immensely comforting warmth, akin to the first sip of hot soup on a winter's day, gradually spreading through his weary frame, rejuvenating a body nearly depleted from injury and weakness. An indescribable sense of relief replaced the heaviness in his chest and the fatigue coursing through him, albeit slight. The effect was indeed promising. He had never encountered such a gentle approach to cultivation, so intimately connected to the essence of life itself. This sensation surpassed even the most potent elixirs in its naturalness and comfort. As the primordial celestial transformational scripture continued to circulate, Xiao Yan closed his eyes to savor this newfound power. Upon reopening them, he noticed that the Empress's figure had dimmed, her gaze shimmering with a mix of amusement and sly tenderness. Next time we meet, do not forget me. I am Su Liyue. Chapter 41. The Police Flower and Her Best Friend, Luo Xiaoyi at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The CAF named Yunxi in the heart of Yinqing exuded a languid atmosphere reminiscent of a sunbathing cat. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the deep walnut table, while the air was infused with the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and the sweet warmth of pastries. A mellow jazz piano melody flowed through the background, enveloping the scattered patrons engaged in hushed conversations like a gentle veil. In a corner booth by the window, Xia Kailin and Lin Yi sat facing each other. Opposite them, Luo Xiaoyi embodied a strikingly different aura, adorned in a soft, ink-wash pattern-modified qipao. Her porcelain complexion radiated against her long hair, elegantly gathered at the back, revealing a smooth forehead. As the attending physician at the Central Hospital of Yinqing, she exuded a composed rationality and tranquility characteristic of her profession. At that moment, she methodically stirred her meticulously crafted latte with a slender silver spoon. Luo Xiaoyi's actions came to a halt. The silver spoon paused at the edge of the milk froth as she lifted her gaze, her expression becoming earnest. Kailin, take your time. What did you see? She sensed that her friend's demeanor was markedly different from the usual excitement that accompanied her recounting of bizarre cases. There was a depth of impact this time. Xia Kailin inhaled deeply, taking a generous sip of her Americano, the bitter liquid offering her a semblance of fortitude. She licked her slightly parched lips, scanning the surroundings to ensure their corner remained unnoticed, before speaking in a near whisper. Beginning with the most shocking revelation, the college student you received at your hospital a few days ago, the one struck by a bullet. Gunfire. Luo Xiaoyi instantly straightened her posture, her gentle brows knitting together with seriousness and concern. Were you present at that moment? The instinct of a healer tightened her nerves immediately. No. After the incident, he was brought to your hospital, and yet the assailant struck again within its confines. Xia Kailin shook her head, her tone urgent. Then, I witnessed an inexplicable scene that I will never be able to articulate. Her voice trembled with excitement, imbued with the shock of having witnessed a miracle. The bullet, nearly half a meter away from his body, suddenly veered off course. It grazed him and took flight. The wind it stirred rustled his clothing. Xia Kailin spoke hastily, her chest rising and falling slightly, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Luo Xiaoyi gasped, her almond-shaped eyes widening in astonishment. The silver spoon in her hand clinking lightly as it fell onto the pristine porcelain dish. A bullet can curve? She murmured, repeating each word with skepticism. Kailin, are you certain? 100% sure? Could it have been a trick of light or a visual distortion? Her mind raced, striving to apply every known scientific principle to explain this phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. It wasn't an illusion, I can assure you. It was not an illusion. Xiao Yan interrupted firmly, her gaze intense. How many years have I spent in criminal investigation? What kind of ballistic trajectories have I not encountered? I saw it clearly at that moment. It was purely incomprehensible curvature. She paused briefly, a deeper fear and confusion flickering in her eyes. Moreover, that is not even the most bizarre part. Taking another deep breath, as if the next revelation would chill her to the core more than the bullet-esque curve. She continued, he also mentioned me. Xiao Yan's voice dropped. Luo Xiaoyi held her breath, sensing that she was about to hear something even more extraordinary. What did he say about you? You're being cryptic. It's driving me crazy. He said. Xiao Yan's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible bashfulness. He knows someone from long ago who looks just like me, and even shares the same name. What? Luo Xiaoyi's smile widened, a chuckle escaping her lips. No way. My officer Xia, can such lowbrow words truly affect you? No. Xiao Yan vehemently shook her head, as if the scene replayed vividly before her eyes. That's not all. He even made the paper cup on the table shift position right in front of me, and there wasn't even a hint of wind. Just like that. In front of me, a police officer, it moved. To prove her sanity, Xiao Yan quickly illuminated her phone, her fingers trembling as she navigated the screen. What she displayed was not surveillance footage, but rather a dynamic illustration she had rapidly sketched using police drawing software, relying on her remarkable memory and professional acumen post-incident. Although rudimentary, the image clearly simulated the process of the paper cup moving smoothly without any external force. Look, it was just like that. At that moment, it felt as if I were witnessing a magic show, a performance solely for me, a magic that defied all logic. Xiao Yan thrust her phone towards Lin Yi, her voice heavy with helplessness and profound confusion. Luo Xiaoyi leaned closer to the screen. The simple animated diagram played repeatedly. A square representing the paper cup moved steadily, defying reason as it shifted on its own. The visceral imagery presented here is far more potent than any abstract description. With a sudden clatter, the silver spoon in the plate to Lin Yi's left is knocked down by her absent-minded gesture, crashing heavily onto the polished marble floor with a deafening clang. Fellow patrons nearby cast bewildered glances, yet Lin Yi remains utterly oblivious. Her gaze is fixed intently on the diminutive screen of her mobile device, the looping images striking her foundational understanding of modern science and medicine like a relentless hammer. The color drains from her once flushed face, leaving behind only an expression of pure, incomprehensible shock. As a meticulous physician, she is acutely aware of the limits of the human body and the physical realm. Bullets bending? Telekinesis? This transcends the confines of her knowledge, and even the boundaries of her imagination. Yi? Xiao Yan tentatively calls out, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. She has never witnessed her friend display such a vacant expression, as if the very bedrock of her cognitive world has collapsed before her eyes. How is this possible? Lin Yi's voice is dry and hoarse, each syllable seemingly extracted from the depths of her throat, quaking with intensity. This animation completely contradicts every known physical law. She struggles to anchor her wavering sanity with technical jargon. What about the conservation of energy? The principles of force? Without a point of application, without an energy source, how could an object possibly move on its own? Just slide past like that? Her finger trembles as she points at the screen, as if the very display were searing to the touch. I know. Xiao Yan's voice rises slightly before she forcefully suppresses it, urgently grasping Lin Yi's hand resting on the table. That hand is icy, starkly contrasting with her own warm palm. I know this defies logic. I am more acutely aware of its absurdity than you. I witnessed the bullet curve with my own eyes. I saw that paper cup slide on its own. I could even feel the gaze he directed at me. Lin Yi's hand recoils slightly within her grasp, but does not withdraw, as though she needs this solitary warmth for support. What gaze? Lin Yi's voice remains taut, tinged with a fear of the unknown. Bored? She repeats. Yes. That's precisely the sensation. Xiao Yan nods vigorously, as if grasping a crucial insight. He looked at me, and then made the cup move. There was no threat in his gaze, no warning, not even a hint of triumph, as if he merely wished to convey, look, you see it correctly. The bullet bends this way, the objects move like this, do not be alarmed. Xiao Yan's voice rises once more, imbued with an almost pleading tone. Do you believe me? I know this sounds like a tale from a fantastical realm, but I swear, every word is true. I pledge it upon my badge, my professional honor. Her eyes are filled with anxiety and urgency. She desperately needs an ally, someone who can comprehend this profound fear and astonishment. This secret weighs heavily upon her, suffocating her breath. Chapter 42. Then be cautious as the faint morning light struggles to penetrate the dust-laden window of the rented room. Xiao Yan slowly concludes his meditative practice. Rising to stretch his stiff and aching limbs, Xiao Yan pushed open the door of his rented apartment. Outside, Yin Yun had been waiting patiently. She had donned a clean, plain dress, her long hair simply tied up, shedding the disarray of the previous day. Upon seeing Xiao Yan emerge, a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes softening with warmth. "Do you feel better?" she inquired softly. "Yes, a bit improved," Xiao Yan nodded, allowing his gaze to linger on her momentarily, confirming her well-being, which eased his heart. As they approached the main road near the boys' dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered two drowsy boys with their arms slung over each other's shoulders, Xiao Yan's dorm mates, Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun. "Hey, old Xiao," Fang Shijun, quick to spot Xiao Yan, perked up instantly, exclaiming dramatically. His gaze promptly shifted to Yun Yun by Xiao Yan's side, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg. Lin Xiu also took notice, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, his face lighting up with a mischievous, gossipy grin. "Wow, Brother Yin, when did this happen?" He elbowed Fang Shijun playfully, winking conspiratorially. "Are you hiding a beauty in your gold house?" Or, Yun Yun felt her cheeks warm at the direct and ambiguous teasing. She instinctively glanced at Xiao Yan, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry and subtle tension. Yet she neither retreated nor denied the implication. Sensing her gaze, Xiao Yan displayed no signs of embarrassment or hesitation. His demeanor remained calm, even as a faint smile graced his lips. In the face of Yun Yun's surprised expression and the eager, inquisitive stares of Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun, he naturally extended his hand, gently grasping Yun Yun's. "Yes," Xiao Yan acknowledged, nodding at his two astonished roommates, his voice clear and steady, carrying an undeniable affirmation. "Allow me to reintroduce. This is my girlfriend, Yun Yun." Gasped. Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun simultaneously inhaled sharply, their eyes widening further. They had anticipated that Xiao Yan might equivocate or be vague, but they were utterly unprepared for his forthright admission, especially while holding the hand of his goddess. "Wow, Brother Yin, incredible!" Fang Shijun exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, his thumb raised in admiration. "Please accept my knee. You are my idol." Lin Xiu soon regained his composure, his expression a delightful mixture of astonishment and respect, culminating in a broad, genuine smile. "Old Xiao, you've truly done something monumental. I'm impressed. Greetings to the sister-in-law." The latter part of his statement was directed at Yun Yun, his tone imbued with sincere respect and well wishes. Yun Yun felt her cheeks flush at being called sister-in-law. Yet the reassuring strength of Xiao Yan's grip lent her support. She lifted her head, her face still tinged with crimson, but she endeavored to present a gracious, albeit shy smile, nodding gently to Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun. "Hello." Her voice, though still soft, carried a newfound warmth, replacing the previous cold detachment with an inviting closeness. All right. Greetings to the sister-in-law." Fang Shijun promptly echoed, grinning widely, his joy evident. A few days later, under the relentless and almost intrusive pressure from Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun regarding the debt collection, Xiao Yan finally honored his promise to treat them. The chosen venue was a popular Sichuan restaurant located near the back gate of the school, known for its reasonable prices. In a cozy private room, the atmosphere was vibrant. Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun clearly seized this gathering as an opportunity for intense interrogation, clinking their beer glasses and bombarding Xiao Yan with questions one after another. "Brother Yin, quickly tell us, how did you manage to win over Senior Yun? Was it a case of a hero saving a damsel in distress? What is your sister-in-law usually like? Do you have any exclusive tips to share? How far have you two progressed? Hand-holding? Embraces? Have you taken that step yet?" Xiao Yan, overwhelmed by their incessant queries, helplessly sipped on his chilled beer. Yun Yun sat beside him, her cheeks slightly flushed from the teasing, but she appeared much more composed than during their initial encounter. She quietly enjoyed her meal, only lifting her gaze and offering a shy smile, one that conveyed both bashfulness and a hint of "don't go too far" when directly addressed. Leaving the explanations entirely to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan deftly employed his usual evasive tactics, either speaking ambiguously in response to the overly inquisitive questions or deftly steering the conversation elsewhere, or simply diverting attention with comments about the food, remarking that it would be unappetizing if it got cold. Most of his energy, in truth, was devoted to sensing the nascent spirit within him. The daily spirit cultivation yielded minimal results, yet that gentle warmth undeniably existed. Simultaneously, he endeavored to project his consciousness outward in a gentler manner, as Su Liyue had taught him, to listen to the surrounding environment and perceive the subtle flow of spirit in the air. Suddenly, he felt a sensation of being watched, akin to a cold spider's thread silently entwining the edges of his perception. This feeling did not emanate from within the room, but rather from outside the restaurant. Beyond the cacophony of voices and the clamor of the street, it was exceedingly discreet, imbued with a professional, deliberately restrained chill, firmly fixated on him, or rather, on their table. This was no ordinary curiosity of passers-by. Maintaining a facade of calm, Xiao Yan continued to clink glasses with Lin Xiao, playfully chiding him for his gossiping ways. While inwardly he heightened his vigilance. Subtly, he expanded the range of his listening, akin to invisible tentacles cautiously probing toward the source of that chilling presence. Outside, in the shadowed area across the street, a vague silhouette nearly blended into the surrounding environment, its aura weak yet concentrated, reminiscent of a lurking serpent. The target was clear, it was them. Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy. It seemed that Lin Ya's vendetta was far from over. The meal concluded amidst Xiao Yan's deliberate guidance and the light-hearted banter of Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun. The two, clearly not satiated, clamored to continue the evening with karaoke. All right, that's enough for today. Xiao Yan decisively settled the bill, rising to his feet. I have class in the morning. I need to rest early. You two should know when to stop. Oh, Brother Yan, it's still early. Lin Xiao expressed disappointment. Right, your sister-in-law hasn't even said much. Fang Shijun chimed in. At that moment, Yun Yun stood up gracefully, smiling as she said, I am indeed a bit tired. Perhaps next time. Her last remark was directed at Xiao Yan. Her tone natural and unpretentious. Yun Yun seemed to sense something amiss. She gazed into Xiao Yan's calm and unwavering eyes, refraining from further inquiry, and simply nodded gently. All right. Do take care. Chapter 43, The First Battle. The alley was not deep, flanked by weathered red brick walls, cluttered with various debris and trash bins. The air thick with dampness and a faint odor of refuse. The street lamps were sparse, casting dim light. Xiao Yan walked at a leisurely pace, as if genuinely just searching for his way. Yet, his mind was sharply focused. The faint spiritual energy within him was fully mobilized, akin to the most precise radar. Attuned to every subtle movement behind him. One step, two steps indeed. That chilling presence approached without hesitation, like a relentless parasite, stealthily trailing him. The assailant was evidently confident in their tracking skills, believing that an ordinary university student like Xiao Yan would never detect their presence. Are you not weary after following for so long? The moment the thought crossed his mind, the deepest shadow at the alley's mouth appeared to writhe as if it possessed life. A figure, entirely enveloped in a deep gray, nearly devoid of reflective material, emerged silently like a specter. Wearing a black mask that revealed only the eyes and mouth, the figure was not tall but exuded a formidable presence, reminiscent of a short blade concealed in its sheath. The eyes that peeked out glimmered with an emotionless, cold sheen akin to that of a venomous serpent. It was indeed the shadow sent by Lin Jintian. He clearly did not anticipate that his movements would be so easily discerned by a mere student. A fleeting look of disbelief flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a chilling intent to kill, provoked by the presence of his prey. Without uttering a word, he slowly advanced, and the air in the alley seemed to thicken, laden with an ominous aura. In the instant Xiao Yan's voice fell. The deepest shadow at the alley's entrance materialized soundlessly, revealing the figure of the shadow. Those cold, serpent-like eyes locked onto Xiao Yan. A palpable wave of murderous intent coiling around them. Interesting. A low, raspy voice, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping, emanated from beneath the mask, tinged with surprise and a greater cruelty. The shadow wasted no time on idle chatter. He moved. This time, his actions bore an unusual, sinister quality. The deep gray figure appeared to meld into the flowing darkness, moving faster and more erratically than before. The moment he surged forward, a faint yet extremely cold wave of corrosive spiritual energy emanated from him. Though this spiritual power was thin, it was imbued with malice and a sense of slaughter, evidently a product of some nefarious technique. Indeed, he was no ordinary person. A shiver of alarm coursed through Xiao Yan, prompting the rapid activation of his Taichu, Sangxiong Wanhuaju. That faint spiritual energy, infused with an ancient and vast aura, swiftly coursed through his body, heightening his perception and reflexes to their utmost limits. The shadow darted like a venomous snake, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers. The dark glimmer at his fingertips deepened and became more menacing under the influence of his chilling spiritual power. Rather than targeting Xiao Yan's back directly, he flickered, creating two nearly overlapping afterimages in the heightened perception of Xiao Yan. One to the left, one to the right, simultaneously striking toward Xiao Yan's temples and the nape of his neck. Spiritual energy interference. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted slightly, although the shadow's cold, sinister aura was minimal. It was exceptionally adept at deception and assassination. In a moment of urgency, guided by the sharp intuition bestowed by his imperial soul, he discerned that the lingering shadow to his left was the genuine lethal strike. He abruptly crouched and rolled to the right, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy into his legs and forcefully propelling himself off the ground. The shadow's hand strike sliced through the air with a piercing sound, narrowly grazing Xiao Yan's left shoulder. The fierce gust of wind, accompanied by the chilling energy, instantly tore through his clothing, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone, a searing and numbing injury. Blood gushed forth instantly. With a pained grunt, Xiao Yan continued his roll without hesitation, leveraging the recoil from his kick to spring toward the half-full green trash bin, akin to a nimble cat. The shadow, quick to react, although his strike had not been fatal, had inflicted harm, and his eyes glinted with increased malice. He pursued Xiao Yan relentlessly, channeling his cold energy into his left leg, sweeping it like a scorpion's tail towards Xiao Yan's lower back with a whispering wind. If that kick landed squarely, it would be sufficient to shatter his spine. In a moment of dire urgency, as Xiao Yan dove beside the trash bin with barely enough time to turn, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Rather than evade, he channeled all his strength in the essence of the primordial sky transformation technique into his right leg, executing a forceful backward kick in a rather awkward posture. His target was not the shadow's leg, but rather the bottom edge of the trash bin. A thunderous crash erupted. The heavy bin was violently tilted and sent spinning backward by Xiao Yan's empowered kick. The foul contents within erupted like a celestial shower, scattering in a vast arc. The shadow's lethal kick was about to connect with Xiao Yan when it was unexpectedly obstructed by the massive, spinning projectile and the deluge of refuse. He was forced to retract his leg, retreating swiftly while slashing through the splattered filth with his hand. Nonetheless, a considerable amount of the viscous and malodorous liquid splattered onto him and his mask, further obscuring his vision and hindering his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan bore the sharp pain in his shoulder and the numbness in his waist, using the recoil from the kick to twist his body midair. As he landed, he did not pause for even a moment, lunging towards the shadow, whose movements had slowed due to the distraction. This time, it was a direct assault. The shadow's eyes glinted with fury, being pressed to such an extent by a mere student ignited his wrath. With a fierce roar, he charged forward rather than retreating. His hands morphed into claws, dark energy surging from his fingertips as he maximized the chilling aura, unleashing a series of piercing shrieks that cut through the air, akin to ghostly claws aiming for Xiao Yan's face and heart. The air itself felt thick and frigid in the wake of his claws. A clash of strength. Though Xiao Yan was severely drained of energy, with blood flowing profusely from his shoulder wound, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only the fervor of battle. He understood that this was his singular opportunity. Primordial sky transformation, heed my call. He roared within, nearly exhausting the last remnants of his primal energy from the depths of his dantian. This surge of energy, imbued with an ancient essence reminiscent of the dawn of creation, flooded into his right arm. Simultaneously, he delved deep into his bloodline, fervently awakening the slumbering, domineering primal fire. Imperial flame, ignite. A resounding hum filled the air. A layer of exceedingly thin, nearly transparent, yet exuding an indescribable ancient and domineering essence, akin to a scorching flame capable of incinerating all, suddenly enveloped Xiao Yan's right fist. This flame flickered feebly like a candle, yet it distorted the surrounding space, causing the damp ground to instantly vaporize into white mist. The chilling gust that rushed forth, upon contact with this delicate golden flame, melted away like snow under the blazing sun, emitting a sizzling sound, its formidable power significantly diminished. What manner of fire is this? The shadow sensed the terrifying suppressive force emanating from the flame, rooted in the essence of life and power, causing his pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. His very soul trembled. The venomous spiritual energy he prided himself on appeared utterly feeble in the presence of this flame. Fear overwhelmed all. He wished to retract his claws and retreat, yet the momentum of his lethal strike had already been set. The arrow was nocked and could not be unshot. In that fleeting moment, the fist shrouded in pale golden imperial flame, with unwavering determination, boldly confronted the shadow's right claw, infused with all its chilling spiritual energy. Boom. Sizzle. A dull thud accompanied by a hair-raising sound of burning and melting echoed. The anticipated ferocious collision did not fully transpire. The moment the shadow's right claw made contact with the pale golden flame, the chilling spiritual energy condensed upon his claw evaporated and was purified like boiling soup splashing upon snow. The overpowering flame seared directly onto his palm. Ah! A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the alley. The shadow felt as though his right hand had been thrust into a furnace. Flesh blackened and charred in an instant. Bones groaned under the unbearable strain. That excruciating burning sensation surged deep into his soul. What terrified him further was that the flame seemed to spread along the point of contact towards his arm. Blood splattered. Half of his arm, charred and emitting smoke, even flickering with hints of golden sparks, fell to the ground accompanied by scalding blood. Xiao Yan stood in place, breathing heavily, as if he might collapse at any moment. The pale golden imperial flame upon his right fist had long extinguished, leaving only a reddened and burning sensation upon his knuckles, his internal spiritual power utterly depleted. And blood flowed profusely from the wound on his shoulder, staining half his body. He gazed at the charred, smoking severed arm on the ground, then turned his weary, cold eyes towards the darkness where the shadow had vanished. Chapter 44. Take him to my home. Xiao Yan, clutching his bleeding right shoulder, felt as though each step was taken upon cotton, his vision slightly blurred. The bright neon lights and cacophonous voices on the main thoroughfare induced a wave of dizziness and disconnection. He yearned to swiftly evade the crowd, seeking a safe place to tend to his wounds and recuperate his strength. As he staggered into a corner of the underground parking garage, he succumbed to momentary unconsciousness. On the second basement level of the most luxurious mall in the city center, Xiao Yan, dressed in a crisp, elegant beige leisure outfit, accentuated her already tall stature with an air of commanding elegance. With sunglasses perched atop her head, her smooth, full forehead was revealed, and her sharp phoenix eyes, even when smiling, retained an incisive glint. Each hand bore 3 or 4 large luxury brand shopping bags, yet her stride remained light and buoyant. Beside her, Luo Xiaoyi donned a soft, light apricot dress, her demeanor gentle as water, equally adorned with treasures, though her manner of carrying her bag exuded a more demure air. You promised to buy just one piece of this season's new collection. Officer Xia, this is a clear violation of the law, a case of excessive consumption. Luo Xiaoyi teased lightly, her voice a soothing whisper. Where did you park the car? Oh, just ahead, Xiao Yan replied, producing the Maserati key and pressing it lightly. At that moment, her steps abruptly halted. What's wrong? Luo Xiaoyi followed her suddenly frozen gaze. A young man leaned against the cold, rough wall, collapsed on the ground. He wore a simple dark shirt and jeans, now soaked with deepening stains that were nearly indistinguishable in the dim light. The wetness centered around his left shoulder, gradually spreading downward, saturating the fabric, with each drop heavily splattering against the cold concrete floor, emitting a nearly inaudible yet chilling sound. The pungent, metallic scent of fresh blood mingled with the damp, musty air of the underground garage, overpowering the lingering fragrance of their perfumes. The man hung his head low, disheveled black hair obscuring much of his face, revealing a jawline taut with tension, his lips as pale as parchment. His right hand clutched tightly at a spot just above his left shoulder, where deep crimson seeped between his fingers. Each faint, hurried breath caused his body to tremble slightly, as if the very thread holding him together might snap at any moment. Blood. Luo Xiaoyi gasped, her professional instincts surging forth, causing her shopping bag to tumble to the ground. She nearly lunged forward, the sound of her heels ringing sharply against the concrete. Xiao Yan was quicker. As Luo Xiaoyi exclaimed, she transformed into a lithe cheetah, discarding her valuable paper bag to the side, rushing to the injured man's side with swift, silent precision. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? Xiao Yan knelt on one knee, one hand swiftly seeking the man's carotid artery while the other unabashedly pressed against his wounded shoulder, attempting to assess the injury. The skin beneath her fingertips was cold and clammy, his pulse faint yet rapid, akin to the desperate flutters of a dying bird. She tried to lift his face for a clearer view, her hand becoming stained with warm blood. Luo Xiaoyi followed closely, crouching down and opening her elegant handbag, revealing not the usual makeup essentials, but a well-stocked first aid kit containing antiseptic wipes, sterile gauze, bandages, and disposable gloves. She quickly donned the gloves, her voice taut with urgency and concentration. Yan, hold him steady. Let me see the wound. Xiao Yan complied, pressing firmly on the trembling right shoulder of the man, while Luo Xiaoyi cautiously pried open his tightly clenched fingers that covered the injury on his left shoulder. In the process, the man seemed to be jolted by excruciating pain, emitting a muffled groan that was stifled to its utmost limit. His body jerked violently, inadvertently knocking the sterile gauze into the pool of blood. His head tilting back as sweat-soaked hair fell away, revealing a young, handsome face marred by blood and dirt, contorted into an unfamiliar expression due to blood loss and agony. The corner of his forehead bore fresh abrasions, while the corners of his mouth were stained with dried blood. Yet those eyes, those of Xiao Yan, stopped in their tracks, as if pierced by invisible icicles. It was him, Xiao Yan, though he appeared disheveled and on the brink of death. Those eyes, sharp as a cold star even when half-closed in pain, were unmistakably his. Just days ago, he had demonstrated an extraordinary ability to her. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily called his name, her heart racing wildly in her chest, a tumult of shock, confusion, and an indescribable urgency swirling within her. How could he be here? How could he be so gravely injured? Where was that so-called special ability? Do you know him? Luo Xiaoyi shot her a quick glance, her hands remaining deftly busy. She had fully exposed the wound above his left shoulder, near the collarbone, a gruesome gash. Flesh was torn, revealing bone beneath. Blood oozed steadily from the horrifying wound. Even Luo Xiaoyi, accustomed to injuries, gasped in shock. This was no ordinary knife wound or bruise. It resembled the fatal scars left by some brutal struggle. She immediately pressed a large sterile gauze pad against the wound, striving to staunch the bleeding. The fabric became instantly saturated, a vivid crimson. I know him. He is the peculiar person I mentioned to you. Xiao spoke rapidly, her voice taut with an urgency she herself had not fully realized. She glanced at Luo Xiaoyi's blood-stained gloves, then at Xiao Yan's pale face and the wound from which blood continued to seep, a chill creeping up her spine. The injury was severe, so severe that an ordinary person might have already succumbed to shock or even death. Yet Xiao Yan still breathed faintly, still struggled. In that moment, Xiao grasped her friend's reasoning. The analytical mind of a police officer alerted her to the accuracy of Luo Xiaoyi's judgment. Calling the police and waiting for medical assistance would be a cumbersome process. If Xiao Yan's condition were to become known, the consequences could be dire, and the journey would be fraught with peril. As a prodigy from a medical family, Luo Xiaoyi's apartment was indeed the safest and most efficient operating room at this juncture. All right, I'll follow your lead, Xiao declared without a hint of hesitation. Her gaze resolute. Quickly, how do we move him? Help me lift him up. Be careful with his left shoulder, Luo Xiaoyi directed. Together they worked. One supporting his shoulder and the other lifting his legs, attempting to hoist the heavy, unconscious figure. Xiao Yan's body was as limp as a puddle of mud. Devoid of strength, every movement exacerbated the wound, causing more viscous blood to flow, dripping onto scattered designer bags and leaving shocking stains. Xiao could distinctly feel the astonishing strength conveyed through his muscles, spasming involuntarily, and that extraordinary weight only reinforced Luo Xiaoyi's assessment. He was no ordinary person. After an immense struggle, they finally managed to half-drag, half-carry Xiao Yan into the backseat of Xiao white Maserati. Luo Xiaoyi quickly squeezed into the back, stabilizing his limp body to prevent him from sliding down. Xiao jumped into the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator, and the car surged forward. The engine roaring with fury as it sped toward Luo Xiaoyi's apartment. The air inside the vehicle thickened with the metallic scent of blood, mingled with Xiao Yan's intermittent pained gasps like a broken bellows. Chapter 45. Why me? Xiao gazed at Luo Xiaoyi's focused profile before shifting her attention to the pallid, sweat-soaked visage of Xiao Yan, who lay unconscious. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the shock and turmoil within her, allowing her professional instincts to guide her as she began to inspect the other items on Xiao Yan's person, primarily for identification and safety considerations. Her gaze swept over his tightly clenched left hand, where a ring adorned his index finger. The design was remarkably archaic. Crafted from a material that was neither gold nor jade, its surface an obsidian black, as if it had absorbed all surrounding light, resembling a miniature black hole. The ring's face was unembellished, bordering on rugged, with edges smoothed to a gentle curve, and the band appeared to be inscribed with minuscule, intricately convoluted runes that were nearly indecipherable. It emanated an ineffable weightiness and ancient aura. The ring bore signs of age, with subtle traces of wear on its surface. Xiao gaze lingered upon the ring for a moment, noting its ancient and distinctive nature, which starkly contrasted with Xiao Yan's otherwise modern attire. Habitually, as a police officer, she extended her hand, not with the intention of removing it, but merely to lightly touch and perceive the peculiar material, or perhaps to decipher the runes inscribed upon it. The instant her cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against the dark surface of the ring, a strange, non-painful sensation of vertigo seized her. The image of Luo Xiaoyi, diligently suturing, the bright lights of the living room, and even the glaring wound on Xiao Yan's shoulder all distorted and trembled as if cast into rippling water, blurring and twisting into oblivion. Without warning, an entirely different scene forcefully enveloped her vision. She found herself within a hazy space, seemingly shrouded in a violet mist. As her gaze descended, it fell upon a breathtaking female form that defied description. A serpentine tail, radiant with purple luminescence, extended from what were not human legs, but a massive tail adorned with smooth, cold, diamond-like scales that shimmered with a mysterious, profound violet light. The scales were tightly arranged, subtly undulating in the void, tracing elegant, powerful arcs, each motion releasing a faint purple halo. Her vision, unbidden, ascended past the taut abdomen and the voluptuous curves veiled by a simple purple veil, ultimately resting upon a face, a countenance of unparalleled beauty. Xiao heart felt as if it were gripped by a frigid hand, abruptly halting its rhythm. This face was unmistakably her own, the very visage she beheld each day in the mirror. The contours of her features, her brows, eyes, nose, and lips, even the delicate arcs at the corners of her eyes, were identical. It was she, Xiao. Yet, upon this face that belonged to her, there lingered an air of cold, aloof majesty that she had never possessed. Her alabaster skin, akin to exquisite cold jade, appeared even more flawless under the violet glow. Her brows, like distant mountains shrouded in mist, arched elegantly with a hint of sharpness. Her lashes were long and thick, framing a pair of deep, enigmatic eyes. Those eyes, belonging to her yet profoundly unfamiliar, seemed to gaze through the infinite expanse of time and space, radiating a blend of confusion and inquiry as they stared directly at Xiao Yan. Her nose was elegantly high, and her lips, full and crimson, formed a cold yet alluring arc. This was indeed her own lip shape, yet never had she exhibited such a frigid expression. Enigmatic crown, a cascade of raven-black hair flowed down, adorned with delicate serpentine ornaments that emitted a chilling luster, subtly forming a crown both otherworldly and regal. The sensation was eerily surreal. She beheld her reflection, a visage bearing her own features, radiating a chilling authority. As she turned, the serpentine tail vanished, revealing her crossed legs, the pointed high heels suspended in midair, slicing through the atmosphere with a forbidding aura that warned others to keep their distance. This image lingered for but a fleeting moment. Yet it was indelibly etched in Xiao Yan's mind, vivid and profoundly shocking. It was not terror, but rather an exquisite, diabolical strength, intertwined with a spine-chilling self-awareness that was utterly breathtaking. The fleeting vision of the long-haired, serpentine-tailed woman, bearing her own likeness, clawed at her reason like a relentless nightmare. An intense headache surged forth, her temples pounding as if something within her clamored violently to escape. A frigid sensation shot through her body from her feet, compelling her to shudder involuntarily. In disbelief, she glanced down at her own hands, then abruptly turned to gaze at the unconscious Xiao Yan, her eyes brimming with confusion, alarm, and an indescribable sense of absurdity. Is that me? How could that possibly be me? Kalen. Luo Xiaoyi was genuinely frightened this time. Xiao Yan's reaction was overwhelmingly intense. She immediately halted her needlework, sprang to her feet, and rushed to Xiao Yan's side, steadying her trembling form. Her voice laced with urgency and concern. What is wrong with you? Your face is as pale as a sheet. Why are your hands so cold? Are you unwell? Have you come into contact with something unclean? Her gaze warily scanned Xiao Yan and the ring upon his hand, filled with suspicion. Xiao Yan opened her mouth, but her throat was too parched to produce sound. She wanted to confess. I saw myself transform into a monster, yet uttering such words felt utterly absurd. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to regain composure, but the image of that figure, bearing her own countenance, lingered in her mind, inducing waves of dizziness and profound nausea. I don't know. Xiao Yan's voice trembled with a fear she herself had not recognized, as she averted her gaze from Luo Xiaoyi's probing eyes, deliberately avoiding the ring that seemed imbued with enigmatic powers. Suddenly, I feel very dizzy. My vision is darkening. It might be low blood sugar, compounded by this metallic scent. This explanation felt feeble, yet she could not bring herself to reveal the truth. Luo Xiaoyi scrutinized her pale face and terrified eyes, glancing briefly at the unremarkable black ring on Xiao Yan's finger, unable to discern any clues. She reached out to feel Xiao Yan's forehead, which was icy to the touch. You should sit down. I will get you a glass of sugar water. Without giving her a chance to protest, she gently guided Xiao Yan to the nearby sofa and hurried off to the kitchen, her heart heavy with concern. Kalen's reaction was far too unusual. It was undoubtedly more than mere low blood sugar. The man named Xiao Yan, along with that peculiar ring on his hand, emanated an indescribable aura of strangeness. Chapter 46. The Little Medical Sage. Luo Xiaoyi fixed her gaze on Xiao Yan, ensuring she would not recklessly approach the bizarre ring before she reluctantly subdued the tempest of emotions within her and turned to tend to the gruesome wound on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Her movements remained precise, albeit imbued with an unprecedented gravity and vigilance, each needle insertion akin to defusing a bomb. Time meandered slowly amid the oppressive silence and the heavy scent of blood. At last, Luo Xiaoyi severed the final suture, meticulously disinfecting and bandaging the wound. She removed her blood-stained gloves, wearily massaging her temple, and glanced at Xiao Yan, who still curled up on the sofa, her complexion pale. Kalen, how are you feeling? Xiao Yan took a deep breath, forcing down the image of that serpentine tail suffused with purple light and that cold, imposing visage which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. The dizziness and nausea subsided somewhat. Yet the underlying sense of trepidation and the chilling confusion that had been appended within her clung like a vine, refusing to release its grip. I feel a bit better. Her voice was still hoarse, but I am quite tired. This was the truth. It felt as though her soul had weathered a storm. Luo Xiaoyi approached, checking her forehead once more, which remained cold to the touch. The guest room is empty. Let us move him there. Together. The two women carefully navigated around Xiao Yan's wounded shoulder, transferring the unconscious man, shrouded in mystery, to the bed in the guest room. Throughout the process, Xiao Yan averted her gaze, deliberately avoiding the sight of the seemingly dormant black ring on Xiao Yan's left hand. Yet its presence felt like a chilling magnet, perpetually drawing forth the fear and an indescribable curiosity from the depths of her heart. Xiao Yan did not resist. Lying in the darkness, Neither of them felt the slightest inclination to sleep. The city lights outside filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting indistinct shadows upon the floor. Kalen. Luo Xiaoyi's voice resonated with clarity amidst the silence. It's just the two of us now. What did you truly see? Do not claim it was merely a fleeting shadow. I refuse to believe that. Her tone carried concern intertwined with an unavoidable seriousness. Xia Kalen's body instantly tensed. In the darkness, the space suffused with purple mist, that breathtaking serpentine tail, and those cold, disdainful red eyes reemerged with startling clarity, particularly that face, her own face. The sensation of fear surged anew like a frigid tide. She parted her lips, her throat parched. Xiaoyi, if I speak of it, will you think me mad? Speak. Luo Xiaoyi turned to her, peering into the obscurity at her indistinct outline. I saw myself. Xia Kalen's voice trembled, but not the me of now. It was another me in a very strange space. She struggled to swallow, as if each word demanded immense courage. She had a serpent's tail, its purple scale shimmering. Her face was identical to mine, yet her gaze was so cold, so terrifying, like that of a queen. She even cast a glance in my direction. In the darkness, Xia Kalen felt Luo Xiaoyi's breath catch abruptly. An oppressive silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the slightly hurried beating of their hearts. After a prolonged silence, Luo Xiaoyi finally spoke, her voice laced with incredulity and dryness. A serpent-tailed queen? Identical to you? She paused, seemingly grappling with the astonishing information. Are you certain this is not a figment of your imagination? I cannot say, Xia Kalen exclaimed in anguish, but it felt all too real. Xiaoyi. It was as though my very soul was violently wrenched from me and thrust into another body. Witnessing my own transformation was utterly terrifying. She grasped Luo Xiaoyi's hand, her icy fingers conveying a profound sense of fear and confusion. Luo Xiaoyi reciprocated the grip tightly, attempting to impart some strength, yet her palm was equally frigid. As a physician, she had never encountered such a supernatural, paradigm-shifting experience. A serpent-tailed queen bearing Xia Kalen's visage? It sounded like a myth or the hallmark of a severe psychological break. Nevertheless, Xia Kalen's reaction, that visceral terror and disarray emanating from the depths of her soul, was undoubtedly genuine. As the night wore on, the two women struggled to find sleep amid their tumultuous thoughts and unease. Xia Kalen lingered at the doorway, gazing from a distance. The physiological shock from the harrowing scene had lessened overnight, yet the psychological tremors remained unabated. She forcibly averted her gaze from the ring. Luo Xiaoyi emerged, gently closing the door behind her. We must head to work. We cannot remain here indefinitely. As a detective, Xia Kalen had obligations she could not evade. And Luo Xiaoyi, as a doctor, bore similar responsibilities. They quickly washed up and hastily consumed a light breakfast. Before departing, Luo Xiaoyi tidied the corridor leading from the living room to the guest bedroom. All right, Xia Kalen replied, picking up her bag. Heavily burdened with thoughts, they left the apartment, leaving the unconscious Xiao Yan in the enigmatic ring in the stillness of the guest bedroom. Time flowed amidst the city's clamor. The morning sun grew increasingly fierce, streaming through the blinds of the guest room and casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. On the bed, Xiao Yan's thick eyelashes fluttered violently for a moment. His heavy eyelids, seemingly glued shut, struggled several times before finally managing to pry open a narrow slit. The blinding light made him squint uncomfortably, and after a period of blurred vision, his sight gradually sharpened. Before him lay an entirely unfamiliar scene. The walls were a soft cream color, the ceiling adorned with a minimalist light fixture, and beneath him was a soft yet unfamiliar bed. The air was infused with a faint scent of antiseptic, mingling with an unfamiliar fragrance. Where was he? How had he ended up here? Who had rescued him? Were they friend or foe? He glanced down at himself. His original robes were gone, replaced by an exceedingly peculiar outfit made of soft, yet oddly styled fabric. His left shoulder was swathed in a thick white bandage, applied with apparent expertise. He sensed that his injuries were not as grave as he had feared. Rising, he surveyed his surroundings. The room was small, yet every item within it exuded a sense of order and cleanliness. No immediate danger was apparent, but he needed to ascertain his whereabouts. Outside the door lay a short, brightly lit corridor leading to a more expansive living area. Just then, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a corner of the living room wall. A square glass frame hung on the wall, within which two women stood side by side, their smiles radiant. On the left was the policewoman, Kylin, whom he had encountered before. However, it was the woman on the right, dressed in a pristine white doctor's coat, exuding a gentle demeanor with crescent-shaped eyes. That captured Xiao Yan's attention. When his gaze settled upon her ethereal visage, a thunderous realization erupted within the depths of his weary mind. That face, imbued with an exquisite charm and a hint of pure, tender mirth, belonged to the little medical fairy. How could this be? Stunned as if struck by lightning, Xiao Yan stood frozen, his thoughts a blank slate. save for the vivid image of her enchanting countenance, reminiscent of the girl he had met in Qingshan town, who bore the burden of a cursed body yet always wore a pure smile. The two images seamlessly overlapped. Chapter 47, Illusion? Sunlight slowly traversed the wooden floor, while specks of dust danced within the beams of light. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the bed in the secondary bedroom, his eyes gently closed, enveloped in a profound stillness. He was diligently channeling the Tai Chu Song Xiongwan Huaju, cautiously guiding the meager spiritual energy of this modern metropolis to mend the penetrating wound in his left shoulder and the internal injuries sustained from the spatial storm. This body was, after all, not the battle-hardened form of the Dou Di he once possessed, but rather the humble vessel of an ordinary university student. With his cultivation having only just begun anew, each attempt to draw energy into his body felt akin to laboriously digging for water in a parched riverbed, and the inefficiency of it all gnawed at his spirit. The wound on his shoulder, nourished by spiritual energy, tingled with a slow healing that fell short of his expectations. Yet it was, at least, gradually improving. Time flowed in silence until midday, when a faint electronic lock clicked open at the entrance. The serene state of his cultivation was abruptly shattered. Xiao Yan's eyes flew open, a fleeting glint of sharpness flashing before he swiftly regained the composed demeanor of a university student. He listened intently as footsteps approached. Two individuals were coming. Sure enough, moments later, the door to the secondary bedroom was gently pushed open to reveal Xia Kailin and Luo Xiaoyi standing at the threshold. Xia Kailin remained clad in her crisp police uniform, her brow furrowed with professional scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Luo Xiaoyi, having changed out of her white coat, wore a modest yet elegant casual outfit, her gentle aura imbued with concern. "You are awake?" Xia Kailin initiated, her tone marked by a cool professionalism as her sharp gaze swept over Xiao Yan's bandaged shoulder and his slightly pale face. "How do you feel?" Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his voice hoarse from his recent injuries. "Much better. Thank you both for saving my life." He met Xia Kailin's gaze with calmness, deliberately avoiding a glance at Luo Xiaoyi, whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the little medical fairy. This similarity felt like an invisible thorn, pricking at his memories and provoking a strong sense of dissonance and curiosity. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions and astonishment. Now was not the time for such inquiries. "Can you recount what transpired last night?" Xia Kailin stepped forward, her eyes locked onto Xiao Yan. "How did you sustain such grave injuries? Where were you harmed? Who attacked you?" A barrage of questions ensued, driven by her instincts as a detective, compelling her to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic injured man. Xiao Yan felt a sudden chill in his heart. Yet he wore an expression of just the right amount of bewilderment and frailty. He offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Officer Xia, to be honest, I am equally perplexed. Last night, it seems I was suddenly struck in a small alley near the school. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here." His vague account shifted the blame onto confusion and amnesia, a narrative least likely to be challenged and most fitting for an ordinary university student confronting an inexplicable assault. "Do you have no recollection at all of the assailant or any suspicious individuals?" she pressed, unwilling to relent. Xiao Yan shook his head once more, his tone tinged with regret. "I truly do not. I only remember an excruciating pain before losing consciousness. Perhaps it was a robbery?" He offered the most mundane yet reasonable conjecture. Xia Kailin scrutinized him for a few moments, ultimately appearing to tentatively accept his explanation, or at least deeming it futile to inquire further at this juncture. She turned to Luo Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, could you please check his wounds once more?" Luo Xiaoyi nodded, stepping forward with a gentle tone. "Classmate Xiao Yan, if it is convenient, I would like to examine your wound's healing progress." Xiao Yan's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. As Luo Xiaoyi approached, a faint scent, a blend of antiseptic and a refreshing fragrance, enveloped him. Her face, achingly familiar yet strangely distant, came into sharp focus. He could almost discern her long eyelashes and the genuine concern in her eyes. Memories of the little healer surged violently through his mind. He forced himself to lower his gaze, avoiding her eyes, and murmured, "Thank you, Dr. Luo." Luo Xiaoyi gently unwrapped some of the bandages to inspect the sutures, followed by measuring his temperature and blood pressure. "You're recovering well, with no signs of infection. However, you have lost considerable blood and remain quite weak. You need to rest and replenish your strength," she advised professionally. "Yes, I will be careful," Xiao Yan replied. Once the examination concluded, Luo Xiaoyi stepped back, and a brief silence enveloped the room. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, mustering the strength to rise from the bed. His movements were somewhat slow due to the pain from his injuries, yet he endeavored to maintain an upright posture. He looked at the two women, sincerely expressing, "Officer Xia, Dr. Luo, I am immensely grateful for your assistance and hospitality. I already feel much better and do not wish to impose further. I shall remember this kindness." He deliberately averted his gaze from Luo Xiaoyi, focusing primarily on Xia Kai-lin, his tone resolute and unmistakable in its intent to depart. Xia Kai-lin seemed poised to say something, perhaps to request his contact information for further inquiries or to suggest he remain under observation. Yet, Xiao Yan had already inclined his body slightly, his movements somewhat stiff due to his injuries, yet his resolve unmistakably conveyed his desire to take his leave. Your wounds, Luo Xiaoyi began, concern evident in her voice. However, he did not linger, suppressing the pain in his shoulder as he walked steadily yet swiftly toward the entrance. He needed to leave this place immediately, to escape the overwhelming impact and enigma brought forth by the doctor's resemblance to the little healer, and to find a truly safe haven to contemplate the ring. This city, in the bewildering reunion. After Xiao Yan departed, the lingering tension in the air had yet to fully dissipate. Xia Kai-lin crossed her arms and paced restlessly in the living room, her brows knitted into a tight frown. Xiaoyi, don't you find this Xiao Yan rather peculiar? She halted her steps, directing her gaze towards Luo Xiaoyi, who was meticulously organizing the medical kit. Luo Xiaoyi paused momentarily, lifting her head with a look of clarity laced with confusion. He is indeed a bit strange. He seems quite eager to leave. Hesitating for a moment, she continued. And it appears he is somewhat reluctant to meet my gaze. Is it just my illusion? Luo Xiaoyi approached the door of the secondary bedroom, observing the neatly arranged bed inside. The nature of his injury was such that it could not possibly be the result of a mere robbery. Furthermore, his recovery speed was rather abnormal. Chapter 48, The Fulcrum of Fate in the Lin family's study. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. Yet it could not dissipate the lingering odor of blood and the strange smell of charred flesh. Seated behind a heavy rosewood desk was Lin Tian, the head of the Lin family, his expression calm and inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Only the occasional flicker of sharpness akin to a hawk could be seen in his deeply set eyes. His well-groomed fingers unconsciously drummed upon the smooth surface of the desk, producing a dull thud. The study door opened silently, ushering in a more potent wave of blood and burnt flesh scent. The butler stood by the door, hands at his side, wearing an almost imperceptible expression of gravity. A shadow fell to one knee with a thud, the remnants of its left hand bracing against the carpet. Trembling slightly from pain and blood loss, its voice hoarse and dry, tinged with the horror of survival. The mission has failed, master. Lin Tian's drumming fingers came to a halt. His gaze fell upon the shadow's vacant right arm and the peculiar burn marks, a fleeting ripple of genuine turmoil passing through his pupils before vanishing. His voice remained flat and unruffled. Oh, to contend with an ordinary university student, it would be so? Master, that Xiao Yan is anything but ordinary. The shadow abruptly lifted its head, eyes reflecting deep-seated terror. He is also a cultivator. Oh, Lin Tian leaned forward slightly, the mention of this term seemingly striking a chord within him. Elaborate. My subordinate witnessed it firsthand. The shadow's voice rose in pitch, laced with agony. Just as my subordinate was about to succeed, the short blade aimed at his back, his fist suddenly ignited with a layer of golden flames. Golden flames? A barely perceptible furrow formed on Lin Tian's brow. The study fell into a profound silence. A flicker of shock passed under the butler's lowered eyelids. Golden flames? The description exceeded the realm of ordinary comprehension. It sounded more akin to a legendary power, especially for someone identified as an ordinary university student to possess such abilities. Eventually, he spoke slowly, his tone reverting to its previous indifference, even tinged with an emotionless detachment. Understood. This matter ends here. The shadow was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the head of the family's nonchalant demeanor in the face of failure and the loss of an arm. Go to the butler. Lin Tian seemed oblivious to the shadow's astonishment, his gaze drifting towards the meticulously trimmed pines and cypresses in the courtyard outside. Receive a sum of money, sufficient to ensure your livelihood for the rest of your days, as compensation for your lost arm. The shadow parted his lips, intending to articulate something. Yet upon encountering Lin Tian's fathomless, unyielding gaze, all words became lodged in his throat. He bowed his head and responded with difficulty. Yes, Master Xia, you may leave. Lin Tian commanded with an undeniable tone, waving his hand dismissively. The shadow struggled to rise, and at the butler's silent gesture, staggered out of the study. The heavy wooden door closed once more, sealing off the intense stench of blood and charred remains. Within the study, only Lin Tian and the dutiful butler remained. Golden flames. Lin Tian whispered, repeating the phrase, his fingers drumming with increasing urgency. The flicker of astonishment in his eyes was now unmasked, transformed into a grave seriousness. How could a university student conceal such depth? Or was there a significant oversight in the intelligence? The butler bowed, his voice low and somber. Master, this Xiao Yan poses a threat far exceeding our estimations. Should we consult with the others? He rose and paced to the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down upon the Lin family estate, the sun shone brightly, yet it could not dispel the shadow looming over his brow. A person endowed with such enigmatic power disguised as an ordinary college student, what were his intentions? From whence did he hail? Lin Jintian seemed to question the butler. Yet also himself. Notify everyone from the Lin family outside to temper their ambitions and act discreetly. Particularly, they must avoid Xiao Yan at all costs. Yes, master. The butler replied respectfully. He slowly walked to the window, where the dazzling lights of Yin City sprawled beneath him, resembling a sea flowing with gold and desire. This commercial empire, which he had meticulously built and cultivated over decades, now appeared as a vast, cold, gilded cage, reflecting the shadow of his own captivity. The caged birds were none other than himself. The chilling memory of that rainy night 2 decades prior surged uninvited into his mind. The figure who claimed to be an envoy from the other side, with a hand emerging from beneath a black robe, was as gaunt as a branch. Yet its fingertips harbored a terrifying power that could freeze his very soul. A mere touch had imprinted the shame and fear deep into his marrow like a brand. Henceforth, the grand wealth of the Lin family was but a treasure trove laid bare by that other realm. Lin Jintian, despite his ability to command storms, was merely a caged canary, bound by its claws and nurtured with care. Every significant decision hovered under the scrutiny of those cold eyes. Every substantial profit required a tribute that made his heart bleed. Every ounce of strength he amassed, every faction he discreetly nurtured, even the snippets of information he secretly gathered regarding the realm of cultivation, were as fragile as a child's sandcastle before the overwhelming tide. 20 years. A full 20 years. He was like a prisoner digging through darkness, his fingertips worn down, yet he could never reach the foundation of that invisible wall. However, at this moment, Lin Jintian clenched his fist tightly, crushing the remnants of his broken cigar into powder. The sharp sting brought forth an almost tremulous sense of reality. Xiao Yan, an utterly ordinary university student, perhaps imbued with a hint of youthful arrogance. He could almost envision that young man's clear gaze, perhaps tinged with a certain youthful pride. Navi, so incredibly Navi. Yet it is this very innocence, combined with the nascent powers within him that have only just begun to manifest, which cleaves through the oppressive gloom that has shrouded Lin Jintian's heart for 2 decades like a blinding flash of lightning. Is this not the elusive variable he has long awaited, one that he has not unearthed despite digging deep for half a lifetime? A vibrant anomaly, teeming with boundless potential, existing beyond the vast surveillance of that distant realm. A stone that his caged spirit could quietly wield to strike fiercely against the unyielding bars of his confinement. A plan, an intricate and perilous scheme, begins to proliferate wildly within his mind, expanding with fervor. How to approach, how to guide without leaving a trace, how to ensure this stone willingly strikes the designated target, and how to guarantee that, at the moment the cage shatters, the colossal vessel of the Lin family does not succumb first to the ferocious forces unleashed. Each step is as precarious as walking on thin ice. One misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin, obliterating the Lin family's century-old legacy along with Lin Jintian himself, reducing them to mere dust. The immense risk washes over him like icy water, momentarily cooling his fevered thoughts. Yet the yearning to break free, the temptation of regaining true liberty, is so overwhelmingly intense, so searing, that it evaporates all hesitation and fear in an instant. It is worth it, he bellows inwardly, even if it means wagering everything. Taking a deep breath, he savors the mingling sense of expensive cigar remnants and freshly dyed tobacco wafting through the air, which curiously revives within him a long-lost vitality. Lin Jintian gradually releases his tightly clenched fist, leaving crescent-shaped blood imprints in his palm. He turns, casting his gaze once more upon the resplendent lights that both belong to him and confine him, a cold, resolute arc curving at the corners of his mouth. 2 decades of endurance, 2 decades of careful plotting, have finally culminated in this singular moment, the fulcrum upon which his destiny might pivot. Chapter 49. Who hurt you? The clamor of the city is muted behind a heavy security door. Xiao Yan turns the key and pushes open the door to a modest 2-bedroom rental apartment situated within an aging complex. The interior is bright, suffused with a unique aroma that mingles the scent of potato chips, instant noodles, and some fresh detergent. As he closes the door, a jubilant crunching sound emanates from the sofa area ahead. There, a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years, with striking purple hair, sits cross-legged on a plush fabric sofa. Cradling an oversized bag of chips in her arms, her sparkling eyes fixated on the enormous LCD television screen opposite her. The screen displays a riot of colors as animated characters engage in a lively battle. Dressed in loose pajamas adorned with a large cartoon cat, her violet locks are haphazardly tied into 2 ponytails, with a few rebellious strands cascading over her smooth forehead. Her skin is so fair it appears almost translucent, and her features are as delicate as those of a porcelain doll. Yet at this moment, her beautiful purple eyes are entirely engrossed in the television. Her cheeks puffed with chips, as she intermittently reaches into the bag for more. This girl is none other than the Tai Su ancient dragon, Xian, who has accompanied Xiao Yan into this unfamiliar world. However, she has now shed her cataclysmic powers, transforming into a quintessential modern-day youth. Ensnared by the allure of contemporary snacks and video games, Xiao Yan steps into the room, shutting the door behind him. After a night of practicing the primordial sky transformation technique, and with Luo Xiaoyi's expert suturing, the penetrating wound on his left shoulder had healed significantly, leaving only a lingering deep ache and a slight stiffness during movement, which hardly impeded his actions. She nimbly leaped off the sofa, her bare feet pattering as she ran to Xiao Yan, gazing up at him with curiosity, her clear purple eyes filled with confusion. Skiving off? This ISNT like you. Didn't you say you wanted to be an exemplary student? Her tone carried a hint of mischievous glee. Is something the matter? Xian asked, tilting her head with the innocence of a curious kitten. Suddenly, her delicate nose twitched slightly, and her gaze sharpened instantaneously. It was an instinctive alertness, despite her weakened state. The perception of a top-tier magical beast had not fully diminished. She caught a faint, lingering scent of disinfectant mixed with an almost imperceptible trace of blood emanating from Xiao Yan. This aroma, though exceedingly subtle, confirmed that his injury was indeed not severe. Yet it captured her attention. Her eyes instinctively scanned Xiao Yan's body. Hey, just as Xian was about to inquire further, Xiao Yan interrupted her, his own more pressing thoughts taking precedence. He instinctively attempted to evade her reaching hand, but the movement strained his wound, causing his body to stiffen. A soft gasp involuntarily escaped his lips, a sound so faint yet it resonated like thunder in Xian's ears. Her hand, which had been halfway extended, froze abruptly. Her earlier excitement replaced by an unprecedented seriousness, tinged with a flicker of territorial anger. You're hurt. Xian's voice ascended sharply, shedding her previous playful tone for one imbued with the nascent gravitas of a dragoness authority. Casting aside her reservations, she stepped forward, her petite form unleashing an unexpected strength as she pressed against Xiao Yan, her violet eyes fixated intently on the site of his injury. She could even sense the faint energy waves emanating from the wound, the ethereal essence dissipating as it slowly healed. Who did this to you? Xian's voice turned cold, laced with a fierce protectiveness akin to a young beast defending its territory. She extended her slender fingers, cautiously poking at the fabric near Xiao Yan's left shoulder, her movements imbued with a clumsy concern. Does it hurt? Xiao Yan observed the swift transformation in Xian's demeanor. From a carefree, playful girl to a fiercely protective young dragon, a warm current surged within him, yet a greater sense of resignation prevailed. He sighed, realizing he could not conceal the truth any longer. Just a little accident, it's nothing serious. He attempted to downplay the situation, sidestepping her prodding hand as he aimed to retreat to his room. I can manage it myself. You should just continue with your activities. Absolutely not. Xian, however, proved to be exceptionally obstinate, trailing closely behind him like a devoted shadow, her small face set in a determined frown. You're lying. I can smell the blood. Her little nose twitched again, frowning even deeper as her gaze scanned Xiao Yan's entire being, ultimately landing on the inconspicuous black ring on his left index finger. A peculiar scent lingered around her. Ziyuan's violet pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion and instinctive caution, as if something were starving nearby. She described it uncertainly. The sensation bestowed upon her by the ring was faint yet extraordinarily eerie, reminiscent of a slumbering abyss, profoundly hungry. A jolt coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. Although Ziyuan had lost her powers, her instinctive perception, rooted in bloodline, remained alarmingly sharp. With a nonchalant demeanor, he slipped the ring-adorned hand into his pocket and quickened his pace. You must be mistaken. Now, I truly need to rest, so please don't follow me. He almost fled into his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud and locking it behind him, isolating Ziyuan's concerned, frustrated, and deeply perplexed expression outside. Ziyuan stomped her foot in annoyance, shaking her small fist at the closed door. You insufferable Xiao Yan. Even injured, you refuse to speak. You're avoiding me. Her violet eyes shimmered with worry and confusion. The faint, hunger-like sensation she had sensed from the ring cast a shadow of unease over her heart. She felt an inkling that Xiao Yan's return was not merely about his injuries. Chapter 50. Breakthrough. Mid-stage of spirit convergence. Within the rented room, time seemed to lose its measure. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the cold floor, utterly still, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Yet within, a monumental transformation was underway. The primordial celestial transformation technique operated like an invisible vortex, slowly whirling in the depths of his consciousness. Initially, he needed to focus intensely, akin to a toddler taking its first steps, cautiously guiding the scattered, firefly-like points of spiritual light. As time passed, a wondrous inertia began to form. At first, it was the body's instinct. The faint spiritual currents, woven into his very flesh and bones, greedily absorbed the nourishing energy like parched land welcoming rain, spontaneously generating a subtle yet palpable affinity. This affinity required no deliberate stimulation. It emerged naturally, akin to the aura he radiated, attracting the errant spiritual energy in the surrounding space. Next came the transformation of consciousness. Xiao Yan wholly abandoned the crude method of forcibly extracting and circulating energy that characterized his previous cultivation of combat aura. His thoughts became lighter and gentler, unfurling like the most delicate of spider webs, silently extending to envelop the space around him. Within this web of intention, the luminous points representing spiritual energy were no longer mere indistinct perceptions. Their forms, attributes, and even the faintest fluctuations of vitality became strikingly clear. The air was no longer void. He could see the minuscule earth spirit particles clinging to dust motes. He could even sense the thin yet ceaseless currents of water vitality brought in by the rain outside. The concept that all things possess spirit, once an esoteric theory spoken by the Empress, gradually materialized within his perception. The process of drawing in spiritual energy became fluid, with a gentle beckoning of his thoughts. The sparse luminous points within a few feet around him, as if guided by an invisible force, began to swirl and converge towards him like stardust caught in a gentle breeze. Though still few in number, they represented a significant improvement from the initial state. Most crucial was the transformation of spirit. The core essence of the primordial celestial transformation technique gradually unveils itself through continuous operation. The spiritual energy flowing into his body no longer requires his conscious guidance. The technique itself functions like the most efficient furnace, naturally refining and amalgamating these diverse, pure yet feeble streams of spiritual essence into increasingly refined and vibrant currents of warmth. This warmth transcends mere nourishment of flesh and bone, beginning to gently permeate and saturate his meridians, which were on the verge of exhaustion due to the depletion of his fighting spirit, even daring to reach into the depths of his soul, where his once formidable primal essence lay dormant. It is a quiet yet profound restoration and enhancement. The dull ache in his shoulders has vanished without a trace, and the fatigue that enveloped him has dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented vitality. He can distinctly sense that his body is rejuvenating in a manner he had never imagined, and this vitality does not stem from external sources, but rather from the awakening and strengthening of his intrinsic life essence. Time is elusive. Perhaps it was a night, or merely a few hours. Within Xiao Yan, the gentle warmth, akin to a trickling stream, under the ongoing operation, accumulation, and refinement of the primordial celestial transformation technique, has finally catalyzed a transformation. A resonant hum, audible only to Xiao Yan, emanating from the depths of his soul, suddenly reverberates. The warmth, which once lingered like a thin mist in his dantian, abruptly collapses inward, coalescing. It is as if the universe has just begun, and chaos has separated. A minuscule yet exceptionally solid point of pale golden light, exuding a soft, jade-like luster, quietly emerges at the center of his dantian. In that very instant of the light's birth, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes snap open. Deep within his dark pupils, a fleeting glimmer of pale golden starlight flickers, sharp enough to pierce through the darkness. A subtle transformation occurs within his entire demeanor. The previous weakness and despondency are replaced by an inner resilience, akin to newly sprouted bamboo. A gentle glow flows beneath his skin, and his breath becomes long and deep. With each inhalation, the speed at which the ethereal points of spiritual light in the surrounding air converge accelerates severalfold. The range of this phenomenon expands from just a few feet around him to encompass the entirety of his rented abode. Mid-stage spirit convergence. Power. Not the violent and fierce force of fighting spirit, but a robust vitality that springs forth from the very core of life itself, teeming with infinite possibilities. This power courses through his limbs and bones, liberating him from an unseen heavy shackle, rendering his body light and his mind remarkably clear. Xiao Yan exhales a long breath of turbid air, which carries a faint warmth, condensing into a fleeting white mist in the frigid atmosphere. He slowly raises his hand, fingers splayed, then gradually clenches them. Beneath his skin, a flash of pale golden radiance flickers away. He can distinctly feel the strength residing within his flesh, far surpassing that of his previous peak warrior state. This is a more fundamental, intrinsic power, not outwardly visible yet immensely potent. Is this the power of mid-stage spirit convergence? Xiao Yan muses softly, his voice tinged with disbelief and rapture. This entirely new system of power, its potential and profundity, far exceeds his expectations. The transformation brought about by merely breaking through from initial to mid-stage is already astonishing. At that moment, the ancient ring on his finger suddenly emitted a faint glow once more. A nearly ethereal shadow, so tenuous it seemed ready to dissipate, gently rippled before him, revealing the figure of the Empress, Su Liu. Her silhouette appeared even more translucent than when she last manifested, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter her essence. The once vibrant expression now bore an unmistakable trace of exhaustion, yet her eyes remained as clear as the shimmering stars in the night sky. She gazed at Xiao Yan, observing the still unfurling aura of his unique energy, characteristic of the mid-stage of spirit gathering. A faint, indescribable complexity flickered in her gaze, a blend of approval, solace, and perhaps a hint of nostalgia. Not bad at all. Little Yin, her voice resonated directly in Xiao Yan's mind. Imbued with evident frailty, even her customary teasing tone was tinged with fatigue, arriving slightly sooner than anticipated. It seems this old wood can indeed be carved, albeit barely. She struggled to maintain her nonchalant demeanor, yet her ephemeral form wavered slightly, as if it might dissolve at any moment. A pang of concern gripped Xiao Yan's heart upon witnessing her weakened state, the joy from his recent breakthrough swiftly diminishing. He urgently inquired, "Senior, your condition, are you all right?" "Senior? I am not on the verge of death." Su Liu waved her hand, the motion appearing somewhat laborious. "This depletion cannot crush this Empress. I merely require a good rest." Her voice grew softer, increasingly elusive. She fixed a deep gaze upon Xiao Yan, as if penetrating his very being to glimpse the newly formed, condensed golden light within his dantian. A subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth. No longer mischievous, but rather a semblance of relief, a gesture of entrustment. The primordial cosmic transformation technique has taken root within you. The path ahead must be traversed by yourself. Her figure flickered like a candle in the wind, the light dimming rapidly. Remember, spirit gathering is merely the beginning. To sense the essence of all living things and comprehend their nature is fundamental. Do not be content with mere strength. Her voice became intermittent, fading into a whisper. "Do not perish, little Yin." The final words were nearly inaudible, accompanied by a barely perceptible sigh as her ethereal form completely dissolved, leaving behind a trace of ancient solitude in the air. The glow of the ring vanished entirely, returning to its unremarkable, rustic appearance. He stared blankly at the spot where the light had extinguished, his palm still resonating with the vigorous life force from his recent breakthrough. Yet his heart was awash with complex emotions: joy from the breakthrough, awe at his newfound strength, boundless aspirations for the future, and a profound concern, coupled with a heavy sense of responsibility for the dissipated shadow. Chapter 51. Joyful moments. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the pristine window, casting a gentle light upon the polished floor. The air was imbued with a tranquil, warm essence, reminiscent of sunlight-kissed dust. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in the center of his room, having just completed the final round of his breathing exercises. Deep within his dantian, that soft, golden core resembled a tiny star, slowly revolving as it consolidated the abundant vitality harvested from a night of diligent practice. He unconsciously caressed the ancient ring resting between his fingers, savoring the profound and almost eternal silence it held within. The deep slumber of his esteemed senior, Su Liu, remained a heavy concern in his heart, yet on this golden morning, that worry was momentarily alleviated by the warmth of the sun's rays. Click. The crisp sound of the door lock turning perfectly shattered the tranquility of the room. A gentle smile curved the corners of Xiao Yan's lips as he rose to open the door. Upon opening, he was greeted by the sight of Yun Yun standing at the threshold. She had long since shed the naivety of her high school days. Her simple, yet exquisitely crafted casual attire accentuated her slender figure. Her long, flowing hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her visage radiating a unique charm that balanced maturity and youthful vibrancy, characteristic of a second-year graduate student. With a beige canvas bag slung over her shoulder, appearing light, she held in her hand a brown paper bag adorned with the emblem of a renowned bakery, from which a rich, sweet aroma wafted enticingly, igniting one's appetite. "Sister Yun Yun," Xian exclaimed, halting abruptly in front of her, her flushed face tilted up, and her large eyes sparkling with unabashed desire. Her small hands eagerly reached for the tempting paper bag. "Is there something delicious? It smells so good." Yun Yun, amused by her eager demeanor, affectionately lowered the bag to her level. "Your nose is sharper than a bloodhound, little glutton. Here, I brought you something special, freshly made mango pancakes and strawberry puffs. Want to try?" "Wow. Sister Yun Yun, you are the best. Love you," Xian cheered, seizing the bag and hastily opening it. She immediately grabbed a round puff and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss as the cream playfully smeared the corner of her lips. Oblivious to the mess, Xiao Yan approached the entrance, naturally extending his hand to relieve Yun Yun of the canvas bag on her shoulder. Did your classes finish early today? A warm current flowed through Xiao Yan's heart. Just as he was about to assure her that all was well and not to worry, Xian, thoroughly enchanted by the delectable puff, suddenly seemed to recall something. She swallowed her mouthful and pointed at Xiao Yan, her lips pursed as if to divulge a secret. Xiao Yan, he coughed. Xiao Yan reacted with lightning speed, a strategically timed cough effectively interrupting Xian's words as he shot her a glance filled with both warning and plea. He did not wish for Yun to know about his recent injury, lest it amplify her concern. Xian, taken aback by Xiao Yan's gaze, took a hefty bite of the puff, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. She could only manage a muffled while her innocent eyes blinked, as if to say, all right, I want to say a word. With a quiet sigh of relief, Xiao Yan deftly shifted the conversation. Smiling at Xian, he said, Xian, weren't you just pestering me yesterday about how lovely the weather is today and insisting that Sister Yun take you out to the park for a breath of fresh air? You were also mentioning wanting to try the new ice cream shop around the corner? Huh? The park? Ice cream? Xian's eyes lit up instantly. The earlier little interruption forgotten in an instant. A delightful outing for ice cream is indeed a double dose of joy. She immediately nodded enthusiastically, pulling Xiao Yan with one hand and tugging at Yun's sleeve with the other, shaking them vigorously, urging, let us go, right now? Xiao Yan. Sister Yun, hurry up. Observing Xian's eager demeanor, a deeper smile graced Yun's lips. She had keenly sensed Xiao Yan's deliberate interruption and Xian's flustered response. Yet, upon closer inspection of Xiao Yan, she noted his rosy complexion, bright eyes, and fluid movements, devoid of any signs of pain or distress, suggesting that he was indeed well. Perhaps it was merely Xian's mischievous antics, or perhaps Xiao Yan had engaged in some trivial matter he wished to keep from her. In light of his apparent vigor, she decided to temporarily set aside her concerns. All right, no need to rush, Yun chuckled, gently wiping the mischievous cream from the corner of Xian's mouth with her fingertip. Let us change our shoes, and we shall depart immediately. It would be a pity to waste such splendid sunshine indoors. She glanced at Xiao Yan, her eyes imbued with a hint of unspoken anticipation, suggesting, shall we go together? Xiao Yan, captivated by Yun's gentle smile and witnessing Xian's exuberance, felt the weight of his burdens regarding the Empress dissipate in the warm glow of the room. He beamed a bright, sincere smile and nodded vigorously. Of course, let us go together. Just give me a moment to grab a jacket. Before long, the trio was ready for their adventure. Xian donned her favorite cartoon-printed shirt and denim shorts, radiating energy akin to a sprightly athlete ready to race. Yun remained in her simple yet refreshing casual attire, exuding a gentle grace. Xiao Yan casually slipped on a comfortable dark hoodie. The three of them walked side by side out of the community, stepping onto the sun-drenched streets glistening with golden hues. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fresh scent of early summer foliage. The leaves of the street trees sparkled under the warm sunlight, casting tiny golden reflections. Xian tightly grasped Xiao Yan's broad, warm hand with one hand while firmly holding Yun's slender, soft fingers with the other, resembling a happy little scale balancing in the middle. Her cheerful chatter resembled that of a lively lark as she shared amusing anecdotes from school and spun fantastical imaginings about the ice cream yet to be tasted. I want chocolate flavor, double chocolate crispy, and topped with a sprinkle of rainbow candy. Sister Yun, will you have strawberry flavor? It's pink, just like you, she exclaimed. What about you, Xiao Yan? What flavor do you want? The sunlight generously enveloped them, and the gentle breeze caressed their hair. In this moment, he momentarily cast aside the heavy shackles of his training and shelved his worries about unknown adversaries, choosing instead to revel in this ordinary yet profoundly precious time spent in companionship. Chapter 52. A surge of emotions as the night descended like water. It quietly enveloped the city. The neon lights outside began to flicker to life, while the interior was bathed in a tranquil, warm glow. The soft light from the bedside lamp cast a gentle halo around his chiseled profile, illuminating his focused, slightly pursed lips. Yun's heart skipped a beat. She approached him softly, the towel slipping from her grasp onto the carpet, revealing skin as smooth as jade. She remained silent, merely extending her cool and delicate arm to embrace Xiao Yan's neck from behind. Her warm breath, imbued with a hint of moisture, gently caressed his earlobe and the side of his neck. What are you thinking? Her voice was soft and low, carrying the languor of a post-bath tranquility mingled with a touch of deliberate allure, like a feather lightly brushing against Xiao Yan's heartstrings. Her tender lips brushed against his earlobe with a barely there touch, while her other hand mischievously slipped into his collar, her fingertips sending subtle currents dancing across his firm chest. Instantly, Xiao Yan's body tensed. He was no saint, especially with Yun, whom he adored deeply, now so close and playfully teasing him. The spark she had ignited within him surged forth, overwhelming his reason like a wildfire. He swallowed hard and hoarsely called out, Yuner. In response, she offered a passionate and fervent kiss, silencing all the words he had yet to utter. The glimmer in Yunyun's eyes shimmered with unabashed emotion and invitation. And Xiao Yan's final defenses crumbled entirely. The tide of passion surged, enveloping them like waves crashing upon the shore. When the tempestuous waves finally subsided, Yunyun lay languidly upon Xiao Yan's sweat-drenched chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. However, after a fleeting moment of tranquility, she suddenly sensed something amiss. A peculiar stickiness graced her skin, not the slickness of sweat, but a strange, gritty sensation, as if a greasy residue had congealed upon her. Puzzled, she lifted her arm, peering into the dim light by the bedside. To her astonishment, her once porcelain-like, smooth skin was now cloaked in a thin layer of greasy, dark grime. As if it had been forcefully squeezed from her pores, emanating an indescribable odor that mingled the scent of sweat with a peculiar fishiness. Ah! Yunyun gasped in disbelief. Sitting up abruptly, her eyes wide as she examined her arms, her chest, and even reached to touch her cheek, finding it similarly slick with dirt. What is this? Xiao Yan, startled by her exclamation, propped himself up and followed her gaze. When he discerned the layer of grime adorning Yunyun's body, confusion and astonishment filled his eyes. Although he bore some sweat stains, nothing compared to the evident filth upon her. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan grasped Yunyun's wrist, a warm stream of spiritual energy cautiously probing into her meridians. He sensed that some exceedingly subtle changes were occurring within her, as if her channels had been gently cleansed. Albeit the effect was so slight it was nearly imperceptible, yet it undeniably existed. I'm not entirely sure. Xiao Yan's voice held uncertainty as he observed the grime on Yunyun's skin, then lowered his gaze to feel the energy circulating within his own body. A vague thought flickering in his mind. His eyes sparkled with an uncertain excitement and curiosity as he held Yunyun's hand. Yuner, I believe I have discovered a method for cultivation. Please wash up first. I shall. The astonishment on her face faded, replaced by a gentle calm. She gazed at the dirt covering her body, her brows slightly furrowed, devoid of resistance yet imbued with a profound sense of resigned understanding. Xiao Yan. Her voice flowed like a gentle spring, imbued with understanding and a subtle hint of wistfulness. I comprehend your sentiments, she said softly, with a delicate sigh. Her tone grew even more tender, signifying that the burdened Yunyun, encumbered by her sect and her cultivation, ever engaged in calculations and weighing decisions, was now a thing of the past. Her gaze, clear and unwavering, met Xiao Yan's somewhat astonished eyes, as a faint, gentle smile graced her lips. This smile bore no bitterness, only a serene acceptance of the past and a cherished appreciation for the present. At this moment, her voice, light as a whisper, carried an almost imperceptible longing. I simply wish to complete my studies and then quietly be your wife, safeguarding you and Ziyan, cherishing this hard-won tranquility. How splendid that would be. She paused, a playful glimmer in her eyes momentarily dispelling the weight of her earlier words. As if sharing a light-hearted jest between spouses, as for cultivation, do you still wish for me to assume the role of a sect leader? Merely to grant you the opportunity to assert your dominance before me? Her tone was imbued with a teasing reproach, yet her eyes radiated warmth, clearly articulating her contentment with the current state of affairs and her complete farewell to an alternative path. With that, she did not linger but turned to enter the bathroom. The sound of rushing water soon filled the air, isolating the world beyond the door. Xiao Yan sat alone on the disheveled bed, emotion swirling within him. Yunyun's words, like the softest silk thread, bore an unwavering strength, gently entangling the hopes that had arisen within him due to the uncertainties and soothing them into calmness. There was no blame, no distance, only a gentle persistence akin to water. Indeed, what she relinquished was not the power itself, but rather the heavy past and responsibilities that it symbolized. What she sought was merely the warmth of this brightly lit room. The sight of Ziyan peacefully asleep on the couch, and the untroubled passage of time spent together with him. He gazed at the closed bathroom door, listening to the continuous sound of water within, as the tumult in his heart, stirred by the transformation of his cultivation method, gradually settled, replaced by a deeper sense of affection and determination to protect. Since this was the happiness she had chosen, he would devote himself entirely to safeguarding this ordinary bliss. Chapter 53. The Queen is hurt. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing the two who lay entwined in slumber. The mingling of emotions from the previous night felt like a silent baptism, rendering Xiao Yan's heart clearer and more resolute. He looked down at Yunyun's tranquil, sleeping face in his arms, his fingertips gently brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen by her cheek, his heart brimming with warmth for safeguarding this ordinary life. After a simple breakfast, Yunyun picked up her backpack in preparation for a trip to the library. Just before stepping out, she naturally adjusted Xiao Yan's collar, bestowing upon him a gentle smile. Upon returning to campus, as Xiao Yan entered the dormitory, He was immediately flanked by Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun on either side. Exactly. Exactly. Fang Shijun exclaimed, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder. The Blue Jazz Night Bar has just opened, and the ambience is supposed to be incredible, with an outstanding quality of girls. You can't miss our dormitory's group activity. Absolutely. Attending is tantamount to victory. Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun cheered, exchanging high fives. Just then, a commotion arose near the entrance of the bar. A group of uniformed police officers entered, with the leading female officer, Xiao Yan, standing tall and poised, her beauty striking and formidable. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swiftly swept across the room, imbued with a professional scrutiny and undeniable authority. Her presence was akin to an ice cube dropped into the raucous bar, instantly silencing the chatter of nearby booths. As her eyes traversed the crowd, they seemed to linger for a fleeting moment on the booth occupied by Xiao Yan. He keenly sensed this brief glance and discerned the hint of inquiry and understanding reflected in her eyes. The subtle distinction he had displayed before her was evidently etched in her memory. Routine inspection. Please cooperate and present your identification. Xiao Yan's voice, cold yet powerful, pierced through the ambient music. The checks proceeded methodically. When she approached Xiao Yan's table, Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun immediately grew tense, hastily producing their identification. Xiao Yan's eyes settled on Xiao Yan as she extended her hand, stating, "Identification, please." Xiao Yan calmly handed over his ID. In the instant their fingers met, the proximity was palpable. Although her gaze appeared fixed on the photo on the identification, the periphery of her vision remained firmly locked on Xiao Yan's face, imbued with a silent scrutiny and assessment. Xiao Yan could sense a unique competence and an undercurrent of pressure emanating from her. Despite being an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary powers at this moment, the aura she exuded, marked by the essence of a Medusa-like queen, was impossible to overlook. Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan pronounced his name, raising her eyes to meet his, her gaze sharp as a blade. A student? She returned his identification without further comment, yet before departing, her profound gaze lingered on his face for a brief moment, as if attempting to penetrate his very being. In her eyes, alongside professional vigilance, lay a barely perceptible curiosity about the unknown. Lin Xiao, observing the retreating figure of Xiao Yan, exaggeratedly clutched his chest, exclaiming, "My goodness. The aura of this policewoman is overwhelming. It feels as though I'd be frozen stiff if I dared to look at her any longer." "Yan, do you know her?" Her gaze towards you seemed rather peculiar. Fang Shijun joined in. "Indeed, Yan, spill the beans. When did you become acquainted with such a stunning policewoman?" Xiao Yan dismissed his friend's teasing, his thoughts growing somber. The arrival of Xiao Yan was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. He acutely sensed that beneath her striking exterior, the soul imprint of Medusa, though dormant, resembled a buried volcano, radiating a unique and undeniable resonance. Her scrutinizing and inquisitive gaze unmistakably conveyed that she had not forgotten their previous encounter and had maintained a continuous interest in him, or rather, in the peculiar abilities he possessed. At that moment, the clamor of the bar seemed to recede into the background. Xiao Yan observed Xiao Yan deftly navigating the crowd, her police badge glinting coldly under the flickering lights. He lifted his glass, unconsciously summoning a minuscule, nearly imperceptible force of his soul, resembling the most sensitive of probing tendrils, silently extending towards Xiao Yan. At the very moment when that breath was about to touch Xiao Yan, a sudden uproar erupted from another corner of the bar, filled with fierce arguments and shoving. "Are you blind? You spilled the drink all over me. Damn it, you crashed into me." The conflict escalated instantly. As two drunken men grappled with each other, overturning tables and shattering bottles, the sound reverberating sharply. The crowd gasped and dispersed. "Stop. Police." Xiao Yan reacted swiftly, shouting fiercely as she rushed forward with her colleagues, attempting to quell the brawl. The scene was chaotic. One of the intoxicated men was particularly aggressive and strong, breaking free from her colleague's grasp, brandishing the jagged neck of a broken bottle and wildly swinging it around, shards glinting dangerously in the light. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, she executed a swift grappling move, aiming to seize the weapon from his hand. "Get away," the drunkard roared, swinging his arm back with force. Though she had a firm grip on his wrist, the sheer strength combined with the slickness of spilled liquor caused her hold to falter momentarily. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The swinging neck of the bottle, sharp with glass edges, grazed the outer side of Xiao Yan's left forearm as she defended herself. The deep blue sleeve of her uniform was instantly torn, revealing a ghastly gash on her fair arm. Crimson blood surged forth, trickling down her forearm and pooling on the chaotic ground, appearing particularly vivid under the hazy lights. That striking scarlet, like a burning iron, seared itself into Xiao Yan's retina. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. "Kalen," her colleague exclaimed, Xia Yan furrowed her brow, her face pale from pain, yet she gritted her teeth, using her other hand to press firmly above the wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Meanwhile, her feet remained in motion, executing a decisive sweep that brought the drunken man crashing to the ground, and she quickly pressed her knee against his back, fully subduing him. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Even injured, her regal fierceness and resolve were vividly on display. Chapter 54. How could it be? The conflict was finally under control, and the instigators were handcuffed. The bar was in disarray, guests still in shock. Xiao Yan's colleague promptly produced a first aid kit. Sister Yan, you need to tend to that wound. It looks deep. Xiao Yan nodded, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, the intense pain causing her to gasp. She surveyed the chaotic environment and said to her colleague, "It's too messy here. I'll head to the restroom to take care of this and clean the blood off my uniform. You handle the scene." She clutched her bleeding arm. Her steps slightly hurried, yet still steady, making her way toward the more secluded restroom of the bar. Blood dripped through her fingers, leaving behind a trail of glaring marks. Xiao Yan's heart raced violently in his chest, images from past and present colliding fiercely in his mind. That bleeding figure, the one enduring pain yet standing tall, perfectly mirrored the proud and unyielding silhouette from his memories. A stirring from deep within his soul, and an uncontrollable impulse took hold of him. He stood up almost immediately. "Yangu, where are you going?" Lin Xiao and Fang Shijun, utterly astonished, watched as Xiao Yan abruptly rose and inquired with a hint of confusion. "To the restroom." Xiao Yan replied curtly, parting the crowd and swiftly following the trail of blood in the silhouette of Xiao Yan. The corridor outside the bar's restroom was relatively quiet, the lighting dim. Xiao Yan had just reached the sink, turning on the faucet to rinse the bloodied area around her wound. Biting her lower lip, she tore away the fabric of her uniform soaked in blood, revealing a gruesome injury where flesh was torn and blood flowed incessantly, causing her body to tremble slightly from the intense pain. At that moment, through the mirror, she distinctly saw Xiao Yan's figure appear at the restroom door, his gaze intensely fixed upon her injured arm. Xiao Yan abruptly turned around, her eyes sharpening with vigilance, embodying the characteristic wariness of a police officer. "It's you? What do you want?" Her voice, strained from pain, retained its commanding presence as she instinctively concealed her injured arm behind her, her body tensing in preparation for any unforeseen situation. Xiao Yan disregarded her wariness and questions. His focus remained unwavering on the bleeding wound, the glaring red piercing his heart like a needle. The haunting image of Medusa bathing in blood from his past life melded with the current scene, an instinctive impulse transcending rational thought overwhelming all apprehensions. He stepped forward, directly ignoring Xiao Yan's warning gaze, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Don't move." These two simple words carried an extraordinary, chilling power. Xiao Yan found herself momentarily captivated by this sudden intensity, her movements faltering. Perhaps it was the dizziness from blood loss. Or perhaps it was the complexity in Xiao Yan's eyes, an emotion she could neither comprehend nor resist, that caused her to hesitate. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Xiao Yan acted with lightning speed. He did not directly touch the wound. Instead, he held his palm just above the bleeding injury, a thread of exceptionally pure, gentle milky white spiritual energy, akin to the most pristine moonlight, silently flowed from Xiao Yan's palm, enveloping Xiao Yan's wound without a sound. This energy was so subtle and concealed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye in the dim corridor light. Only Xiao Yan, in close proximity, could feel a strange warmth instantly enveloping her injured area, alleviating the excruciating pain as if it were infused with a cool spring. Xiao Yan's body suddenly stiffened, her pupils constricting. She distinctly felt, not merely saw, that the warm current, as if alive, penetrated deep into her wound. What astonished her further was that the blood, which had been gushing forth, visibly slowed and then ceased. The flesh around the wound, previously grotesquely torn, appeared to soften and smooth out as if caressed by an invisible force, drawing closer together. An indescribable sense of comfort replaced the sharp pain, causing her top body to involuntarily relax just a fraction. She lowered her head in disbelief, her gaze fixated on her own arm, beneath Xiao Yan's palm. The wound that had bled profusely and was deep enough to expose flesh had completely ceased to bleed. The edges of the wound, once torn and ragged, were now miraculously knitting together at an astonishing speed, although it had not healed instantaneously to its original state, leaving behind a distinct, neatly defined scar. The depth and condition of this scar suggested that it had undergone a preliminary healing process akin to that of 1 or 2 days, completely transcending the realm of a fresh wound. The excruciating pain had vanished, replaced only by a mild sensation of swelling during the healing period. This phenomenon far exceeded her understanding of the world. The rapidity of the hemostasis and initial healing was utterly unfathomable. "What have you done?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, abruptly lifting her head, her beautiful eyes locked onto Xiao Yan's face, her pupils quivering with extreme shock and incomprehension. They brimmed with horror, curiosity, and a profound thrill at the brink of the unknown. Her voice trembled, betraying her emotions. Having spoken, he did not linger, not allowing Xiao Yan another opportunity to question him, and turned swiftly to leave the corridor outside the restroom, his figure quickly vanishing around the corner leading to the bar's hall. Xiao Yan felt as though she were nailed to the ground. She stiffly lowered her head, her right hand trembling as it brushed over the site of her injury on her left arm. The sensation beneath her fingertips was no longer that of sticky blood and torn flesh, but rather a relatively dry fissure with edges that had begun to close. Pressing down firmly, she felt only a mild swelling, devoid of the heart-wrenching agony she had just experienced. The state of the wound seemed as though it had been subjected to some miraculous accelerated healing magic. How could this be possible? She suddenly raised her gaze toward the direction in which Xiao Yan had disappeared, her expression akin to a frozen lake concealing tumultuous undercurrents and towering waves. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and an unprecedented, overwhelming impulse to seek the truth flooded her being. That brief moment of solitude, the strange warmth, the illogical speed of healing, and that man's unfathomable gaze, all of it felt like an indelible mark etched deep within Xiao Yan's soul. The blood that had dripped, the fleeting flash of white light, and the astonishing speed of healing shattered the facade of tranquility. The gears of fate began to turn with a heavy and irreversible sound, propelled by this secret, soul-derived restoration. As Xiao Yan gazed at the now stabilized wound on her arm, she experienced a fundamental upheaval in her perception of the world she had known. Chapter 55. Another world for Xiao Yan. The night had stretched interminably, akin to a century. The stable wound on her arm felt like a searing brand, burning her reason. The mild swelling she felt at her fingertips incessantly reminded her of the unfathomable scene in the corridor of the restroom, the torn flesh smoothing and adhering under an invisible force, the surging blood halting instantaneously, and the searing pain being replaced by a soothing warmth. All this contradicted every scientific understanding and logical reality she had constructed over the past 20 years. Upon their initial encounter, the paper cup glided inexplicably across the table in the hospital. During their second meeting, the horrific wound on his shoulder, deep enough to expose bone, left a lasting impression. She had personally participated in the rescue and vividly recalled the severity of his injuries. Yet, just a few days later, when she saw him again, he moved as if nothing had happened, even engaging in physical confrontation. Such remarkable resilience transcended the limits of human capability. Moreover, the moment her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the ancient ring on his hand, her mind erupted with visions of a stunning woman, identical in appearance to herself, yet possessing an enchanting serpent-like form and an imposing aura. The chilling and regal gaze of that figure continues to send shivers down her spine. This was no mere dream. The visceral impact on her soul was far too profound to dismiss as illusion. Last night, in the restroom, the ethereal energy that facilitated his healing felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Her first-hand experience rendered any argument futile. The milky, life-infused current of energy, coupled with a healing speed that defied medical understanding, indicated that he, Xiao Yan, wielded some incomprehensible power. Countless questions, like tendrils, ensnared her nerves, inducing a throbbing headache and labored breathing. With her eyes wide open, she watched the sky transition from pitch black to deep blue and then to a pale dawn, remaining sleepless throughout the night. The acute intuition of a detective and her relentless pursuit of truth overwhelmed her fear of the unknown and the disorientation of a collapsing worldview. She must uncover the truth immediately. The following morning, Xiao Yan, her eyes bloodshot yet piercingly sharp, donned her crisp police uniform. Rather than reporting to the precinct, she drove directly to Yen City University. At 9:30 a.m., during the break between classes, her figure appeared in the corridor of the lecture building, her uniform strikingly conspicuous, exuding an undeniable authority. She accurately located the rear door of the classroom where Xiao Yan was seated. Peering through the small window, her gaze instantly fixed on the somewhat aloof figure seated by the window in the back row. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, all eyes converging upon the unexpectedly arrived, frostily elegant policewoman. The professor at the podium paused, puzzled, glancing in her direction. Ignoring the multitude of gazes, Xiao Yan strode directly to Xiao Yan's desk. Her steps were resolute, the sound of her high heels striking the floor resonating in the stillness of the classroom. Xiao Yan, her voice, though not loud, carried an official coldness and an undeniable authority that resonated in every ear. I am Xiao Yan from the Municipal Police Force. There is a case that requires your assistance in the investigation. Please step outside with me. Her gaze was locked onto Xiao Yan, sharp as a blade, seemingly endeavoring to penetrate his calm facade and reach the depths of his soul where all secrets lay hidden. At the moment she entered, Xiao Yan's body tensed imperceptibly. Lifting his head, he met Xiao Yan's bloodshot eyes, ablaze with inquisitiveness, and understood. The inevitable confrontation had come to pass. The impulsive actions of the previous night had indeed summoned her relentless pursuit. He perceived the fatigue and confusion in her eyes, but more prominently, he recognized that unique tenacity of a detective unyielding until her objectives were fulfilled. He slowly rose to his feet, his face devoid of expression. Yet a myriad of complex emotions flickered within the depths of his gaze, an anticipated sense of helplessness, a hint of wariness born from being cornered, and even a peculiar wavering in response to her unwavering intensity. Very well. He responded succinctly, his voice deep and steady, and amidst the scrutiny of many. He followed the imposing figure of Officer Xiao Yan, clad in her uniform, out of the classroom. The students within the room exchanged bewildered glances, erupting into a cacophony of whispers. What? The police are here to arrest someone in class? Did Xiao Yan commit an offense? That can't be right. He seemed so low-key. That female officer is so striking and cold. Her gaze could kill. Assisting in an investigation? What case could this be? Who knows? But that Xiao Yan fellow has always been rather enigmatic. Lin Xiu and Fang Shijun were particularly dumbfounded, watching as Xiao Yan was led away, utterly perplexed. Xiao Yan brought Xiao Yan to a relatively secluded corner outside the teaching building, shaded by trees, away from the crowd. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, yet it did not dispel the heavy atmosphere between the two. As soon as they halted, Xiao Yan abruptly turned around, all her restraint and facade crumbling in an instant. She forcefully raised her left arm, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a wound that had formed a thin scab. Its edges smooth, thrusting it directly before Xiao Yan's eyes. Explain. Her voice trembled slightly from excitement and the fatigue of a sleepless night. Yet each word pierced through like an ice pick. This wound. It was in the bar's restroom last night. What did you do to me? Her chest heaved violently. Her sharp eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan, burning with confusion, anger, fear, and a near-manic thirst for knowledge. Don't tell me it was an illusion. Don't say I hallucinated from blood loss. I, Xiao Yan, have served as a criminal investigator for so many years. I can't distinguish between reality and illusion. She stepped closer, her demeanor aggressive. And, the first time in the hospital, that paper cup. The second time at my friend's house, your shoulder. That ring. That serpent-like woman. With gritted teeth, she unleashed the torrent of questions and fragments of evidence that had churned within her all night, hurling them at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan. Who exactly are you? What secrets do you harbor? Xiao Yan gazed at the almost fiery Xiao Yan before him, observing the wound on her arm that he had stabilized himself, listening to her rapid-fire inquiries. Notably, when she mentioned the ring and the serpent-like woman, his pupils imperceptibly constricted. He remained silent, his eyes deep as an ancient well, concealing turbulent currents that Xiao Yan could not decipher. He did not immediately deny her accusations. Nor did he display panic. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm seemed to brew. Slowly, he raised his hand, instinctively brushing his right index finger against the ancient ring, his fingertips gliding over the cold metallic patterns. This subtle gesture caused Xiao Yan's heart to skip a beat, as the haunting visions she had experienced when touching the ring surged back into her mind. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yan finally spoke in a deep voice imbued with a strange magnetism, as if transcending the barriers of time and space. What you saw and felt is not an illusion. That is a trace of another world, a different dimension. Chapter 56, Absurdity. It is easy to speak passionately while standing, Officer Xia. Xiao Yan's voice was unexpectedly calm, even carrying a hint of reassurance, which left Xiao Yan momentarily taken aback. He gestured towards a bench shaded by trees. Please, sit down. I shall tell you a story, a tale of another world, another version of myself, and a person of great significance. Xiao Yan furrowed her brow. A story? At such a time? Every instinct of her detective persona screamed vigilance. Yet the placid demeanor of her companion and his undeniable assertion of another world made her realize that perhaps this was the only way to reach the core of the truth he sought to convey. She maintained a guarded posture, her body tense, but ultimately acquiesced, sitting at either end of the bench, separated by a safe distance. The cicadas buzzed noisily, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Xiao Yan did not look at her. Instead, he slightly tilted his head back, his gaze directed into the void. As if contemplating a distant point, he raised his right hand, his fingertips habitually and reverently brushing over the ancient ring upon his index finger. In a realm exceedingly far away, beyond the scale of stars and galaxies, his voice was low and tranquil, akin to recounting an ancient legend, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of reality. There existed a world known as the continent of Dou. Its rules starkly contrasted with our own. There was no technology, no familiar physical laws. The inhabitants there cultivated an energy called Dou. The strong could split mountains and ignite the seas, while the weak were akin to ants. Dou Xiao Yan repeated softly, the term resonating with a primal, irrational sense of power that instinctively repelled her, yet was impossible to ignore. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, his gaze still vacant. In that world, there was a young boy. Born of humble origins, burdened by a heavy past, he struggled for survival, climbing upwards amid betrayal, pursuit, and countless brushes with death. A life-threatening crisis led him deep into the vast, desolate death desert in the northwest of the continent. A subtle ripple of emotion colored Xiao Yan's tone as he continued. There, he encountered the ruler of that land, a powerful, cold, and extraordinarily beautiful queen. Xiao Yan's heart raced. She knew the pivotal moment was approaching. The image of the serpentine woman from the ring's illusion vividly resurfaced in her mind. She was not human but the sovereign of the serpent people, possessing a power capable of changing the very fabric of the world. Her true form was an ancient beast that wielded the force of space, the seven-colored devouring python. Her name, synonymous with majesty and dread across the continent, was Medusa. Xiao Yan's voice carried a reverence and a depth of complexity that Xiao Yan could not fully comprehend. Their encounter was fraught with schemes, conflicts, and lethal peril. The boy needed a celestial artifact controlled by the queen to save his life, while the queen faced a monumental choice regarding the survival of her clan and her own transcendence. Xiao Yan spoke plainly, devoid of embellishment, under the whims of fate. An extreme environment and a common adversary compelled them to forge a bond of life in an unexpected turn of events. It was not a union born of love, but rather a reluctant amalgamation forged under the pressures of survival. Xiao Yan held her breath. The unfolding of this narrative was steeped in primal brutality and the absurdity of fate. However, once the bond of life was established, it could not be easily severed, especially when a new life was conceived from this unforeseen circumstance. Xiao Yan's voice grew somber, rendering their relationship exceedingly complex. Were they adversaries? Contractual partners? Parents to the child? Or, through repeated forced collaborations against calamities that could upend the continent, did they gradually come to regard each other as indispensable? From their initial wariness and exploitation of one another to a point where they could trust each other with their lives in moments of peril, and ultimately to a mutual guardianship of the newborn, a life that bore the essence of both. This relationship was continuously tempered and transformed in the crucible of blood and fire. It transcended the initial compulsion and the simplicity of an alliance. It encompassed responsibility and protection. Perhaps, amidst the long years spent side by side, it quietly fostered something deeper, something neither of them had clearly defined nor were willing to acknowledge. Xiao Yan listened intently. This tale was rife with the cruel laws of another world and the complexities of human nature. She endeavored to analyze it through the lens of a detective, the entanglement of interests, shared responsibilities, and the trust born from long-term cooperation seemed to elucidate that indispensable relationship. As for the deeper elements, she maintained a reserved stance. Perhaps it was merely the filter of the storyteller, Xiao Yan. The queen, Xiao Yan's voice deepened, imbued with a peculiar weight. She had a name rarely known to outsiders, a name that belonged solely to her, Kaelin. When the name Kaelin resonated clearly in Xiao Yan's ears, her heart unexpectedly surged with a violent thrum. Thud. Instinctively, she raised her hand to her chest, her brow furrowed, her face etched with confusion and discomfort. Why did this name provoke such an odd physiological response within her? She had never encountered it before. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel this inexplicable sensation, attributing it to exhaustion from a sleepless night and the physiological stress response to overwhelming psychological impact. After that inexplicable flutter, Xiao Yan felt as though her heartbeat was gripped by a frigid hand. She gazed into Xiao Yan's eyes, which burned with an obsession akin to flames. And amidst her icy, chaotic thoughts, an absurd yet seemingly comprehensive answer materialized like a blade breaking through ice, bearing a chilling force capable of upending everything. You. Her voice trembled with incredulity. Are you saying I am that Kaelin? Xiao Yan's mind went blank. It was not a resonance of souls, but a cognitive explosion. The solid reality she had constructed over more than 2 decades, grounded in materialism, shattered in an instant. All the anomalies surrounding Xiao Yan, his eerie resilience, the illusions of the ring, the instant healing with spiritual energy, suddenly found a logically coherent yet entirely worldview-shattering explanation. She spun around abruptly. As if a flood of beasts pursued her from behind, her steps unsteady yet alarmingly swift as she fled from that corner, escaping from the man seated in the shade, his gaze as complex as a riddle. The sound of high heels striking the ground was chaotic and hurried, quickly fading in the direction of the main thoroughfare leading to the campus. The continent of Qi? The Queen Medusa? A derisive laugh escaped her lips, dry and grating like sandpaper. Absurd. Utterly absurd. She struck the steering wheel with force, the horn emitting a shrill cry that startled her. Chapter 57. Supernatural Phenomena? Absurd. She endeavored to fortify herself against the tsunami of information crashing upon her. Motive? What purpose could Xiao Yan have in fabricating such an extraordinary tale? To conceal his own secrets? Or was he genuinely unhinged? Evidence. Aside from his remarkable healing abilities, that bizarre ring illusion, and his mention of spiritual energy, what proof existed to substantiate the reality of that continent of Qi? All of these could easily be explained by unknown technology, a peculiar genetic mutation, or some extraordinarily advanced illusion. Yes, illusion. Hypnotic gas? She rapidly recalled every detail of her encounters with Xiao Yan, striving to discern any signs of manipulation through drugs or psychological suggestion. Coincidence? Was the name Kailin merely a phonetic happenstance? Did the unfamiliar name of an alternate world provoke such a visceral reaction within her? It was simply unscientific. Surely it was the result of excessive fatigue, heightened mental strain, compounded by the atmosphere Xiao Yan had deliberately cultivated, leading to a stress response, an accelerated heartbeat, a tingling in her nose. These were all explicable. She forced herself to accept this reasonable interpretation. The dreary silhouette of the police station emerged into view, resembling a fortified bastion. Xiao Yan nearly collided with the parking space, shutting off the engine and yanking out the key with an air of determination. She inhaled deeply, pushing open the car door, the frigid air filling her lungs, providing a sliver of clarity to her muddled thoughts. Officer Xia? So early? A young officer passed by, clutching documents, surprised to see her, noting her pallid complexion. Had she pulled another all-nighter? Well, just a bit of work. Xiao Yan replied vaguely, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her expression, even managing a somewhat awkward smile. Is there a new case? Or perhaps the supplementary reports on those lingering cases? She needed work urgently, anything to occupy her mind entirely. To fill it to the brim. She longed to immerse herself in the cold, hard, tangible facts of fingerprint comparisons, surveillance footage, witness testimonies, and forensic reports. Only these could rescue her from the absurdities of the Queen Medusa and the continent of Qi. The case reports were in the archives. The young officer had finished speaking when Xiao Yan was already dashing towards her desk like a gust of wind. She practically lunged at the table, powering on her computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she retrieved the files of several long-standing cases. Her gaze fixated on the densely packed text and images on the screen, compelling herself to read each word, analyze the methods of operation, untangle the timeline, and identify possible oversights. She grasped her pen tightly, fervently scribbling and sketching on the notepad beside her, the tip almost piercing through the paper, as if she were attempting to pin down the thoughts that did not belong to this world. Yet, the depths of Xiao Yan's complex gaze and the low, calm voice that bore the unusual weight of the words' colorful scales surfaced like a stubborn ghost whenever she tried to concentrate. Especially when she encountered the name of a victim in the case files containing the character Lin, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. False. All of it is false. She silently howled within, like a beast trapped in a cage. I am Xiao Yan, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Not that cursed serpent queen. She seized the iced coffee left over from last night, now completely cold, and gulped it down. The bitter, icy liquid slid down her throat, sending a shiver through her body, momentarily freezing her chaotic nerves and granting her a fleeting clarity. Just then, the office door was flung open, and Xiao Li, responsible for internal affairs, rushed in, panting and wearing an unusual gravitas on his face. Captain Xia, urgent situation. Xiao Yan looked up sharply, her instincts as a detective instantly overpowering all distractions, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Speak. We just received a report from the command center. Xiao Li spoke rapidly. At the abandoned Shenhong chemical factory in the west of the city, a body has been discovered. The informant is an elderly scavenger nearby, and he claims the circumstances of the death are extremely bizarre. Preliminary assessments indicate that it may involve supernatural phenomena. Supernatural phenomena? Xiao Yan furrowed her brow. The term sounded particularly jarring at that moment, instantly recalling Xiao Yan and his absurd tale. A chill crept up her spine. Yes, the informant was understandably frightened. Speaking in disjointed sentences, Xiao Li swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. He said the corpse is so emaciated it barely resembles a human. Not just thin, but completely sunken in, like a fruit that has been left for too long and suddenly deprived of its last drop of moisture. The skin is stretched tightly over the bones, horrifically wrinkled, and the color is alarmingly gray. Understood. Xiao Yan abruptly stood up, her movements imbued with a resolute sharpness. She grabbed her coat from the back of her chair, swiftly donning it while issuing commands, her voice regaining its usual calm authority. As if the earlier turmoil had never existed, immediately notify the technical team to bring the most comprehensive equipment, especially the advanced devices for spectral analysis and trace examination. Contact the Forensic Center and request the most experienced forensic experts equipped with the full suite of autopsy and toxicology tools. Alert the SWAT team to dispatch a unit for perimeter security. The situation on-site is unclear and may be dangerous. Instruct the information department to retrieve all surveillance footage from the chemical factory and its surroundings for the past week. Once the orders were given, only Xiao and she remained in the office. Xiao Yan's fingertips unconsciously grazed the cold surface of her phone. The name she had so recently fled from, Xiao Yan, stubbornly resurfaced in her mind. The story was absurd, yet the power it conveyed was undeniably real. If indeed there exists a supernatural element at play, and if that lifeless body has truly been drained, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and a chilling suffocation, as if fate had gripped her throat, engulfed her. She found herself in dire need of strength, of clarity, of a key capable of severing the shrouded veil of uncertainty. Yet, this key appeared to reside solely in the hands of the individual she most dreaded confronting. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, as though she had reached an exceedingly difficult decision. She waved her hand and, in a low voice, instructed Xiao, "You prepare first. I shall depart shortly." Xiao complied and exited. The office was left in solitude, the air seemingly frozen. Xiao Yan retrieved her personal phone, a compact device unrelated to the police system, intended solely for private communication. As she unlocked the screen, her fingers hovered over the contact she had saved not long ago, now imbued with an unbearable weight. Xiao Yan. She closed her eyes, attempting to suppress the resistance within her. After a few seconds, when she reopened her eyes, all that remained was the resolve of a detective facing unknown peril, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of resignation. She pressed the dial key. The call connected swiftly, as if the other party had been anticipating her call. "Hello?" Xiao Yan's voice emerged, still carrying that elusive tone of calm, devoid of surprise, as if he had foreseen this moment. Xiao Yan felt her throat tighten. She forced her voice to sound cold and official, yet she could not entirely mask the tension within. "Xiao Yan. In the west of the city, at the Shenhong chemical factory, a body exhibiting bizarre signs of death has been discovered. The informant claims it appears to have been drained. I need you to come immediately. In your personal capacity." She paused, struggling to add, "It may be related to those matters you mentioned. I will send you the address." There was a silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Xiao Yan could almost envision his expression, a knowing look, laden with complex significance. "All right." Xiao Yan's response was succinct and resolute, devoid of superfluous words. "I will be there shortly." Chapter 58, Special Consultant in the West of the City. At the Shenhong chemical factory. This place was once the heart of an industrial district, now reduced to a rusting, dilapidated skeleton. The towering cracking towers loomed like the remains of a giant, silently pointing towards the gray sky. Shattered windows resembled hollow eye sockets, while the wind whistled through the fractured pipes, producing a mournful cacophony. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust, the acrid remnants of chemicals, and an indescribable, unsettling silence of death. The police tape had long been erected, the yellow plastic fluttering ominously in the desolate breeze. Several police vehicles and a black SWAT transport were stationed on the cracked concrete lot, their red and blue lights silently rotating, casting surreal reflections on the distorted steel frameworks and mottled walls. Uniformed officers and SWAT team members formed a tight perimeter, their expressions grave as they vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. The technical team had also arrived. Individuals clad in lab coats busied themselves unloading an array of sophisticated instruments and equipment from their vehicles. Captain Xia, the patrol officer in charge of the scene, approached immediately, his expression serious. "The body is inside, in workshop number 3. The elderly informant is over there." Visibly shaken and speaking incoherently, our personnel ventured inside and were immediately struck by an unsettling atmosphere. One of them pointed to a nearby elderly man, disheveled and trembling, who was being comforted by officers. Xiao Yan nodded, her keen gaze sweeping the desolate surroundings, which exuded a sense of despair, as if abandoned by time itself. Such a place is inherently a breeding ground for crime and terror. She spoke in a hushed tone, instructing, "Secure the scene, especially the witness." Have the forensic team and technical unit arrived? The forensic team had just arrived, while the technical unit was busy setting up their equipment. The patrol captain gestured toward the workshop entrance, where flickering lights and shadowy figures were visible. Without further ado, Xiao Yan strode purposefully toward the darkened doorway of the workshop. As she approached, the acrid scent of chemical residues intensified, mingling with a faint, indescribable odor reminiscent of sulfur and ozone. Her heart instinctively quickened. Upon entering the workshop, the visibility diminished instantly. Only a few hastily erected floodlights provided limited illumination, casting the expansive, rust-laden space into a mosaic of light and shadow. Fine dust particles floated through the beams of light, slowly descending. The technical team, clad in protective gear, meticulously arranged the isolation zones and set up spectrometers and other detection devices, creating an atmosphere that was tense and solemn. All eyes converged, united by an indescribable sense of dread, on the area in the center of the workshop, illuminated by the harsh glare of the lights. There lay a corpse, contorted in an exceedingly bizarre posture. The deceased was a middle-aged man, clad in ordinary work attire, lying supine on the ground. Yet, what captivated Xiao Yan's full attention was not the identity or position of the corpse, but its chilling condition. This did not resemble a fresh cadaver. The skin exhibited a strange, almost translucent ashen hue, tightly clinging to a gaunt skeleton, as if every muscle, fat, and the last vestige of moisture had been inexorably drained by some formidable force in an alarmingly brief span of time. The figure was collapsed and shrunken, resembling a mummy desiccated over a millennium or a shell contorted by an invisible power. The eye sockets were hollowed into two dark voids, and the mouth was agape in a silent scream, frozen in an eternal expression of profound agony and terror, magnified countless times by this unnatural emaciation. Striking at the very soul, even more unsettling was the ground surrounding the body. The concrete floor, stained with dust and grime, bore not the markings of natural disarray, but was instead etched with deep, dark, sinister patterns. These markings seemed less like drawings and more as if they had grown from the earth itself or had been seared into it by an exceedingly potent corrosive force. They twisted and intertwined, forming a chaotic and malevolent design that stood out starkly under the pallid light. These dark, almost organic-looking traces of corrosion spread outward from the corpse like some malevolent ritual's remnants, resembling hideous scars left behind in the wake of life being forcibly extracted from the realm of reality. The entire scene was enveloped in an unnatural, nauseating sense of the uncanny, as if this area, along with the life above it, had been drained of its essence by some unknown entity. An elderly forensic expert, clad in a mask and gloves, crouched beside the corpse, his fingers hovering hesitantly above it, reluctant to make contact. He raised his gaze towards the approaching Xiao Yan. His eyes, visible above the mask, filled with shock and incomprehensible confusion. Xiao Yan's heart constricted sharply. The forensic expert's description mirrored that of the reporter, perhaps even more professionally chilling. A shiver coursed up her spine once more. Words like collapsed, shriveled, and dark, corrosive patterns echoed in her mind. Piercing through the memory she tried to suppress like icy daggers. Xiao Yan's words, the world of the Duki continent and the unknown powers, surged uncontrollably back to her consciousness. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort in her stomach and to observe calmly. The head of the technical team approached, his expression equally grave. Team leader Xiao. We are scanning the scene. Initially, the composition of these dark patterns appears highly unusual. Spectral analysis indicates the presence of unidentified residual substances. Moreover, they seem embedded in the surface of the concrete, as if altered by extreme heat or strong acid before undergoing some form of mutation. We will need more time. Silence reigned over the scene, broken only by the faint hum of equipment and the distant wail of the wind. The air felt as if it had solidified, pressing heavily upon the hearts of everyone present. The eerie, emaciated corpse and the ominous dark, corrosive patterns surrounding it formed a horrific tableau beyond the realm of anyone's experience or imagination. Xiao Yan's gaze remained fixed on the dark patterns encircling the corpse, her fingertips icy. In the suffocating silence, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. A familiar figure was being halted by a patrol officer beyond the cordon. Xiao Yan had arrived, dressed in simple casual attire. He appeared out of place against the backdrop of industrial ruins, yet exuded a strange calmness. It seemed he sensed Xiao Yan's gaze. Through the chaotic crowd and blinding police lights, his eyes locked onto hers with precision. In those profound depths, there was no surprise, only a knowing look, and a weight that Xiao Yan wished to avoid, as if he comprehended everything. Xiao Yan's heart plummeted to the depths. The key had ultimately turned in the lock. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of complex emotions, and spoke firmly to the patrol officer in charge of security beside her. Let him in. He is my special consultant. Chapter 59. Wait. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stood outside the cordon. The patrol officer hesitatingly glanced at Xiao Yan, receiving an unyielding nod from her before signaling for him to pass. Xiao Yan strode steadily through the barrier, directly approaching the core area, illuminated by strong lights. Exuding an ominous aura, he disregarded the probing, puzzled, and slightly wary gazes of the surrounding officers and forensic experts, his eyes sharp as a hawk, immediately locking onto the chilling, emaciated corpse on the ground and the dark, corrosive patterns entwined around it. His brow furrowed tightly, a look of grave recognition dawning upon him. As if he had anticipated this but still found it daunting. He did not crouch like a forensic expert. Instead, he stood a few paces away, his gaze akin to the most precise scanner, slowly sweeping over the contorted form of the corpse, the ashen, sunken skin, the hollow eye sockets, the agape mouth. Finally resting upon the dark, grotesque lines imprinted upon the ground like unsightly scars. The faint, sulphurous odor mingled with ozone in the air now seemed particularly pronounced to him. Xiao Yan held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yan. She sensed that the gentle demeanor characteristic of a university student evaporated upon entering this area, replaced by an ineffable depth and solemnity, as though he had endured countless life and death struggles. This intensified her unease. Xiao Yan refrained from touching anything. Instead, he extended his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and slowly brushed through the air approximately a foot away from the corpse and the markings. His fingertips appeared to disturb an almost imperceptible current, barely noticeable to the naked eye. Xiao Yan and the other officers felt the air subtly distort, but it was fleeting. Dismissed as a trick of the light or dust, a sudden heaviness settled in Xiao Yan's heart as her worst fears were validated. She struggled to articulate. "Is it the kind of fighting spirit you mentioned?" "Yes, but worse," replied Xiao Yan, his gaze scanning the dark lines with a chilling intensity. "These are the remnants of a sinister technique that devours life essence. The perpetrator is a malevolent practitioner." "Devouring life essence?" Xiao Yan echoed this unfamiliar term, its very meaning sending a chill down her spine. It signified the consumption of the vital blood and flesh essence of living beings, plundering their fundamental life force to nourish oneself or cultivate some malevolent art. Xiao Yan succinctly explained, each word tinged with a sense of macabre. "The victims are drained of all vitality in an exceedingly short time, as you can see." He gestured towards the dark, corrosive marks on the ground. "These markings are the scars left by the malevolent force eroding reality, forcibly extracting the essence of life, or rather, the imprints of dark energy. They inherently carry a contaminative quality and residual malevolence. Prolonged contact with them can lead ordinary individuals to experience disorientation or, in severe cases, grave illness." Upon hearing this, the forensic expert and the technical team leader turned pale, instinctively retreating a half-step, their eyes filled with uncertainty as they regarded the ground. "Can we trace the perpetrator?" Xiao Yan inquired urgently, a reflexive response from a detective. He slowly raised his right hand, this time with greater clarity. Fingers spread wide, palm facing down. He pressed into the air about half a foot above the markings on the ground. An invisible force surged from his palm, no longer the faint disturbance from earlier, but a more substantial and precise energy fluctuation. In the air, those nearly imperceptible particles, the refraction of light, and even the faint emanations from the residual dark energy imprints seemed to be stirred and arranged by an unseen hand. Xiao Yan's fingertips traced faint, almost transparent strands of energy, delineating and extending. He was employing his formidable spiritual perception to forcefully decode the residual energy trajectories and sent imprints within this space. Moments later, Xiao Yan abruptly retracted his hand, fingers clenched into a fist, as though crushing some intangible entity. A glint of sharp coldness flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of something harder to discern. A single word escaped Xiao Yan's lips, resolute and unwavering. Yet it felt like a heavy leaden stone upon the still air. His gaze was as sharp as a drawn blade, sweeping one final time over the ominous dark imprint on the ground, its twisted patterns writhing as if alive, ultimately fixing upon the anxious and grave visage of Xiao Yan. The remnants were faint, fading away. He was setting a trap, interfering with tracking. Xiao Yan spoke with remarkable speed, each word piercing the reality like a steel nail tempered in ice, forcefully pursuing, as lingering malevolent thoughts could rebound upon an ordinary soul. Xiao Yan's heart tightened, and she blurted out, "What do we need to do to cooperate? Equipment? Personnel? Securing the area?" Instinctively, she took a half-step forward, her fingertips icy, as if yearning to grasp something, yet uncertain of what to seize. The youth before her had shed the gentle demeanor that belonged to campus life, leaving only a profound and unsettling intensity that caused her heart to race. "You cannot handle this." Xiao Yan's voice was not loud, yet it bore an undeniable, almost ruthless authority that abruptly severed her unfinished thoughts. He surveyed the pale-faced officers and forensic specialists around him, their expressions marked by fear and confusion, their protective gear appearing alarmingly fragile under the bright lights. "Secure the scene, evacuate all unrelated personnel, including those beyond the perimeter. Report upward, utilizing the highest level authority you can reach." He paused, his gaze pressing upon Xiao Yan with a weight that nearly stole her breath. This matter was beyond the scope of what the police could manage. He offered no further explanations. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of sulfur and ozone, its stench now almost suffocating, irritating his nostrils as if silently urging him onward. He ceased to look at anyone, his gaze transcending the pale lights of the perimeter, reaching into the abyss of the city, where the slumbering heart of the metropolis lay, fragmented by neon and shadow, a dark district akin to a lurking beast. silently exhaling unknown dangers. The moment his words fell, he turned away. His movements were devoid of hesitation or fear, and the slender silhouette of a university student erupted into an ineffable resolve and solitary courage. Xiao Yan's heart leaped to her throat, an overwhelming tide of anxiety and worry engulfing her like a cold wave. What was he about to confront? That creature capable of draining a person to a husk. He was alone. He had just mentioned that the pursuit itself was perilous. She barely had time to ask, "Can you manage? Or do you need backup?" All words lodged in her throat, transforming into a suffocating panic. Xiao Yan walked with steadiness, devoid of hesitation or fear, striding directly through the blinding white light formed by several strong lamps. That brilliance enveloped him momentarily, elongating his shadow as if undergoing a brief sanctification. Then, he stepped beyond the halo's edge, his figure swiftly melting into the inky darkness beyond the perimeter, like a droplet merging with the ocean, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 60. Hold on. Xiao Yan's figure seamlessly melded into the shadows, as if that district had been suddenly plunged into an intangible abyss. A chilling and vast force of will, precise to an extraordinary degree, silently swept through every inch of air and every speck of dust. The power of the Emperor's soul disregarded the limitations of his currently meager spiritual energy, acting like an invisible radar that firmly locked onto a few faint yet malicious traces of spiritual energy amidst the chaotic currents of the city. The pursuit proved more arduous than anticipated. The sinister traps laid by the dark cultivators were as intricate as a web, with countless false dead ends pointing in every direction. The lingering malevolent thoughts acted like tiny venomous needles, persistently attempting to probe Xiao Yan's consciousness. He blocked out all distractions, his soul's power illuminating the fog like a beam of penetrating light, tightly locking onto the few strands that wound through the myriad of deceptive paths, ultimately converging towards a singular truth. The target was on the move. Its speed was astonishing, and there were not one but two exceedingly close sources. A chill coursed through Xiao Yan's heart as he abruptly accelerated, his form transforming into a blurred shadow in the night. Racing towards the abandoned industrial district in the west of the city, guided by his spiritual perception, the air thickened with a stench of sulfur and decay, nearly taking on a tangible form. At last, his footsteps halted before a colossal, dilapidated textile factory. The gaping entrance loomed like a beast's open maw, emanating a dense aura of death and two unabashed, greedy waves of sinister energy. Their intensity matched, if not slightly exceeded, his own meager spiritual cultivation. And there were two of them. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan surged into the darkened factory like an arrow released from a bow. The battle erupted instantaneously. Awaiting him were two dark claws, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent. The claw winds were fierce, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, carrying a pungent odor. Wherever they passed, decaying machine parts were instantly corroded, hissing ominously. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted as the terrifying insight bestowed by the Emperor's soul reflected the trajectory of his opponent's movements, the flow of their power, and even the slightest tremors of their muscles within his consciousness. In an instant, his meager spiritual energy erupted, and his body executed the most precise and economical evasion, as though he had foreseen the point of impact. However, his adversaries were two in number and not weaker than he. He narrowly avoided a fatal strike to his heart. But the fabric of his shoulder and outer thigh was instantly torn, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone, the edges emanating an eerie black mist. Agonizing pain and a chilling wave of malevolence surged within him. Bathed in the dim light filtering through the shattered windows of the factory, Xiao Yan beheld his foes. One was tall and gaunt, the other shorter and stocky, both clad in dark red robes adorned with sinister skull patterns. The taller figure had a withered visage, hollow eyes, and hands as black as ink with sharp, curved nails. The shorter one had a robust build, a sinister grin on his face, muscles bulging, exuding an even heavier aura of malevolence. Such a slippery little fellow. His spiritual energy may be weak, but his agility is intriguing. The gaunt dark cultivator cackled, launching an unrelenting assault, his shadowy claws resembling phantoms. Stop playing around. Drain and dry. The hall is still waiting for this batch. The stocky dark cultivator bellowed, his fists like heavy hammers, cutting through the air with a thunderous sound, forcefully blocking Xiao Yan's evasive maneuvers. In the depths of the hall, anticipation hung heavy for the arrival of the shipment. Amidst the fierce battle, the chaos became strikingly clear. The conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. Xiao Yan felt as if he were treading upon the edge of a blade. His overall spiritual energy was already somewhat inferior to that of his opponents, and now, facing two adversaries, he found himself in a precarious position. The terrifying insights and predictions granted by his imperial soul allowed him to evade deadly strikes from impossible angles time and again, his body contorting and dodging beyond its limits. Each block concentrated the purest essence of spiritual power into a singular point, dissipating the formidable impact of his foes with minimal expenditure. producing a dull thud that sent vibrations coursing through his arms, causing his blood to surge. His wounds multiplied, blood staining his tattered garments. He resembled a small vessel buffeted by a tempest, seemingly on the brink of capsizing, yet somehow managing to find a glimmer of hope amidst the towering waves. This instinct for combat and his meticulous control over spiritual power surpassed the imagination of the two malevolent practitioners. Damn it, this kid is uncanny. Third, use that move. The stout malevolent practitioner, frustrated after a prolonged assault, barked in urgency. A glint of vicious intent flashed in the eyes of the emaciated practitioner as the two figures intertwined. The emaciated figure clapped his hands together fiercely, and a dark vortex, imbued with a chilling aura and a powerful pulling force, materialized in his palms. Meanwhile, the stout practitioner roared, his muscles bulging, the dark crimson robe swelling, as he swung his fist with the might to shatter mountains, aiming to strike Xiao Yan and create an opportunity for his ally to consume him. Life and death hung in the balance. An astonishing brilliance ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes. The imperial soul instantly discerned the movements and flow of power from the two practitioners, even unveiling the core weakness of the dark vortex. He chose not to retreat. Behind him loomed a mass of rusted iron frames, leaving no avenue for escape. Nor could he withstand the stout practitioner's fists, capable of shattering stone, which would instantly deplete his remaining spiritual energy. Interfere, Xiao Yan silently commanded within. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power transformed into an intangible, chaotic torrent of shrill screams, violently crashing against the crucial focal point of the emaciated practitioner's concentration. The emaciated practitioner, wholly absorbed in manipulating the voracious vortex, suddenly faced this pure and colossal spiritual disturbance, akin to a hammer striking his very core. He let out a muffled groan, his amassed wicked power faltering, the vortex in his palm fluctuating violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. A fleeting moment of distraction flickered in his gaze. Now, the meager spiritual energy within Xiao Yan surged at an unprecedented velocity, racing along the meticulously honed meridian pathways of an experienced Dou Emperor, compressing and undergoing a qualitative transformation, a faint yet potent golden flame, embodying the essence of annihilation and supreme authority, abruptly coalesced at the tip of his tightly clenched right fist. This flame appeared ethereal and transparent, as if it might disperse with the slightest breeze, yet its core temperature distorted the surrounding air ever so slightly. The embryonic form of imperial flame. Break, Xiao Yan roared. His body released like a tightly drawn bowstring, utilizing the force of the stout practitioner's punch to glide at an unbelievable angle, narrowly skirting past the dual fists, and directly targeting the emaciated practitioner, whose focus was disturbed and vortex unstable. His right fist, imbued with that slender yet immensely refined golden imperial flame, struck forth with unerring precision towards the core weakness of the vortex. Uft. No. The emaciated practitioner let out a desperate wail, as life and wicked power were ravenously consumed by the spiraling vortex gone awry. In but a fleeting moment, the body withered and shriveled, collapsing to the ground as a desiccated corpse draped in dark crimson robes. The third brother's eyes widened with rage and confusion. He could not fathom why the other had suddenly lost focus. What was that faint golden light flickering from the boy's fist? How could it shatter the devouring vortex? Silence returned to the ruins, thick with the stench of blood mingled with sulfur and ozone. Xiao Yan staggered, unable to maintain his footing, and spewed forth a copious amount of fresh blood, his body swaying heavily before crashing onto a heap of discarded cables. He felt at least 2 ribs snap, his entire frame disintegrating, his spiritual energy utterly depleted, while the malevolent force invading his body rampaged wildly. The instinct to survive and a flicker of determination sustained him. With the last vestiges of his strength, he trembled as he fumbled for his phone, the screen now stained crimson. His vision blurred, fingers trembling uncontrollably. He pressed the memory of Xiao Yan's number with great difficulty. The call connected, and her voice came through, frantic and laced with tears. Xiao Yan? Where are you? How are you? Xiao Yan's mouth opened, but his throat was choked with blood, issuing only a broken, hoarse sound. West City, abandoned silk factory. The remainder of his words was drowned out by violent coughs and the surge of blood. On the other end, Xiao Yan's heart-wrenching cries echoed. Xiao Yan, hold on. I'm coming. Please, stay with me. Unable to hold on any longer, the phone slipped from his blood-stained hand, clattering onto the cold, rusty ground. In his final blurred vision, he beheld the factory's roof gaping open, revealing a blood-stained, cold crescent moon. Then, an unfathomable darkness enveloped him entirely. Chapter 61, Family Members. Please wait outside. The shrill wail of police sirens approached, tearing through the stillness of the abandoned industrial area. Several police cars and an ambulance sped towards the crumbling textile factory, halting abruptly at the entrance. Xiao Yan was the first to fling open the car door and rush out. Secure the scene. Hurry. she commanded, her voice trembling with urgency. Simultaneously, she drew her firearm and, accompanied by several heavily armed SWAT officers, plunged into the dark depths of the factory without hesitation. The beam of a powerful flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating a nightmarish tableau. Collapsed machinery, a crumbling concrete floor pocked with corrosion, and walls marked with charred remnants of explosions and deep claw marks painted a grim picture. Most harrowing of all was the sight of a body clad in dark crimson robes, entirely desiccated, resembling a millennia-old mummy, and the vast pools of dark red blood that had yet to fully congeal. The brutality of the battle exceeded her worst fears. The light followed the trails of blood and signs of struggle, eventually settling upon a heap of discarded cables in the corner. There lay a figure, bloodied and clad in tattered clothing, motionless, his face pale as parchment, with traces of glaring blood at the corners of his mouth, and his chest barely rising and falling. Beneath him lay an expansive pool of dark red blood. One of his arms lay twisted unnaturally, his body marred with deep claw marks and bruises that exposed the bone beneath. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's voice erupted into a piercing scream, an anguish sound that transformed all her fears and worries into a heart-wrenching agony and overwhelming panic. She rushed forward recklessly, kneeling at the frigid edge of rust and blood. With trembling hands, she sought the faintest breath from him, as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke. She reached to feel the pulse at his neck, barely perceptible, chillingly cold. Paramedics! Quickly! He.S. here. Hurry! Xiao Yan's voice, laced with heart-wrenching anguish, echoed as she screamed towards the entrance, her scalding tears cascading like broken pearls, frantically dripping onto Xiao Yan's icy, blood-stained cheek. In the instant the medical personnel arrived, rushing with a stretcher and emergency equipment. Perhaps it was Xiao Yan's agonized call or the warmth of her tears that stirred him. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyelids fluttered ever so slightly, and his bloody lips seemed to move unconsciously, as if attempting to utter something. Yet, ultimately, his head tilted, and he succumbed entirely to the abyss of unconsciousness. Only his furrowed brow and clenched fist silently conveyed the ferocity and hardship of the battle he had just endured. At the city center hospital's emergency department, the piercing wail of the ambulance grew louder, culminating in a sharp screech of brakes. The medical staff, already alerted, sprang into action like finely tuned machinery. The heavy sliding doors opened with a clang, and the bloodied, dust-covered stretcher was swiftly pushed inside, bearing the nearly lifeless figure. Xiao Yan followed closely, her police uniform and hands stained with Xiao Yan's dark, viscous blood, exuding a pungent mix of rust and disinfectant. She gazed at his lifeless face, which appeared even more pallid and translucent under the glaring lights of the emergency room, as though it might shatter and dissipate at any moment. Family members, please wait outside. A nurse blocked her at the door, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Xiao Yan's steps halted abruptly, as if nailed to the spot. The heavy door to the emergency room slammed shut before her, cutting off all sounds and sights within, leaving only the blinding red light above the door indicating that resuscitation efforts were underway. She leaned against the cold wall and slowly sank to the floor. The lingering sticky sensation on her fingertips, the icy touch, and Xiao Yan's last faintly moving lips and tightly knit brow were etched into her mind like a brand. The strong scent of disinfectant in the air was nauseating, mingling with the still-drying metallic tang of blood, creating an atmosphere of suffocating despair. A sense of resistance surged within her like a chilling tide, clearer than ever before in her heart. She was a police officer, one accustomed to logic, evidence, and procedure. She had witnessed too many lives and deaths and understood the necessity of remaining calm and distant. Yet Xiao Yan, who had abruptly intruded into her life, cloaked in mystery and acting in bizarre ways, possibly entangled in unfathomable dark forces, had repeatedly breached her defenses. Xiao Yan clenched her bloodied fist tightly, her nails digging into her palm, attempting to suppress the turmoil and fear rising within her through pain. She forced herself to envision the terrifying sight of the corpse at the scene, the inhuman claw marks on the wall, and the shattered voice of Xiao Yan on the phone, each pointing towards a world she was reluctant to acknowledge, one that upended all her previous understanding. She instinctively resisted it all, recoiling from the unknown terror, even shying away from forming too deep an attachment to the anomaly that was Xiao Yan. Her reason urged her to maintain distance, to conduct affairs with professionalism, for that was the prudent choice. Time slipped away in suffocating anticipation, each second dragging on interminably. The red light of the emergency room stubbornly illuminated the corridor, resembling a foreboding eye. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the operating room finally creaked open. The lead surgeon emerged, weariness etched across his face as he removed his mask. Xiao Yan sprang to her feet, the sudden motion causing her vision to darken. Yet she steadied herself against the wall, her voice raspy. "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor regarded her blood-stained uniform and pale visage, his tone grave. "He is temporarily out of danger, but his condition remains extremely critical." whether he can survive the next 72 hours. Facing the risk of infection and organ failure is still uncertain. Xiao Yan's heart plummeted. Each word from the doctor pierced her like an ice pick. Surviving danger was merely the first step. Countless harrowing trials lay ahead. "May I see him?" she asked, her voice trembling without her realization. "Yes, but not for long. He is still in intensive care, in a deep coma, requiring absolute quiet." The doctor nodded. Xiao Yan donned a sterile gown, her steps heavy as she entered. Within the room, only the rhythmic, cold beeping of machines and the deep hum of the air circulation system filled the air. At that moment, the rigid barrier erected by her professional habits and the jarring reality shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer. A powerful, uncontrollable wave of compassion surged within her, instantly drowning out all her doubts, fears, and resistances. The uncertainties regarding his identity, power, and danger appeared pale and powerless in the face of the fragility and brutality of life itself. What she saw was not an anomaly or a burden, but a fellow being, battered and struggling for survival in dire straits. A near maternal instinct to protect this fragile life surged fiercely within her heart. She approached the bedside slowly, her movements delicate, as though afraid of disturbing something precious. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, and gently, cautiously brushed against the edge of his tightly clenched fist. The coldness of his skin sent a shiver through her. Then, in an act that astonished even herself, she picked up a warm, damp gauze from the sterile tray beside her and began to tenderly wipe away the dried blood from his cheek and neck. Her motions were focused and careful, as if she were handling a priceless treasure, each subtle touch laden with ineffable tenderness and a near-sacred sense of guardianship. The warm, damp cloth glided over his cold skin, removing the dark crimson stains to reveal the pale, almost translucent complexion beneath. Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed intently on his face. Observing his brows knitted in pain, sensing his faint yet resilient breaths, her heart swirling with a tumult of emotions, dread, heartache, and an overwhelming determination to see him through this ordeal. She was uncertain whether he would awaken, unaware of the burdens he carried. Yet, in this moment, her sole desire was for him to survive. As for the enigmas and dangers that loomed, they could be addressed once he emerged from this ordeal. She sat quietly by the bedside, clutching the blood-stained gauze, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the frail life lying in the hospital bed. Amidst the low beeping of the machines, she silently stood vigil, awaiting a slender yet immensely significant turning point. Outside, the city was ablaze with lights, and the clamor of life continued unabated, as if separated from her by an entire world. Within her realm, there existed only this cold hospital room and the figure struggling on the precipice of life and death. Chapter 62. The First Lady. As night gave way to dawn, the pallid light outside illuminated Xiao Yan's weary silhouette. She had not closed her eyes all night. The bloodstains on her uniform felt like a mark of disgrace. The shifting hues of the sky outside could not dispel the gloom that enveloped her heart, and only the rhythmic ticking of the machines measured the fragile ebbing of Xiao Yan's life. When the doctor emerged from his rounds, his brow was furrowed more deeply. The vital signs are peculiar. He is in a state of extreme weakness, with physiological indicators teetering on the brink of danger, which aligns with the injuries he has sustained. However, the doctor shook his head in confusion. The abnormal physiological signals within him remained strikingly active, seemingly more orderly than last night. Moreover, the most profound wounds exhibit no signs of significant deterioration. In fact, there is an inexplicable, exceedingly slow trend towards contraction at the edges. This is perplexing. His overall condition is dire, yet on certain microscopic levels, it seems as if a silent battle is being waged. Our current methods cannot elucidate this, and we can only continue to observe and provide support. He remains on the edge of a precipice, with the potential for deterioration at any moment. The doctor's words fell upon Xiao Yan like a deluge of icy water, plunging her heart to the depths of despair. Yet the terms orderly and contraction trend flickered like fireflies in the dark, prompting her to cling fiercely to hope. She vividly recalled Xiao Yan's almost superhuman capacity for recovery. Though there had been no apparent improvement throughout the night, at the very least, the terrifying, inexplicable malevolence that had plagued him seemed to have halted. His extraordinary self-repairing ability was gradually and laboriously awakening within his comatose frame. This realization ignited a flicker of hope amidst her despair. Yet the ever-looming threat of deterioration hung over her like the sword of Damocles. He was fighting for his life. The thought brought her both solace and profound sorrow. He was so gravely injured, yet still depended on his dwindling strength to wrestle with life and death. This understanding deepened the guilt and helplessness within her. She remained incapable of providing any tangible assistance. At that moment, Xiao Yan's phone rang. Yun. Xiao Yan's heart constricted sharply, a torrent of guilt almost suffocating her. How was she to face this girl? How could she convey that her beloved was hanging by a thread due to his assistance to the police? Or rather, because of her plea for help? The phone rang insistently. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Yan answered, her voice betraying a rasp and heaviness. Hello, is this Miss Yan? I am Xiao Yan from the Municipal Police Criminal Investigation Team. She stated her identity directly, sensing that the gravity of the situation would dawn on the other party in an instant. A profound silence fell on the other end of the line. Even breath seemed to cease. Officer Xiao? Yun's voice tightened suddenly, tinged with alarm. Xiao Yan, I am so sorry, Miss Yun. Xiao Yan preemptively uttered a weighty apology, her tone imbued with profound and nearly agonizing remorse. I am truly, deeply sorry. Xiao Yan was attacked last night while assisting us in investigating a crucial lead and sustained severe injuries. He is currently in critical condition at the city center hospital. The situation is exceedingly perilous. She emphasized his assistance, shouldering the responsibility on the police and herself. On the other end of the line, a choked and suppressed sob was heard, followed by Yun's trembling voice, which she desperately tried to steady. How grave are his injuries, Officer Xiao? Please, tell me. The plea pierced Xiao Yan's heart like a needle. All that could be heard was the muffled sobbing and rapid breaths from the other side. After a few seconds, Yun's voice emerged, strained yet resolute. Which ward? I will be there immediately. I see you, bed number 6. Call me when you arrive, Xiao Yan relayed, acutely aware of the girl's anguish teetering on the brink of collapse. After ending the call, she leaned against the cold wall, feeling utterly drained of strength. The weight of her guilt and regret intensified, sharpened by the impending confrontation with Yun. She could almost envision the pain, the interrogation, and even the resentment that might flicker in Yun's eyes, resentment for her inability to protect Xiao Yan, resentment toward the police for entangling him in such peril. Yet, amidst this turmoil, there was a complex emotion regarding the girl who had driven Xiao Yan to such desperation. Within half an hour, Yun arrived, her complexion pale, eyes swollen and red, desperately clinging to composure, but her fragile demeanor pierced Xiao Yan's heart. Officer Xiao? Yun's gaze swept over the stark bloodstains on Xiao Yan's uniform, causing her to stagger slightly. It is I, Xiao Yan replied, meeting her gaze. In those tear-filled eyes, she saw a reflection of her own disheveled, weary self, deeply enmeshed in this calamity. The burden of guilt and remorse reached a crescendo in that moment. She was not merely facing Xiao Yan's girlfriend. She was confronting a victim whose beloved teetered on the brink of death due to her, or rather, the police's, intervention. As she guided Yun to complete the visitation procedures, Xiao Yan's steps felt unusually heavy. Under the stark fluorescent lights of the corridor, she could no longer suppress the turmoil within. Stopping in her tracks, she turned to face Yun, inhaling deeply, her eyes filled with anguished self-reproach and unreserved apology. Miss Yun, Xiao Yan's voice was low and hoarse, laden with undeniable gravity. I must apologize to you. I am exceedingly sorry. Truly I am. Yun, clearly taken aback by the sudden solemnity of her apology, exhibited a flicker of disbelief in her swollen eyes. Xiao Yan pressed on without hesitation, her tone urgent and sincere. As if desperate to expunge all her guilt, it is my fault. Had I not sought Xiao Yan's assistance, urging him to be vigilant about those anomalies, he might not have become ensnared in such a dangerous predicament. Last night, I failed to arrive in time. The moment I received his call, I rushed to the scene. But I was still a moment too late. Just a fraction. I watched helplessly as her voice quavered, and the image of Xiao Yan lying in a pool of blood resurfaced in my mind. Witnessing his dire state left me powerless. I have betrayed his trust. How could I allow you to endure such anguish? The weight of this responsibility rests upon my shoulders. I am truly sorry. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. The facade of professional strength shattering entirely in the face of overwhelming guilt. She braced herself for any possible accusations, resentment, or even a breakdown from Yun, emotions she deemed deserved. Yet, the anticipated outburst did not materialize. Yun merely gazed at her quietly. The initial panic and fear in her tear-filled beautiful eyes seemed to settle, replaced by an emotion so complex it was almost ineffable. There was sorrow, pain, and an inexplicable acceptance that Summer Kalen could not comprehend. After several seconds, when Summer Kalen believed the other was too grief-stricken to speak, Yun finally uttered softly. Her voice was faint, laced with a heavy nasality and the remnants of tears, yet it carried an odd tranquility and rationality. Officer Xia. Yun slowly shook her head, her gaze drifting past Summer Kalen, as if penetrating the walls to rest upon the figure in the hospital room. You need not apologize so. Summer Kalen abruptly lifted her head, confusion flooding her eyes. A bitter, nearly shattered arc formed at the corners of Yun's mouth, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. He has always been this way. It was the same over there, and it remains so here. Her voice bore a weariness that seemed to transcend time and space, always striving to be strong, always emerging battered and bruised. Convinced that some burdens could only be borne by him, she paused, her gaze finally honing in on Summer Kalen's face, which was etched with shock. Her eyes reflecting a depth that momentarily halted Summer Kalen's heart, mingled with an ineffable compassion. Moreover, Yun lowered her voice further. But it thundered like a clap of thunder in Summer Kalen's ears. Officer Xiao, you need not feel excessive guilt or self-reproach. Her gaze lingered briefly upon the blood-stained police uniform of Summer Kalen, then gradually rose to lock onto her eyes. In Yun's gaze, there was no resentment, no blame, only a profound sorrow that seemed to grasp a cruel truth and a sense of absurd fate. Her lips parted slightly, uttering a revelation that could shatter Summer Kalen's entire perception. After all, in another world, you are his first lady. Boom. This statement struck Summer Kalen's mind like a thunderclap. Unannounced and overwhelming. Another world? First lady? What does this mean? What nonsensical talk is she spouting? Xiao Yan. Me? First lady? How could this be possible? Summer Kalen's pupils constricted to their utmost, her mind blank, all feelings of regret, guilt, and worry obliterated by an even greater, more absurd, and suffocating force. She stood frozen. As if ensnared by a spell, her blood seemingly freezing in an instant, her face paler than the earlier Yun, her mouth opening involuntarily without producing any sound. Her heart pounding violently within her chest, nearly bursting forth. Yun gazed at Xia Kailin, who appeared utterly lost, her reaction akin to being struck by lightning. And the profound sorrow in her eyes seemed to deepen. It was as though Yun anticipated Xia Kailin's response and had no intention to offer any explanations. She merely inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of her strength to utter a single phrase, before turning her back on Xia Kailin and striding towards the entrance. Leaving behind a figure that trembled slightly, imbued with boundless grief and some heavy secret. I will go see him. Yun's voice floated softly, laden with a heavy sob and an exhaustion that suggested the previous statement had drained her entirely of energy. The 2 days passed slowly under the sterile scent of disinfectant and the cold, rhythmic beeping of life-monitoring machines. The heavy door finally ceased to completely obstruct hope. Doctors observed Xiao Yan's vital signs, their faces betraying an astonishment that was hard to conceal. The speed of recovery surpassed medical norms. Although he remained in a deep coma, the very foundation of his body miraculously stabilized, pulling away from the most perilous brink. He can be transferred to the intensive care unit. The attending physician announced to the waiting Xia Kailin and Yun, his tone imbued with curiosity and disbelief. His vitality was astonishingly resilient. What followed was a mere waiting game for the restoration of his consciousness. The lighting in the intensive care unit softened considerably, no longer harsh and glaringly white. Xiao Yan lay quietly on the hospital bed, his complexion still pallid, yet his breathing was steady and prolonged. Many of the tubes and monitoring devices had been removed, rendering the scene less alarming. However, his tranquil visage continued to evoke deep concern. Yun remained steadfastly by his side, preparing warm water and gently wiping Xiao Yan's cheeks, neck, and arms with a soft towel. Her movements were cautious, imbued with a reverent focus. Her gaze rested quietly on his face. Beneath the swollen eyes lay an unfathomable fatigue and an ink-like yearning. Xiao Yan, her voice was soft, like a feather brushing through the still air, steady yet tinged with a hoarse timbre that transcended time. Do you remember the Beast Mountain range? You, a mere fighter, dared to venture into its depths, rescuing both me and your unscrupulous teacher, who foolishly taught you to concoct aphrodisiacs. If only you had been a tad bolder then. Perhaps we wouldn't have endured so many twists and turns. Yun's voice held little fluctuation, as if recounting a distant tale. Yet each word was imbued with the weight of the years gone by. Her fingers gently traced the contours of his brow, as if searching for the shadow of that stubborn youth from years past. But it's not too late. At least we are together now, aren't we? Yun's voice dwindled, almost dissolving into a whisper, as she lowered her head, resting her forehead lightly on their entwined hands, ceasing her words. There was no sobbing, only a silent, heavy sorrow that permeated the air, nearly solidifying it. The door to the ward was nudged open slightly. Xia Kailin stood at the threshold, clutching a basket of fruit and a bouquet of sunflowers, symbols of hope. She had intended to enter, but was taken aback by Yun's calm, yet weighty narration. Terms like Beast Mountain, Purple Spirit Crystal, and Purple Winged Lion King fell into Xia Kailin's heart like cold stones, stirring not ripples, but tumultuous waves. They intertwined violently with the incantation-like whisper from 2 days prior. After all, in another world, you are his first lady. She gazed at the woman beside the sickbed, immersed in profound memories, observing the deep-seated fatigue and affection embedded within her serene recounting. Her eyes then shifted to the slumbering Xiao Yan, an ordinary citizen in her files. Yet a warrior against the Lion King in another realm, a man who stood as a pillar for his sovereign. The absurdity coiled around her like an icy vine, tightening its grip. Another world? Names and events that seemed to belong solely to the realm of fantasy? And that unfathomable identity of First Lady directed towards her? Who was she? Who was Xiao Yan? What extraordinary world lay hidden between them? One that defied all logic. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped Xiao Yan. She dared not intrude, fearing even more the confrontation with the enigma that sent shivers through her very soul. Silently, she retreated, gently closing the door, severing the connection to the room's calm, yet mind-altering whispers. Yun maintained her position, forehead resting against Xiao Yan's hand, lost in unspoken sorrow. The hand she held, palms facing, transmitted a faint warmth. Suddenly, she distinctly felt the slightest twitch of Xiao Yan's fingertip, a minuscule yet profoundly real movement. Yun's head shot up. All tranquility shattered in an instant. Her eyes widened, fixated on Xiao Yan's hand, tears unexpectedly filling her eyes once more, but this time, they burned with an incredible, ecstatic fire. Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan? Her voice trembled with overwhelming excitement, breath held, all senses concentrated on that almost imperceptible touch at the fingertip. Did you hear me? Is it really you? Move again. Move again to let me know. She clutched his hand tightly, afraid to exert too much pressure yet terrified to loosen her grip and miss any sign, her body trembling with tension and anticipation, awaiting the next signal from the slumbering soul. Outside the ward, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to the silent yet heart-stopping change within, overwhelmed by the immense mystery of that other world, while just a door away, a silent prayer concerning the awakening of a soul tightened Yun's heartstrings. Inside the ward, Yun held her breath, wholly attuned to the sensation at her fingertips, as time seemed to freeze. Each second of waiting felt like a century. Yet, after that faint twitch, Xiao Yan's hand fell silent once more. The steady beeping of the monitor persisted, as if that moment had merely been an illusion born from Yun's fervent hope. Xiao Yan, she murmured softly, her voice filled with helplessness and fatigue. You are still there, aren't you? You are merely exhausted. I shall wait for you here. As Yun sank deeper into sorrow, Xiao Yan's consciousness abruptly awakened in another realm. Chapter 64. Newcomers surpassed the old. There was no scent of antiseptic, nor the ticking of monitoring devices. He found himself suspended in a familiar, boundless starry expanse, with swirling nebulae beneath him, radiating a gentle and ancient luminescence. This was his ring space. Before his astonishment could subside, a figure, long thought to be dissipated, stirred an inexplicable resonance deep within his soul, quietly hovering nearby. Adorned in an elegant long dress, she possessed a graceful figure and an ethereal quality, emanating a profound, almost primordial authority. Her exquisite visage bore a complex expression, seemingly interwoven with concern, reproach, and a depth of sorrow that Xiao Yan could not comprehend, alongside a hint of delicate jealousy. Senior, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his soul trembling with disbelief and elation. You are not gone. He vividly recalled the moment when Su Liyu's ethereal form had grown translucent until it vanished entirely. Not gone. Completely disappeared? Su Liyu's voice resonated, retaining its cool and ethereal tone, yet Xiao Yan keenly sensed a subtle weariness and an almost imperceptible hint of grievance in her tone. I finally carved out some time to check on you, you rascal. Her words faltered slightly as her eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions, glanced at Xiao Yan with a knowing gaze that left him feeling inexplicably guilty. You seem well. Your consciousness has shown signs of revival. Yet all I hear is that girl named Yun murmuring something about the purple spirit crystals of the Beast Mountain. Xiao Yan's spirit momentarily faltered, a wave of ineffable embarrassment washing over him, as though the most secret corners of his heart had been exposed. He hastily attempted to clarify, Senior, I assure you, I never intended to neglect you. It is just, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate his overwhelming joy at her reappearance and his concern for Yun. Humph. Su Liyu let out a soft huff, her voice tinged with a trace of subtle sourness, perhaps even unnoticed by herself, quickly replaced by deeper concern. Now is not the time for explanations. Have you not realized that the ring has the ability to automatically absorb and store the surrounding spiritual energy? How foolish. Her tone shifted abruptly to one of seriousness and urgency, imbued with an undeniable authority. She stepped closer, her intangible presence instilling a sense of stability within Xiao Yan's spirit. Here, absorbing the stored energy from the ring is far more efficient than practicing outside. Now, activate the Tai, Qi Tsang Qiong Wan Hua Ju and directly connect with the spiritual energy of this realm. Xiao Yan's heart surged with realization, instantly grasping the implications. He dared not entertain any distractions and promptly settled into a meditative posture in the void, casting aside all emotional ties, fully committing himself to the enigmatic cultivation technique. In the vastness of the starry sky, strands of pure, Resplendent starlight were drawn toward him, flowing into his body like a gentle spring. An indescribable sensation of comfort and power enveloping him, as if the parched earth had finally received nourishing rain. The wounds upon his body gradually healed, becoming more solid and resilient under the gentle embrace of time. After an indeterminate period, Xiao Yan sensed that his absorption of spiritual energy had reached a temporary saturation point. His state more stable than ever before. He slowly ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes, gazing at Su Liyu with profound gratitude and reverence. I shall never forget the kindness of your guidance, esteemed mentor. Su Liyu's figure appeared to grow increasingly ethereal and translucent, as though she might vanish at any moment. She hovered silently, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, her eyes deep and distant, seemingly penetrating the endless river of time. Resting upon a past that Xiao Yan could never reach, within that gaze lay a sense of solace, a release. Yet more prominently an unfathomable sorrow and a hint of unspoken resentment that Xiao Yan could not comprehend. She slightly turned away, casting a cold and solitary silhouette that seemed to sever ties with the eons. Just as her form began to dissipate like grains of sand, a faint, low voice, imbued with the weight of eternal solitude and profound desolation, drifted into Xiao Yan's ears, imprinting itself deep within his soul. Ah, indeed, with the newcomer at my side. I have forgotten the old one who left me such a mess to clean up, while he gallivanted away. What a little rascal. The words faded into silence as Su Liyu's figure completely vanished, melding into the timeless brilliance of the starry expanse, as if she had never existed. Esteemed mentor? Esteemed mentor. Xiao Yan called out urgently, reaching out in an attempt to hold her back, but grasped only the cold, empty starlight. The startling phrases of Old One, mess, and Little Rascal struck his consciousness with the force of a soul-shattering impact. Old One, mess, Little Rascal? What do these words mean? Who is the Old One she speaks of? Why does she address me with such a tone of lament and intimacy? Within the ring's space, Su Liyu's last sigh, laden with eons of sorrow, etched itself deeply into Xiao Yan's soul, overwhelming him with confusion and agitation. Yet, his concern for Yun Yun remained a steadfast thread, firmly pulling him back. A flicker of thought stirred, and his solid yet powerful soul sensed a potent, weakening call from his physical form. It was as if his soul were a stone cast into water, creating ripples that swiftly spread, ultimately drawn back to the slumbering vessel. In the hospital room, time flowed by, each moment grinding against Yun Yun's heart. She clutched Xiao Yan's hand tightly, as if it were the soul bridge connecting their two worlds. Tears had long since dried, leaving behind swollen eyes and an unfathomable fatigue. She pressed her forehead against their clasped hands, eyes closed, as if transferring all her vitality to him. In that deathly silence, the hand she held tightly, which had been cold for an eternity, stirred ever so slightly at the fingertips. This time, it was clearer and more forceful than before. Yun Yun's body jolted, as if electrified, her head snapping up. She scarcely had time to wipe away the remnants of her tears, her eyes wide, fixated on Xiao Yan's hand, her heart racing in her chest, nearly bursting forth. Xiao Yan? Her voice, hoarse and parched due to overwhelming tension and anticipation, trembled with incredulity. Almost immediately, under the breathless gaze of Yun Yun, who was on the verge of suffocation, the tightly shut eyelids of Xiao Yan, closed for several days, stirred ever so slightly. Then, once more, like a tender sprout breaking through a thick layer of ice, the closed eyelids, under Yun Yun's fervent and nearly all-consuming gaze, gradually and laboriously opened a narrow slit. Initially, there was confusion, a hollow reflection of the soft light from the ceiling. The vision was blurred, as if veiled by a thick mist. Xiao Yan. Yun Yun could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in astonishment, a surge of immense joy crashing through her defenses like a tsunami. She leaned forward abruptly, trembling hands cupping his face, warm tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, falling in large droplets upon his forehead and cheeks, instantly soaking them. Xiao Yan. You're awake? You're truly awake. Look at me. It's me. It's really me. Her voice was shattered, tinged with sobs, yet filled with an indescribable joy of regained hope, all restraint and composure dissolving in that moment. Chapter 65. The policewoman's despair. Xiao Yan struggled to focus his gaze. The shadows and light before him gradually clarified, with the first sight being the soft ceiling light. Then, he painstakingly turned his eyes downward, revealing a delicate yet strikingly beautiful face that filled his entire view. Those swollen, tear-filled eyes were fixed on him, unblinking, brimming with boundless joy and concern. Tears flowed like crystal streams from her reddened eyes, cascading down her pale cheeks, dripping onto his face, bringing a warm sensation. It was Yun Yun. At this moment, she was right before him, weeping for him, heartbroken and inconsolable. Xiao Yan's heart felt as though it had been struck by something, a mixture of aching and swelling, accompanied by a profound sense of gratitude for surviving and an overwhelming heartache. Yunyun's voice resonated in his ears like a celestial melody. You terrified me. You truly frightened me, she sobbed intermittently, the fears, worries, and despair that had accumulated over the days finally finding an outlet in a surge of tears. Xiao Yan repeatedly brushed his fingertips against Yunyun's cheeks, wiping away the hot traces of her tears. Each gentle touch carried silent comfort and deep affection. His gaze was focused and tender, imbued with profound apologies and a cherished sense of regained love. Words melted away in this silent exchange and the delicate caresses of his fingertips. In the hospital room, only the muffled sounds of Yunyun's sobs remained. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dancing motes of dust in the air, as well as the two who clung to each other tightly by the bedside, reunited after calamity. All words seemed superfluous. The shared glances and touches in this moment surpassed 1,000 declarations. In the special care unit, Xiao Yan had changed out of his hospital gown, donning the clean clothes brought by Yunyun. The simple shirt and trousers outline his tall figure, although his complexion still bears the pallor of recent illness. His black eyes have regained their sharpness, as if the near-death struggle had merely been a nightmare. He stretches his limbs, feeling the strength coursing through his veins, enough to support his movements, instilling a sense of relief akin to a second chance at life. Is it truly unnecessary to observe for a few more days? Yunyun assists him in adjusting his collar, worry still lingering in her eyes, though overshadowed by joy. Rest assured, I know my body well, Xiao Yan reassures her, gently squeezing her hand, offering a calming smile. If I stay any longer, the scent of disinfectant will become unbearable. Yunyun lets out a soft sigh, relenting. The procedures go smoothly. As Xiao Yan exits the hospital building accompanied by Yunyun, the afternoon sun feels somewhat harsh, prompting him to squint slightly as he acclimates to the long-missed fresh air. Just as he prepares to leave the hospital, his gaze halts at the shadow beside the entrance. A familiar figure stands quietly there, Xiao Yan. She still wears her impeccably tailored police uniform, washed clean of bloodstains, pressed to perfection, as if to disguise her previous disarray. In her hands, she holds an exquisitely packaged fruit basket and a bouquet of blooming sunflowers, their golden petals reaching toward the sun, vibrant and full of life. Yet, she appears somewhat reserved, even at a loss. The sunlight outlines her delicate but weary profile, her eyes complexly observing Xiao Yan and Yunyun approaching. Her lips press together as if hesitating to step forward. Xiao Yan halts, and Yunyun notices Xiao Yan, her gaze sharpening slightly as she instinctively grips Xiao Yan's hand tighter. Xiao Yan's expression remains calm, yet beneath the surface, a subtle complexity flickers. He nods at Xiao Yan, breaking the silence, Officer Xia. His tone is even, devoid of overt emotion, seemingly crafted to ease the awkwardness between them. Xiao Yan appears startled by his address. Stepping forward a few paces, extending the fruit basket and sunflowers. Xiao Yan, you've been discharged? That is wonderful. Congratulations on your recovery. Her voice carries a deliberate cheerfulness, attempting to mask the turmoil within, yet the slight tremor in her fingertips as she hands over the gifts betrays her nerves. A small token of my wishes for your swift recovery. Thank you. Xiao Yan accepts the offering with ease, their fingertips momentarily brushing against each other, her touch cool to the skin. He distinctly feels her fingers flinch, as if scalded. Thank you for your concern, Officer Xia. Yunyun stands beside Xiao Yan, politely nodding her appreciation, her tone calm yet distanced, imbued with an unspoken sense of ownership. It's nothing, really. Xiao Yan's gaze flits quickly over their joined hands before darting away to rest on Xiao Yan's face, her expression imbued with professional concern. Are you truly all right? What did the doctor say? That is good to hear, very good. Xiao Yan nods repeatedly, as if wishing to articulate something but finding herself at a loss for words. In that moment, another world and the First Lady formed an invisible barrier, standing between her and them, rendering all her prepared condolences and apologies utterly feeble. She gazed into Xiao Yan's calm yet indifferent eyes, observing Yunyun's scrutinizing and protective demeanor, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness and deeper confusion surged within her. She found herself unable to, as before, gracefully shoulder the responsibility and offer her apologies. Struggling to find a safe topic, she hesitantly opened her mouth. The dismissal was delivered gently but was strikingly clear. The remainder of Xiao Yan's words lodged in her throat. She looked at Xiao Yan, whose profound black eyes remained tranquil, as if perceiving all her chaotic thoughts, while simultaneously isolating her in another realm. She parted her lips, ultimately transforming her sentiment into a bitter smile and a soft, all right. Please take care of yourself. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Xiao Yan acknowledged with a nod, offering no further words, and with Yunyun's assistance, turned to walk toward the parking area. The sunlight cascaded upon their retreating figures, harmonious and close-knit, leaving Xiao Yan solitary in her place. Her police cap crumpled in her grip. She watched them shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, until they vanished at the hospital entrance. The sun continued to shine brightly, yet it could not dispel the thickening fog of confusion and an ineffable sense of exclusion that enveloped her heart. Looking down at her police badge, she felt an unprecedented wavering in her identity and self-perception. Chapter 66. Preparing the elixir upon returning to the meticulously arranged apartment of Union. The familiar ambience finally allowed Xiao Yan's taut nerves to relax. He declined Yunyan's suggestion to rest immediately, his eyes reflecting an undeniable urgency. The room fell silent. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged upon the floor, closing his eyes. His consciousness descended into the dantian, fervently operating the Tai Chu Sangqian Wanhuaju. A stream of pure energy, distinct from fighting spirit, yet equally powerful, flowed through his meridians, circulating like a gentle brook washing the riverbed, nurturing every sinew and muscle. He felt the seamless integration of his body with this new power system, akin to a newly sprouted seedling acclimating to the soil beneath. The starlight energy absorbed within the ring's space was thoroughly refined, merging into his limbs and bones, dispelling the lingering weakness of recent illness, replaced by a previously unknown, contained yet potent sense of fulfillment. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when the last vestige of errant energy was brought under control, Xiao Yan's breath stabilized completely. As solid as a mountain, he slowly opened his eyes, radiating with inner brilliance. This level of power was still woefully insufficient. He murmured softly to himself. The Earth's environment was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated, as evidenced by the recent encounters. He required more formidable means. An unstoppable thought surged forth. DN. The mere notion quickened his heartbeat uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all distractions, focusing intently, delving deep into his soul to communicate and awaken the dormant flame mark. This time, his objective was crystal clear, not for the sake of destructive combat, but for the precision of creation. In a moment of profound inspiration, Xiao Yan gently raised his hands, palms facing each other, cradling an unseen essence before his chest. His spiritual power, akin to the most exquisite of chisels, meticulously guided the nascent force within him, imbued with the unique imprint of this realm. As it was cautiously infused into the awakened flame's primal mark, "Concentrate," he murmured internally. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the veil of space, as a tangible, stable flame, a mere inch in length and of a chaotic hue, seemed to come alive, levitating effortlessly between his palms. This fiery entity, its color and indescribable chaos, appeared to encompass the very essence of myriad fires, profound, enigmatic, and restrained. Surprisingly, no intense heat radiated from it. Even the surrounding air merely twisted slightly, with no discernible rise in temperature. Yet, at its emergence, the light in the room appeared drawn to it, creating a subtle halo around its presence. The air's flow became sluggish, as if time itself were decelerating in its vicinity, enveloped by an indescribable sense of control. The edges of the papers on the desk instantaneously turned dry and brittle, as if all excess moisture and impurities had been extracted. The leaves of the potted plant in the corner transformed at a visible pace, becoming lush and vibrant, their veins pronounced, as if forcibly rejuvenated. Even the thin and chaotic spiritual energy within the room was instantaneously refined and purified as it approached the flame, transforming into more potent energy that the flame gradually absorbed. Reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes was the sight of the steadily burning Chaos Emperor flame, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had succeeded. Moreover, the flame had attained a crucial state of equilibrium. He could sense its stability and controllability. With a mere thought, the flame danced in harmony with his intentions, leaping, stretching, and swirling, even accurately simulating the temperature gradients within a medicinal cauldron. It was real. It had truly come to fruition. A surge of uncontrollable joy radiated from Xiao Yan's eyes. He slowly parted his hands, and the Chaos Emperor flame, like a docile spirit, silently melded into his palms. Vanishing from sight, the peculiar sense of control in the room dissipated, leaving only the vibrant plant and the dry papers as witnesses to this momentous event. The emergence of this Emperor flame held profound significance. It not only represented the rekindling of the Emperor's flame within him, but also signified his newfound ability to refine elixirs on Earth. With suitable medicinal ingredients, he could concoct pills, swiftly restore his strength, and even assist those around him. A tremendous sense of elation coursed through him like electricity. Bearing this weighty achievement and an urgent need for materials, Xiao Yan pushed open the door, resolutely making his way towards Ziyan's chamber. Her latent, albeit sealed, treasure-hunting talent from the ancient void dragon was his most reliable asset in acquiring the necessary fuel at this moment. "Ziyan," he called out as he entered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. In the corner of the room, a young girl with violet hair, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, clad in an oversized hoodie and sporting twin ponytails, sat cross-legged on the carpet. She held a square box, her mobile phone, close to her face. her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen while she murmured to herself. Upon hearing a sound, the former celestial dragon empress, Xiao Yan, abruptly lifted her head. Her signature large purple eyes sparkled like two radiant stars. She tossed aside her phone and, like a small cannonball, darted towards Xiao Yan, circling him twice before pressing her delicate nose against him for a sniff. Her face immediately scrunched up in distaste. Wow, the smell of disinfectant is so strong, and the scent of blood has diminished considerably, but it's still quite unpleasant. She waved her little hand dismissively, then proudly placed her hands on her hips. But I knew you were tough. How about those weaklings outside? They couldn't possibly defeat you, right? Although her powers had been entirely suppressed by that mysterious individual, erasing even the pressure of her dragon lineage, the innate pride and unwavering trust in Xiao Yan remained intact within her. What is the matter? Are we going to fight? Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, but then her shoulders slumped in disappointment. But I can't even take on a large cat right now, she said, her tone filled with grievance and reluctance. We're not fighting. Xiao Yan crouched down, meeting Xiao Yan's gaze with earnestness. I need your talent, Xiao Yan. Talent? Xiao Yan tilted her head. Confusion etched on her face. What talent do I have now besides eating and sleeping? Treasure hunting, Xiao Yan replied succinctly, a determined glimmer in his eyes. Although your powers are sealed, the celestial dragon's innate sensitivity to the spiritual essence of the world is a natural gift, not easily extinguished. I need your help to find some special herbs, spiritual medicines that might exist on Earth, as long as suitable herbs could be found. Combining them with his alchemical skills to concoct basic healing potions, fortifying elixirs, or even assisting in cultivation was not impossible. Xiao Yan blinked her large eyes, pausing for several seconds. As if a faint, barely perceptible silver glimmer passed through the depths of her purple pupils, something she herself had not noticed. Instinctively, she touched her small belly, as if something within resonated with Xiao Yan's words. Searching for herbs? Her little face gradually brightened, a long-dormant excitement rooted deep within her celestial dragon bloodline seemingly awakened. However, there are so many delicious things here. All right, if you say we're searching, then let us search. But you must promise to concoct tasty pills for me. Sunlight filtered through the towering leaves of the phoenix trees, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Xiao Yan held Xiao Yan's small hand, strolling through the old district. Away from the clamor of the city center, the streets wove together, preserving the marks of time and concealing many inconspicuous old shops. Hey, Xiao Yan, what do these spiritual medicines actually look like? Xiao Yan shook her head, her ponytail swaying, her curious eyes darting around. It smells so mixed here. There's roasted sweet potato, fried stinky tofu, and, so much dust. She wrinkled her little nose, contrasting sharply with the Douchi continent. Xiao Yan spoke softly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the flower shop, the traditional Chinese medicine store, and even the stalls selling various antiques at the street corner. In this realm, the spiritual energy was scarce. Should there be any spiritual objects, their essence would undoubtedly be concealed beneath mundane appearances, exhibiting distinct forms or auras. Xiao Yan, partially comprehending, imitated Xiao Yan, striving to concentrate. Within her violet pupils, a barely perceptible silver glimmer seemed to flicker into life. Suddenly, as they passed by a quaint, dimly lit traditional medicine shop, cluttered with an array of dried plant roots in jars, Xiao Yan abruptly halted. Her small nose took a vigorous sniff, her eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on a dusty corner of the shop. There, that dark, twisted thing, resembling a root, and that yellow fruit beside it. They feel different to me. She pointed towards the corner, her voice infused with an instinctive excitement and certainty. Shopkeeper, what are these two items? Xiao Yan inquired nonchalantly. The elderly shopkeeper adjusted his spectacles and replied leisurely, Oh, that black lump is the old root of the panlong vine, found in the damp crevices of deep mountains, and it appears quite aged. The yellow fruit is the fruit of the rock huang jing, a rare item, quite bitter in taste. Interested? I can give you a discount. Xiao Yan's perception stirred within him. The root of the panlong vine concealed pure and substantial earth attribute energy. The rock huang jing fruit possessed resilient wood attribute energy, seemingly capable of locking in vitality. They were indeed the cornerstone and bridge. I shall take them both, Xiao Yan decisively paid. Next. Guided by Xiao Yan's occasionally vague yet occasionally clear instincts, this one felt somewhat heavy, that one was a bit prickly, and that one smelled a tad stuffy. They discovered a peculiar silver-edged agave in a secluded corner of a large flower and bird market. Beneath the wall of an old courtyard slated for demolition, they unearthed several pieces of blood-patterned stone, their texture akin to jade, exuding a faint, sweet aroma. As Xiao Yan gazed at the various earthly spiritual medicines in his hands, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. With materials gathered, it was time to commence alchemy. Upon returning to his apartment, Xiao Yan immediately sequestered himself in his room. Sitting cross-legged, he did not retrieve any vessels. With a thought, he lifted his fingertips slightly. With a whisper, a strand of Chaos Emperor flame, about an inch long, materialized out of thin air, quietly burning in the space before him. The flame was silent. Yet it caused the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate, the light around it slightly distorting. Alchemical creation without a cauldron, using the Chaos Emperor flame as the furnace. With the void as the cauldron, Xiao Yan's expression turned serious, his soul's power intensely focused. He first tossed a small piece of the panlong vine root into the Emperor flame. The flame silently enveloped the herb as pure energy. Under the supreme control of the Emperor flame, was gradually stripped away, refined into a deep earthy yellow essence suspended at the core of the flame. Next came the rock Huang Jing fruit, the leaves of the silver-edged agave, and fragments of the blood-patterned stone. Each material was successively introduced into the domain of the Chaos Emperor flame. The Imperial flame functions akin to the most intricate furnace and separator, meticulously breaking down, purifying, and extracting, leaving behind only the quintessence, the emerald essence of wood energy, the sharp golden threads, and the dark red essence of blood energy. Each exhibiting distinct colors and attributes, suspended like stars within the chaotic flames. Xiao Yan closed his eyes in deep concentration. As the vast pharmacological knowledge of the Douqi continent clashed violently in his mind with his profound understanding of the nature of earthly herbs, leading to a fervent deduction. Utilizing the panlong root as a foundation, the weighty Huangjing fruit as a guiding force, the life-giving silver-edged grass as a blade, and the stagnating blood-patterned stone as fuel, he aimed to ignite the potential of the golden energy, which was overly sharp and prone to injuring its source. Necessitating a harmonious adjustment of proportions with the Imperial flame's essence as the central guide to simulate the waterborne wood aspect, softening the golden edge. Countless thoughts flashed rapidly, combining and overturning each other. Ultimately, a theoretically viable energy model took shape. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. With his hands gesturing subtly, he wielded formidable soul power to precisely control the temperature and form of the chaotic Imperial flame. Condense. The clusters of energy essence suspended within the Imperial flame began to slowly approach and attempt fusion under the formless hand of the soul. The deep earthy yellow, vibrant green vitality, sharp golden light, and dark red blood essence intertwined laboriously under the meticulous guidance of the chaotic Imperial flame. The air within the quiet chamber seemed to solidify, the only movement being the colorful energy shifting silently, struggling to unify. During the inaugural attempt, just as the energy was on the verge of coalescing into a pill embryo, a subtle repulsion erupted at the junction of the golden light from the silver-edged grass and the earthy energy from the panlong root, causing the energy structure to collapse instantaneously. With a soft pop, the energy dispersed, morphing into wisps of blue smoke, leaving behind a few scattered ashes. Failure. This time, the fusion process appeared significantly smoother. Several energies, under the powerful constraints of the Imperial flame, entwined laboriously, gradually coalescing into a light orb the size of a walnut, its colors shifting and transforming. A faint ripple of spiritual energy began to emanate. In the living room, Yun and Ziyin both sensed this peculiar wave. The light orb became increasingly solid, its hues gravitating towards a chaotic dark gold, nearing completion. However, just as the pill embryo was about to solidify entirely within the orb, the residual repulsive force at the forcibly suppressed golden earth fissure erupted violently under the pressure of the pill formation. Boom! A deep, resonant explosion. The chaotic energy current surged forth from the Imperial flame, stirring the air within the quiet chamber into turmoil. The dark golden light orb exploded entirely, disintegrating into countless fragments of energy. The second refining attempt ended in failure. The backlash left Xiao Yan groaning softly, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yan. Yun rushed in, her eyes filled with concern. Ziyin squeezed in after her, her face pale, tears welling in her large eyes as she gazed at the blood on Xiao Yan's lips. Is it because the herbs I found are inadequate? Xiao Yan suppressed his surging blood energy, wiping the blood away, his gaze growing even more resolute and sharp. He ruffled Ziyan's hair gently. No, you did splendidly. I underestimated the stubbornness and inertia of the energy characteristics of the herbs in this realm. He focused on the dissipating energy traces, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. The previous notion of using the blood-patterned stone's essence as fuel to ignite potential was flawed. It is not a gentle fusion. Rather, a more potent igniter is required to fully detonate their latent potential. The energy of these dragon saliva seeds is feeble, yet their molecular structure is remarkably active, capable of inducing a slight energetic resonance. This is it. In Xiao Yan's eyes, confusion vanished, replaced by a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. Utilizing the resonance characteristics of the dragon saliva seeds as a fuse, he catalyzed the moment of pill formation. igniting all latent energy to achieve a transformative change. The sublimation post-detonation. The third refinement begins. The chaotic Emperor flame rises. Medicinal materials are sequentially introduced for purification. Clusters of pure energy essence once again hover in suspension. With the experience from the previous 2 attempts, Xiao Yan's control becomes more adept. As the energy is directed towards the core, on the verge of solidifying, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. Ignite. With a flick of his finger. A thread as fine as a gossamer of the chaotic Emperor flame precisely enveloped several crushed dragon saliva seed powders, instantly catalyzing them. A peculiar wave of energy, vibrating at a high frequency, surged forth. Buzz. This wave swept across the nascent pill body. A miracle occurred. The previously inert energy essence, under the stimulation of this unique vibration, erupted with ferocity like dry tinder ignited by a spark, unleashing all its potential in an instant. They collided violently, annihilating. And yet under the absolute control of the chaotic Emperor flame, they were forcibly kneaded and compressed. Boom. The muffled sound arose from the internal transformation of energy within the pill body. A blinding radiance erupted from the Emperor flame. An intense, fresh fragrance, brimming with vitality, instantly filled the entire silent chamber. Where the light converged, at the core of the chaotic Emperor flame, a pill the size of a longan, exhibiting a warm, glazed hue, quietly hovered. The surface of the pill was adorned with clear cloud patterns, emanating a soft, reserved spiritual light, as if it possessed a life of its own. The pill was completed. Using the method of non-dash, this world's elixir was refined. Chapter 67, Breakthrough. Late-stage spirit gathering. Xiao Yan gazed at the glazed spirit pill hovering above the Emperor flame. An immense sense of achievement and exhaustion surged simultaneously within him. He exhaled a long breath of murky air, dispersing the Emperor flame with a wave of his hand. A pill fell into his palm, smooth as jade. Is it done? Yun Yun's voice brimmed with incredulous delight. Ziyin had long forgotten her previous self-reproach. Her small face flushed with excitement as she darted to Xiao Yan's side. Her large eyes fixed on the pill in his palm, her tiny nose eagerly inhaling the intoxicating aroma, nearly drooling. Wow. So fragrant. So radiant. Xiao Yan. Quickly give me one to taste. Observing Ziyan's eager demeanor, as if she were about to pounce, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, a hint of relief breaking through his fatigue. He carefully stored the pill away and gently flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. Little glutton, this is not a candy bean. The energy contained within is too much for your little body to bear right now. Eating recklessly will turn you into a little chubby dragon and may cause a stomachache. Next time, I will definitely refine some candy beans that you can eat. I have to wait for the next time. Ziyan's small mouth pouted high, disappointment evident on her face. Yet she couldn't resist sneaking another glance at the pocket where Xiao Yan stored the pill. Feeling the warm touch and the surging yet tamed energy emanating from the pill in his palm, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With the spirit of this world, I shall name your path as the spirit-nourishing pill. He softly uttered a name, imbued with the pride of a creator. In his eyes, the intertwining of battle intent and anticipation was palpable. Yunner, Ziyin, please step outside and guard the door. No matter what commotion arises, do not enter. Xiao Yan's voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The realm of breakthrough allowed for no interference whatsoever. Within the quiet chamber, silence was restored. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. He took a deep breath, aligning both body and spirit to their pinnacle state. The nascent power, marked by the imprint of this realm, flowed gently through his meridians like a tranquil stream. This was characteristic of the mid-stage of spirit gathering, powerful yet not yet condensed into a core. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan seized a spirit-nourishing pill and unflinchingly placed it within his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. An indescribable warmth enveloped his entire mouth, transforming into a vast, pure, yet extraordinarily gentle torrent, akin to rivers thawing in early spring, surging forth with irresistible force, yet flowing gently into every sinew and bone. This energy torrent was unimaginably pure. It lacked the overwhelming impact, but possessed a subtle infiltration, as if directly influencing the essence of life, nurturing every inch of muscle and flesh. Xiao Yan's body quivered slightly. A nearly imperceptible, delicate sheen of warmth glimmered upon his skin. The primordial celestial transformation technique naturally began to operate at high speed. The technique functioned as the most efficient engine, greedily absorbing and transforming this pure medicinal power. Under the guidance of the technique, the gentle energy surged along designated pathways, cleansing the meridians and washing away residual injuries and impurities within his body, rendering it more resilient and unimpeded. However, the true efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill extended far beyond mere nourishment. As this gentle energy torrent continually flowed into the Dantian's Qi, a quantitative change finally incited a qualitative transformation. Within the Dantian's Qi, The originally abundant, yet somewhat loose spiritual energy began to undergo radical changes under the potent catalyst and adhesive properties of the spirit-nourishing pill. Buzz. Xiao Yan distinctly sensed the density of spiritual energy at the core of the dantian surging dramatically. The energy, initially diffused like mist, began to converge frantically towards the focal point, compressing. The pure energy provided by the spirit-nourishing pill acted as the highest quality fuel, sustaining this intense compression process while continuously integrating into it, enhancing the quality of the compressed spiritual energy. This process served as a supreme test of will and mastery over the technique. It required relentless maintenance of the high-intensity compression state, with no room for slackening, lest all efforts be in vain. The vast and gentle medicinal power provided by the spirit-nourishing pill now became the most stable and reliable foundation. It incessantly replenished the energy expenditure required for compression, sustaining the ever-stronger gravitational field at the core of the dantian. Xiao Yan's body began to tremble slightly, beads of fine sweat appearing on his forehead, only to be evaporated by the heat naturally emanating from his surface. His entire focus was immersed in introspection, with his soul's power highly concentrated, functioning like the most meticulous helmsman, diligently operating the primordial celestial transformation technique, meticulously guiding each step of the technique, maintaining the ever-strengthening compressive force at the core. Compress. Condense. At the core of the dantian's qi, the spirit energy, compressed to its utmost limits, gradually transforms from a transparent essence into a profound hue, reminiscent of a nascent star embryo, radiating an increasingly potent gravitational pull, drawing in and devouring more spiritual and medicinal energies. Time seems to become viscous. Within the tranquil chamber, only the elongated and robust breaths of Xiao Yan can be heard, accompanied by the faint, low hum of spiritual energy circulating rapidly within him, akin to a deep, ebbing tide. A dense, rich, and vibrant aura emanates from his form, akin to a seed buried deep underground, gathering the strength to break through the soil. Outside the quiet room, Yin Yun and Ziyin anxiously guard the door. They can vaguely sense the atmosphere within growing heavier, the air itself becoming more viscous. Sweat beads on Yun Yun's tightly clenched palms, while Ziyin holds her breath, her large eyes fixed intently on the door. At last, when the last trace of the pure medicinal power of the spirit-nourishing pill is completely refined and integrated into the dantian, the energy core compressed to its utmost suddenly contracts inward. A hum resonates as an invisible wave sweeps across Xiao Yan's entire being. The core within the dantian naturally draws in the surrounding thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into pure, unadulterated power that wholly belongs to Xiao Yan, flowing through increasingly resilient and expansive meridians, as solid as a mountain, as profound as an abyss. A sense of power, an unprecedented feeling of mastery over one's own strength envelopes him. Though the overall increase is not earth-shattering, the degree of refinement, purity, and the natural affinity and conversion efficiency with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have all ascended to a new height. He has reached the late stage of spirit assimilation. Xiao Yan slowly opens his eyes, and within the depths of his dark pupils, a glimmer of brilliance resides, sharp and profound. He exhales a long, deep breath, releasing the stagnant air within him, his breath steady and prolonged, devoid of any previous fluctuations. He has succeeded. The gentle yet formidable medicinal power of the spirit-nourishing pill has firmly propelled him into the late stage of spirit assimilation. He savors the sense of strength emanating from the stable operation of the chaotic crystal core within him, a calm and confident smile gracing his lips. In Yinjiao Mountain, within the devouring life hall, a stout, portly evil cultivator bursts into the dim, damp cave, his voice twisted by fear and anger. His sturdy frame crashes against the cave wall, sending stone debris cascading down, his bulging muscles rippling beneath the coarse leather armor, heaving with heavy breaths. What is the panic? A low, hoarse voice, as grating as gravel, resounds, each word laced with a chilling aura. Speak clearly. What has happened to the third brother? The figure known as the leader remains seated, yet his two glowing red eyes fixate intently on the stout, evil cultivator. With a thud, the stout cultivator kneels, his forehead striking the cold, damp ground heavily, his voice tinged with sobs. The third brother, he has gone. Gone? The leader's voice remains devoid of inflection. Yet the two glowing red eyes momentarily constrict, causing the temperature in the cave to drop further. Who did this? After being expelled from the sect, we have not provoked any other forces here. Which audacious disciple of a reputable sect dared to act? And no, it's not that. The stout and sinister cultivator abruptly lifted his head, a mixture of disbelief and profound humiliation etched across his face. He is merely a university student. The leader finally exhibited a discernible reaction. He slightly tilted his head, his countenance shrouded in shadow, revealing a flicker of confusion, which was soon enveloped by an even deeper chill. Nonsense. Although the third brother may not rival your prowess, he has made notable progress with his blood transformation clause. And even a late-stage spirit gatherer might not stand a chance against him. A mere university student from the secular world? Have you lost your wits? Or do you think me easily deceived? An even more formidable pressure descended as if it were a tangible force, causing the stout cultivator to feel his bones creaking under the weight. Leader, it is absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The stout cultivator urgently defended himself, his jowls quivering. The leader slowly raised a withered hand, pale as death, yet the nails were an eerie black. He seemed to grasp the air as if intending to crush this unseen enemy. Anyone who dares to harm my blood-devouring hall, whether a genuine student or some ancient monster in disguise, shall pay dearly. The leader's eyes flashed with a crimson light. His voice as chilling as a gust from the depths of the abyss. Blood debts must be repaid. Souls shall be shattered. Chapter 68. Racing with the policewoman. The mountain wind, imbued with the distinctive sharpness of flora, swept across the rugged winding road, brushing against Xiao Yan's face. Beside him, Xian's delicate nostrils flared as she inhaled the faint, peculiar fragrance of herbs wafting through the air. Her cheeks flushed from the long journey. She pouted in complaint. Xiao Yan, my feet are about to break. Before she could finish, a roar of engines surged from afar, shattering the tranquility of the mountains like a ferocious beast made of steel. The sound raced closer, imbued with a reckless wildness. Instinctively, Xiao Yan and Xian turned toward the source. Down the winding mountain path, a sleek Maserati, its low-slung body gliding effortlessly, showed no signs of deceleration. With a tailspin fueled by a surge of pent-up fury, its tires screeched against the ground, releasing a sharp cry accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt rubber as it careened into a vast makeshift clearing carved out of the mountain. In that clearing, a cacophony of sound enveloped them. Colorful, uniquely modified racing cars sprawled like metallic beasts, their engines growling with latent power. A colossal loudspeaker blared deafening electronic music, while a crowd of stylishly dressed men and women congregated, the air thick with gasoline, perfume, sweat, and the exhilarating scent of adrenaline. Is it a racing competition? Xian rose onto her toes, curiously peering around, her large eyes reflecting the dazzling lights and gleaming bodies of the cars. It's so noisy. Xiao Yan? Her exquisitely chiseled profile was taut, her lips pressed into an unhappy line. The recent encounters with Medusa and the First Lady felt like poisonous barbs repeatedly piercing her heart. She needed an outlet, a brief numbness from speed and a sense of control to cast away this damned irritation. Without glancing at the bustling crowd around her, she headed straight toward the makeshift payment booth erected by the event organizers. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy and sharp. Someone had tampered with her brakes. The opponent's technique was exceedingly covert and professional, evidently aimed at causing fatal harm. Was it a vendetta against this police flower? Or was his mind racing while his feet instinctively moved? In front of the payment booth, Xiao Yan had just placed a stack of bills on the table, the watch on her wrist reflecting a cold, hard gleam in the sunlight. She was even too indifferent to wait for the other party to count, turning to leave. Just then, a figure unexpectedly blocked her path. Xiao Yan abruptly raised her head, colliding with a pair of deep, ancient eyes. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan furrowed her brow slightly. The deafening roar of a powerful engine erupted like a lit powder keg. The colorful steel beast emitted a thunderous roar, its exhaust spewing out scorching blue flames. Xiao Yan's expression changed. No longer considering Xiao Yan, she swiftly turned and sprinted towards her designated car, number 20. This was her group. She had to compete. Frustration and a yearning for speed overwhelmed all doubts. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he closely followed her. As Xiao Yan opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, her finger poised to press the ignition button, Xiao Yan's figure, swift as a specter, abruptly yanked open the passenger door and forcefully squeezed in. You. Xiao Yan was both startled and furious, turning sharply to glare at Xiao Yan, her eyes nearly igniting with fire. Get out. She had not anticipated Xiao Yan's audacity to directly sit in the passenger seat. Shut up. If you don't want to die, sit tight. Xiao Yan's voice was deep and commanding, carrying an irresistible authority that instantaneously drowned out the engine's roar and quelled Xiao Yan's impending fury. He slammed the door shut, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the dashboard and the rapidly retreating scenery outside. Xiao Yan was momentarily speechless, intimidated by his imposing presence. At that moment, the starting signal light abruptly shifted from red to green. Surrounding race cars erupted like beasts freed from their cages, roaring madly as they surged forward. Xiao Yan clenched her silver teeth, a glint of resolute ferocity flashing in her eyes, as she stomped down hard on the accelerator. The Maserati 20's powerful heart unleashed astonishing force, the overwhelming push pinning both of them firmly against the leather seats. The lava-orange car transformed into a streak of light, accompanied by a piercing sound, fiercely tearing into the flow of vehicles ahead. The third bend is right there. A warning bell rang in Xiao Yan's mind. It was a nearly 180-degree hairpin turn, with a daunting steep cliff on the outer side, the rusty metal guardrail rapidly magnifying in view. Xiao Yan also spotted that deadly curve. Her gaze sharpened, her foot decisively lifted, and with habitual confidence, she forcefully pressed down on the brake pedal. Whoosh! The sensation beneath her feet was alarmingly hollow. The anticipated powerful braking force vanished without a trace. It felt as if she had stepped onto a cloud, sinking directly to the bottom without any resistance. Only a faint sound of friction, like a sigh, emanated from the chassis, instantly drowned out by the engine's roar. The car showed no sign of slowing down. The out-of-control steel beast, still carrying immense kinetic energy, roared forward toward the narrow bend, hurtling towards the cliff's edge. Brake. Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly constricted to their utmost, leaving her mind in a state of utter blankness. The vibrant hue drained from her stunningly beautiful face, rendering her pallid and on the brink of death. Her fingers, gripping the steering wheel, became entirely rigid with overwhelming terror, cold as ice. The chilling breath of death tightened its grip around her throat. Switch places. Xiao Yan's low roar resounded in her ears like thunder. With lightning speed, his left hand darted forward, deftly unfastening the safety belt clasp in front of Xiao Yan with a crisp click. Simultaneously, his right arm exerted tremendous force, wrapping around Xiao Yan's slender yet resilient waist like a mighty python, unleashing a torrent of strength in an attempt to lift her. "Ah!" Xiao Yan exclaimed, her body being hoisted by the immense power. Yet, at that critical moment, the vehicle jolted violently. A sleek, all-black Dodge Challenger, adorned with a menacing skull on its hood, crashed into their rear side with the ferocity of a ravenous shark, striking without warning. Bang! The deafening sound of the collision echoed. The shrill, piercing wail of twisted metal ripped through the air as the Maserati was hurled violently towards the precipice, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The overwhelming lateral force caused Xiao Yan's arms, which were encircling Xiao Yan, to slip suddenly, disrupting their desperate attempt to switch positions. The maneuver had failed. The car, propelled by the immense force of the impact and uncontrollable inertia, spun like a top, hurtling towards the rusting guardrail on the outside of the hairpin turn at an alarming speed and angle. The suffocating black shadow of the abyss below loomed larger before the windshield. Damn it! A glint of cold determination flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Time was of the essence. He made a split-second decision. "Hold on to me. Don't let go," he shouted, tightening his right arm, which had initially sought to lift Xiao Yan, now gripping her firmly like an unyielding alloy chain, anchoring her tightly against his chest, rendering her nearly immobile. At the same time, his left hand shot through to Xiao Yan's side, crossing over her fear-stiffened shoulder, seizing the upper edge of the steering wheel with a vice-like grip. Chapter 69. Artificial respiration. Xiao Yan's left fingers curled like hooks, exerting tremendous force as he was nearly flung from his seat by the immense centrifugal power. With pinpoint accuracy, he latched onto the topmost edge of the steering wheel at the 12 o'clock position. His knuckles turned white under the strain, the joints emitting faint creaks as though they might crush the leather-wrapped steering wheel. A low, muffled groan escaped Xiao Yan's throat. His body twisted forward, the seatbelt constricting his right shoulder, while his right arm bore the tremendous weight of Xiao Yan's body pulling against him, and his left arm stretched to its limits. The entire motion was a fierce struggle against the extremes of power and angle. His left hand, like an iron anchor, was firmly affixed to the steering wheel, while his right arm encircled Xiao Yan as though it were a steel clamp, ensuring she remained securely locked in his embrace. His legs braced against the base of the center console and the passenger seat, standing firm against the centrifugal force. However, the out-of-control Maserati, propelled by a desperate velocity and angle, did not collide with the guardrail. Instead, it veered wildly, akin to a heavy boulder, crashing through the low shrubs on the outer bend with a heart-stopping sense of weightlessness. The front of the car plunged downward, hurtling towards the vast lake below, which glimmered with a cold, ghostly light under the moon. No. Xiao Yan's scream was torn away by the rushing wind of their descent. "Hold on." Xiao Yan's voice thundered above her, his right arm surging with renewed strength, pressing her deeper against his chest. He fixed his gaze upon the rapidly expanding lake below, which resembled the gaping maw of an abyss. Boom! A deafening roar. The frigid waters of the lake struck the car's front like a hammer weighing tons. The tremendous impact contorted the vehicle's structure in an instant, the windshield shattering under the terrifying water pressure, splintering like a spider's web, only to explode into fragments the next moment. The icy, bone-chilling water surged in from all directions, akin to a frenzied beast. With a gasp, Xiao Yan felt as though her chest had been struck by an ice hammer, the air from her lungs violently expelled. as the frigid lake water surged into her mouth and nostrils, bringing excruciating pain and a bone-deep chill. Her vision was instantly engulfed by a murky, cold darkness, the immense pressure compressing her eardrums as the icy grip of death seized her. Amid the chaos, the only sensation she could grasp was Xiao Yan's arm, which remained tightly encircling her like a steel cable. Even amid such a horrifying impact and water pressure, that strength showed no sign of relenting. The cabin quickly filled with murky, icy lake water. The overwhelming pressure pressed in from all sides, the metallic groans of the twisted vehicle resonating in a dull, terrifying echo underwater. The airbags appeared like two enormous white jellyfish, sluggishly and feebly deploying, only to be swept against the seats by the currents. Xiao Yan, too, was jolted by the tremendous impact, blood surging through him, as the icy lake water soaked him to the bone. A sharp pain shot from the glass shard embedded in his back. Yet he understood that life and death hinged on this very moment. He forcefully opened his eyes, the cold lake water stinging his retinas, and he battled through the agony, catching sight of the situation through the flickering light of the dashboard, barely visible beneath the water. Xiao Yan had lost consciousness from the collision and the water, her body slumped against him, small bubbles still escaping from her mouth and nose, life slipping away rapidly. Kalen. A surge of urgency flooded Xiao Yan's heart. The icy lake water could not extinguish the fire of desperation in his eyes. He had to get her out immediately. The car door had warped under the pressure, rendering it impossible to open. The only escape route remained the shattered frame of the windshield. There was no time for hesitation. Enduring the excruciating pain from his water-soaked wound and the numbing sensation in his left arm, Xiao Yan abruptly released his grip on Xiao Yan. His hand had to be freed to break the window, while simultaneously clamping his legs tightly around her waist to secure her in front of him. Gathering the remaining strength in his left elbow, he relentlessly struck the already deformed edge of the window frame. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed in the water. Each impact sends waves of agony through his body, particularly from the shards of glass embedded in his back, stirring within his muscles like a tempest. Blood mingles with the frigid lake water, blooming into a deep crimson haze. Xiao Yan grits his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as blood once again spills from the corners of his mouth, instantly swept away by the current. At last, with a reckless collision, the already fragile window frame is shattered further, creating a larger breach. The murky lake water surges violently through the opening, engulfing both individuals. The icy water envelopes him in an instant. The immense pressure and biting cold nearly rob him of consciousness. Yet, a singular thought dominates his mind. Ascend. Bring her to the surface. He secures his right arm firmly around Xiao Yan's waist, his legs thrashing desperately like a dying dragon, summoning every ounce of strength to combat the weight of the vehicle and the pull of gravity, striving towards the faint glimmer of light above the water's surface. The wounds on his back bleed anew in the icy water, and from the exertion, each stroke brings excruciating pain, the air in his lungs long depleted. A suffocating darkness tugging at him like a multitude of hands, dragging him downward. Xiao Yan's vision flickers, consciousness fading, sustained solely by an indomitable will. Upward. He must rise. This obsession is all that remains in his heart. With a sudden splash, at last, their heads break through the surface. The icy air floods into Xiao Yan's scorched lungs, provoking a violent fit of coughing. He inhales greedily while steadfastly cradling the still, silent Xiao Yan, ensuring she does not sink again. Under the moonlight, the cold lake water shimmers, yet they are still a considerable distance from the shore. The Maserati's tail lights flicker ominously beneath the depths, sinking slowly. Kalen, wake up. Xiao Yan, battling against the water, anxiously slaps Xiao Yan's cold, pallid cheeks. She remains unresponsive, her lips turning a shade of blue. Time is of the essence. Urgent aid is imperative. Gritting his teeth, he expends his final reserves of strength, dragging Xiao Yan's heavy, waterlogged body towards the nearest shore. Each stroke depletes his dwindling stamina. The searing pain from his back and the weakness from blood loss crashing upon his resolve like relentless waves. The frigid lake water ravenously saps his body heat. At long last, his feet touch the muddy bottom. Stumbling, nearly crawling, he hauls Xiao Yan onto the damp, cold bank. The chill of the night wind pierces through his soaked clothing, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ignoring his own plight, he immediately lays Xiao Yan flat upon the relatively even grass. Her complexion is as pale as parchment, her chest motionless, her pulse faint to the point of being imperceptible. Hold on, Xiao Yan roars, his voice hoarse and trembling. He swiftly clears the waterweed and debris from her mouth and nose, loosening the constriction of her drenched collar. Then, taking a deep breath, he bends down, pinching her nose, covering her lips with his own, bestowing precious air into her icy lungs. Once, twice, he adheres strictly to the rhythm of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. With each breath he administers, the fierce wounds on his back remind him of their presence. Blood mixing with the cold lake water continues to seep from his injuries, staining the grass beneath him a vivid red. With each external compression of the chest, he exhausted the remnants of his strength, causing his vision to darken and his arms to tremble. Time elapsed, each second stretching into eternity. Beneath the frigid moonlight, only the labored and agonized gasps of Xiao Yan could be heard, along with his increasingly burdensome silhouette as he repeated his life-saving maneuvers. His entire body was drenched. Hair disheveled against his forehead, his complexion scarcely better than Xiao Yan's, and the bloodstains on his back were shockingly vivid under the moon's glow. "Wake up, I beg you," he silently implored, yet his actions did not dare to pause even for an instant. Chapter 70. The touch of skin. Cough, 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 retch. Xiao Yan's body suddenly arched as she violently coughed, expelling torrents of murky lake water from her mouth and nose. She gasped in pain, her chest finally rising and falling once more, albeit faint. It was a sign of life. Her eyelashes quivered violently, seemingly battling the darkness, striving to lift her heavy eyelids. "Kaylin, Kaylin, you're awake." Xiao Yan's voice brimmed with euphoric relief intertwined with profound fatigue. He halted his actions, fixating on her, his heart racing wildly. Xiao Yan managed to pry her eyelids open just a crack. Through her blurred vision, she beheld Xiao Yan's face, alarmingly close, etched with urgency. Pale as a ghost yet suffused with joy. The moonlight delineated his drenched contours, revealing the darkened area behind him that continued to expand ominously even in the dim light. "Xiao Yan," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, her consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, just having clawed her way back from the depths of drowning, unable to grasp the reality before her. Yet, Xiao Yan's face and the concern in his eyes served as the first anchor for her returning awareness. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan regain her breath and consciousness, the taut nerves within Xiao Yan abruptly relaxed. The steely resolve that had propelled him through a series of perilous rescues, breaking windows, dragging her out, administering artificial respiration, collapsed like a dam stripped of its final cornerstone, succumbing to ruin. The excruciating pain he had forcefully suppressed, the overwhelming weakness from blood loss, the chilling temperature of the lake water, and the exhaustion that exceeded his limits surged forth like a flood, engulfing all his awareness in an instant. "You're all right." He attempted to form a reassuring smile, yet only a few indistinct syllables escaped his lips. In the next moment, the last glimmer in his eyes swiftly dimmed, and his body, akin to a marionette severed from its strings, slumped heavily to the side, collapsing onto the frigid grass, utterly losing consciousness, splattering muddy droplets around him. "Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan's pupils dilated in sudden clarity, her heart gripped as if by a cold hand. She gazed at his face, now devoid of color, eyes tightly shut. And the dark patch behind him, seeping blood under the moonlight, where she could faintly discern a glass-like reflection from a ghastly wound. A profound terror and despair washed over her like the frigid lake water, threatening to drown her once more. Xiao Yan," she rasped, summoning every ounce of strength to prop up her equally weakened body. The icy, soaked fabric clung tightly to her skin, robbing her of the last vestiges of warmth, forcing her into uncontrollable shivers. Yet she could not afford to consider her own well-being, as her trembling fingers reached towards Xiao Yan's carotid artery. The pulse was faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, intermittent to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Even more alarming was his temperature. Chillingly cold like stones at the bottom of a lake, his skin beneath the drenched clothing revealing an ominous shade of ashen gray. Blood loss, hypothermia, a dual threat to his life. The wail of sirens grew ever closer, echoing along the winding mountain road above. However, Xiao Yan understood that it would take time for the rescue team to locate this secluded lake, hidden in a mountain hollow. And Xiao Yan might not survive until that moment. The instinct for survival and an indescribable sense of urgency, transcending mere duty, surged through her frail body like a current of electricity. There was no time to wait. She must provide warmth and staunch the bleeding immediately. She glanced around, and in the moonlight, not far from the shore, she spotted what appeared to be a dark opening in the mountainside. "Hold on." Xiao Yan gritted her teeth, a remarkable strength igniting in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, she nearly dragged Xiao Yan's heavy, unresponsive body inch by inch toward the cave. Each pull drained the last remnants of her recently regained strength. The icy mud and sharp stones tore at her arms and knees, yet she felt nothing. The short distance of merely a dozen meters felt like traversing 1,000 mountains. Finally, she managed to pull Xiao Yan into the cave. Inside, it was slightly sheltered from the wind, yet still cold and damp, filled with the earthy scent of soil and moss. Xiao Yan quickly laid Xiao Yan down in a relatively dry corner of the cave, where a thick layer of dried leaves and hay provided some comfort. Utilizing the moonlight that filtered through the entrance, she tore away the blood-soaked clothing from his back. A palm-sized shard of glass was embedded deeply beneath his right scapula. The flesh around it curled, dark red blood seeping out slowly and steadily. The wound had been soaked in the frigid lake water, the edges turning pale, indicating a dire situation. Stanch the bleeding. Immediate action was critical. She swiftly removed her own similarly drenched coat, tearing it into strips with urgency. Employing all the first aid knowledge acquired during her training, with utmost care, she pressed the fabric tightly around the wound, hoping to slow the blood loss. Yet this was merely a drop in the ocean. The most lethal concern was hypothermia. Xiao Yan's body was terrifyingly cold, his lips a deep shade of blue. His breath almost imperceptibly weak. As Xiao Yan touched his skin, the icy sensation penetrated her fingertips, sending a chill through her heart. Fire. She must kindle a fire for warmth. Struggling to rise, she frantically gathered every dry twig, leaf, and moss she could find near the cave entrance. Soon, she had accumulated a small pile of kindling beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan selected a relatively sturdy dry branch as a drill and a softer piece of rotting wood as the base. With trembling hands, she mimicked the motions she remembered, desperately rubbing the drill. Friction, friction, and more friction. Her palms quickly became raw against the rough wood, pain searing through her. Sweat mixed with dirt trickled down her pale cheeks, dropping onto the leaves below. She focused intently, her gaze fixed solely on the heated contact point, her heart fervently praying for the emergence of sparks. Time slipped away in silence, accompanied only by the sound of her relentless friction. The cold wind that seeped through the opening made her shiver, yet what chilled her heart even more was the realization that the friction point, besides emitting a faint wisp of almost invisible smoke, showed no sign of sparks. In the hollow of the wood, only a scant amount of charred powder remained. Despair, like an icy vine, coiled around her heart once more. She gazed at Xiao Yan's increasingly pale face, feeling the feebleness of his breath, the frigid touch gnawing at her heart like a dagger. No, I cannot give up. I cannot, she murmured, tears mingling with sweat, silently cascading down her cheeks. She made another attempt, rubbing her hands with even greater fervor, her arms aching as if filled with lead, her palms raw and excruciatingly painful, yet still to no avail. The repeated failures shattered her hope entirely. The act of kindling fire through friction was far more challenging than she had envisaged. She looked at the pile of cold firewood and then at the feeble Xiao Yan. An overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to crush her. What to do? What to do? Xiao Yan's gaze was fixated on Xiao Yan's lifeless form. A bold, even audacious thought, like a bolt of lightning, struck her mind. This notion flushed her cheeks with heat, her heart pounding fiercely, filled with shame and inner turmoil. Yet, gazing at Xiao Yan's lifeless face, recalling his selfless and battered state in saving her, she could no longer afford to hesitate. The last trace of doubt in Xiao Yan's eyes was replaced by a resolute determination, a commitment to cast aside all societal constraints in the name of survival. She inhaled deeply, as if solidifying her resolve. Her movements, now devoid of hesitation, bore a tragic elegance. First, she swiftly stripped Xiao Yan of his soaked, icy garments, leaving only the bandages around his wounds. The frigid air met his exposed skin, eliciting an involuntary shiver from him. Then, turning her back to him, her trembling hands quickly unfastened the buttons of her drenched uniform, followed by the layers beneath. The chilling air enveloped her equally cold skin, causing her to shudder violently, goosebumps erupting across her body. Suddenly, she spun around, kneeling beside Xiao Yan on the grass, observing his scarred yet robust upper body and his pallid, handsome face illuminated by moonlight. Xiao Yan's cheeks burned, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. The tide of shame threatened to overwhelm her, almost making her retreat. However, the faint sound of Xiao Yan's breath and the bone-deep chill radiating from his body extinguished all her hesitation. Forgive me for this act of desperation, she whispered, unsure if it was meant for Xiao Yan or herself. In the next moment, she leaned down, covering his bare chest with her own upper body, fitting him snugly, without a gap. The icy sensation made her gasp sharply, as though embracing a block of ice. She could not help but shudder violently. Yet, she did not falter. She extended her arms, tightly wrapping them around Xiao Yan's broad, yet terrifyingly cold back, carefully avoiding the bandaged wounds on his shoulders. She pressed her cheek against the icy side of his neck, striving to impart warmth through her skin. As she endeavored to arch her body, she sought to maximize the contact area between herself and him, enveloping his icy chest and upper abdomen with her entire front torso and abdomen. The intimacy of skin against skin, so primal, so direct, yet perhaps the only effective means of warmth exchange in that moment. The cold, piercing and relentless, emanated from Xiao Yan, ravenously consuming the scant warmth within Xiao Yan. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and her entire form quaked violently. Yet, she bit down hard on her lower lip, drawing blood, exerting every ounce of strength to cling tightly to him, as if attempting to transfer all her vitality to him. Warm up, please, warm up. She whispered softly in his ear, a blend of prayer and self-encouragement. She even began to gently, rhythmically rub her body, attempting to generate a modicum of warmth through friction. Time dragged on agonizingly amidst the biting cold and a sense of humiliation. Xiao Yan felt as if she were embracing a massive block of ice. Her body heat swiftly drained, her consciousness beginning to blur. Exhaustion, cold, blood loss, having sustained injuries herself, and overwhelming psychological pressure pushed her to the brink of collapse. Yet her arms remained entwined around Xiao Yan like the most resilient of vines, her body steadfastly pressed against his, unwilling to yield even a fraction. Chapter 71. A Mutual Gaze. The bone-chilling cold gnawed at Xiao Yan's consciousness, akin to a relentless parasite. The darkness of death enveloped him like a heavy curtain. However, in the depths of this mental abyss, a faint warmth, akin to a flickering star, ignited defiantly within his frozen form, beginning to spread. This warmth did not originate from the outside world, but rather from within, from the nearly exhausted depths of his Dantian's energy reservoir. The profound technique of Tai Chu Song Qiong Wan Huaju, which he had cultivated to the depths, nearly merging with the essence of his bloodline, was finally stirred by the fierce will to survive and a remnant of true essence within him at the brink of demise. Like a slumbering primordial dragon awakening, the technique began to operate at an excruciatingly slow yet unyielding pace. A warmth so faint it was nearly imperceptible emerged from deep within the Dantian. Like a trickling stream, laboriously coursing through his severely damaged meridians. Rather than imparting a sense of powerful strength, it brought forth an unusual sensation of tingling and pain. As if countless tiny lies were mending the severed muscle fibers, ruptured blood vessels, and tissues frozen by the icy lake water. This endogenous warmth began to interact with the faint external warmth, akin to a hidden hot spring surging beneath a frozen riverbed, gradually melting the lethal cold within Xiao Yan. The dire state of hypothermia was finally pried open by a slender fissure. His consciousness, akin to a heavy stone submerged in the deep sea, began to rise. Albeit with excruciating slowness. Time became an enigma. Perhaps mere minutes had passed, or perhaps an eternity. Xiao Yan's heavy eyelids fluttered slightly. A violent headache and pervasive aches coursed through his recently awakened senses like a relentless tide, particularly the searing pain in his shoulder blades. Akin to being branded by a hot iron, nearly eliciting a muffled groan. With great difficulty, he slowly pried open a sliver of his eyelids. His vision was blurred and wavering, revealing only a hazy, warm expanse of skin, delicate textures, and a faint aroma, a complex blend of earthiness, blood, and a hint of feminine fragrance, which resonated with remarkable clarity. Xiao Yan's heart contracted sharply, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, dispelling much of his stupor in an instant. He abruptly opened his eyes. What met his gaze first was a slender, fair neck and elegantly contoured jawline. Higher up, he beheld a face, so near, marked by tear stains and fatigue yet still radiating beauty, Xiao Yan. Her eyes were tightly shut, long eyelashes adorned with tiny droplets of tears. Her brow furrowed in apparent agony and chill, yet her arms remained firmly wrapped around him. Her body trembling slightly as she clung to his bare chest with her own exposed skin. Their gazes locked. The air became palpable with intensity. Within Xiao Yan's deep-set eyes lay profound shock, bewilderment, and a trace of incredulity. He could distinctly perceive the lingering glimmer of tears in Xiao Yan's eyes, a deep-seated concern. And at the moment he opened his eyes, the overwhelming embarrassment and helplessness that surged within her pupils, akin to a startled fawn. Their bodies were pressed closely together, devoid of any barrier. Xiao Yan's warm breath brushed against his jaw and neck, evoking an indescribable tingling sensation. The softness of her chest pressed against his solid torso. The tactile sensation etched into his consciousness like a brand. The icy air of the cave seemed to be replaced by an invisible, searing flame, transforming the atmosphere into something thick and heated. Ambiguity, awkwardness, shock, and embarrassment, an intricate tapestry of emotions wildly intertwined and collided in their silent exchange of glances. The 10-year age difference, in the face of this transcendent connection of flesh, appeared to dissolve into a mere, transparent veil, pierced without leaving a trace of separation. Only the raw essence, belonging to man and woman, permeated the confined space, entwining them. Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Her mind went blank, engulfed by a tsunami of shame. Instinctively, she sought to withdraw, but her body froze in place. Just then, a youthful, anxious voice, tinged with desperation, called out, "Captain Xia. Where are you?" The frantic footsteps and the beam of a strong flashlight echoed like thunder from just beyond the cave's entrance. It was Officer Wang from the Criminal Investigation Team. This sudden outcry, like a bucket of ice water, shattered the suffocating tension of the cave. The embarrassment in Xiao Yan's eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming panic. She nearly screamed. Meanwhile, at the sound of that voice, Xiao Yan's instinctual response outpaced his thoughts. The debilitating weakness from his injuries appeared to be suppressed by an overwhelming urge to protect and an inexplicable sentiment that surged forth. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Almost instinctively, he endured the excruciating pain tearing through his back and suddenly pivoted to the side. Simultaneously, his right hand, swift as lightning, seized the tattered, drenched coat belonging to Xiao Yan, a remnant of her previous bandaging efforts, and with every ounce of strength he could muster, he hurled it upward. With a resounding whoosh, the dark, blood-stained coat descended like a canopy, deftly covering Xiao Yan's rigid, exposed upper body, thoroughly shielding her vulnerable neck and waist. The motion transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost concurrently, shouts of Captain Xia resonated as Xiao Wang's anxious face and several piercing beams of flashlight illuminated the cave entrance. The blinding light transformed the darkness within into a scene as bright as day. Xiao Wang and the officers at the forefront froze, immobilized as if under a spell, upon witnessing the shocking tableau inside the cave. In one corner, atop a pile of withered grass, Xiao Yan lay bare, his upper body marred with wounds and smeared with blood, his complexion pale as parchment. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, radiating an unyielding chill and a warning against intrusion. Behind him, Xiao Yan was partially shielded in a protective posture, tightly wrapped in a dark coat that concealed her upper body, revealing only her similarly pale face, streaked with tears and fear, and the muddy contours of her neck and shoulders barely visible beneath the fabric. She instinctively curled inward, clutching the material around her, her eyes darting away, brimming with discomfort and indignation. The air was saturated with the pungent scent of blood, earth, water, and an elusive, indescribable aura of ambiguity. What is this? Xiao Yan gasped, staring at the overwhelming scene before him, his mind completely incapacitated, unable to articulate a single word. The other officers exchanged bewildered glances, equally stunned beyond measure. Save him. He has a penetrating wound. He's lost too much blood. Hurry. Xiao Yan's voice trembled imperceptibly, yet her professional demeanor as a detective compelled her to suppress all emotion. With hoarse urgency, she shouted commands laced with undeniable authority. Her gaze pierced past the dazed officers, fixating intently on the gruesome injury on Xiao Yan's back. Crudely bandaged with rough cloth yet still oozing dark red blood. Her command awakened them all. Quick. Stretcher. First aid kit. Xiao Yan snapped back to reality, disregarding the bizarre and shocking scene before him, and shouted towards the cave's entrance. Several trained officers rushed in, followed closely by professional paramedics. The cave transformed into a flurry of activity. The beams of flashlights and the glow of medical equipment replaced the moonlight. The paramedics rapidly assessed Xiao Yan's injuries, gasping in horror at the jagged glass shards embedded in his back and the severity of his blood loss, immediately initiating emergency treatment and stabilization. Xiao Yan was swiftly wrapped in a thermal blanket handed to her by an officer. She tightened her grip on the blanket, her expression a complex mix of emotions as she watched Xiao Yan being carefully lifted onto a stretcher by the team. Due to excruciating pain and significant blood loss, his consciousness began to fade once more. Yet, before he was lifted away, those profound eyes seemed to cast one last glance at her, imbued with an indescribable complexity, concern, reassurance, and perhaps a lingering ripple from that heart-stopping moment. Xiao Yan was swiftly carried away, destined for the ambulance waiting outside the mountain. Xiao Yan declined the officer's immediate offer of assistance, insisting on walking unaided. Wrapped in a blanket, she stood at the cave's entrance, observing the busy rescue personnel and the stretcher being taken further away, the night breeze tousling her disheveled hair. The scorching blush on her cheeks had yet to fully fade. Yet her gaze gradually regained its usual calm and sharpness, although deep within her eyes lingered an indelible, complex mark. Chapter 72. Seeking Answers, Regaining Consciousness. He was greeted by the blindingly white ceiling, bright lights, and stark walls. The air was permeated with the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint hint of blood. Cold and sterile, yet imbued with a sense of mechanical detachment. A suppressed groan escaped his cracked lips, barely audible. This subtle sound immediately stirred the occupants of the room. "You're awake?" A familiar voice resonated, tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness and tension. Xiao Yan struggled to turn his eyes toward the source. Seated in a chair against the wall on the right side of the bed was Xiao Yan. She had changed out of her drenched and torn police uniform, donning a clean, slightly oversized blue and white striped hospital gown, casually draped with a dark police jacket, unzipped to reveal the simplicity of her attire beneath. Her long hair was simply tied back, and the faint traces of small scratches on her face and neck were particularly conspicuous under the hospital lights. Though her complexion remained pale, with dark circles under her eyes indicating exhaustion and lingering chill, her gaze no longer reflected the panic she had exhibited in the cave. Those bright and sharp eyes now fixed intently upon him, intertwining concern, scrutiny, and a palpable effort to maintain calm and distance. However, the moment their gazes met, a fleeting blush rapidly swept across her ears and cheeks, so swift it could easily be mistaken for an illusion. She immediately averted her eyes, as if casually glancing at the cup of water on the bedside table. Her speech was steady and coherent, resembling a work report. Yet, Xiao Yan keenly observed her hands resting on her lap, unconsciously clasped, and the fingertips whitening from pressure. "I'm all right." His voice emerged hoarsely, dry as sandpaper. He attempted to swallow, a fiery pain igniting in his throat. Xiao Yan abruptly rose, her movement somewhat abrupt. She picked up the cup from the bedside, where a straw was inserted, and carefully brought it to his lips. "Take a sip. The doctor said you can only have small amounts at a time." He opened his mouth to ask her about her injuries and the events in the cave, but as the words hung on the tip of his tongue, he felt that any inquiry would be utterly out of place. Xiao Yan seemed to anticipate his unspoken inquiries, swiftly interjecting before he could utter a word. "I'm fine. It's merely superficial injuries. The frostbite is not serious, and I'll be discharged after a night of observation." "Captain Xia, has Mr. Xiao Yan awakened?" The doctor approached the bedside, examining Xiao Yan's pupils and the monitoring equipment at the head of the bed. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Perhaps tightness in the chest, dizziness, or numbness in your arms?" At that moment, the ward door swung open once again. Luo Xiaoi, the little healer, wore a serious expression, clutching several freshly released examination reports. Her gaze fell upon the documents, yet her brow furrowed slightly. The surgery itself was remarkably successful. All fragments were removed cleanly, and there was no damage to the major nerves or blood vessels, which is fortunate. However, she paused, lifting her gaze to Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. Her tone tinged with confusion. "Your physical condition is rather unusual. The speed of your recovery is astonishing. Can you enlighten me as to any other underlying causes?" Luo Xiaoi's words landed like a stone cast into a placid pond, creating ripples within the confines of the hospital room. An overwhelming influx of information swirled in his mind. Meeting Xiao Yan's probing gaze and the doctor's perplexed expression, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. How should he articulate this? Confronted with the skepticism of Kalen and the little healer, Xiao Yan's face betrayed his difficulty. Being unable to fabricate a lie, he could only speak the truth. "In truth, you bear a striking resemblance to a friend of mine." "Huh? A friend? You certainly have a way with words." Luo Xiaoi chuckled, glancing mischievously at Kalen. "Was he similarly smooth talking with you?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall past moments, burying her head in thought. Could it truly be possible? She had no doubt that Xiao Yan was not merely fabricating tales. Xiao Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, handsome, considering you saved Kalen. I shall overlook this for now. I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just ring the bell." Luo Xiaoi gently patted Kalen's shoulder. "I'm off now. Keep your little brother company." Xiao Yan gazed at the 18 or 19-year-old boy, struggling to fathom that she was indeed his wife. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. I'll take my leave as well. Please rest well." Her words tumbled out in a hurried, flustered manner. Entirely devoid of the calm demeanor she typically embodied as Captain Xia, she dared not meet Xiao Yan's gaze again. Her eyes cast downward as if seeking to burn a hole in the floor, and she turned to exit the room. "Wait." Xiao Yan's voice remained hoarse yet carried an undeniable urgency. He could not allow her to leave burdened with confusion and embarrassment. An explanation was necessary, no matter how absurd it might sound. "Captain Xia." Xiao Yan took a deep breath, triggering a twinge of pain in his back, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet he persevered, his gaze fixed intently on her retreating form. "I recognize that the stories I shared with you may sound preposterous, akin to a mere pickup line." As Dr. Luo suggested, her eyes fell upon the ancient ring on Xiao Yan's finger, as if she had resolved to act upon something, slowly extending her right hand. Chapter 73, Xiao Xiao. Her fingertips trembled imperceptibly, ultimately making contact with the ancient ring. Cold. Yet, at that very moment, a surge of energy coursed through the air. The surface of the ring suddenly illuminated with several dormant dark patterns. No longer a mere glimmer, it radiated a blinding, almost retina-searing brilliance. The light, as though infused with life, instantly entwined around her fingertips, the cold dissipating, replaced by a searing warmth akin to flowing lava. A soft gasp escaped Xiao Yan's lips. The overwhelming torrent ruthlessly breached the dam of her consciousness, forcefully flooding her mind. She beheld a scene deep within a subterranean realm of molten rock, where two figures, entirely bare, were entwined in an intimate embrace. As the image drew closer, she recognized the enchanting silhouette as her own. While the other protagonist was none other than Xiao Yan, confined to a sickbed, the scene shifted dramatically to a deluge of crimson. Flickering red candles cast the entire space in a hellish glow. The air grew thick, infused with an intense, exotic fragrance tinged with a faint, serpentine chill. She stood at the center, but no, it was not she. It was another version of herself. A golden mask obscured much of her face, cold yet opulent, exuding an air of imperious authority. Beneath the mask, her lips, full and vibrant, were tightly pressed, revealing a hint of proud defiance. As her gaze descended, she beheld a wedding gown ablaze with fiery hues. This was no ordinary silk. The fabric appeared to be subtly adorned with countless delicate, smooth scales, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors beneath the candlelight. Beside her stood a youthful figure clad in an intricately designed red robe. Suddenly, the image shattered. Before the fragments could disperse, a new torrent surged forth. The colors softened, no longer the burning red but a warm, luminous sanctuary. Sunlight streamed through intricately carved window panes, filling the air with a gentle, soothing herbal fragrance. She knelt, cradling an infant in her arms. The child, sculpted like the finest jade, bore a round, cherubic face, with skin so delicate it seemed to be made of the purest white jade. The baby's long eyelashes cast faint shadows upon its cheeks, and its curious, sparkling eyes roamed around, reflecting the world within them. The little one, seemingly just awakened, grasped a lock of her hair that fell before her chest, tugging at it gently. An indescribable sensation, as if arising from the very depths of existence, surged through Xiao Yan. The feeling was both foreign and familiar, akin to a seed buried deep within the earth suddenly breaking through the surface, imbued with a life force that could tear asunder all that lay in its path. Instinctively, she longed to tighten her embrace, to feel the softness and warmth of that tiny life. Beside her remained a youthful figure, now appearing taller and more composed. His profile, sharply defined in the gentle light, revealed a subtle yet genuine smile, suffused with satisfaction. Before them sat an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white. His countenance radiated kindness, and his eyes sparkled with warmth and wisdom, as if he could embrace the entirety of the world. He gazed at the kneeling couple and the swaddled infant with a look filled with comfort and blessing, as though witnessing his most cherished descendants finally establishing their own family. A profound sense of immense happiness, akin to the warm embrace of a spring sun, enveloped her entirely, transcending the barriers of time and space, fiercely impacting the cold and rational modern soul of Xiao Yan. A name, an utterly unfamiliar one she had never encountered before, surged forth with a searing warmth, as if molten lava had violently erupted from the depths of her being, pouring forth from her trembling lips in a torrent of unleashed emotion. Xiao Xiao. The name emerged softly, laced with a dreamlike haze and an indescribable ache and longing that penetrated to her very core. In that fleeting moment when the name escaped her lips, Xiao Yan abruptly clutched her head, as though countless fiery needles were mercilessly piercing her temples from all directions, creating a maelstrom of chaos within her mind. The overwhelming fragments of images did not dissipate. Rather, they surged violently, clashing, overlapping, and tearing apart amidst the excruciating pain. In this tumult, two identities, an imposing queen and a tender mother, collided like fierce currents within her confined skull. A broken moan escaped her throat, darkness encroached upon her vision, and stars danced erratically before her eyes. Her legs could no longer support her weight, as if all her bones had been instantaneously stripped away, causing her to collapse. Thud. Her knees struck the cold, hard floor with a resounding thud. She resembled a marionette severed from its strings, helplessly tilting forward and crumpling to the ground. The intense headache compelled her to curl up, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, her complexion pale as parchment, more ghastly than the severely injured Xiao Yan. Kalen. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the hospital room, as Xiao Yan's eyes bulged with fury. He could not afford to consider whether his stitched wounds had burst open, nor could he recall the doctor's absolute orders to remain in bed. All rational thought vanished the moment Xiao Yan collapsed, and the name Xiao Xiao escaped her lips. Driven by an almost primal instinct, he violently threw aside the thin blanket, contorting his body in a manner that sent waves of agony throughout. As he forcefully rolled off the bed, the brutal movement tugged at his sutured wounds. Thud. Xiao Yan crashed onto the frigid ground, mere inches away from the fallen Xiao Yan. The white bandages on his back quickly became soaked with glaring crimson. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, struggling to prop himself up on his elbows with one hand, while the other, slick with sweat and blood, gripped Xiao Yan's icy, trembling wrist with a fervor that threatened to shatter her bones. What is wrong with you? Xiao Yan's voice was raspy and strained, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Xiao Yan's tightly shut, tormented eyelids, as if attempting to penetrate her soul. Tell me, did you see something? The door to the hospital room silently creaked open a fraction. My heavens. Luo Xiaoyi's examination report slipped from her grasp, scattering across the floor. She abruptly covered her mouth, her horrified gaze darting between the glaring crimson on Xiao Yan's back and the agonized, pallid face of Xiao Yan, her mind a blank slate. Save for a single thought screaming, "What on earth has happened?" Chapter 74. I will find her. The hospital room lay in hushed stillness, punctuated only by Xiao Yan's labored breaths, Xiao Yan's heavy inhalations, and Luo Xiao's suppressed sobs, creating a tense symphony. Scattered test results resembled pale proclamations, heralding the complete shattering of the calm facade. Luo Xiao stood frozen at the doorway, her brain nearly stalling at the sight before her. The blood on Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Yan's suffering, the intertwining madness and despair in their gripping hands transcended her comprehension. Instinctively, she yearned to rush in and assist, yet was paralyzed by the invisible, tempestuous aura enveloping the two, her feet rooted to the spot. Time dragged heavily in the sterile scent of antiseptic and the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor, stretching into a few agonizing seconds. At last, Xiao Yan's curled body stirred slightly. The intense headache receded like a tide, though a lingering dull ache still cast shadows before her eyes. She braced her arms against the cold tiles, exerting a slight effort to lift her head. Her ashen face, with sweat-drenched strands clinging to her forehead, bore a disheveled appearance. Yet, as her eyes slowly opened, the previous confusion, terror, and naivety belonging to modern Xiao Yan faded away. In their place emerged a profound, unfathomable complexity of emotions, fatigue, shock, a hint of incredulous sorrow, and an undeniable calm authority seemingly birthed from overwhelming impact. Her gaze traversed the glaring red on Xiao Yan's shoulder, delving into the depths of his bloodshot eyes, filled with anxiety and immense hope. The strength contained within that gaze jolted Xiao Yan, who was gripping her wrist with a trembling intensity, as if an invisible force had momentarily frozen the boiling magma within his chest. She did not struggle, nor did she attempt to withdraw. Her still quivering finger slowly rose, driven by an almost instinctual impulse, gently and tentatively brushing against the wrist of his other hand, gliding over the icy surface of the ancient ring, cautiously yet almost greedily, as if confirming a long-lost mark from millennia past, drawing forth a sliver of stabilizing strength emanating from the very depths of her soul. Looking back at Xiao Yan, she commanded softly, "Get up." Her voice, hoarse and low, resonated with the weariness of someone who had just weathered a tremendous mental storm, yet possessed a peculiar penetrating force, akin to whispers rolling over an icy expanse, neither fierce nor loud, yet undeniably clear and incisive, cutting through Xiao Yan's chaotic thoughts. Xiao Yan's madness and urgency were momentarily stalled by her words. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, suppressing the boiling emotions within. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, disregarding the residual pain in her head and the weakness in her body. With her freed hand, she braced herself against the cold ground and, against all odds, turned around, laboriously assisting Xiao Yan to sit up. Her movements were slow yet steady, as if each exertion was a battle against her body's protests. This drained her recently regained, meager strength. When Xiao Yan finally managed to sit firmly at the edge of the bed, fine beads of cold sweat once again surfaced on her forehead, and she gasped for breath while holding onto the bed railing. She had finally regained a modicum of strength and stood upright, disregarding Luo Xiao's uncertain gaze. Her attention returned to Xiao Yan's face, a visage that had once perplexed her and yet inexplicably drawn her in. At this moment, it seemed to her as if countless shattered and jarring images were superimposed upon it: the pale, tenacious youth in the hospital bed, the husband who stood beside her under the flickering candlelight, the father who shared with her the tender gaze upon their infant in the sunlit chamber. These intricate fragments of memory surged like molten lava, burning and colliding deep within her soul, striving for amalgamation. The rationality of the modern world screamed in denial. Yet the cold touch of the ring, the irresistible tremor of her soul upon uttering Xiao Xiao's name, and the bittersweet ache of their blood connection bore a destructive weight surpassing any irrefutable evidence. The air in the hospital room seemed to solidify. Xiao Yan remained silent, grappling with the chaos within her heart, akin to a tsunami ravaging through ruins. Amidst the fragmented past, she sought to grasp the most delicate yet lethal thread. Finally, she lifted her eyelashes, her gaze steady and undisturbed as it met Xiao Yan's bloodshot eyes. Deep within those eyes lay profound confusion, lingering terror, and the agony of a soul being torn asunder. Yet, above all these emotions, a layer of clarity emerged, sharp and cutting as a blade, an insatiable desire. "Xiao Yan." She called his name, this time devoid of question, only affirmation. "If I truly am your wife," then her voice faltered, as if she were formulating a final query capable of utterly upending her worldview. Long lashes fell downwards, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within her gaze. The tender smile akin to sheep-fat white jade in the warm hall, the large, luminous eyes that could cause her soul to crumble in an instant, and the soft touch of the chubby little hand that grasped her hair. Her voice was soft, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. "Where is our daughter now? I wish to see her." In that moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face, a blend of hope, pain, and exhilaration, suddenly froze, as if someone had tightly constricted his throat. "Our daughter?" Xiao. He had contemplated Xia Kailin's potential reactions upon regaining her memory. Anger? Blame? Inquisitions? This piercing question felt like a jagged spear thrust into his heart. A chill coursed up his spine, leaving his face devoid of color. The excruciating pain from the wound on his back momentarily forgotten. His heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly, a wave of suffocation sweeping over him. He opened his mouth, yet his throat was raw, parched as if scraped by coarse sandpaper, rendering him voiceless. His gaze flickered in panic, avoiding Xia Kailin's piercing, soul-searching stare, ultimately landing clumsily upon the scattered droplets of blood on the floor and his own hand. A profound sense of helplessness and vast bewilderment, emanating from deep within his soul, engulfed him like a cold tide, instantly drowning his excitement and exhilaration. Kailin had posed the most crucial question. Indeed. Where was their daughter? Why did he, Yun, and Ziyin retain a clear memory of the Doqi continent? The vibrant Kailin and the young healer have been reduced to mere remnants of their souls in this new incarnation, bereft of the profound memories of their past. What cruel rules govern this damnable reincarnation? Xiao is his daughter. She is the precious fruit of his bloodline intertwined with Medusa, born from immense suffering and the trials of inner demons. If Kailin could reincarnate on Earth as Xia Kailin, why has Xiao not done so? An indescribable wave of dread and heart-wrenching anguish seized Xiao Yan in an instant. He dared not entertain the thought, nor could he voice the most dreadful of conjectures. This would be a cruelty far beyond the pain of death itself. At that moment, a cool hand, still trembling slightly, gently covered the back of his clenched fist, which had tightened unconsciously from his emotional turmoil. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xia Kailin, whose once turbulent expression had now calmed to reveal a depth akin to a swirling abyss. She did not weep. Her face bore little expression. Yet the profound sorrow and unspoken questions that lay beneath her tranquil facade wielded a power greater than any tears. Time seemed to stand still. Xiao Yan gazed into Xia Kailin's eyes, where he saw his own distress, pain, and confusion reflected back at him. The clarity of Kailin's inquiries and desires burned like a fierce flame upon his exposed soul. Uncertain how much time passed, Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fist gradually loosened beneath Xia Kailin's gentle touch. The imprints left by her nails were stark against his skin. He inhaled deeply, his chest heaving as though he were summoning some latent strength. Finally, he mustered the courage to meet Xia Kailin's silent gaze. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with a tumult of pain, teetering on the edge of overflowing. Yet above this surging agony burned an undeniable, almost fanatical resolve. That light was scorching and heavy, embodying an indomitable will akin to that of a battle emperor, determined to forge ahead against all odds. Xiao Yan extended his hand, trembling yet earnest, and gently grasped the cool hand resting on his. His fingertips felt icy, while his palm remained slightly damp from excitement and exertion. He looked at her, speaking deliberately, his voice low and hoarse, yet imbued with a promise as weighty as mountains, akin to an oath forged in steel. Resounding through the sterile silence of the hospital room, "Daughter, our daughter." His throat constricted painfully, as though swallowing a bitter truth. "I will find her." Chapter 75. Dou Emperor in stark contrast to the oppressive heaviness and sorrow within the hospital. An apartment on the other side of the city exuded a tranquil, yet slightly mundane atmosphere. Sunlight poured through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. Yun, dressed in a simple yet elegant loungewear, sat on a soft sofa, cradling a cup of tea, her gaze serenely fixed on the flowing stream of vehicles outside, a hint of barely perceptible worry etched upon her brow. Xiao Yan had been gone for several days in search of medicinal herbs, although she knew that his capabilities would shield him from genuine danger on Earth. The habitual concern and anxiety over the pressures he bore alone lingered in her heart. Beside her, Ziyin was entirely in a different state. The little one, clad in fluffy cartoon pajamas, lay sprawled on the thick carpet, holding a glaringly bright screen. Bored, she idly tapped her little finger on the screen, murmuring complaints. Yun, amused by her childish grievances, felt her own worries slightly dissipate. Setting her teacup down, she spoke gently. "Ziyin, don't rush. Xiao Yan is prudent in his actions. If he says he is going to search, it certainly means he has discovered something beneficial for our recovery. Perhaps the journey is just a bit longer." I know. Ziyin elongated her tone, continuing to poke at the screen. Her finger moved swiftly, as various news articles, short videos, and shopping advertisements flashed by. Just as she impatiently swiped away a pop-up game advertisement, Her fingertip inadvertently clicked on a rather inconspicuous text link beneath the ad. Instantly, the screen transitioned to a reading interface, where bold characters at the top proclaimed, Dou Emperor. Eh? Xian blinked her large eyes, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name, though she couldn't quite place where she had heard it before. She casually scrolled through the synopsis and table of contents, mumbling, "What kind of book is this? The title is rather strange. What's wrong, Xian?" Yun, drawn by her exclamation, turned her head. Xian pointed to the screen, her voice filled with astonishment and a hint of inexplicable excitement. "Sister Yun, look, this book. The protagonist is named Xiao Yan. How coincidental that it shares a name with that annoying Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan. Yun was momentarily taken aback. On Earth, this name was not common. She set her teacup down and moved to Xian's side, leaning in to gaze at the screen. What appeared on the display was indeed the opening chapter of Dou Emperor, depicting the young Xiao Yan, who had fallen from grace during the family test. Subjected to scorn and faced with the rejection of his fiancée. Every place name, every event, and each key character's name struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her breath caught in an instant. An indescribable chill crept up her spine, leaving her feeling somewhat cold. This was no coincidence. It could not possibly be a mere coincidence. "Sister Yun, what's wrong? Your face is so pale." Xian noticed the unusual demeanor of the person beside her. She looked up at Yun and saw her face drained of color, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, her fingers gripping the sofa's backrest turning white from the exertion. "Beast Mountain, Little Medical Sage, Qingshan Town, Mercenary Corps." Yun's voice was barely audible, with each place name and event making her heart sink deeper. When she encountered the words Yunlan Sect and Yun, the sect master, her body trembled violently, nearly losing her balance. Xian also caught sight of those words, scratching her head in confusion as she glanced at the screen and then back at Yun's pale countenance. Why is there also a Yun in this book? And she is a sect master? How strange. Yun took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her voice trembled with a suppressed intensity. Xian continued to scroll, though she felt perplexed. The narrative unfolded. A 3-year pact, Nalan Yinran's defeat of the Yulan sect, and Xiao Yan's escape. As she encountered terms like the Dagor Desert, Shimo City, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, Qinglin, and Queen Medusa, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon her. These names were hauntingly familiar, so familiar that they sent chills down her spine. Queen Medusa, the serpent people, the colorful devouring python, Xian murmured, her small face etched with confusion and a hint of panic. Isn't this just referring to Sister Kaylin? And that little girl Qinglin? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Yun, her wide eyes brimming with chaos and a flicker of fear. "Sister Yun, the events described in this book, they seem to mirror our own experiences." Yun's complexion had transcended mere pallor. It was imbued with an almost translucent gravity. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the rapidly scrolling text on the screen. Her heart raced violently within her chest, and a terrifying, paradigm-shifting conjecture began to take shape in her mind. The memories, long buried and belonging to another realm, filled with complex emotions and overwhelming impacts, surged forth like a dam that had been forcibly breached, flooding her consciousness. The tremors of her soul, the vague sentiments tied to Yunji and Yao Yin, along with the shock, anguish, and unspeakable entanglements that arose once their identities were revealed, overwhelmed her in an instant. This cannot be. How is this possible? Yun pressed her forehead, her voice tinged with a painful whisper. Who has woven all of this into a tale? And then, with urgency, she exclaimed, "Xian, we must find information about you. The Taisu ancient dragon." Xian, now acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, ceased her inquiries and swiftly began searching for keywords. As descriptions of Xian, the Taisu ancient dragon, the daughter of Dragon Emperor Zhu Kuan, the transformed little girl, and her gluttonous tendencies appeared on the screen, Xian was utterly astounded. Chapter 76, Heavenly Silkworm Potato. Yun stifled the tumult of her emotions and the intense discomfort of being scrutinized and exposed. Her fingers trembled slightly, yet resolutely, as she grasped her phone from the coffee table. As her fingertip glided across the screen, the call connected, and the brief waiting tone resonated in the silent room, stretching out painfully. "Hello? Yuna?" Xiao Yan's deep and somewhat weary voice soon emerged from the receiver, accompanied by the faint sounds of hospital machinery and indistinct murmurs in the background. "What's wrong? Has something happened at home?" He keenly sensed the instability in Yun's breath. "Xiao Yan," Yun's voice struggled to maintain composure, though a tide of hidden turmoil seeped through. "Where are you? Come back immediately. It's of utmost importance." Her tone was laden with unprecedented gravity. On the other end, Xiao Yan paused, clearly taken aback. "Now, I'm at the hospital." "The hospital?" Yun's heart clenched tightly. "How could you be at the hospital? What has happened?" She discerned that his weariness was not merely due to physical exhaustion. It is nothing of great consequence. Though Xiao Yan's voice attempted to convey a sense of ease, it could not entirely mask a hint of frailty. An unexpected incident occurred along the way, where he lent a hand and sustained a minor injury, which he was already attending to. Are you hurt? Yunyun's voice suddenly rose. Her facade of calm shattered in an instant, replaced by genuine anxiety. Is it serious? Where are you injured? Her fingers tightened around the phone, knuckles blanching. Ziyin immediately leaned closer, her small face etched with worry. It's nothing serious, just a superficial injury. I received a scratch on my shoulder. But it has been stitched and bandaged, Xiao Yan reassured her, his tone soothing. The doctor said I was fortunate. No tendons or bones were damaged. I just can't move this arm for the time being. You mentioned something important? Yunyun's heart eased slightly, yet her concern lingered. She took a deep breath, her tone growing grave, even more so than before. It pertains to all of us, to the very source of our experiences. Xiao Yan, you must know immediately. Xiao Yan fell silent for a few seconds, evidently taken aback by the weight of Yunyun's words. All right, he replied in a deep voice. But the doctor recommends I stay for observation overnight. Please, give me the address of the hospital, and you and Ziyin can bring the tablet over. Okay. Yunyun noted down the hospital's name and location that Xiao Yan provided, ending the call with a furrowed brow. The news of his injury diluted the shock brought by the novel, yet added a layer of genuine concern. Xiao Yan is injured? Is it serious? Who hurt him? Ziyin exclaimed, her large eyes brimming with worry. He said it's just a superficial injury on his shoulder, and it's already been taken care of. We're heading over now. Yunyun took Ziyan's small hand, while the other grasped a bag. The taxi came to a halt at the emergency entrance of the hospital. The scent of disinfectant mingled with an atmosphere thick with tension as they hurried inside. He reclined against the head of the bed, clad only in a hospital gown. With thick white bandages wrapped around his left shoulder, faint traces of blood seeping through. A dark coat lay carelessly draped over a nearby chair. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Fatigue etched across his brow, yet his gaze remained keen. Upon seeing them enter, he managed a strained smile. You're here. How are you? Yunyun approached the bedside. Her eyes fixated on his shoulder wound, her voice tinged with palpable concern and anxiety. Instinctively, she reached out to touch him, but hesitated, fearing it might cause him pain. Her fingers lingering in the air. Xiao Yan, who did this? Does it hurt? Ziyin also rushed to the bedside, her eyes reddening. Her small hand gently brushing against his arm. Xiao Yan's pupils dilated suddenly. The weariness on his face was swiftly replaced by overwhelming astonishment. He did not immediately glance at the content, but first absorbed the weight of Yunyun's words and the sheer absurdity of it all. A novel written on Earth's internet had precisely depicted his life? No longer hesitating, he took the tablet with his uninjured right hand. His long fingers deftly gliding across the screen, opening the pages. His reading speed was remarkable, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning line after line of text. In the city of Wutan, the Xiao family, the esteemed elder Yao, and the betrothal termination of Nalin Yan unfolded, marking a 3-year pact. The fierce battle against the Yunlan sect led to a harrowing escape from the Gamma Empire. In the Tagar Desert, an encounter with the Azure Scales occurred, followed by the Stone Desert City, where the first meeting with Medusa, the colorful scales, took place. At the Canaan Academy, the internal rankings competition beckoned. While the feeling of facing the fallen heart flame at the bottom of the heavenly refining tower was far more chilling than confronting a formidable adversary, the name Tian Kintudo echoed in his mind, for words piercing like 4 cold steel needles into his consciousness.